for hire.
Sure. I'm Pat NOVAK. For hire. That's what the sign out in front of my office says. Pat NOVAK for hire. It's an easy way to put it, because if you're going to make a living down on the waterfront in San Francisco, you got to do everything but run for office. I rent boats and kick around a few scruples if the price is right. It's a living, and if anything goes wrong, you can always get your mother a visitor's pass. If you do get in trouble, you go first class all the way. I found that out when I first met Doreen Wilde. It was almost dark, and I was sitting in the office with the door open when she first showed up. Showed up's the right word. The wind was blowing outside and pushed her dress tightly against her legs as she walked in. She was young. From what I could see, she made Cleopatra look like Apple Mary. She had a voice like a bowl of warm stew.
Hello. Are you Mr. NOVAK?
That's my story.
I'm Doreen Wilde. Mind if I sit down? On your desk here?
You'll block the view.
You'll get used to the new one. There. Now lean back and let me look at you. I want to hire you, Mr. NOVAK.
After the look or before?
You've got a power complex, darling. You know a man named Joe Condano?
Oh, he's a gambler out on Geary Street. Friend of yours?
I don't dislike him that much. We have business connections. That's why I want to hire you. To give him some money tonight.
A needy case or a bad debt?
A bad debt. Condano has an IOU from my brother for $10,000. You can go from there.
Not if I'm supposed to say it was a fixed game. Condano's been around a long time.
Yes?
That's right. There are only two kinds of gamblers in this town, honest ones and dead ones. So if your brother owes $10,000, he better pay.
That's why I'm hiring you. Just pay off Condano and make sure you get the pictures.
Pictures of the Grand Canyon, huh?
We'll talk about my past some other time.
Well, for the moment, we'll just say you're photogenic.
That's right.
Your brother can't get the $10,000, so Condano's shaking you down.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll bet you make a nice rattle. How did Condano get the pictures?
My brother gave them to him.
You got a charming brother.
You see only his better side. Will you do the job for $100?
How long's it going to take?
2 hours, maybe. You'll have to meet with my brother.
To meet with your brother, $100 is coolie wages.
He'll give you the information, then you can see Condano.
Where do I meet your brother?
Room 729, the Dixie Hotel. He'll be there about 8:30.
That packing crate down on Powell Street? Your brother's a cutie. I know winos that wouldn't go in there.
We'll meet you there at 8:30.
Oh? You going to be there?
Yeah. Do you mind?
I can stand it.
Do you carry a spare battery for that gleam in your eye?
Your $100 covers that, too. See you at 8:30. She smiled at me, and I felt like a guy that just found an oil well in the basement. Well, there were a lot of things about the deal I didn't like, but she kind of made you forget. I kept remembering her as she walked out of there with a slow, easy gait. She had knee action that'd make a Nash jealous. Well, I hit the Dixie Hotel about 8:25. It was the kind of a hotel that has a 4 a.m. checkout rule. There were 2 or 3 guys sitting around reading tip sheets, and over in the corner, a couple of well-upholstered gals were talking about recipes, I guess. The desk clerk was the worst of the lot. He looked like a guy that might have been expelled from Alcatraz. Nobody looked up as I walked through. When I got to 729, I knocked. There was no answer, so I opened the door and walked in. There was a bed lamp on and a lot of smoke in the room. Through the smoke, I could pick out the committee. They were crazy about me.
Come on in.
Looking for someone?
Yeah, but she's got a better figure than you.
Close the door.
No, she's not here. I'll just run along.
Close the door, mister.
You need the ventilation.
I said close the door. Now sit down. Sit down on the bed there.
You're a tough host.
So I'm broken-hearted. Just be a good boy now and give it to me, huh?
You got the wrong guy.
You give it to me fast, mister.
I don't know what you're talking about. I came up here to meet somebody.
Already met him.
I've run across better people in sewers. Now, look, meathead, I'm only going to say this once more, so make a copy. You got the wrong guy. You think I got something? I haven't got it.
No?
No, so you and your playmates swing out of here in your tails. I never saw you until 3 minutes ago, and I'm tired of the friendship already.
All right. Eddie.
Yeah?
Go through this guy's coat.
Yeah, sure.
Now, wash your hands, Junior, and then put them in your own pockets.
Oh. You got a favorite profile, fella? Because I'm going to put this gun on one side. Take your choice. Grab him, hold him up. All right, Eddie. Now you don't have to wash your hands.
I woke up with a head the size of Rhode Island. I rolled over and tried to get up, but I was about as strong as a moth in a wind tunnel. The room was dark, and I couldn't see very well. It was a stale, musty odor. Could have been a marathon dancer's dressing room. With a little fixing up, the sort of place you wouldn't be found dead in. There was a guy lying next to me who didn't feel that way about it. One look at the guy, and I could see he was dead from the crew cut down. Somebody wrapped a towel around his throat and forgot to say when. I should have got out of there right then, but I used my brain like a bottle of medicine, a small dose every 3 hours. I stood there, looking down at him, and felt like a guy that's just rolled a 7 the second time out. A small chunk of light squeezed through the door, and I could see particles of dust settling on his face. He was lying there, straight and white-faced, with a little bit of scowl, as if he didn't like the idea. I went through his wallet and found a few bucks and some identification. Enough to prove he was Frank Wilde, Doreen's brother. Oh, it looked nice and clear. They'd done everything but pin the IOU on his shirt. Well, I couldn't wait around because when homicide got there, I was going to be as popular as a can of salmon on Friday. Homicide meant Inspector Hellman, a guy that couldn't even make the vice squad. We were as close as a piccolo and a bass trombone. I got to thinking about him and decided to get out of there. It was a good idea 5 minutes ago.
Hello, Novak.
Oh, Hellman.
Small wake, huh?
Just a few close friends. You always drop by room 729 this time of night?
I got a bad memory for faces. Who's your friend?
His name's Frank Wilde.
That's one answer.
I was supposed to meet him here at 8:30.
That's another. You got a third? Who killed him?
I don't know, Hellman. Maybe 3 or 4 people. Maybe a pack of lugs from Joe Condano's.
Yeah? I think you're modest, Novak. I think maybe you killed him.
Oh, yeah, sure. I wrapped the towel around his neck, beat myself to death with a pistol, and jumped into the same grave.
Maybe.
Oh, stop it, Hellman. That isn't smart.
That still leaves you in the running.
I came up here to make $100. That's all I know about it. Check down at the desk. They'll tell you.
I checked on the way up. The desk clerk says room 729 is in your name.
Get your dough back, Hellman. You've been hijacked.
Yeah?
Look up a gal named Doreen Wilde.
Who's she?
The stiff sister. He got in a jam with Joe Condano and bailed himself out with some pictures.
Oh. What kind of pictures?
You just look her up and find out where she was at 9 o'clock tonight.
I got a bird in the hand.
And call on Joe Condano. His Gunsel's held a convention here tonight.
That's too much legwork. You're handy, Novak.
I can't afford a bum rap, Hellman. Get yourself another boy.
You get me one. It's your hotel room, there's a dead guy in it, and you got a bad record. I can make that add up for the DA.
You can't add a pair of zeros without crib notes, Hellman.
I can try hard, and I'll be all through in 24 hours. That's how long you got, Novak. You got 1 day, and you're not going to be lonesome. Because I'm going to put a tail on you the whole time.
Well, that'll be fun.
I'm going to know where you are every minute.
Stop posing, will you? You couldn't follow an elephant across a basketball court.
Just stay handy, Novak. I'll be ready. I'm going to fingerprint this room and run that towel through a test. And then I'll be ready.
Yeah, you better watch out for that towel.
Huh?
Remember, when it comes to towels, Hellman, you have to start from scratch. Well, when I left, Hellman was smiling like an Academy Award winner. I didn't blame him, because from my side of the road, things looked rough. From here in, he could play a pat hand and come out all right. There were only 2 other people, Joe Condano and that girl. I was real worried, so I looked up the only honest guy I know, an ex-doctor and a boozer by the name of Jocko Madigan. Well, he was all right for a guy who tries to drink all the whiskey in the world every night, only some night he's going to make it. I finally found him at the Bellevue Hotel, holed up in the hunt room. He was getting the most he could out of a bottle, old whiskey and young ideas. It was 10 o'clock, and he was carrying a bigger load than the Berlin airlift.
Oh-ho! A drink for Mr. Novak, and one for me. I'll have to catch up.
Skip me. You busy, Jocko?
I'm deep in the labor of love. What happened to your face?
I got a better offer. I'm in a jam, Jocko. You gotta help me.
You're always in a jam. You're the eternal patsy. Also, you're my solitary reason for going on.
Forget it, Jocko.
Well, you're the last project Providence has allowed me. An hors d'oeuvre that fate has thrown me to nibble on. I'm your conscience, you know.
Yeah, all right.
You have no conscience of your own. Oh, you have fleeting moments of fright which you confuse as moral sense, but no conscience.
All right, let's get off the platform, shall we? I need help, quick.
What kind of jam? A big one?
Yeah. I woke up about an hour ago holding hands with a dead man.
Where?
Room 729 at the Dixie Hotel.
I hope you changed rooms.
Hellman walked in and found me praying for the dead. He's got an idea I did it.
A shrewd policeman.
That was the second feature. We opened with a pistol whipping by Joe Condano's gunsels. Oh, you gotta help me.
Would a drink help?
Hellman's got a guy tailing me. I gotta go slow, Jocko. I want you to hit Condano's place and pick up every scrap of dope, will you?
Oh, I'd look out of place in a gambling joint.
There's a bar. Tour the joint and find out when the boys got back, huh?
Where do you plan to be? Hiding under a rose bush?
I'm going up to see a girl. She's the dead guy's sister.
Are you going up to extend sympathy?
She's mixed up, too. Condano's holding some blackmail pictures.
Let's reverse the assignment.
Now, look, you see Condano. I'll tag by Doreen Wilde's place.
Huh? She must be Harry Wilde's daughter.
Who's he?
The money crowd, to use a low term.
What's he like?
A retired octopus. After he got sick of chasing cigarette girls, he settled down to be a social worker.
Yeah?
Now he's like all social workers. A guy who's embarrassed because he wasn't born poor. And for years, he's been annoying the poor by trying to help them.
Hit Condano's place. Now, if you hit anything good, phone me at her apartment. And keep out of trouble.
Well, I'd say the same to you if it weren't futile. Good night, lover.
When I walked out, Geary Street was cold and deserted. The fog had moved in and staked out a claim all the way down to Market Street. There were 2 Marines across the street arguing, so I didn't hear it at first. When I got out of range, I began to hear the footsteps behind me. I stopped once and the footsteps broke off. I walked on a few yards and the footsteps were right behind me. They had a familiar ring and I was sure it was either Hellman or a water buffalo. When I stopped and waited, Hellman walked up.
You're out late, Novak.
What happened to that tail? Did he ask for more dough?
I put our best man on it. Where are you going?
Well, now I'll bet you get some real good answers on that question.
Where you going, smart boy?
Doreen Wilde's apartment.
Yeah, why?
To find out where she was at 9 o'clock tonight?
It won't do you any good.
Why?
Coroner's report. The guy got knocked off about 7 o'clock tonight.
Well, he took a long time dying.
That towel was a joke. If he wasn't strangled, he would have been red-faced. He wasn't.
Oh, well, now let me guess, Hellman. He died of lingering malaria.
Yeah, he was poisoned. That means he was dead when you brought him in.
Oh, that changes things, doesn't it?
A little. Don't let me keep you, Novak. I'm busy anyway.
Yeah?
Yeah. Checking your alibi for 7 o'clock.
I had no alibi for 7 o'clock. That was right after the girl left my office. Oh, I might be able to dig up a witness, but I wasn't sure. It's like asking a horse if he's going to win the Derby. Well, the questions were piling up, so I dropped by Doreen Wilde's apartment. I began to wonder. It was right next door to Condano's place. When she opened the door, I found out what the right kind of breakfast food will do. She was wearing a slack suit without much slack, and she was swaying slightly in a warm, slow way. Well, if there was any rhythm there, it's the kind you hear 1,000 miles down the Amazon. And when she said hello, you knew it was all chemistry.
Hello, Mr. Novak.
I missed you at room 729.
This'll do just as well. Come in.
Yeah.
You're wearing your face a different style.
Yeah, Condano's boys didn't like it the old way.
I like it. I like it very much.
Yeah, what happened to you tonight?
Frank was supposed to pick me up. He didn't come by.
I see. Your brother finally showed up at the hotel.
Oh, yes?
Yeah. He paid off that IOU.
Is that a quaint way of telling me he's dead?
I suppose. Oh, don't sob so loud. You'll wake the neighbors.
You know by this time that to me Frank was a poor excuse at best. Nothing more. Besides, I knew he was dead. Father's down there now identifying the body.
Just for the record, who has those pictures now?
Condano, I suppose?
His boys piled me tonight looking for something. I got the idea it wasn't my Social Security number.
Oh, you've had a busy evening.
Yeah, they're going to book me for Frank's murder. Just call me Patsy.
You need a drink then, darling?
It can wait. Now, look, you're going to save some time if you tell me right now.
No, I didn't kill Frank. Though I'd be willing to contribute to a shrine for the man who did.
How about Condano?
I don't know. In fact, I don't know Mr. Condano. Thirsty yet?
Yeah, go ahead.
Patsy, I'll give you $5,000 to find out who killed Frank.
Hmm?
Oh, I'll admit it was a good idea killing him, but I want to see the family name cleared up.
Why don't you change names? That's easier.
Oh, don't be crude. Will you do it?
I may hang, and you can save your $5,000.
Here's your drink. The money might help. Should we call it a bargain?
Suit yourself.
Good. You don't want to stand there balancing that drink.
No.
That's it. Sit down. You know, you're an interesting guy, Patsy. I like you.
Yeah?
Yes, don't snowball the statement.
Why'd you make it then?
It seems safe enough.
You sure?
You're a little close, Patsy.
Are you sure?
At this point, I don't care.
Come here, baby.
Patsy.
What's on your mind?
Where I can buy a desert island cheap.
Looks like you got an offer.
Father, he'd forgotten his key. Excuse me. Come on over, Father. I want you to meet Mr. Novak.
Mr. Novak?
Yeah, they think I killed your son. Hi.
He's the one I told you about.
Oh, yes. Yes, now I remember.
It's probably for me. Hello? Oh, yes. I think so. I'll be right there. I've got to run, darlings. Only be gone a while. Father, keep Mr. Novak sober, I'll pick up from there. Good night, Father. See you soon, Patsy.
A remarkable girl.
She's active, too. Does she always sail out for a night camp?
A remarkable girl.
More so than Frank?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
You seem to like him better dead.
Well, at least he's more harmless that way. But perhaps that sounds unbecoming of a father.
Well, if he looks better that way, suit yourself.
I've never made any attempt to camouflage my feelings. I'm fond of my daughter. And my son, I've loathed. In a casual way. He's a mishap of nature which for years I've been content to blame on his mother. This matter of the gambling debt's a case in point.
You know about that?
Oh, yes. Plus Doreen's liberal contribution to the problem. By the way, Mr. Novak, who did kill him?
I thought maybe you did.
No. I'm not a doer. I just cheer from the grandstand. Excuse me. Hello? It's for you, Mr. Novak.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello, Patsy. I'm down at Condano.
I know that. What'd you find out?
Never played 2 and 8 on a roulette wheel.
All right, drop the clowning.
Well, I found out about your friend.
Yeah?
They came in about 10 o'clock, so that puts them right in line.
No, not anymore. The guy got knocked off at 7 o'clock.
Oh, impatient, wasn't he? In that case, you better start looking for a tie-up between the girl and Condano.
Not a chance.
No?
She doesn't even know Condano.
Well, she makes friends very quickly then, because she just walked into his office.
things were beginning to fall into place. If the girl and Condano were that chummy, they were using those pictures. To squeeze the old man, probably. There was only one thing about it that didn't make sense. Why did Condano's boys beat my brains out if he had the pictures all along? Well, I talked to the old man a while, and then I headed for Condano's joint. They were closed when I got there, so I went home to bed. Oh, I'd have given a good price if tomorrow never rolled around. But the sun was eating through the haze the next morning when I walked into Condano's place. A sad old biddy with a mop told me Condano was in his office, so I knocked on the door.
Yeah?
Hello, Condano. I'm the guy your boys pistol whipped.
Novak? Come on in. I wouldn't worry. Maybe you'll heal handsome.
Thanks.
I'm sorry about that, Novak.
I'll bet you are.
Well, that's the way you'll get it. It won't come engraved. If I say I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're full of tears. You going to shed one when they send me up on a bum murder rap?
No, I'll buy you a handkerchief, though.
If you got the time, you might tell me what Doreen Wilde was doing in here last night.
What do you care? Maybe we're in love.
And maybe you're putting the screws on old man Wilde.
Hello? Yeah. Did you tell anybody you were coming here?
No, just a birdie.
It's for you.
Yeah. Hello, Jocko. When? Well, from where I'm sitting, it doesn't make sense. Oh, of course not. Yeah, I'll let you know. Well, how you feeling, Condano?
Get to the point, Novak.
They found a dead guy out in the marina this morning. He was shot and banged up badly, but they identified him.
What's that to me?
Nothing, except they identified him as Joe Condano. Confused?
No. It was a guy named Eddie Darrow.
Friend of yours?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess he was.
What does that prove?
It proves lots, Novak. It proves unless you find her in a cemetery, never trust a woman.
Well, with a good assist from Deep Short, we could make it now. I knew that. Condano was mad about something, and the lid was going to blow. I called Hellman. His lid was gone 10 minutes ago. He had the murder gun, and it belonged to old man Wilde. A messenger walked in and put it on the sergeant's desk a few hours ago with no explanation. Oh, that was the clincher. From here on in, it was cakes and ale. I told Hellman what I knew. He picked me up at Geary and Taylor, and we headed for the Wilde apartment. The girl and the old man were in the living room when we walked in.
Everybody had breakfast?
Patsy, I didn't know you came out till after dark.
Well, we just wanted to call on your old man. Wilde, this is Inspector Hellman.
Is there anything I can do?
You're ambitious, Wilde. Hellman's here to arrest you for murder.
I'm amused, but not frightened.
They might have gone easy on you for killing your son, but not Eddie Darrow.
And who is Eddie Darrow?
The guy you thought was Condano when you killed him last night. Your daughter was helping him put on that squeeze.
She even sent in your gun this morning.
Please, Doreen, tell these men.
Well, the starting backfield. Hello, Condano.
Step aside, Novak.
You don't need that gun, Joe.
Not for long. All right. Push the girl out there. Push the girl out there.
For a gambler, these are bad odds, Joe.
Just keep talking loud, and when you stop, all of a sudden, you'll know I'm through with
You
it.
made the first switch, Joe.
I didn't trust you, so I sent Eddie Darrow up. He was a good guy, and I liked him.
I didn't kill him, Joe.
You made it easy, though. Say 'em fast, baby. Here it comes.
Look out, Doreen!
Watch the old man. Give me that gun.
Yeah. We keep shooting the wrong people around here.
I'm sorry, Hellman. I bungled, huh?
Yeah, you bungled, Joe. How's the old guy, Novak?
You should live so long, Hellman. He's dead.
You're gonna need me soon, huh, Hellman?
Yeah, right now. Come on, Joe. Tag by headquarters, Novak.
Sure.
Well, it was fun while it lasted.
Yeah.
I'm sorry he jumped in front of me. He didn't have to do it.
No, but you expected it.
I suppose. I'm made to expect things, Patsy.
Uh-huh. And you're not going to mind this.
I expected that, too. You can slap me, but don't leave me, Patsy. I don't want to be alone. You got a cigarette?
They're on the table.
I see. A match, Patsy.
You go build your own fire. I'm leaving.
Please, Patsy, I don't want to be alone.
You won't. I'll send you a whistle. Goodbye. a sweet double cross right from the start. Frank pitched the first curve. He stole the pictures from Condano's office the day of the payoff. He was going to wait for the dough from his sister and skip. In the meantime, the old man found out about it, killed the son, and left him in the hotel after Condano's boys had cleared out. Oh, it would have worked out all right, but Doreen found the pictures in the old man's room and guessed what happened. She gave them back to Condano and then made a deal with him to put a squeeze on the old man. And then she double-crossed Condano by tipping off the old man that Condano was on his way up. I guess he figured the girl for a fast play and sent a pal instead. The old man didn't know the difference. He really thought he killed Condano. And then the girl wrapped it up by sending his gun to headquarters. Well, if things had gone right, she'd have been right in the middle of that gravy boat. Her brother and Condano would be dead. Her father would be up on a murder rap. Once it started to unravel, it moved real fast. The first tip-off I got was when she offered the dough for her brother's killer. She'd have all that dough, and on the books she'd look like a field of Vermont snow. She was feeling around between somebody's shoulder blades, and from then on, all the cards fell just right. Condano was probably right. If they're not in the cemetery, watch out. Well, Hellman had only one question. Why would a guy want to kill off a dame like that? After I saw the pictures, I wondered myself.
The Armed Forces Radio Service has just brought you Pat Novak for Hire, starring Jack Webb. Pat Novak is produced by William P. Russo. Jocko Madigan is played by Tudor Owen. Inspector Hellman is played by Raymond Burr. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Be with us again next week when over most of these same stations we'll bring you Pat Novak for Hire.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Now, once again, it's time to renew our weekly visits with that genial host and incomparable storyteller, Dr. Watson. And here he is, waiting for us in his comfortable and familiar study. Hello, Dr. Watson. It's mighty good to see you again.
Good evening, Mr. Bell. Good gracious me, it's a long time since you last dropped in to see me.
Too long entirely, but I'm certainly glad to be back.
I'm glad to have you back, my boy. This seems like old times.
Thank you, sir. By the way, I heard you had quite a trip this summer. Went back to England, didn't you?
Yes, Mr. Bell, I must say I had a very delightful time renewing old friendships. Incidentally, I think you'll be particularly interested in one visit that I made. It was to the vaults of Cox's Bank in Charing Cross.
Cox's Bank? Oh, that was the home of your old black tin dispatch box, wasn't it? The one that contained all the notes on your adventures with the great Sherlock Holmes?
It was, my boy. You have a very good memory.
And by any chance, is that the box standing there on your table now?
It certainly is. I brought it back with me. You see, I found it contained a veritable treasure trove of material. notes on adventures that I'd forgotten, and in some cases stories that Sherlock Holmes insists must be published during the lifetime of certain famous people involved.
Phew, that certainly is a treasure trove. Do you mind if I take a peek in the sacred box, Dr. Watson?
Not at all, Mr. Bell, not at all.
Must be papers all tied up in tape. An old signet ring.
Oh, that just a token of the Duke of Bedford's esteem. Never did fit.
Hey, what's this, Dr. Watson? A small dog collar.
Yes, my boy, a small dog collar. And it brings to mind one of the most exciting and bizarre adventures that Sherlock Holmes and I ever encountered. I always referred to it as the adventure of the Stuttering Ghost.
Stuttering Ghost? That sounds provocative, Dr. Watson.
I hope you'll find it so, Mr. Bell.
In just a moment, Dr. Watson will tell us the story of the Stuttering Ghost. But first, I'd like to ask a question. Men, wouldn't you like to feel that your hair always looks its best? That it always appears neat and attractive? Then let me suggest Kreml Hair Tonic. This famous modern hairdressing has been especially developed to keep wild, unruly hair handsomely groomed all day. Not a lock out of place. And Kreml gives the hair such a nice, rich luster, too. Yet it never leaves the hair feeling or looking greasy or sticky. Why not buy a bottle and prove to yourself that Kreml is tops for better groomed hair? Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, the floor is yours.
Well, Mr. Bell, the story began on a certain September afternoon in, more years ago than I like to admit. Holmes and I were seated in our Baker Street lodgings, having returned a few hours previously from a much-needed holiday in Devonshire. Though our trip had proved far from restful as far as I was concerned, I could see that the change had worked wonders for my old friend. There was a distinct touch of color in his usually pale face, and I knew by the sparkle in his eye that he was happy to be back in harness, as he sat there skimming through the letters that had accumulated during his absence.
Watson, has it ever occurred to you that the entire course of history might have been changed, probably for the better, if paper and ink had never been invented?
Oh, rubbish. It's good to be back in Baker Street again, eh, Holmes?
Yes. Back to the routine of stupid letters from stupid people after 2 peaceful weeks at the seaside.
Peaceful? And you spent most of your time solving the problem of the lifeguard, the calabash, and the dying nursemaid.
Merely a routine matter, Watson, though it did have its points of interest.
Anything startling in this morning's post?
The usual trivialities. The Duke of Greenock suspects the Duchess of planning to elope with the underfootman.
Oh, knowing the Duke, I can't say that I blame her.
Quite. Doesn't anyone use imagination in committing crimes anymore? Aha. This looks more promising.
Huh? What is it, Holmes?
I shall present my problem to you at 3:00 tomorrow afternoon. It's almost 3 now, and the letter's dated yesterday.
Doesn't sound particularly promising to me. Who's it from?
It's simply signed Ferdinand.
It's very odd. Holmes, it might be royalty. Only reigning monarchs sign themselves to strangers simply by their first names.
If you're referring to Ferdinand of Spain, he's dead, you know.
Oh, no, you're pulling my leg. Still, I can't recall a Ferdinand on any current European throne.
Nor can I. And yet there is a certain tone of royal peremptoriness in the phrasing.
There's the front door bell. It's exactly 3:00. That could be him now.
Yes. While Mrs. Hudson answers the door, suppose we have another look at this note. Expensive paper. Written with a quill pen. And the presumably august scribe was unfortunate enough to get a smear of ink on the outer side of her right little finger.
Why do you say her right little finger?
It's a woman's writing.
Oh, woman's writing.
Come in. Yes, Mrs. Hudson?
You have a visitor, Mr. Holmes, and she's got a wee dog with her. She said you might be expecting her.
Very well, Mrs. Hudson. Show her up, please.
Yes, sir.
A woman and a wee dog. And here we are waiting for royalty.
Watson, I've sometimes observed a distinctly snobbish strain in you. Most regrettable in these democratic days.
Democratic? I've voted conservative all my life. I always will vote conservative.
Oh, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, you dear, dear man. Oh, I've heard so much about you. Oh, I suppose you're wondering who I am.
Naturally, madam. Sit down, won't you? May I introduce my friend, Dr. Watson?
How do you do,
How
madam?
do you do? I'm Mrs. Frampton, Mrs. James Frampton. That's the Buckinghamshire Framptons, you know. And I've traveled all the way up here with darling little Fuzzley. And he does hate trains, don't you, sweetheart?
By the way, Mrs. Frampton, would you mind telling me why you signed your note, Ferdinand?
Why, Mr. Holmes, whatever makes you think I wrote your note?
Among other things, the slight trace of an ink stain on your right little finger.
Oh, dear. It's so simple when you explain it, isn't it?
Quite.
Well, since you're so clever, I did write that note, but only because Ferdinand here asked me to.
What?
Yes, the darling dictated it all by himself. He said, and I wrote it all down for him.
What a ball is that? Dog writing notes.
Don't you think, Mrs. Frampton, that if your dog has any problems, a veterinary surgeon would be the logical person to consult?
Oh, dear, now you've upset him. He's so terribly sensitive. Dr. Watson, I wonder if you'd mind taking him out for a little walk.
Who, me?
Yes. I'd much rather he was out of the way when I tell Mr. Holmes about him. He's so human, you know. I'm quite sure he understands every word I say. Oh, please, Dr. Watson.
Oh, really, madam, I don't
Come,
think
Watson. Can't you see the little fellow's dying for some air? I think a little walk would do you both good.
It's all very well. Very well. Come along, you little fellow. Come on.
And now, Mrs. Frampton, may I ask what has brought you to see me?
Well, Mr. Holmes, 2 weeks ago, one of Ferdy's gold collars was stolen. And a week after that, he was sent back to me with a very strange note.
You have the note with you?
Yes, it's here in my purse. Put your hands up, Mr. Holmes.
Well.
That's right.
Do you mind pointing that revolver another way, Mrs. Frampton?
I have no intention of pointing it another way. Furthermore, you'd be astonished at my skill in using it.
Not at all.
Oh?
When a woman has the audacity to call on me with the outline of a revolver plainly visible through the side of her purse, I naturally assume she is able to use it.
You knew I was armed, and yet you
I regret to say that sometimes my curiosity overcomes my caution, and I was very curious as to the purpose of the ridiculous rules of the letter-writing dog. I still am.
You'll very soon see. Go and sit in that upright chair by the desk there. Mr. Holmes, I assure you I won't hesitate to use this revolver. Go over to that chair.
Very well.
Sit down in it, with your back to me. That's it. I was admiring these handcuffs on your mantelpiece. They'll do very well to fasten you to the chair. Put your hands behind you. Thank you.
What's the game, Mrs. Frampton? Daylight robbery?
Yes. Or murder, if you don't help me.
You realize that my friend is liable to come back at any moment?
Oh, no, Mr. Holmes. That beastly dog was a deliberate device to separate you and your friend. A colleague of mine will see that Dr. Watson is taken care of as soon as he gets outside. And now, Mr. Holmes, I do hope you're not going to be too difficult.
Come along, you stupid creature. You don't have to sniff every... Come on. Playing nursemaid to a Pekingese. Hope I don't run into anyone I know. Come along, you little brute. Come on.
Excuse me, Governor.
Yes.
You got a match?
A match? Yes, I think I have.
Oh, you know, half a nice little dog, Governor. What's his name?
His name?
Never mind. You give me it now.
Why, you scoundrel, put down that piece of lead pipe.
Get out from under my feet, you nasty dog, you.
You would you?
Oh! Blimey, Governor, you nearly broke my arm.
Madam, if you'll just tell me what you're looking for, I'll be delighted to tell you where to find it. There's no sense in messing all my files up.
I want your records of the Rothier case.
In the third drawer of this cabinet.
Oh. Well, here we are. N-O-P-Q. Randall. Rothier. Well, thank you, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Ah, there's the rescue party.
But it can't be Dr. Watson. Alfie was to take care of him.
Dr. Watson has resources that might surprise you. Sometimes they surprise even me.
Well, I've got what I came for.
Holmes, I had the most amazing experience.
Yes, you were set upon by a ruffian in the street.
Fellow asked for a match and then... How did you know?
Elementary, my dear Watson.
Huh?
Now, please get the key off the mantelpiece and unlock these handcuffs.
Good heavens. Who trussed you up like that?
Mrs. Frampton, at revolver point.
You see? If you hadn't made me go out with that silly little dog,
She would never have revealed her purpose in coming here. Watson, the whole thing was a plot to gain access to my files on the Rothier case.
I say, the Rothier case, why that...
Hurry up with that key, will you, old chap?
Yes, of course. There you are. I say, how did that woman get out?
Obviously down the back stairs, as you didn't pass her on the front. I assume her accomplice got away, too?
Yes, he wouldn't have if I hadn't tripped up over the dog leash. I left the silly little beast downstairs with Mrs. Hudson.
Suppose we see if our caller took anything of any consequence.
But, Holmes, why should anyone go to such fantastic lengths to steal the file on a criminal case that happened years ago?
That's what we have to find out. You recall the Rothier affair, Watson?
Yes, I could do something to do with a jewel robbery, wasn't it?
Yes. Rothier and his English accomplice, a gentleman known as Stuttering Steve Hacker, stole the famous Shrewsbury emerald.
Yes, of course.
The jewels were never recovered, but I was instrumental in bringing the men to justice.
I remember it now. Rothier was killed resisting arrest, wasn't he?
Yes, and Stuttering Steve Hacker was sentenced to 7 years in Dartmoor. By George, Watson, I recall reading a small item in yesterday's paper that told of Hacker's death in prison. That's the answer.
You mean that on his deathbed, Hacker might have told someone the secret of where the jewelry is hidden?
Precisely. And the key to that secret must lie in these files. Let me see. Yes, I recall the case vividly now. There was a small piece of paper found on Rothier's body. An apparently meaningless series of numbers and figures. It was here in the file. And now she's got away with it, Watson. I deserve to be kicked from here tonight.
Holmes. Now listen to me. I was going through the file a few weeks ago, making some notes for my stories, and I remember coming across that slip of paper. I copied the figures down in my notebook.
Bravo, Watson. I don't know what I'd ever do without you.
Thanks, sir. Just a minute. Here they are. Here we are. Here are the figures. T2N302S50. What the deuce does it mean, Holmes?
I don't know, but I think I may have a glimmering. Get your coat and hat, old chap. The game's afoot.
Where are we going?
To Scotland Yard. And then I hope we'll be on the track of the Shrewsbury emeralds.
I say, Holmes, if you don't want to talk, you might at least tell me why we're driving about in this dreary part of London. I don't care for it at all, especially at dusk.
Sorry, Watson. I was thinking. Inspector Lestrade has just informed me that he's unearthed a new clue in the case.
Oh?
It seems that when Rothier was hiding from the police, he worked for a time in this neighborhood.
Oh, where?
At a place known as Gaunt's Castle. It's somewhere here off the Mile End Road. Apparently it's a sort of museum, run by a certain eccentric man named Jezra Gaunt. Its main claim to distinction is that it contains a catacomb. Or, to be precise, several catacombs.
Extraordinary thing.
An ideal place to hide stolen jewels, I'd say.
Catacombs? Here in London? Impossible.
Not at all, Watson.
But I thought they were vast underground tombs only found in Italy.
Now, these are reputed to be reproductions of the early catacombs of Rome.
Good gracious me.
Apparently, Mr. Gaunt found these deep underground caverns some years ago. And their natural contours made it possible for him to convert them into a modern counterpart of the Italian ones. All right, cabby. This is the place.
Right, Governor.
There you are. Keep the change.
Thank you, Governor. Come on, get up.
So this is Gaunt's Castle. It's a frightening-looking place. Like a prison. It's getting dark. Why can't we come back in the morning, Holmes?
I think there's somebody watching us through the peephole in the door.
Yes, there would be.
Uh-huh. He's opening it.
Good evening, gentlemen. You're late. I was just locking my museum up for the night.
You're Mr. Jezra Gaunt?
Yes, sir, at your service.
My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Mr. Gaunt?
Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson? Well, this is a great honor. Please step inside, gentlemen. I'll turn the gas up. There. I hope you'll find the castle, as I call it, interesting.
Mr. Gaunt, time is vitally important. Some 3 years ago, you had a man working for you as a laborer. His name was Rothier.
I can't recall any man of that name, Mr. Holmes.
He was a Frenchman, Mr. Gaunt. Does that mean anything to you?
Oh, I'm sorry, but in this part of London, there are many foreigners, and many of them have worked for me. But,
This man, Rothier, was a jewel thief. He is known to have hidden some very valuable emeralds, and it seems quite possible he may have hidden them here.
Dear me. Stolen jewels in my catacombs, Mr. Holmes? Oh, no,
I want you to give us your permission to deduct a detailed examination of your caves and to take some measurements.
Yes, of course. What an extraordinary coincidence.
Coincidence?
Yes. A man and a woman were here a little while ago. I didn't pay much attention to them as they entered, but I happened to observe them later in the catacombs. They were taking measurements.
By Jove, Holmes.
Go on, Mr. Gaunt.
When they saw I was watching them, they were very evasive and left after a few moments. Until you mentioned taking measurements, the whole incident seemed unimportant.
It was far from unimportant, Mr. Gaunt. They're desperate. We must work fast. May we start our search at once?
Well, of course. I'll go and light the gas. Extraordinary business.
Holmes, Mrs. Frampton, that accomplice who attacked me, must have come here straight from Baker Street.
Yes, and they'll be back. Probably tonight. It's a race against time.
Well, so far they apparently haven't succeeded in deciphering the code.
And neither have we. Watson, it's a battle of wits.
Oh, really?
They won the first round. Let's hope we can win the second.
Dr. Watson will continue his story in just a moment. In the meantime, I'd like to say, and just see if you don't agree with me, any man who wants that modern, prosperous appearance should certainly use a hairdressing. And men, I'm right here to tell you I wouldn't use anything else but Kreml hair tonic. Do you know why? Because Kreml is one hair tonic I've been able to find that really keeps my hair well groomed. Every hair neatly in place. Yet it never has that greasy, plastered down look. Kreml always feels and smells so clean on your hair. In addition, Kreml does lots more than just keep hair looking handsome. It relieves itching of dry scalp. It removes dandruff flakes. Kreml actually helps condition the hair, in that it leaves it feeling so much softer, easier to manage. Why not ask for an application of Kreml at your barber shop? Buy a bottle at any drug counter. Just see how attractive looking it keeps your hair. That's right. It's spelled Kreml. Kreml Hair Tonic. Well, Dr. Watson, how did you and the great Sherlock Holmes make out when you explored the underground caves?
For that first hour, we searched that strange place exhaustively without finding a clue. Then I remember we descended into one of the deepest and darkest caves. Must have been a weird picture as we stood there, our voices echoing hollowly. A vast black chasm yawning in front of us, and a feeble flicker of gaslight throwing a pool of light on the piece of paper which Holmes held in his hand.
Watson, I'm certain the figures on this paper are the clue to the missing emeralds. But why can't I get the code? T2... N3O2S50.
They might be pacing direction.
Obviously, but beginning where?
I don't know, but 2N could be 2 places north. Still, how about T and O?
The T being the first letter is presumably the starting point. But what does it stand for? But, of course, here's the answer. Look here on the wall.
You mean that colored tablet?
Yes. It's a common early Christian symbol known as St. Anthony's cross. And it's also the Greek letter T. This is our starting point. T is the first letter in this code.
And then comes 2N.
Let's try it. 2 paces north. So.
Then comes the letter O. It could mean 0.
Yes, it could, old chap, or it might be... No, I have it. Remember that Rothier was a Frenchman.
What's that got to do with it?
The French word for west is ouest, spelled O-U-E-S-T. French compasses have an O where ours have the W. 2 paces north, 3-O, 3 paces west. See if Gaunt will lend us a spade, Watson, dear chap, will you? We're getting warm. We're getting decidedly warm.
Holmes, I think we've drawn a blank.
So do I. Yet the code is a logical one. 2 paces north, 3 west, 2 south, 5 wait. Wait a minute. Paces are inaccurate, Watson. They vary. A man would surely leave his records in carefully measured feet.
Here's a tape measure. Why don't you try measuring it out in feet?
Thanks. Now, 2 feet north, 3 west, 2 south, and 5 west would be Here. Give me the spade, Watson. I'll do the digging this time.
Oh, thanks very much. Holmes, if you dig any deeper, you'll come out in Australia.
And yet I know we're basically on the right track. What an unmitigated idiot I am. Watson, look on the other side of this tape measure.
What's on it?
It's marked in meters. Rotier was French. Now we have the answer, Watson. 2 meters north, 3 west, 2 south, and 5 west. Give me the spade again.
Here.
If I'm wrong this time, I'll retire from my profession.
What's that?
It's a metal box. Watson, unless I'm very much mistaken, we've found the Shrewsbury emerald.
Great Scott!
Box is a little tarnished, a little rusty, but its contents are undamaged. Look at these emeralds, Watson. Aren't they exquisite?
In this gaslight, they look just like liquid jade.
Quite a poet, aren't you, Dr. Watson?
Oh, hello, Mr. Galt. You quite startled me. We've found the treasure.
I'm so glad, gentlemen. You've done the hard work for us.
Look out, Watson, it's a trap.
Come back here, Holmes.
Drop that revolver, Galt.
I missed your friend, Dr. Watson, but I won't miss you. Stand where you are. In any case, Mr. Holmes can't get away. Fortunately for us, he's run into a cave from which there is no exit. Gertrude, Alfie.
Here we are.
Did you find it, Gertrude?
Yes, my dear. Clever of them, wasn't it? I doubt whether we could have solved the code without their help.
Scoundrels, I wish I'd get my hands on you.
Dr. Watson, surely you're in no position to threaten. The 3 of us are armed, and your friend can't help you. Mr. Sherlock Holmes, come out of that cave with your hands up. We've won the final round.
Not while I have the emeralds, you haven't.
All round him out of there, blasted.
It seems to me, Dr. Watson, that Mr. Holmes is being unusually stupid today.
Be careful, Holmes.
What? Got me.
Holmes! Holmes!
Dear me, I'm afraid your friend's been injured,
For
Doctor.
heaven's sake, let me go to him. I'm a doctor.
I'm afraid I can't trust you. However, I'll tell Alfie to drag his body out here. Alfie!
Never mind about Alfie. I just conked him one before I shot Mr. Holmes.
That voice. It's stuttering Steve Hacker.
But it can't be. Steve Hacker's dead.
That's what you think. But he ain't dead. I bribed the prison doctor in his kite. Remember, I'm in the dark. You can't see me, but I can see you. You're standing in the light. So you better do like I say. Dr. Watson?
Yes, Hacker? What is it?
I remember you. You ain't a bad sort of a text assistant. I trust you more than these rats. If you don't want me to shoot, you'd better drop your revolvers at Dr. Watson's feet. I'll trust him. Go on. Drop them.
You better do as he says. I think he means business.
All right, Hacker. Here.
Now yours, Gertrude.
There.
Pick him up, Dr. Watson.
I've got him.
Splendid, Holmes. Then hand me one.
But Holmes, where's Steve Hacker?
Aside from the fact that he's dead, I've no idea, old chap. I took the liberty of impersonating him, or rather his ghost, temporarily.
You shot Alfie?
Certainly. He was about to shoot me. But he is not quite dead, unfortunately. And now, Watson, old chap, I think it's about time we turn this unsavory little gathering over to the police. Watson, it's rather pleasant to be back in Baker Street. It's been a tiring day.
You know, Holmes, the way you imitated stuttering Steve Hacker was amazing.
Oh, thanks awfully, old chap.
Oh, not at all. You had them completely fooled. Of course, I saw the whole thing immediately.
Oh, of course.
You're very clever, though. You shot Alfie and then faked your own wounded groans.
Yes.
Whatever.
It was remarkably effective. And Alfie's subsequent confession confirmed my suspicions. Hacker, ill and afraid of dying, talked with Alfie during his recent stay in Dartmoor and told him to find the booty and share it with Hacker's wife. But Alfie, as soon as he was released from prison and thinking Hacker dead, decided to get it all for himself and his accomplices. As pretty a tangle of criminality as I ever ran into.
Perhaps your return to practice won't be as dull as you think.
Come in.
Excuse me, Mr. Holmes, but about the dog.
Dog? What dog?
The nice, sweet fella the lady brought this afternoon. He's still downstairs. I gave him a bath and a nice big beef bone. Now, what do you want me to do with him?
An intriguing problem. Let me see now. He's been cooped up a long time.
Oh, here it comes.
I think it'd be an excellent idea if Dr. Watson took him for a nice walk.
Nice walk, but Holmes, I'm very tired. I don't want
Oh,
to
come,
very
Watson.
walk.
Remember, he's quite a remarkable animal. He wrote a letter.
Take him for a walk.
He convinced you that he was royalty and then undoubtedly saved your life. I think you owe him a little consideration, don't you?
Well, of course, if you put it that way, I suppose we've got it.
And that's how you acquired this little dog collar, eh, Dr.
That's right, Mr. Bell. I had that wretched little animal on my hands till it died of old age. I got quite fond of it, as a matter of fact.
I see. And what story are you going to tell us next week, Dr. Watson?
Well, now, next week, I think I'll tell you a story I call The Adventure of Black Angus. I always think it was one of the most gruesome and macabre experiences that Sherlock Holmes and I ever encountered.
Well, look who's here, if it isn't Janie. And do you look gorgeous tonight? And your hair, it's lovely.
It should be, Joe, because I always wash it with Kreml shampoo. I learned that beauty trick long ago from those stunning Powers models.
Yes, Kreml shampoo is famous. It leaves hair sparkling for days with natural glossy highlights. What's more, Kreml shampoo is a hard water shampoo. It whips up just gobs of lather in every type of water. Its fine, rich foam penetrates right to the scalp and removes all loose dandruff as well as the dirt. Why, it even has a beneficial oil base, which helps keep hair from becoming dry. We're all using Kreml shampoo at our house. I'd suggest you take a tip from my wife and buy the large family size. Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of the Noble Bachelor. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures, and Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time when Dr. Watson will tell us the adventure of Black Angus. This is ABC, the American...
When my telephone rang, it jerked me out of one nightmare and right into the middle of another, where a woman with a secret, a worried man, and a shadow out of the past met with fear and fury in the dead of night.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character as CBS presents The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. And now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Friend from Detroit.
There was a wood nymph dressed in nothing but a veil of dewdrops. She was pirouetting from one huge bluebell to another on gossamer wings. And with every turn, she smiled and came closer. But just as I reached out for a hand, something happened. The bluebells changed into old tomato cans and started to ring. A bandy-legged little man with a jackhammer went to work on my head. I fell over a cliff, and just before I landed on a red-hot pile of broken Scotch bottles... Oh, I woke up. But the jackhammer didn't stop. I switched on the light and looked at my watch. It was 1 in the a.m., and the phone on my bed table was screaming for an answer. Hello?
Marlowe, this is Dave. Betty's gone. She's in trouble. You gotta help me, Marlowe. You gotta come over to my apartment
Wait a minute. Who is this?
Dave Pryor. I run the coffee joint in the corner. You know me.
Yeah, sure, Dave. I remember. What's the matter?
My wife, Betty, she's gone. You gotta help me.
Dave, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm in bed. Besides, you know I don't monkey with family quarrels.
It's not like that, Phil. Believe me, I'm scared for her. Phil, please, come over to the apartment. 2000 Beechwood right away. It's a matter of life and...
Okay, I'll be there in 10 minutes.
Marlowe, I thought you'd never get here. Look, somebody fired a shot through the door, and when I got back with the aspirin, Betty was gone.
All right, wait a minute, Dave, hold it. I'm not even awake yet. Look, sit down. Take it from the top. Slow.
Yeah, okay. Maybe it started this morning at the coffee joint when a fancy guy came in and talked to Betty. She waits on the table.
Yeah, I know. What do you mean fancy?
Well, a slick dresser, cufflinks, stick pin, all that. I didn't know him, and Betty tossed him off to me as a masher. Maybe he was, but she seemed upset.
Lower, huh?
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, tonight about 9, another guy came in, a chunky bird with a deep voice. Betty had just got back from shopping, and I was in the kitchen. See, when I heard a tray of dishes fall and Betty came back, white as a sheet, she was scared, Phil, scared.
Hey!
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. Go ahead.
I looked out, and that chunky guy was leaving. Betty insisted he had nothing to do with it, that she was just nervous.
Was somebody else in the place at the time?
Let's see. Yeah, some Tribune reporter that comes in every night was up at the counter. He was the only one.
And Betty stayed on the job till you closed, huh?
Yeah, till midnight. But, Phil, she was in a bad shape.
Mm-hmm.
After we got home here, she sent me out with some aspirin. I was only out for 15 minutes, Phil. When I came back, she was gone. And look, this bullet hole in the glass door to the backyard. Somebody out there shot at her. And maybe hit her or
something. All right, Dave, steady. Now take it easy. You and Betty have a gun?
No. Why?
Well, in the first place, the bullet went out through this glass. It didn't come in. And another thing, Dave, who did you call tonight after you phoned me?
Why, nobody.
Phone directory on the dresser here is open to the B's. Boone to wardrobe. Mean anything to you?
No, I didn't even realize it was over there. I looked you up in the classified.
Mm-hmm. Okay, come on. Let's take a look in the backyard. Any light out there?
Yeah, I rigged one up for the barbecue. Oh, look, Marlowe, there must
take
be
it
something
easy. Now, we'll straighten this out, believe me. Let's see. Line of sight seems to run somewhere between the barbecue and the gate. No footprints, though. Maybe.
Marlowe. Marlowe, here by the tree. It's a hat. Gray snap brim, initials VR on the sweatband.
VR. Mean anything to you?
Why, no. What? Sure. That's Van Remini's hat. He's the newspaper guy I told you about.
Tribune reporter that was in your place tonight?
Yeah.
Why should he be dodging bullets in your backyard?
I don't know.
Dave, where's Betty from?
Detroit. When she came out here, I gave her a job.
And then you both fell for each other and got married, huh?
Yeah, 2 years ago next month. And we've been happy, Phil. We've been...
Yeah. Now, look, Dave. Why did you call me instead of the cops?
I guess I'm afraid she's mixed up in something bad.
You know, if it turns out that way, I'll have to call him myself.
Okay, Phil. But you're on my side until you know for sure.
Yeah. All right, now you stay here, close to your phone.
Okay.
I'll check with you. Right now, I got to get a line on a bare-headed reporter. He can get us started if he hasn't lost anything more than his hat when I find him. So long, Dave. A reporter's hat, 2 strangers, and a bullet hole somehow added up to the fast fate of a hard-working kid named Betty, whose husband's only claim to fame was selling the best cup of coffee in town. It made no sense, but as I walked up the street toward my car, I figured that through Van Remini, I could get to the first answer. I was wrong. The first answer got to me. A thick hedge suddenly sprouted arms. One jerked me around while the other held the cold throat of a .45 against my throat.
Your car registration tag says your name is Philip Marlowe.
No kidding. How do you suppose that happened?
But it doesn't mention your racket. Shamus, maybe?
Could be. And you?
I'm a tourist.
Oh, sure. Just out to see the sights.
That's it. One in particular. $25,000 that belongs to me. I don't want any interference from you or that square inside there.
You mean Dave Pryor?
I mean Dave Pryor. I'll go back in there and tell him to cool off. The little woman is all right. She's just helping an old friend, you might say.
Might I say you're the friend?
Never mind. Unless Mr. Jitters in there kicks up a fuss, everything will be fine. Betty knows what she's doing. She's got a lot of talent for it. Too much to waste slinging hash. And remember what I said, Marlowe. Lay off.
I'll remember more than that about you, Foghorn.
Just remember to count 10 before you move, boy.
Well, there's no point in trying to outsmart a .45. And with 3 steps, Foghorn vanished in the night. Also gone was a big chunk of my respect for a doll named Betty Pryor and a taste in old friends. Just so I wasn't jumping to conclusions, I went to my car and drove down to Hollywood Boulevard. At the first all-night gas station, I stopped and put in a call to the Tribune, where a guy on the desk told me, through a mouthful of mango cigar, that unless Remini was at Bungalow 24, Beverly Crest Hotel, covering the murder of an ex-Detroit hood. He was fired, and he hung up. But the one word Detroit made the call a jackpot, so I headed for the hotel on the double. It was pink and Spanish and squatted in a grove of well-behaved palm trees at the edge of a domesticated jungle, which gave the illusion of privacy to a string of bungalows that weren't. But number 24 had all the privacy of a glass-faced cutaway beehive when I pulled up in the middle of 2 squad cars and an ambulance and went inside. Sprawled on the floor in front of a desk was a very well-dressed Exhibit A. Complete with cufflinks and stickpin and presiding as usual was Detective Lieutenant Ibarra, who didn't see me until I walked up beside him.
What are you doing here, Marlowe?
I can smell blood clear across town. What's the story, Ibarra?
The name is Spec Willard, a gambler from Detroit, retired out here to California a few years back to play horses and women. He was shot to death at about 8 o'clock tonight by a person or persons unknown.
Another gang job?
No, I don't think so. Looks more like armed robbery that got out of hand.
How so?
We found a currency wrapper from a local bank that read $25,000 in an open drawer in the bedroom. And one of the bellhops saw a woman, unidentified so far, run out of here about the time the coroner says that Willard was shot.
A woman?
Yeah. That fits because he was known to be quite a nightclubber and general playboy. You wouldn't happen to know something about this woman, would you, Marlowe?
Me? Certainly not. No, I'm after a man, a live one, I hope.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, Marlowe, take this nickel. In case you should just happen to hear something, I want you to spend that on a phone call to the police department. Now, who is it you're looking for?
A Tribune reporter named Van Remini, you know him?
Unfortunately, that's him over there, the sticky-fingered one by the window, swiping that book of matches just now, the one without a hat.
Oh, yeah, I know. Thanks, Lieutenant. I'll see you. Hey, Remini, can I talk to you a minute?
Yeah, sure. What's on your mind?
I'm Philip Marlowe, private detective.
Don't apologize. What's up, Marlowe?
Know a girl named Betty Pryor?
Pryor?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Yeah. She and her husband run a one-arm joint on Franklin, don't they?
That's right, Remini. I understand Betty got into a little trouble tonight. Heard about it?
Nope. Wouldn't worry, though. Trouble's not new to Betty.
Yeah, that's one popular school of thought. Incidentally, you seem to be going a long ways out of your way on this run-of-the-mill murder story, Remini.
You're taking a long way around to the point, pal. Get with it. I'm in a hurry.
Okay, pal. But keep it under your hat, won't you? The gray one, I mean.
Oh, so that's how...
Yeah, that's the way it is, yeah. Now, do you mind telling me what you saw in Pryor's backyard tonight?
You name it. Shall I play dumb or lie?
Suit yourself.
See, my press card's just as good as your license, sweetheart. It gets me in, gets me out again. In my dodge, that's called reporting.
Remini, I'll squeeze the truth out of you eventually.
I'm sorry I can't wait. Got a deadline. Anything else?
Yeah, one thing, a match.
Yeah, sure, Marlowe. Anytime.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
And, Remini.
Yeah?
Don't hang on too long, huh? Liable to singe your pinkies. The reporter blew out the match and looked at me steadily for a moment. And his lips shaped a word I ignored. And then he walked away. I had seen enough of the book of matches he'd stolen to know it was from the Star-Kissed Room, a glossy, glass-roofed dine, dance, and drink emporium near Arthur Murray's studio on Wilshire Boulevard. So I made like I was in for the night and watched Remini leave. All the way to his car, he kept looking back over his shoulder as if he expected to be followed. I waited till he was out of sight, and then I headed for Wilshire in the Star-Kissed Room. But when I got there, it was closed. Remini's car wasn't in the neighborhood, and the only thing that kept the trip from being a total loss was a spotlighted picture. 10 feet square of a sultry, svelte chanteuse labeled Carla Gordon, whose come-on-in smile and almost costume was a cinch to increase the accident rate of the block by 20%. But then I took another look at her name and got back to business. It started with a B, as in phone book, opened to Boone and Bordeaux. I found a directory, got it open to Boone and Bordeaux, and halfway down the page was Borden, Carla, 2840 North Lucerne. It took 10 minutes to get there and 2 more to find out she had an apartment, number 17, at the end of the first floor hall. The door was open and I started for it, but got back close to the elevator when a woman came out and ran down the corridor toward me. It was Betty Pryor.
Hold it, Betty. Whoa.
What? Marlowe, what are you...
Never mind the stall, Betty. I've been in a long time.
Why, I don't know what you're talking about.
Now, look, you left a pretty worried guy at home.
Dave, did he send you after me?
That's right.
Why can't you fools leave me alone? Why does he have to be so stupid?
Hey, you've got a few ideas mixed up, kid.
Oh, sure, I'm wrong. I'm the one who's all mixed up. Let go of
Not
me.
until I've got a couple of things straight. Now, what happened? Did life in a hamburger stand get a little stale?
Yes, you two-bit snoop.
Okay. Dave thinks you're in trouble. I think you're in trouble, and I think somebody waved a few bills at you, and you lost your grip.
Why,
and you're in so
crummy.
deep now you can't get out, and it's no more than you deserve. Now, come on. We're going right back down the hall to Carla's apartment. We're going to have a little chat, just the three of us.
No, I won't. Let go.
Come on.
Take your hands off, Marlowe. Stand still.
Well, my two chums, the foghorn and his .45 caliber equalizer.
Easy does it. You were lucky the first time. Well, Betty, did you get it?
No, something went wrong. Something terrible.
Shut up. Marlowe isn't deep. We'll talk after he's out of the way. All right, you. Get in that elevator, chum. And we'll wait right here to see you leave. Go on.
That .45 makes you awful brave, chum.
This way we don't offend a lady by being uncouth. You get a chance to go up in the world. Just put your finger on the button.
Now, wait a minute.
Come on. All right. Now, all you have to do is push.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. But first, the most famous neighbors in radio, the Ronald Colmans, will pay Jack Benny a visit again tomorrow as CBS's Great Sunday Night gets underway with another star-studded group of famous entertainers. Amos and Andy, Lum and Abner, Eve Arden as the gay schoolmistress, our Miss Brooks, and Helen Hayes as a hillbilly. These are only 4 more of the 10 great entertainments which will come your way tomorrow night. Go visiting with the Colmans on all of these same stations on The Jack Benny Show and hear the rest of CBS's Great Sunday Night 10 as they come one by one over most of these stations. And now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Friend from Detroit.
My cage on cables was 10 exasperating seconds getting to the next floor. And I was another 10 getting free of it, back down the stairs and out into the dark street where the red splash of a taillight disappeared around a corner. And that was all that was left of Foghorn and company. So I turned back toward Carla Borden's room. When I stepped across the threshold, I found that with the exception of a single bureau that was still intact, apartment number 17 looked like it had just played host to the vortex of a cyclone. The bed, a chest of drawers, another bureau, a desk, everything was inside out. In the middle of all that was the body of Carla Borden. Blood from a deep, ugly cut on her head, staining the snow-white front of her Angora sweater. I saw something else, which reminded me that this was not the first corpse of the night. The plush leather frame was shaped like an oversized lifesaver, and in it was the picture of a handsome man, all smiles, inscribed, "With love to my very best girl, Speck Willard." It was 10 minutes before I got through to Lieutenant Ibarra, who was still up at the Beverly Crest Hotel. And after I told him about Carla and her connection with the late Mr. Willard and Betty Pryor and my connection with Dave, I stopped talking and listened.
Marlowe, we just learned that Willard had some kind of a $25,000 caper going with one of his old mobster friends from Detroit, named Joe Lazar.
So maybe it's something with a voice and actor below bottom?
The same, Phil. Anyhow, it looks like they worked out a gambling deal for old time's sake. At the last minute, Willard tried to welch on Lazar and got killed for his trouble. And Lazar searched the place until he found the $25,000.
No. That part doesn't fit, Ibarra.
How so?
Well, I've run into Lazar twice tonight. I know he and the money are still strangers.
Oh?
And after what happened here with the team of Betty and Lazar getting to the singer Carla, I figured they're still looking for it. Also, I figured Carla was somewhere near when Lazar killed Speck Willard, and that she took the money and... Call you later, Ibarra. We got clumsy company in the hall outside. All right, ballerina, get your foot out of that bucket and come on in with your hands up. Well, the man with a very long nose for news. What brings you around, Remini?
For one thing, the fact that you got no corner on brains, Marlowe, and for another, who did that to her?
Our mutual friend, Betty Pryor, and her running mate. I believe they were looking for $25,000.
Did she and Joe Lazar get the money, Marlowe?
No, they... Hey, Remini, how did you know the man with Betty was named Joe Lazar?
Haven't you heard? I'm a good reporter, Marlowe, the kind that keeps eyes and ears open and mouth shut. It isn't until I know the whole story.
Which, as far as you're concerned, is precisely what?
That I happened to
You happen to be?
That I happened to be in Dave's restaurant early this evening, where I recognized the only other cash customer as Joe Lazar, an out-of-work mobster from Detroit. He said something to Betty that scared her right out of a tray of dishes, so I figured I'd find out what was going on. I've been in on the show ever since.
Yeah. Including a corny blackout up at 2000 Beechwood Drive where you lost your hat running away from a bullet.
That's right.
Yeah.
And just so you don't toss and turn when you get around to going to bed tonight, I'll fill in the rest. I followed Betty and Dave from the restaurant to their apartment. I watched her get rid of Dave, and then when I saw Lazar come in, I moved up close to the window.
And stayed there until Lazar spotted you and threw a bullet your way?
You're very clever.
Yes, I am, man.
But before that happened, I heard him tell Betty that Spec Willard had talked about a girl singer at the Starkiss room named Carla Borden. And that since he didn't know Carla on sight, she could have been the lady he'd seen running out of Spec's apartment with a 25 gram.
Oh. Now that phone book of Dave's open to the bees ties in.
I'm so glad. Now, Marlowe, lest we digress too far, how come this one bureau here hasn't been turned upside down along with everything else?
I don't know. Any more than I know why you're holding back so much from the law.
Well, maybe it's because I don't like cops, Marlowe. Oh, black ones. Or maybe it's because I'm in the same kind of racket as you. Chin way out and a lot of fast talk, just so papers can know what's going on an hour ahead of the rest of the world. Well, there's no 25,000 in here. I got to blow.
Before Ibarra shows?
Before Ibarra shows. He always arrives with an entourage, Marlowe, one that includes other news hounds. So it's me for a fast cab and downtown to my paper with a story. So on, fellow. See you around.
Hey, wait a minute, Remedy.
Yeah?
I'll give you a lift. I'm going that way myself.
Okay.
I got a story, too. A lousy story I've got to tell a nice guy named Dave. Come on. All the time we drove, Remini half-faced me and smoked one cigarette after another while he rattled on about Joe Lazar. The great story he had and a lot of other things I didn't hear because
from here to there.
I was busy trying to find the right words with which to tell Dave Pryor that his wife was no good. So when we were about halfway to Beechwood Drive and Remini was pushing close to his deadline, decided to get out and phone his story in from a drugstore, I was glad.
So long, Marlowe.
A second after that, I knew I was kidding myself. Because even with just silence for company, I was still no place with the right words. 10 minutes later, when I stood in front of Dave on the steps to his house and stammered out the facts just as I had run across them, I forgot about words, right or wrong. I thought instead about my client, a badly hurt guy, but one who would never say die.
Marlowe, I can't believe all this. I won't. Tell me, where's Betty now?
I don't know, Dave. Now, look, maybe we ought to head for police headquarters because sooner or later we're each going to have a story to tell Lieutenant Ibarra. Come on, my car's over here.
Okay, Phil. I guess that's the only thing to do, all right.
Yeah, I guess so. Here. Better have a cigarette, Dave.
Oh, thanks.
Kid, we'll try to make this as painless as we...
As we what, Marlowe? What is it?
Hmm?
Well, what are you staring at?
Front seat.
But I don't see anything, Phil. What is it? What are you staring
Dave, shut up. Give me a minute, will you? Yeah. Yeah, sure. Come on, Dave, pile in.
But why, Marlowe? Where are we going?
Starkiss room to play a long shot. Slapped my foot down hard on the accelerator and kept it that way right through a string of I didn't care what color traffic lights until 5 minutes later when we screeched to a stop, away from the side entrance to the Starkiss room. I left Dave in the front seat, piled out fast, and ran a dozen yards to an abrupt halt. I caught sight of something that turned the long shot I was playing into an odds-on favorite. It was the stage entrance door, open a couple of inches, and in front of that, and unconscious on the hard sidewalk where it had fallen, was the clad in blue form of a private patrolman, his pistol holster conspicuously empty. Inside, I slowly picked my way along an L-shaped corridor until I saw a shaft of bright yellow from a flashlight that was moving away from a door marked Carla Borden. It brought me up short and flat against the wall. But then as the man on the other end of the beam of light moved away from me, I got a very steady grip on the .38 in my pocket and started after him. A minute later, he entered the main room of the club, and it was there as he started across the glass-ceiling dance floor that I recognized the very self-confident gait of a very self-confident guy. And that made the next move mine. Bar's closed, Remini, and don't move, Buster, or I'll blow your head off. Ah. Looks like you're making news this time, good reporter. Or isn't that package in your hand the 25 grand you just found in Carla Borden's dressing room, huh? The same Carla Borden you murdered not an hour ago in an apartment on Lucerne, where you first thought the money was, where Betty Pryor surprised you before you could finish searching, where you later returned in the role of an all-American newsboy so you could get to that last bureau.
All right. I've heard enough, Marlowe. But I'm not going to stick around for more details.
You make a break and I'll shoot, Remini.
Try it, Eagle.
Stop, Remini, stop!
Marlowe.
Nice shooting, Marlowe. But don't turn around because where I'm standing it's dark, and where you're standing it's light. Now throw your gun away, fella. Come on, toss it. That's better. All right, Betty. Get over to that dead newspaper guy and get the money. And we'll take care of the private detective here.
What do you mean, take care, Joe? I can't go along with murder.
Spec Willard's death didn't seem to bother you any.
Shut up, Marlowe.
Spec Willard. Joe, you killed...
Yes, I killed Spec. That Welcher. 8 o'clock tonight. And I had to stay undercover, but still get my hands on the money. So I came to you for help. I didn't tell you about the killing because I didn't think you'd play ball if you knew about it. Now, all that's history now, and I'll still go to your dear husband, Dave, and talk lots about the kind of cheap kid you used to be in Detroit if you don't get moving. Now, what do you say, Betty?
Say no, Joe. I also say I made a mistake in the first place, letting you use me to run your filthy errands, just so the guy I love wouldn't have to know about the kind of people I once ran around with, before I had any brains.
All right. That's the dumb way you want it. That's the dumb way it'll be. Taking care of 2 years is much harder than taking care of 1.
What about 3, Lazar?
Dave, stay back.
No, Marlowe, no. I've stayed back too long already. I've stayed back while Betty has been risking her life to protect what we've got.
If you take another step, I'll shoot, kid. I warned you for the last time. Stay back.
No, Lazar, I won't.
You thinking scum, Lazar?
Oh, Dave, you're hit.
Yeah. But I'll be all right. I'll be all right now, Betty.
Dr. Reese, please report to surgery.
Well, Mrs. Pryor,
Dr. Reese,
Marlowe, the doctor says Dave's going to be fine in a couple of days.
Yeah.
Caught one on the shoulder, the other on the hip.
He certainly had courage, didn't he?
Yeah, and you did all right, too, Betty. Mixing in this whole mess just to keep the home fires burning. Tell me, whatever made you think that a guy like Dave wouldn't understand that you turned over a new leaf?
Well,
Dr. Reese wanted in surgery.
I don't know, Phil. I guess I wasn't very smart.
No, you weren't, Mrs. Pryor, but you're lucky because Marlowe here was. And that brings me around to a loose end, Phil. How did you know that Remini was your man?
Know that? Because of something I saw in the upholstery at the front seat of my car, Ibarra. Cuffs of snow white Angora, which was the kind of sweater that Carla Borden had on when she was murdered, after they struggled.
And since you didn't touch the body yourself, they couldn't have come from your suit.
No. And Remini was the only other one who had been in my car. So I figured that the Angora fuzz had gone from Carla's sweater to Remini's suit to my upholstery. All of which means that Remini must have been in Carla's room before I got there as well as after. See? And then once I thought back about his getting out of my car to phone his story in, I realized that when I dropped him near a drugstore, he had also been near the Starkist room.
Yes. That's exactly where he'd headed. You see, Phil, Joe and I followed both of you from Carla Borden's place because, well, after Joe put you in that elevator and we ran, Joe said we had to return and wait for Remini, who was sure to come back and finish his search.
And the whole business because Lazar, after he had murdered Spec Willard, was afraid to publicly go after Carla Borden, and the money he felt was his.
Yes. He knew about me and Dave because Spec Willard accidentally dropped into our place this morning.
Correction, baby.
What?
Yesterday morning.
Oh.
It's now 9 a.m. Oh. And a good time to call quits, huh? Good night, kids. Well, by the time I got back to my apartment on Franklin, it was 10:30 in the too bright morning. I was sporting sandpaper eyelids and a knot in the small of my back that felt like a wet dish rag. Oh, but once I had all the shades down and was undressed and in bed, I forgot about that. And I thought instead of the wood nymph dressed in nothing, with a veil of dewdrops. But then suddenly I stopped. The telephone. I got out of bed. I picked it up with both hands, opened the dresser drawer, and jammed it deep under all the socks I owned. And then I got back to bed. And the wood nymph, in her veil of dewdrops, she was pirouetting from one huge bluebell to another. Oh, my. On gossamer wings.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, stars Gerald Moore, and is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg as Betty Pryor, Peter Leeds as Dave Pryor, Harry Bartell as Van Remini, and Ed Begley as Joe Lazar. Lieutenant Detective Ibarra was played by Jeff Corey. The special music was by Richard O'Runt. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
It was a hunt through a jungle of city streets, with danger waiting at every intersection, until halfway through, when the hunters became the hunted, and death brought an end to the game.
The Colemans visiting Jack Benny, plus Amos and Andy, Eve Arden, and Helen Hayes as a hillbilly. Yes, that earlier announcement about CBS programs tomorrow night sounded great, didn't it? Except you Philip Marlowe fans may have been wondering, isn't there a mystery show among that great Sunday night 10 on CBS? Of course there is. One of the great detectives in the mystery world, Dashiell Hammett's one and only Sam Spade. Sam will be here, hard-hitting, fast-moving as always, tomorrow night on most of the same CBS network stations.
Now, starring George Raft, we bring you a world of adventure with Rocky Jordan.
I'm Rocky Jordan. I run the Cafe Tambourine in Cairo. It's been said out this way, love strikes the speech dumb, the ears deaf, the eyes blind. Yeah, I've seen it happen. It's what you might call really losing your head over a dame.
The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with tourists, camel drivers, women, cheats, forgotten men down on their luck, the lonely and the lost. For this is Cairo, gateway to the ancient East, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's transcribed Rocky Jordan story, Valley of the Dead.
Hiya. Remember me? Chris, the barkeep at the Tambourine. Also the general dispenser of information. Yeah, Rocky Jordan and me have been buddies for years. And usually things go kind of smooth between us. Not always, though. I'm thinking of that Valley of the Dead deal when the blow-up between us sounded like the echo of an A-bomb. And, well, listen. It was one of those quiet evenings around the cafe when it began. The crowd had thinned out, and a sad-faced legionnaire sat at the bar, staring into his half-empty glass of wine. A few locals were scattered around, lapping up some arak, and in the back booth, one of the more handsome young guides around Cairo was whispering into the ear of a sweet-faced tourist, and she was giggling. Then Rocky came in.
Pour me one, Chris.
Anything wrong?
Pour me one.
Yeah, sure thing, right? You, been for a walk?
Yeah, I've been for a walk.
Well, was wondering. Yeah. Rock, you drink?
Oh, yeah. Thanks.
Yeah. Things been kind of slow tonight. I was thinking maybe we could close up early. Julie's coming by.
You two getting sort of serious?
Yeah, A couple of cops just come in heading this way.
Good evening, Jordan Bay.
Oh, hello, boys.
We are looking for someone. A man wearing a dark suit. We thought perhaps he might have come in here a few moments ago.
Haven't seen him. Sorry.
No, nobody come in the last few minutes except...
What's happened, boys?
There was a shooting at a small hotel several blocks from here.
Oh, shooting, huh? Anybody get hurt?
We are certain the man in the dark suit was wounded. We picked up his trail. Lost him near here in the native quarter.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yes. Thank you, Jordan Bay. Come along, Ahmed.
I'm going back to the office. Close up whenever you want.
Yeah, sure. I watched Rocky as he walked to his office. He opened the door, took just one step inside, and then fell flat on his face. I got over there on the double, locked the office door, and hauled Rocky to the couch. And that's when I saw it. The blood trickling down his hand. I put in a fast call to a doc who would keep his mouth shut, and while he was patching up the rock shoulder, I went out and closed up the cafe. A half hour later, when I got back to the office, the doc was gone, and Rocky was all business.
Chris, you know a gent named Brezak?
Brezak? No.
How about a guy named Fabian? Risto Fabian. Well, do you?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah. For a minute there, I thought maybe I'd heard the name someplace before. I guess not.
Here. Take a look at this.
Check, huh? Yeah, 20,000 pounds. Boy, that's... Hey, Rocky, this check
is made out to you. I thought you didn't know Fabian.
Well, I don't.
Then why would he write you a check for 20,000?
Look, I don't know. Honest, Rock. Say, does this have anything to do with what happened back at the hotel?
Yeah, but we don't have time for all that now. You got to get out of here. Lay low for a few days.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Don't argue. Here's 50 pounds. Get moving.
Not until you tell me what...
You said you didn't know Brezak. You don't know Fabian. All right, I'll take your word for it. Now you take mine. Beat it.
Now listen, Rock.
And don't take your fiat. You'll be spotted too easily.
It's probably Julie. She must have come around the alley.
I'll get it.
Hello, Rocky.
Come on in, Julie.
Sorry I'm late, Chris.
Oh, hello, baby.
Well, what's the matter, darling?
Oh, ask him.
You two boys been having a quarrel?
Out of the blue. Just like that. Get out of town, he tells me.
What? Well, Rocky, what is this?
Well, if you want your boyfriend to stay alive, you better tell him to do as I say. Where's the Fiat, Julie?
Well, parked out front.
Leave it there. Here. Take the keys to my car. Get Chris up to Dave Amunya's place. I'm going to walk down to police headquarters and have a talk with Sam Sabaya.
Oh, Mr. Jordan.
What's on your mind?
I'd like to have a little chat with you.
Sorry, I have an appointment.
My name is Fabian. Mr. Fabian.
Fabian? That changes things.
I thought it would. Get in.
Okay. I've been sightseeing before, so don't knock yourself out.
Mr. Jordan, why did you go to that hotel tonight? Brezak's invitation was extended only to your bartender.
I know, but Chris wasn't around when Brezak's messenger showed up. So I was asked to pass along the invitation.
Which you did not do.
That's right. Knowing Brezak as I do, I couldn't resist going myself.
The fact that the messenger mentioned 20,000 pounds, that had something to do with it, too?
You think I'm trying to cut in?
That is exactly what I think.
Suit yourself. Fabian, what is this all about? All I got from Brezak was double talk.
And a bullet in the shoulder.
He resented the fact that I took the check from him.
I shall only have to write another one. Really, Mr. Jordan. It is a simple business deal. I wish to pay Chris for information which he has acquired.
I'm not convinced. If you ask me, that check was just a come-on to get Chris and Brezak together so that killer of yours could do his work quietly.
Mr. Jordan, if you are as concerned over Chris' welfare as you seem to be, you will do as I say. For the police would like to know more of a certain death which occurred here in Cairo a month ago. A man named Griswold was murdered. a geologist.
I read about it.
The killer got away in a small car, a yellow Fiat.
That wasn't in the papers.
Neither was this. Razak arrived a few moments after the killing. He heard someone running out the back door, saw the yellow Fiat race away into the night. Razak fired after the car, succeeded in breaking one of the tail lights.
That's quite a story, Fabian.
It happened. You can ask your friend Chris, but I doubt if he would admit that he was the one who murdered Griswold. Oh, we seem to have driven right back to your cafe.
You can let me off here.
But I thought you had an appointment.
I've changed my mind.
Yes, I can appreciate your dilemma. Oh, there is the yellow Fiat. I suggest you examine the tail light closely. Good night, Mr. Jordan.
Jordan.
What? Oh, it's you, Sam.
Admiring the little yellow car?
What are you doing here?
Waiting for you. What happened at the hotel tonight?
What hotel?
Jordan, when my men spoke to you in the cafe earlier this evening, they were not fooled. However, they thought it wise to confer with me before taking any steps.
I don't know what you're talking about, Sam.
Razak, the shooting in the hotel room. What were you doing there, Jordan? And what is your connection with this man, Fabian?
Fabian?
Yes, Fabian. You never heard of him, eh? You stepped out of his car a few moments ago. Well, what have you to tell me, Jordan?
Sam, I'm kind of confused. I can't tell you anything.
Jordan, already there has been violence. I cannot allow...
I can't tell you anything now, and nothing's going to make me, Sam. You'll have to give me some time.
Jordan, tell me, are you protecting someone or yourself?
A little of each, maybe. Don't press me, Sam. I won't give.
Very well, Jordan. I shall bide my time. But if there is any further violence, I shall hold you personally responsible.
Sure. Now, tell me something, Sam. Who is this Fabian guy?
Risto Fabian, bachelor, age 52, fond of horses and American women, citizen of Greece, permanent residence, Athens.
You seem to know a lot about him.
He is not an unimportant man, Jordan. Have you ever heard of the Valley of the Dead?
Sounds familiar.
A great stretch of land in a country to the east owned by Mr. Fabian and now on lease to the Egyptian government.
On lease? Oil?
Oil.
Thanks, Sam. I think you've given me something to go on.
Jordan, after all, I am only a government clerk, and this is all I know about the matter. Griswold was hired by the government to do a survey on the Valley of the Dead to determine if the land had further oil potential. According to his report, it did not. So the government has decided not to renew the lease, which expires in a few months.
And Griswold expired, too, after he made the survey. Why?
Do not ask me. I have lived long enough to know the value of minding my own business.
The wills are played out and the lease is dropped. Fabian is left with a lot of worthless land and no income.
Yes.
What's missing, Allie? You don't go gunning for a guy who's supposed to have some information if what he's got isn't worth anything.
What? Gunning?
Allie, how can I get my hands on a copy of Griswold's report?
Griswold's house, perhaps, if there is anything left of his belongings. Or perhaps the girl who worked for him, Miss Ware, Julie Ware.
Julie?
You know her?
Yeah. Thanks, Allie. Night.
Good night. Rocky, look out! Look out! Rocky!
You are listening to tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan, starring Mr. George Raft. Dr. Christian's unique success with his patients is due as much to his keen understanding of people as to medicine. Every Wednesday evening on CBS, Gene Herschel stars as kindly Dr. Christian of River's End, bringing you stories full of warm understanding. Listen for Dr. Christian for another drama of real life. Your next program over most of these same CBS stations. Now we take you back to Cairo in tonight's Rocky Jordan story, The Valley of the Dead.
The shots from the moving car tore some big holes in the front of Ali's house, but none of them caught the rock. He'd spotted the car, dove for cover. Well, he picked himself up knowing full well it had been Fabian and Brizac. And 10 minutes later, he walked into a low-slung apartment building not far from the tambourine. First thing he caught was the low wail of a sax. He listened for a minute, and it took him back. But then it stopped, and he walked down to room 212 and knocked. He tried again, and a door came open. But it was the one at the next apartment. And standing framed in the archway was a redhead with a neckline that looked like it was diving for pearls.
Hello.
Hello.
Looking for Julie?
Yeah,
Friend of hers?
in a way.
Want to come in and wait? She might be back soon.
Well, thanks. Maybe I will.
Mona Clark, USA. You're an American too, aren't you?
Uh-huh. Rocky Jordan.
Shake. It's not that I don't like far-off places. You just want to see something familiar once in a while.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
I've got a pot of coffee fixed. Want some?
If you got enough.
Plenty. I'll get right away. Where are you from, Rocky? I mean in the beginning.
St. Louis.
Good town. New Orleans myself. Been there?
Well, lots of times. Oh, do they still serve coffee and donuts in the French market?
They did when I left. Gee, I miss it. Well, home next month. Never no more to roam. Until next time. Here.
You and Julie pretty good friends?
Pretty good.
I'm trying to find out about a fellow named Griswold.
Griswold? Definitely a meatball. One of those guys who live on a steady diet of vitamins, always with the play.
Yeah, I get the picture.
Julie worked for him, you know. He's been up here a couple of times. Julie's boyfriend caught up with him here once and knocked him down the stairs.
Tall, sandy-haired fellow named Chris?
Now, that's the one. I thought he'd killed Griswold. He was so sore. Of course, Griswold never bothered me. He knew I'd rap him with my sax.
Sax? Was that you playing just now?
Uh-huh. First sax, Billy Baxter's all-girl orchestra world tour. Give a listen. Like?
Very good.
How about this? Neighbors.
Mona, tell me something. What kind of work was Julie doing for Griswold?
He did an oil survey on a place called the Valley of the Dead or something. She typed up all the reports for him.
I see. Julie uses Chris' yellow Fiat quite a bit, doesn't she?
Uh-huh. Why?
Just wondering. Thanks, Mona.
Leaving? I'd like to finish that song for you sometime.
Don't worry, baby. You'll get a chance to. Chris.
Hi.
What are you doing back at the cafe? You're supposed to be up at Dave Amunion's place.
I'm not going any place until you tell me what you found out.
All right. As near as I can make out, it goes like this. Risto Fabian thinks you killed Griswold for information about the Valley of the Dead.
Oh, Rocky, you don't believe that, do you?
No, but Fabian does, and that's why Brizac's gunning for you. Chris, where's Julie?
Well, staying with a friend at the Island House in Bullock. Is she in trouble, too?
More than she knows.
What do you mean?
Chris, how did the taillight get broken on your Fiat?
What's that got to do with it?
Answer me.
Well, I did... Oh, yeah, I remember. Julie had the car that day. She said some kids broke it throwing stones.
Sure. Chris, I'm going to tell you something you're not going to like. But I wouldn't say it unless I thought it was true.
Well, go ahead, I'm listening.
I think Julie's the one who killed Griswold.
Rocky.
It's lousy, I know, but it all fits. She typed Griswold's report on the Valley of the Dead. She's in the know. She drove your car that night. Not you. Don't you see you're playing a fall guy for a double-crossing, two-timing...
Rocky, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit you.
Forget it. But that doesn't change what I think.
I'm going over to Bullack, see Julie.
No, you're not. You go wandering around, you'll pick up a bullet.
I'm going, Rock. You're not going to stop me.
I guess I'll have to.
Cairo Police, Captain Sabaya.
Sam? Rocky.
Yes, Jordan.
I just caught my bartender, Chris, dipping into the safe. I want him locked up. Hello, Julie.
Oh, Rocky.
Can I come in?
Well,
Packing?
Yes, vacation. I thought I'd go up to Karnak for a few days.
Kind of sudden, isn't it? What's that big envelope in your suitcase?
Well, nothing. Just something I'm going to mail.
Oh, let me see.
Rocky!
Oh, addressed to Julie Ware. American Express. Athens, Greece. Oh, I thought you said you were going to Karnak.
Well,
Fabian lives in Athens, doesn't he? What's inside of this, Julie?
Leave it alone. You have no right to open it.
Yeah, I know I haven't. Well, Griswold's report on the Valley of the Dead. This report any different from the one the government got?
No. Give that to me.
Take it easy. The other report said there was no oil in the Valley of the Dead. This one says there is.
Give it to me.
This is the correct one, isn't it? This is why you killed Griswold.
Rocky.
Yeah.
Don't be angry with me. You don't understand how big this is.
I don't. All right. Let's work it out. Griswold did the survey on the land, found oil, and prepared this report.
He was about to send it in, and I got smart, Rocky. I stopped him. What good would it do him to have the government pick up the options on Fabian's land? But if Griswold made a deal with Fabian to turn in a false report...
The government would drop the option. Fabian would get his land back.
Yes.
Oil's worth a lot these days, to a lot of different people and countries. Price is high. Fabian could make a fortune. So Griswold went for your idea.
Yes. Fabian went for the idea, too, because he'd already been approached by a representative of a foreign power. But that's when Griswold began to act like an idiot. He said he'd settle for 20,000 pounds. 20,000 pounds. That's less than $50,000. Fabian stood to make millions.
So you and Griswold talked it over, and he ended up with a letter opener in his back. You waltzed off with the right report. Then you contact Fabian yourself and make a new deal.
Yes, Rocky. And it can still be done. You and me. We can hit Fabian hard. A partnership in a billion-dollar business. Where's Chris?
In a nice, safe place.
Why don't you get him out where it's not so safe? Fabian thinks he's the one who killed Griswold and knows about the oil. They'll be over in a minute. Fabian will go back to Athens satisfied.
And then what?
The day before the option comes due, you and I take a trip to Athens to see Fabian. We'll have partnership papers all drawn up. Fabian will have to sign them. It'll be too late for anything else. What do you say, Rocky?
Lady, you're a louse.
Rocky, what are you doing?
Phoning the police.
Oh, no, you're not.
Put down that poker.
Ow! Shoulder hurts, doesn't it?
Oh.
So long, stupid. What?
Do not let my gun startle you, my dear.
Fabian.
Hey, may I come in? I have been following you, Mr. Jordan, for at length I have devised a method for bringing Chris, shall I say, into the range of Brizak's gun.
Chris is out of reach, Fabian.
He is in jail. I know. You will telephone Captain Sabaya and tell him you made a mistake. Tell him to release Chris.
So Brizak can be picked off coming out of the station?
Yes. He's standing across the street from police headquarters now, waiting.
Let him wait.
Mr. Jordan, you will take the phone and do as I say.
Sure, I'll take it. There.
But you pulled it out of the wall.
That's right, and you can't find much use for it now.
Mr. Jordan.
Go on, pull the trigger. That'll get you nothing.
Mr. Fabian.
Yes, my dear?
I know how to get Chris out of jail. If it would be any help to you.
And why should you want to help me?
Because I'm afraid you'll be angry with me. Through no fault of my own.
All this and no music?
Why should I be angry with you, my dear?
Because I have this. Look, I believe this is something you want.
Griswold's original report on the Valley of the Dead. Where did you get this?
Chris gave it to me to hold for him.
She's lying, Fabian.
Silent. My dear, have you read this document?
Oh, good heavens, no. It's full of such technical language I wouldn't understand it for a minute.
Fabian, you're not going to go for this, are you? Chris doesn't know anything about this report. He didn't kill Griswold. She did.
Oh, how can you say that, Mr. Jordan? Oh, he's lying, Mr. Fabian, to protect his friend.
Yes, my dear, I understand. Tell me, how would you get Chris out of jail?
Well, Chris and I have been quite friendly. It would be a simple matter for me to bail him out.
Excellent. My car is downstairs. Mr. Jordan, you will drive. I shall sit by you with my gun in your side. Come, let's get started. Slow down, Jordan. This is as close to the police headquarters as I want to be. Stop there by the alleyway. Razak is just...
Yeah, I see him.
Razak. Razak.
Yes, Mr. Fabian?
This charming young lady here will go into the police station after our men. They will come out together, but she is not to be harmed.
I understand, Mr. Fabian. She will not be harmed.
Oh, Mr. Fabian, I think it might be better if I came out of the police station a few moments before Chris. So Mr. Brizak doesn't shoot me by mistake.
An excellent precaution, my dear. Everything is clear then.
Yes, quite clear.
Razak.
I know. She is to die also.
Correct. Now take up your position across the street. We will time it to pick you up as soon as you have fired.
Well, as you can see, a lot was going on while I cooled off in the Cairo jail. The first thing I knew about anything was when Julie suddenly showed up and bailed me out. Then, while I was picking up my wallet and things at the desk, she waltzed out the front door ahead of me. Well, that struck me kind of odd. I moved after her, out the front door, and started down the steps. And that's when all Hades broke loose. A black convertible up the street took off with a sudden jerk.
Stop! Hit the ground!
It was Rocky's voice, and I didn't ask any questions. Slugs from across the street sailed over my head, and then I saw Rocky behind the wheel of the car, and the Joker beside him almost went through the windshield as Rocky grabbed the back of his neck and shoved. With his other hand, he yanked the wheel, and the car headed right for the spot where the gunman stood frozen in his tracks.
Chris, grab Julie. Don't let her get away.
Well, by then I didn't need anybody to draw me a picture. I caught up with Julie halfway up the block and hauled her back. Captain Sabaya and a flock of cops had piled out of headquarters and taken over. And when Rocky got through talking, they had it all. A little later, Rocky, Sabaya, and me were heading along the street on the way to the Tambourine. I guess I did it up good this time, huh, Rock?
Forget it, Chris.
No, I don't want to forget it. I played the prize dope. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Well, it's nothing to apologize over, Chris. It's one of those things that happen.
Jordan is right, Chris. It happens. Why? Nobody knows. But nonetheless, it does. So many men, one time or another, are attracted by women of evil.
You trying to tell us something, Sam?
Well, as a matter of fact, Jordan, when I was a younger man, there was a dancer from Algiers who...
You too, huh? Thanks, Captain. I'll turn off here, Rock, and go on home. See you at opening time as usual?
Sure. See you then.
He will be all right, Jordan. Do not concern yourself over him.
Sure, Sam. He'll be all right.
Observe, Jordan. A new day. The city of Cairo awakes.
Yeah, and the tourists will be pouring out on the streets before long.
And already the vendor is striving to attract them to his shop. Jordan, listen. The call of the East. What is that?
That, Sam, is the call of the West. Excuse me, Sam. I'll see you around.
Our star, Mr. George Raft, returns in just a moment. The flood victims of Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Illinois are depending on you. Those whose lives have been jeopardized, whose homes have been destroyed, urgently need your assistance. The President of the United States has asked the American public to contribute at least $5 million through the local chapters of your American Red Cross for the relief of these citizens. So it's up to you. Give generously through your local Red Cross chapter. Help the flood victims. They need you. Now, here again is the star of our show, Mr. George Raft.
Thank you. Well, Julie was quite a doll. Tall, big brown eyes, honey-colored hair. As far as Chris was concerned, she was out of this world. The law being what it is, she soon will be. Well, see you next week at the Tambourine. Until then, Saida.
Rocky Jordan stars Mr. George Raft with Anthony Barrett as Chris and Jay Novello as Sam Sabaya. Also heard in tonight's cast were Donald Morrison, Gene Bates, Ted Osborne, and Gloria Blondell. Our original music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Production and direction by Cliff Howell. Rocky Jordan is written by Larry Roman and Adrian Jondeau. Bob Lamont speaking. This transcribed program came to you over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Ladies and gentlemen, today the Shadow program has the honor to present a distinguished guest whom all of you will want to hear. Commissioner John H. Morris, in charge of the Juvenile Aid Bureau of the New York City Police Department. Commissioner Morris will be interviewed at the close of today's adventure with the Shadow. First, a few cold, hard facts about your everyday driving safety. Every year, thousands of motorists are killed or injured through skid and blowout accidents. And right now, unless your tires are safe, you too may be headed for a dangerous skid, a costly blowout. Before it's too late, before you're caught in a car-spinning skid, before you hear the dreaded bang of a high-speed blowout, equip your car with the new Goodrich Safety Silvertowns. They're the only tires in the world that have the lifesaver tread to give you the quickest non-skid stops you've ever had and the golden ply to protect you against high-speed blowouts. And think of it. When you invest in this sensational new kind of tire safety, you get both of these great life-saving features at no extra cost. The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard, his true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, the reincarnation of Michael.
Well, how
How's our experiment coming, Professor Charles?
Oh, very well, Michael. Almost all our flying messengers of death are ready. See these cages filled with mosquitoes?
Good. I've taken pains that my guests won't disturb you.
Yeah, well, they do. Can't open the window for a breath of air, but there they are, chattering like monkeys.
I wish you'd stay away from that window. Someone might see you.
Let them. They'll never have a chance to tell anyone what they've seen. These friends of yours.
Friends? I have no friends. I hate my guests.
We'll make them suffer, Michael. Suffer as I've suffered.
Those parasites hang around me because I'm Michael Welsh, the millionaire. Every one of them is an enemy. One sold me faulty stock. Mrs. Bell borrows money and fails to pay it back. The third, a girl, might have been my wife, but she wouldn't listen to me.
Never put faith in human nature. That was my mistake.
I don't. Every one of those people has done me wrong. They will pay for it.
Fine. I will enjoy that. I was a great scientist once, working to save humanity. When the fever struck me down, humanity shrugged its shoulders. Now I work for revenge.
Professor Charles, in another age, they wouldn't have dared treat me with such insolence.
Another age?
Yes. The 12th century knew how to deal with those who were insulting. In those days, I had much less trouble.
You had much less trouble?
That is, men in my position had much less trouble repaying a false friend. There were no police then.
And there are none here on your estate. In this house, you are the law.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Don't let anyone in here.
Don't worry.
Michael Wells. Michael, are you in there?
It's Mrs. Bell.
Well, whoever she is, keep her out of here.
All right, Professor. Coming, Mrs. Bell.
There you are, Michael.
Yes, Mrs. Bell.
Oh, I've never been in this room. Is anyone in there?
No. No one.
Oh, well, can't I go in?
There's nothing for you to see. You wanted me?
Oh, yes, indeed. I nearly forgot. Guess who just arrived?
Why, I don't know. All my guests are here already.
But these two are friends of mine. They heard I was staying here and dropped over for a chat. Oh, I knew you'd enjoy meeting them. Margot Lane's such a lovely girl. And young Mr. Cranston knows all about art and old things, just like you, Michael.
What? A learned man and a young girl? The same two who came before. The pattern never changes.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, nothing.
They're out on the terrace.
What did you say their names were?
Margot Lane and Mr. Cranston, Lamont Cranston.
Let us go and meet them. I think I'm going to enjoy entertaining these two friends of yours.
Beautiful spot, isn't it, Lamont?
Lovely, Margot. Michael Welch has taste. Building his home right on the crest of this hill. You can see the whole valley from here.
But the house, it's so big. More like a castle than a home.
Yes, almost a medieval castle.
Lamont, look. There's an old man peering out of the window.
Where?
Up there.
Oh, yes.
Lamont, he's staring at us so strangely.
I wonder who it can be. We'll probably find out when... Oh, Margot, here comes Mrs. Bell now.
Oh, yes, I suppose that's Michael Welch with her. Hello, Myra.
Oh, Margot, darling, and Mr. Cranston. I've been wanting you two to meet Michael for ages. He knows all about you.
Still, you might introduce me, Mrs. Bell.
Oh, of course, how silly of me. This is Michael Welch, our charming host. Miss Lane and Mr. Cranston.
How do you do, sir?
I'm glad you stopped to call.
Thank you. We can't stay very long.
Oh, but my dear, you must. We're having such a wonderful time. You'll love it. Make them stay, Michael.
Well, you'll stay until after dinner anyway, won't you?
Yes, and Michael must show Mr. Cranston his remarkable collection. Mr. Cranston's always interested in that sort of thing.
Are you a collector, Mr. Welch?
Yes, medieval art, you know.
Lamont, we really haven't time
come along.
Thank you. I'd enjoy seeing your collection,
But
Mr. Welch.
Oh, I knew you would, Mr. Cranston. Oh, you must meet everyone. Come, Michael. We'll go and get the others.
Well, Margaret, what's the matter?
I don't like this place. That old man in the window. He had hate in his eyes. There's something evil about this house.
You really feel that, Margot?
Oh, I know it's silly. Go ahead and laugh at me.
I'm not laughing, Margot. I'm interested. You see, I feel there's something evil about this house, too.
Isn't this the funniest story you ever heard, Mr. Cranston?
Very amusing.
More wine, anyone?
No, thanks, Michael.
Nothing more for me. Oh, Mr. Cranston, I want to ask you something.
Yes, Mrs. Bell?
Do you believe in the transmigration of souls?
What was that?
Oh, Mrs. Bell just asked if I believed in the theory of soul transmigration.
Well, what in the world is that?
Reincarnation.
Yes, and I do think it's ever so interesting. All about how the great minds of past ages came back and, great minds in the present.
I know that some ancient people really were convinced that a man returned to Earth after death as another person.
You mean we all were someone else long ago?
That's the general idea.
Oh, I hope I was queen in Babylon.
Come, let's drop the topic.
Oh, why, Michael?
Mrs. Bell, you shouldn't discuss things you don't understand.
Well, I know all about reincarnation.
No, you don't. Every week you have a new religion. To you, the theory of reincarnation is not an established fact. It's just a passing fancy.
How do you feel about it, Welsh?
I never discuss religion, Mr. Cranston. Shall we have our coffee in the living room?
Oh, there you are, Lamont. Have you seen our host? We really ought to be going.
I think Michael Welsh went into the library a while ago.
By the way, where have you been since we had our coffee?
I was just wandering around looking for the old gentleman we saw peering out the window.
Oh, did you find him?
No, he's certainly not one of the guests. Here's the library.
Oh, Mr. Welsh.
What's that?
Look out, you'll wreck the book slamming it shut like that.
Oh, it's you.
Oh, I'm sorry we disturbed you while you were reading.
Oh, it's nothing important. I'll just put this back on its shelf.
Oh, we won't keep you a minute. Please don't stop.
You see, Miss Lane, I like to leave my books in their proper places.
He acts as if he was ashamed of what he was reading.
Yes, he's certainly tucking it out of sight quickly.
There, that's better.
Lovely room you have here, Mr. Welsh.
I'm glad you like it. Well, I suppose you two will be leaving very shortly.
Yes, you see, we...
As a matter of fact, I think we'll accept your invitation and stay the night.
What?
I see. All right, if you want to, I'll go and tell them to get your rooms ready.
Lamont, what on earth do you think you're doing?
For one thing, I'm going to find out why friend Welsh hid that book. I watched where he put it.
Lamont.
Just a minute, Margot. Huh. It is.
Lamont, come here a minute. I want you to see this portrait.
Portrait? Oh. Oh, you mean the gentleman over the fireplace?
There's that dark man in medieval dress.
Not a pleasant face.
No, but there's something very familiar about it.
Familiar? Oh.
It seems to me I've seen that face before.
Probably in a museum. It's an old painting.
Oh, wait, here's a plate on the frame.
I'll read it. I'll look through this book of Welsh's.
Duke of Ancona, Italian noble, 12th century. Now, I don't recall the name.
Nobody ever remembers history lessons.
I'd swear I'd seen those eyes on a living person.
It's been pretty old, about 800 years.
No, it looks like someone I know, but I just can't place the man.
Speaking of age, it's a rare old volume.
The book Mr. Welsh was ashamed of? What is it?
Yeah, an old Italian history. Very interesting.
Oh.
Let's see. It's about the place where Welsh had the book open, right here. Yes, somebody's thumbed this page well. This is strange.
What?
It's a story about your boyfriend over the fireplace.
The man in the portrait?
Yes, Michael, Duke of Ancona. Bloodthirsty gentleman, the Duke. Even for the Middle Ages.
Those medieval soldiers were butchers.
Duke of Ancona was more subtle than that, Margot. This tells how he invited a party of friends to his castle, locked them in, and introduced the plague among them.
But why?
The writer says the Duke was avenging an insult.
Did he get his revenge?
Yes, with 2 more deaths than he expected.
2 extra victims?
Yes, he hadn't planned on those 2, had nothing against them, a learned man and a young girl. Fortunately, they sought refuge in the Duke's castle from a storm.
And ran into a murder plot.
Exactly. The Duke tried to get them to leave, but when they wouldn't, their host went ahead with his plan. 2 hopeless victims perished with the others.
I'm glad it was a long time ago, Lamont.
12th century.
What's this in a leather folder? Lamont!
Yes?
Look, a photo of Michael Welsh in his youth.
Why, it's exactly like...
Like the portrait of the Duke of Ancona. I knew I'd seen that face. Michael Welsh looks like the Duke.
Let me have it. Yes, they're much alike.
Welsh is older now and grayer. That's why I didn't see the likeness before.
Margot, do you see what this means?
What? Why, no.
By a twist of fate, although they're not related, Michael Welsh is a physical duplicate of Michael, Duke of Ancona, who lived in the 12th century.
You mean
And Welsh believes he is the Duke himself reincarnated. He's made a study of it in the Duke's history until he believes it. In his manner, when we're discussing reincarnation at the dinner table, I'm sure he really believes it. You see, the present circumstances here are parallel to those at the time of the historic tragedy. This is a party.
Yes?
The guests are all his friends except 2. You and me.
Oh, the same as the story.
It's so similar.
Oh.
Isn't it amusing, Margot? We're the 2 unexpected guests, man and woman. Welsh tried to get us to leave.
Yes.
But we stayed. We followed the pattern of the tale of the Duke in the 12th century.
Same situation 8 centuries later.
The question is, how far does Michael Welch mean to imitate the Duke of Ancona? Are we all in danger?
But, Lamont, that's fantastic.
I've got to find out, Margot.
But how?
By watching Michael Welch tonight as the Shadow. Going to investigate this house and find out exactly how Michael Welch intends to reenact the old tragedy. His belief that he is the reincarnated soul of the Duke of Ancona.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with The Shadow in just a moment, and later we'll meet our guest, Commissioner John H. Morris. But first, I want to say something to every motorist listening in. Remember, when you're driving in your car, the road may be perfectly dry 1 minute, and then down comes the rain. The road that was safe a minute ago may become a dangerous skid track.
Yes. The Shadow knows that a skid strikes like lightning. Don't take unnecessary chances on wet, slippery roads. It pays to play safe.
Before you experience that pit-of-the-stomach feeling when the car you're driving skids wildly over a wet, slippery road, equip your car with new Goodrich Safety Silvertowns with the Lifesaver Tread. That's the way to get the quickest, safest stops you've ever had in wet weather. And here's why. The Lifesaver Tread of the new Silvertown has a truly amazing action on wet pavements. For as the spiral bars of the tread roll over the pavement, they act like a battery of windshield wipers. Sweep the water right and left from under the tire. Force it out through the deep grooves. Make a dry track for the rubber to grip. You'll never know what the word stop really means until you've felt the grip of the Lifesaver Tread on wet pavements. Protect your family against dangerous skids before it's too late. Put Goodrich Safety Silvertowns on your car tomorrow.
Two o'clock, Mr. Welch. Time for me to get going.
Good. Now you understand what you're to do, Tony?
Yes, sir. The dynamite's already planted. Enough to do the job easy.
Here's the money I promised you.
Oh, yeah, okay.
There'll be a bonus if the explosion goes off exactly as we planned.
Oh, don't worry none, Mr. Welch. It will. All I gotta do now is throw the switch.
All right, get in the car and be on your way.
Yeah. Hey, there's a light in the house, sir. Won't someone hear me drive off?
That's my private room. Don't worry about that.
Oh, okay.
Luck, Tony.
Yeah, thanks. Listen for the blow-off.
I shall listen, all right. It's too bad that the noise will awaken my guests, but soon, nothing will disturb them. Now, to get back to the laboratory.
So you are planning something, Michael Welch. Still following the pattern set by the Duke of Ancona. The Shadow must visit that private room. But first, I must warn Margot on the shortwave radio. Margot! Shadow calling Margot Lane. I'm in the garden. 15 minutes ago, Michael Welch sent a servant to set off an explosion. I must get into Welch's private study. I shall need your help. There's the explosion. Welch's man has carried out his orders. Now I must wait and see why the explosion was planned and what it blew up.
Look at all that water there. Well, my
The whole
goodness.
valley's being flooded. They swept away. We'll all be drowned. Did you hear that explosion? Mr. Cranston.
Yes, Mrs. Bell?
Do you think there's any danger? I can't swim a stroke. I'd perish in that rushing water.
Calm yourself, Myra. I'm ashamed of you.
Well, that's all right for you, Margot. You can swim like a fish.
I
but...
doubt if the house will be swept away, Mrs. Bell.
Where's Michael?
Yes, has anyone seen Welch?
Well, here he comes now.
Oh, Michael, isn't this the most terrible thing?
Steady, everybody. Quiet. There's nothing to get excited about.
Nothing to get excited about when we may all be drowned at any minute.
There's no danger. The house is safe. Up here on the hill, we're out of reach of the waters.
We can't get out of the house.
No. We're all stuck here for at least 3 days, Mr. Cranston. Until the water subsides.
Well, let's phone for help.
The wires are down. The flood carried the poles away.
Margot,
Yes, Lamont.
Welsh's man blew up the dam and flooded the whole countryside. The old plot is still working out. Now we're all prisoners in the Duke's castle.
With no hope of escaping.
And next should come the plague.
Oh, well, that's just the limit. Mosquitoes.
What's the matter, Myra?
A mosquito bit me. That's the last straw.
Margot, I think Welsh is going back to his private room.
Yes, Lamont.
Stay with the guests. The shadow must follow him.
Still working hard, Professor Charles?
Yes? Oh, yes, Michael. I'm feeding the serum to the last batch of mosquitoes. What was that, sir?
Door stuck for a second. There it is. The deadly mosquito I let loose in the hall just bit one of my guests. A lady.
The lady will be sick very shortly.
Yes. And then, when the time is ripe, we'll let loose all the mosquitoes in the laboratory and add a new game to our weekend party.
There are over 10 screen boxes of mosquitoes, all filled with germs, ready for your guests.
Good. Now they're trapped by the flood outside, they can't run away.
Now we'll have our revenge.
My dear Professor Charles, my revenge is written in history. No one can change the course of events. It was all predestined centuries ago. You can let loose the other mosquitoes as soon as it's light. I want to see them swarming through the house.
Yes, all will be ready.
Take good care of our winged pets.
What are you feeding those mosquitoes, Professor Charles?
What?
What is it that will be let loose on the guests in this house?
Who talked? Where are you?
I am here, Professor Charles. I am the shadow.
But where? It's just a voice. I can't see.
I am here even if you can't see me. And I warn you, the mad plot of Michael Welsh cannot succeed. You and he will be punished for your crime.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't lie. What germs are you feeding all those mosquitoes?
Go away. I'm an old man. For a moment you frightened me with your strange voice. But I'm too old for fear. Too old for everything but revenge. No one shall rob me of that.
Yes, old man, someone will. The shadow.
Margot.
Yes, Lamont.
Margot, the Duke of Ancona's plot is being followed to the very letter. Welsh's private room is a chemical laboratory. He and the old man we saw at the window have figured out some modern form of plague.
Plague? I wonder if that's what's wrong with Mrs. Bell.
Is she ill?
Yes, I was hurrying to her with this medicine. I wish you'd take a look at her.
I will. What seems to be the matter?
I don't know. She's running a fearfully high fever, and she's such a strange color.
Strange color? Quick, I must see her.
Well, her room's right down here.
Hurry, Margot. If my guess is right, Welsh's form of plague is as deadly as the Duke of Ancona's.
Wait, I'll open the door.
Is that you, Margot? Oh, I'm so sick.
It's all right, Mrs. Bell.
Shut the door. I've seen enough.
Lamont, what is it?
Yellow fever, Margot.
Oh.
We must destroy those mosquitoes in the laboratory. Michael Welsh thinks that he is the Duke of Ancona, reincarnated. He plans to repeat the tragedy of centuries ago and infect every guest in this house with the disease. Come, Margot, we must hurry. Here, Margot. Here's the laboratory.
Door's locked.
Wait, I stole the key.
What are you going to do when we get inside?
Listen. The row of screen boxes on the table. Get the old man away from them, over by the window. I'll be with you as the shadow.
All right.
Don't speak to me until I speak. Here's the key. Lock the door behind us. Quietly, Margot, quietly. Step in.
Yes.
Who is that? Who's there?
Well, hello. You must be Professor Charles.
Oh, you can't come in here, young lady. This room is private. Get out, get out. Here, where are you going?
I want to see how the flood looks from this window.
Come away from there. You must leave this room at once.
Look, Professor. You get a wonderful view of the water from here.
Will I have to put you out that door by force?
Professor, please. Don't try violence. I'm strong. You're old and weak.
Yes, you're right. I can't fight you, young woman. I am too weak. Yeah, but Michael and I have a few tricks left.
What do you mean?
You'll see. In the morning when I release my mosquitoes from their boxes...
Are you sure you will release them?
Yes, these boxes here. Here, come, I'll show you. Who's been at these boxes?
Is something wrong?
They're dead. They're dead. Our messengers of death. What's this? Acid's been poured over every box.
Yes.
You did this. You wrecked my life's work.
No, Professor, she didn't do it. I did.
Who?
The shadow poured acid over your little pets, Professor Charles.
The shadow again.
Open this door. Open it.
It's Michael. Michael, they've been destroyed. Break in the door.
Open the door.
Shadow, it's Michael Welch.
Yes, Margot, quickly. Hide behind that cabinet. Stay there, Margot.
Yes, Shadow.
Break it in, Michael. Break it in. Break it in. Oh, Michael, our plan has failed.
Failed? Lie. It can't fail.
Yeah, but it has. Look, all our mosquitoes dead. They're dead, Michael.
What? Dead? Who poured acid on those boxes? It was you, Professor.
No, Michael. No, it was the shadow.
Shadow, what are you talking about? Who is the shadow?
A voice, Michael. A man you can't see, but he talks to you. He discovered all about our plan and he killed the mosquitoes.
You're lying, Professor. You with your crazy story of the shadow. You did it yourself.
No, Michael, no.
Charles, you betrayed me. You've robbed me, the reincarnated Duke of Ancona, of his revenge. You've ruined the plot, you traitor.
No, Michael, put down that gun.
You won't live to laugh at me, you treacherous old devil.
The pattern is broken, Michael Welch.
Who spoke? Where are you?
I am here, Welch. I am the shadow.
The shadow? Then his story was true. You're the one who...
Yes, Michael Welch, the shadow does exist. I have destroyed your plague. Give up your mad dream. You are not the Duke of Ancona reincarnated into the body of Michael Welch.
That's a lie. I am.
The pattern of the old tragedy you wanted to reenact is broken. There will be no plague, Welch.
I must be the Duke come back to life. Didn't I trap my friends here just as I did centuries ago?
But there is no plague to inflict upon them, Welch. The story is not the same. The Duke of Ancona is long dead.
No. I'm the Duke. Reincarnated.
You cannot be. There is no plague. The story will not end as the Duke's ended.
If I'm not the Duke, why, I'm nothing.
Forget this insane theory, Welch. Drop your gun.
No. The pattern, it's not the same. I'm not the Duke. You hear? I'm not the Duke.
Welch, drop that gun.
No. Other than fail, I'll die.
Lamont.
Yes, Margot. Yes. Don't look.
But Professor Charles...
He, too, is dead.
Oh, how horrible.
No, Margot. This is a fitting conclusion for the mad plot conceived by a man who thought he was the reincarnated soul of someone who died centuries before. Whether the criminal builds his crime on historic patterns or not, the relentless hand of justice reaches out with a punishment all crime deserves. The punishment of death.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Shadow program has the honor and privilege of presenting to you today's distinguished guest. He is Commissioner John H. Morris, in charge of the Juvenile Aid Bureau of the New York City Police Department. Commissioner Morris.
Thank you. First, Mr. Roberts, tell me, how does the Shadow do it?
Well, I'm sorry, Commissioner Morris, but that's the Shadow's secret.
All right, Mr. Roberts. But now, seriously, I'm grateful for this opportunity to congratulate the sponsors of the Shadow for putting on such a fine program. It's not only mighty entertaining, but it's also doing an excellent job of showing young Americans the folly and futility of lawlessness.
And that's what your job is, too, isn't it?
That's right. Crime prevention is the business of the Juvenile Aid Bureau of New York City.
That's a pretty big order. Tell us, Commissioner, how do you do it?
In brief, by putting into operation measures for the rehabilitation and adequate social treatment of juvenile delinquents, and instilling in boys and girls a respect for law and appreciation of good citizenship.
Well, tell us, Commissioner, how do the children react to this plan?
They love it. Our 120 Police Athletic League supervised play streets and play centers boil with activity from morning till night. And that's not all. In addition, the League has made the police department uniform a symbol of friendship between those men who wear it and every member of the PAL.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Morris. I'm sure everyone listening enjoyed hearing your opinion on this topic of such vital interest to us all. You have been listening to a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine, now on sale at your local newsstand.
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Had to change our program schedule for tonight. Coming up next is the CBS Mystery Theater. Then at 11:25 tonight, The World Tomorrow. And at 11:55, you can hear The Shadow.
Well, here we are again, 7:30 in the morning and sitting in another traffic jam. Oh, I know the boss is really going to be mad. There's a meeting this morning, and I know I'm going to be late. Well, finally, we're moving. Oh, no, not a yellow light just ahead. Well, maybe I can make it across. Whew. Oh, I made it. That was pretty close. Oh, here we go again, sitting in more traffic. Hey, great. Hey, I can go. Whoop. Too fast. Almost got you up there.
Commuters like this cause accidents, while carpools contribute to safety. A carpool of 4 eliminates 3 cars from the street. And if we were all to carpool, traffic congestion would be eliminated. Best of all, think of the fuel and money you'd save. For carpool information, call KRLD or Carpool, 741-1354.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What is blood? Well, that all depends. To some, blood is a cause for pride. To others, blood is a reason for prejudice. Blood. Mysterious blood. It unites us. It divides us. Ironic, isn't it? When you consider that everyone's blood is the same. Well, practically.
Now he must slow down, see? The road ahead is under construction.
Are you sure this is the car?
I'm sure. Hand me the rifle.
Are you sure?
I can see him sitting next to his driver. I swore I'd kill him. Now he belongs to me. Now!
You didn't miss! Couldn't you see the shells bounce off? His car is plated with armor. His glass is bulletproof. It's impossible, Anthony. You'll never be able to get him.
I'll kill him, Vincent. Somewhere, somehow, I'll kill him.
Our mystery drama, The Only Blood, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Howard Da Silva. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
You've been hearing some pretty lavish claims recently about miles per gallon. We'd like you to consider something equally important, and that's range. Range is the miles per gallon multiplied by the number of gallons your car's tank holds. Range is what makes the Buick Apollo such a special small car. It comes from coupling the Apollo's economical 6-cylinder engine with a standard 21-gallon tank. It holds a lot, but it doesn't use a lot. Look into the Apollo. It's the Buick of small cars.
Hello, this is Goldilocks. It seems like only yesterday that I was a little girl tasting porridge. You know, this one's too hot. This one's too cold. And now I conduct taste tests on diet drinks. And there's one I must tell you about. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up. It has a fresh, natural, delicious taste. It drives my taste-o-meter crazy. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This one's just right.
Louise.
What?
Is this your handiwork in the family album? What is this? There's a caption, Junior wins the diving championship.
I know.
There's no picture here.
I know there's
I
no
didn't
picture.
take a picture of...
I'm well aware of that.
I ran out of film.
It's just my way of telling you that, you run out of film or you forget to bring the camera an awful lot.
I know.
I mean, we have no baby picture of Alice at all.
We don't have a baby named Alice. What are you doing, man?
I know that. I'm just trying to remind you that we should go out and buy some Kodak film and have it on hand.
I know.
Just in case we have a baby named Alice.
Don't run out of Kodak film. You can never tell when that great picture will come along. Remember to keep enough film on hand. Kodak film, for the times of your life.
Louise,
what?
Here's a picture with no caption, right?
Yeah.
I mean, who are these people?
I don't know. I never saw them before.
I don't either. You know what you should do?
What?
You should go out and get some captions and keep them on hand in case you run out of captions.
They came by the millions to America. They came wearing a rainbow of costumes and speaking a babble of tongues. Frightened by the strangeness of marvelous, mysterious America, they huddled together for security in clusters of kinfolk, Landsleit Goombas, to begin the often slow and sometimes painful process of becoming Americans. And this is a story of one of them, a man named Anthony Boda. And it happened some 40 years ago in a large East Coast city.
You're not hungry tonight, Anthony.
Oh, yes, I'm really very hungry.
You haven't eaten a bite.
I was thinking.
Oh, about what?
Well, I'm not sure.
Look, you always tell me later. Well, this time, tell me sooner.
$10 is missing.
$10?
Yes.
How is that possible?
Well, thanks to Lewis, we now have a cash register in the store.
I was always opposed to it.
The boy is right. It's the modern way. It's how things are done in America.
But when you kept the money in a drawer, nothing was ever...
When we kept the money in a drawer, we never knew. How could we tell? This way, every time you take in money, it prints on a paper. At the end of the day, the paper tells you how much money you should have.
Oh, well then, perhaps...
Perhaps what?
Perhaps the paper is wrong.
Impossible. No, what troubles me is it's always $10.
What do you mean, always?
Well, not only is it always $10, but it's always missing on a Friday night.
I tell you, it's that machine.
Oh, for the last 6 weeks. Could it be that Lewis...
Oh, no. Your own son? Your only son?
I don't know what to think.
Throw out that machine.
Go have your lunch, Lewis.
Oh, I promised the lady she could have her shoes at 1 o'clock.
No, I'll finish for you. Go. Mama doesn't like it when anybody's late to eat.
Hello, Louis. What can I do for you, Chuck?
You gotta hand over a fin.
Listen, could we talk about this later?
What's later? I'm here now. Get it up.
Louis, who is this man? What does he want?
Pop, it's just a
No
little...
reason why you shouldn't introduce me to your old man. The association likes to know all its customers.
What association is this, Louis?
Pop, I can explain everything later. I saw you last night, Charlie.
Yeah, I know. But the executive board held a meeting this morning. You know how prices are going up everywhere. Like, for instance, what are you paying for leather today? You see what I mean? So, with your overhead and everything, we got to go from 10 to 15.
But I don't have the...
Louis, I want to be your pal. But you know how it is.
All right. Here you are.
Louis, what are you doing?
Papa, please.
Keep smiling, Pop. Everybody smiles today. Look at this fiver here. Even Lincoln's smiling. Shows you've done a good thing. See you next week. Same time, same station.
So, this is what happens to the $10.
I was hoping you wouldn't find out.
You were hoping what? That maybe I can't add? Count?
I used to pay from my own pocket, but lately
So, we belong to the association. For what reason?
Because we have to.
We have to?
Everybody belongs. Every shop in the street.
My son, it is quite possible that you have forgotten who you are. Let me remind you. You are not a sheep who follows. You are a man who leads.
Papa, you don't understand.
I understand quite well. We had these bandits in the old country, too. When several rode up to our farm, my father shot them.
No, Papa, you don't understand.
I understand this, my son. I didn't come to this country to live on my knees.
Dory?
Good afternoon, Vincent.
Well, I can see. Here is a man who carries the troubles of the entire world on his shoulders.
You learn something every day.
What did you learn today?
I learned that men who appear to be strong, proud, and honest are afraid to join their hands together.
I will also turn you down.
Vincent.
These are not just street hoodlums, Anthony. They work for a powerful man. An important man.
A bandit chief.
Perhaps. But here he is respected. He stands well with the politicians. His name is Al Carley.
But how?
Anthony. Certain things are the same in every country.
But there is a principle.
Yes. At first, I too felt bad to pay these dogs for protection. And then there were fights. People were afraid to come in.
But it's wrong.
I see it as just another tax. But this time, I get what I pay for.
You mean you will not fight these swine?
Come, Anthony, what is it? A few dollars? It won't make you, it won't break you.
I see. Well, I will fight him alone.
Anthony,
I must say the chicken is the finest you ever made.
I wanted this to be the best supper in your life.
Is that true? Why?
Because it could very well be your last supper.
Oh, and what does that mean?
Louis has been talking to me about the association.
And what right does our Louis have to worry his mother with business matters? Since when is a woman to be concerned
Louis
with...
is frightened.
Why?
Anthony, there is no way in the world you can defy these thieves.
This is America. Here one does not have to fear.
There is a man named Al Carley. He is what is known as a boss.
He is not my boss. I could never look at myself in the mirror if I bowed down to scum like that.
You will pay these people.
Maria, are you telling me how to run my business?
You will pay these people.
Never.
Promise.
I'll think about it.
Promise.
Very well, I promise.
Papa?
What is it?
I don't think you should be here.
No.
No, Papa, because...
Yes? Because?
He'll be here any minute, and well...
And you would rather I did not witness the shameful transaction that will take place, huh?
You don't have to be involved with it.
You mean I should pretend this thing does not exist, huh?
Okay, Pop, okay. It's just that you've got a short fuse, and I'm afraid one word could lead to another, and, well...
I must see this with my own eyes. Besides, it's already too late. The jackal is at the door.
Well, happy days to Anthony Boda and Son, as the sign reads on the window.
I will pay the money, Louis.
Well, this is a gloomy-looking group. What's the matter? No hello? No how are you? No house tricks? Where's all this old-world courtesy I used to hear about?
Yeah, take your money and get out.
What's eating you, Pop?
I don't like to be called Pop by a common thug.
Listen, Pop. Maybe I better smarten you up.
Chuck, he doesn't mean it.
No, you don't mean it, do you, Pop?
I never spoke a word I didn't mean.
Well, then. That calls for this. I only want to teach you manners, Pop. Now, do you apologize? Or do I knock out your teeth? Louis, explain to your father what the score is.
Papa, please.
Louis, explain why you stand by while this animal strikes your father.
What could he do about it?
He could do this. And this.
No, Papa, don't hit him again.
I'll kill you.
Papa, he has a gun.
I see. Drop it. Drop it. Drop the gun. I'll break your arm. I said to let go of the gun.
What are we going to do now, Papa?
Summon a taxi cab. We will deposit this refuse, this human garbage, at the police station.
Mr. Boda, I'd like to talk to you in private, okay?
About what, officer?
Well, that's why we better talk in private. This way, huh? Sit down, please, Mr. Boda.
Thank you.
I'm Sergeant Carey. Each and every word I'm about to say to you is off the record. If you ever quote me, I'll swear I never said it. Understand?
What is there to understand?
Here's the situation. I'm on duty at the desk. You come in with this badly beat-up hoodlum.
You know he's a hoodlum.
Yeah. He's got a small reputation. But that's all I know. And you say you want to press charges.
By all means.
We only have your word that he tried to shake you down.
And the word of my son and all the shopkeepers in the neighborhood. We can have this...
Suppose all the neighbors dummy up. Suppose they don't want to get involved.
You? An officer of the police? Are you telling me I must submit to this?
No. I'm just trying to give an honest man the same break we give a criminal. When a crook is brought in, we inform him of his rights.
But I still don't see why. I must listen.
Al Carley is your enemy. Not that small-time hood. Al Carley's got judges, politicians, businessmen in his hip pocket.
And policemen, too?
I wouldn't doubt it.
Then it's time that pocket was slashed open. And those vermin were exposed to the light of day.
If you bring charges, you'll have the best lawyers money can buy.
Sergeant, thank you for your kindness, but we're wasting time.
Okay. Do this. You say the man you brought in is the collection guy for the neighborhood?
Yes.
Call some of your friends. See if they'll come down and identify him. See if they'll sign affidavits.
Of course they will. All it required was one man to lead the way. How can they refuse me now? Do it as required, Sergeant. Place this animal behind bars.
There is no doubt that Anthony Boda is a man of strong courage and firm convictions. But he may be just a little bit unaware of the qualifications for leadership. We will consider leaders and followers when I return shortly with Act 2.
Ever see a beer drinker pour his beer real easy down the side of the glass? Maybe you do it yourself. If so, the Budweiser brewmaster thinks you're missing something, especially if you're a Budweiser drinker. You see, Bud is brewed, so it will kick up a healthy head of foam. Exclusive beechwood aging and natural carbonation make it a lively brew. Well, anyway, pouring Bud plunk down the middle of the glass helps bring out the best in that clean white Budweiser foam and real beer aroma. It also helps you get the full benefit of a taste, smoothness, and drinkability you'll find in no other beer at any price. Remember, brewing beer right does make a difference. Next time, pour that Budweiser right down the middle and see for yourself. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
You can paint your home in the same muted earth tone colors our colonial ancestors used to paint theirs. Hi, Frank Lieber here to tell you about True Value Hardware Store's True Test Supreme Latex House Paint. It comes in 24 Jamestown colors, like salmon gold, Chelsea blue, and Samoset gray. The colonials used dyes from roots and barks and mixed them with buttermilk of all things to achieve those colors. True Test Supreme Latex House Paint puts those same kind of colors into a rich, easy-to-apply latex. Latex, with the durability of a fine oil-based paint. It covers most surfaces in one coat. It resists stains, mildew, blistering, and smog. And it dries quickly in just 30 minutes. Painting tools clean up in soap and water. True Value Hardware Stores have True Test Supreme Latex House Paint in 24 earth tone Jamestown colors and white. True Test Supreme Latex House Paint. You'll find it exclusively at your nearby participating True Value Hardware Store.
When a hoodlum tried to shake down Anthony Boda, an immigrant shoemaker, Anthony, who believes what he has read about law and justice, promptly disarmed the thug and delivered him to the police station. Sergeant Carey, a wise, cynical, and experienced officer, is trying to explain to Anthony that things are not really the way they seem.
Mr. Boda, listen. Al Carley doesn't want rough stuff for publicity if he can help it. He'll yank Chuck out of there and stick him someplace else if you'll forget the whole thing.
He told you all this?
I don't want you to get hurt.
You are a man with heart, Sergeant. But it is more important for me to discover something.
Discover what?
If I made the right choice when I decided to come to America. Yes.
You Anthony Boda?
Who are you?
I can be your best friend or your worst enemy.
Mister, I like riddles, but not in the middle of a working day. What's your business here?
And my name is Carley, Al Carley. You heard about me?
I heard. I cannot say I like what I heard.
But I like what I heard about you.
Yes? What have you heard about me?
Hey, tell me you're a man.
And?
And so you shouldn't be concerned with that little situation that happened here the other day.
Why?
Because it's beneath you.
I will not be slapped by hoodlums.
Of course not. You gave better than you got. Your honor should be satisfied. Now forget it.
This matter is now in the hands of the law.
Of course. But in whose hands is the law? In the hands of the man who can buy better lawyers, better witnesses.
I'm not sure I understand what you want.
In this case against my collector, well, he is scum, isn't he? Well, this case must not go to trial.
Why not? You have the lawyers, the witnesses, the judges, the juries. What have you got to fear?
I have read the Bible.
A pity you don't take it seriously.
Back then, when the fight was arranged, who could have believed that David would kill Goliath, huh? Drop the charges.
No.
Anthony, I want to get away from this rough stuff. I got a kid. She's going to college. American society girls go to that college.
This daughter of yours, she knows, of course, what her father does. Really does. I see.
Anthony, I need a guy like you.
To do what?
What, to help me run my organization?
You don't want me.
Plenty of guys got guts, Anthony, and plenty of guys got brains. But you're one of very few guys who got both. Why are you killing yourself in a shoe repair store, huh?
You don't want me, Mr. Carley. If I ever decide to become what you are, there wouldn't be room for us both in the same organization. Do you understand me?
I came here because I like to avoid bloodshed. You're a chump. You'll never know what hit you.
Vincent, were the police here to see you, Vincent? Well?
Yes. Someone from the district attorney. I received another visitor, too.
Who?
This gentleman explained certain facts.
Facts?
Yes. This gentleman explained that in order to run my business here, I need a license.
You always knew that, Vincent?
Yes. But he explained that when I apply to renew my license, there might be difficulties.
You get your license from the government, not from these hoodlums.
But you see, this gentleman is with the government. That part of the government that sees to these things.
I don't believe it. I spoke with the lawyers in the district attorney's office. I believe them to be honest and sincere men. They said they would protect me. They will protect you, too. Calm, Vincent. Talk to them.
I'll think about it.
What's there to think about?
Tony, things are not so simple.
I see. You have already thought about it, and you have decided.
Good morning, Mr. Bowden.
The police sergeant.
Now that you're going through with it, we'll protect you as much as we can.
Thank you.
No, we should thank you. You're doing something no one has done before. You're a man of courage.
What chance do we have?
It'd be better if we could have more witnesses, but maybe they'll come around. The newspapers have caught hold of it. I brought you a copy. Here, see what it says.
Shoemaker defies mob. This is about me.
Mm-hmm.
That man who spoke to me in the police station, he was a reporter.
That's right.
Well, then, we have won.
No. We have to win in court.
But the newspapers say
For the papers, you're today's sensation. Tomorrow it'll be somebody else. Don't go anywhere without telling us. And we'll have a man watching the store day and night. Hello? Yeah, where you been? Well, how come I couldn't reach you all morning yet? Yeah? Well, what have you been doing? You're supposed to keep it out of the papers. It's all on the front pages. Listen, this case can't go to trial, you understand? Well, you figure it out. That's what you get paid for. Clowns. I'm surrounded by clowns.
Oh, Daddy.
Marissa, what are you... I mean, shouldn't you be in school?
Yes?
Something the matter?
Daddy, I even have a midterm exam.
When?
At 2 o'clock.
Well, that's 4 hours from now. I'll drive you back up there myself, huh?
No, I have my car.
Marissa?
Look, there are stories in the papers, and my friend said to me, of course, it isn't your dad. And I said, of course not. It's another alkali. And, well, the reason I came down here...
was to ask me...
Oh, Daddy, I didn't know what to think.
It is another alkali. Daddy wouldn't...
Oh, I knew it. Oh, Daddy, can you ever forgive me?
What's to forgive? High school.
Oh, look, Daddy, would you mind terribly if I change my major? I've decided, finally. It's sociology. I want to work with poor children.
Okay, you go right ahead, baby. You do whatever you want.
Oh, well, some of us are thinking of renting a store or something downtown and helping kids study the core subject.
Hey, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll pay the rent and buy a book.
Oh, Daddy, I don't know what could have possibly gotten into me. How could I have even thought...
Forget it, Marissa, baby. Forget it.
What I forgot was what I should always remember. It's in the Bible you bought me. Honor thy father.
Hey, you better get back to school.
See, Louis. See what it says in the newspapers.
Papa,
I just wish I were like you.
You're my own son. You're just like me.
No, Papa. Very few people are just like you. You were born at the wrong time.
What? How can a man be born at the wrong time?
No. You should have been born when there were great kings and heroes and fighters.
My son, every age needs fighters.
I know I failed you, Papa, but I'm frightened.
There's nothing to be frightened of.
Yes, Papa, there is.
What?
Everything. But I'll stand by you, Papa.
I know you will.
Mama.
Maria, what do you have there?
A package. The letterman brought it to the house.
What kind of package?
I read here. Let's see. It says, from the leather company.
Why would the leather company send a package to the house? Here, let me see it. Yes. It's from the leather company. It's their label. Must be those special strips I wanted.
Papa?
What is it, Lou?
That package.
What about the package?
I don't know. It must be my imagination.
Listen, Louis, your trouble is you live too much in your imagination. Open up the package.
All right.
Well, I'll go shopping. What would you like for supper?
Why do you ask?
You're now a famous man.
Papa, this doesn't look like...
Like what?
Like the leather company package.
Look out, it's a bomb!
Just a moment ago, the shoe repair shop of Anthony Boda and Son was a neat, bright, cheerful establishment. A mother, a father, a son. A close-knit, loving family stood together, talking, laughing. Now the place has become a mass of twisted, smoking wreckage, and 3 bodies lie motionless in the ruin. I shall return shortly with Act 3.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love. But give your allergy to contact.
Now listen carefully, because this message may surprise you. There is an ingredient that can effectively help block pollen's bad effect on your system. Sneezing, sniffling, drips, itchy, red, watery eyes. It's the antihistamine most prescribed by allergy specialists, and it's an ingredient in Contact. Surprising, yes, but the true wonder of Contact is how our tiny time pills keep this antihistamine working, helping up to 12 hours per capsule, all day, all night. Allergy is our business, too.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love.
But give your allergy to Contact. Take Contact only when needed, only as directed.
It's a real hot day. I'm soaking up the sun, and suddenly I say antifreeze right out loud. My wife says, huh? And I say, haven't you heard that song?
You can never buy Prestone too early. Do it now, don't you wait. You can never buy Prestone too early. You can only buy it too late.
It's a fact. A 50-50 mix of Prestone 2 Winter Summer Formula and water, about 2 gallons for most cars, fights boilover because it helps your cooling system handle heat better than water. Fresh boilover protection and fresh corrosion protection, too, because only Prestone 2 has a patented silicone silicate inhibitor system. Nothing beats it for corrosion protection. Summer, winter, spring, or fall, you can never buy Prestone too early. You can only buy it too late.
Can't trust Prestone.
Who can you trust?
When Anthony Boda was a boy in the darkness of the old country, America was a shining beacon light in the distance. Years later, with hard work and some good luck, he was able to come to America with his wife and his son. And because he believed in justice, he defied the gangsters who were trying to extort protection money. And it happened that soon after, a bomb destroyed his tiny shoe repair shop. And the beacon light that was once America for Anthony Boda is flickering faintly and about to die.
Mr. Boda, they say you should be out of here in a couple of days.
Yes.
All of us, we're very sorry.
Thank you, Sergeant.
I know that nothing can bring back your wife and your son.
Tell me, Sergeant, why were they killed at once, while I received only scratches?
But it has to do with the angle of forces, I suppose.
No. I mean, what reason? What plan? Why had the Lord seen fit?
For that, you would have to ask a priest.
I have asked the priest.
And?
And he said God's ways follow a mysterious design. So you see, I am no wiser than before.
I'm sorry about the other thing, too.
What other thing?
The trial.
Oh, the trial.
I should say that there was no trial.
It doesn't matter.
The hood just disappeared. So there was no defendant. Carly must have had him taken for a ride.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, yes, it does. You set an example for us. You woke a lot of people up. We're after Carly now.
It doesn't matter.
You can't keep saying it doesn't matter.
I have succeeded in unraveling the riddle myself. You see, I had become arrogant. I had forgotten the law of nature. The strong destroy the weak. I had seen my pictures in the newspapers. My head was turned as if I were drunk on champagne. I didn't listen to men of experience and true wisdom. Men like my friend Vincent. Pay it. It's just another tax. I have been punished.
You can't talk that way. Believe me, Mr. Boda, we'll break up that mob.
That will be your affair.
Carly figures he can ride out this particular storm just like he rode out others, but he won't.
Of course not. I intend to kill him.
You can't make your own justice, Mr. Boda.
But I must. That's the only justice there is.
I didn't think you would ever speak to me again, Anthony.
We've been friends too long, Vincent.
I forgot that. I should have agreed to be a witness, not because it was right or wrong, but because a friend asked me.
Maria and Louis.
I'm so sorry, Tony.
They must be avenged.
What are you saying?
I must kill this animal. Kill him personally. This Al Carly.
Tony, this kind of thing, it's not done in America.
I'm sick and tired of being told what is and what is not done in America.
I don't want you to get into trouble, Tony.
I come to you as a friend. Will you help me?
Well...
The answer is yes or the answer is no. The answer is not well.
The answer is yes.
The hunting rifle, the one your father made.
Tony.
There's no better, no more accurate weapon in all the world.
But what can you...
It gives me 2 barrels, the over and the under. I need only 2 shots. One for Mr. Carly, the other for his bodyguard.
Well, you can't walk around the streets with a rifle.
No, there is no way to get him here in the city. But I have learned something. On a Friday night, he slips away. He takes the turnpike north. He drives alone, except for this bodyguard.
Tony.
There is a place where the road is being fixed. So one must slow down. That's where I will be in ambush. Well, the rifle.
Can I talk you out of this, Tony?
No.
I knew that. Well... when do we go there?
We?
What is a friend, Tony? A friend is another gun to stand beside you.
Perfect. This is perfect, Vincent.
And not much traffic. Are you sure he comes here this late at night?
Yes.
And is that...
No. See how the car must practically crawl past because of the construction? This barricade gives us perfect hiding place.
I put blacking on the gun barrel so it wouldn't shine in the moonlight.
Thank you, Vincent.
I have a score to settle with him, too, you know.
Well, not as great as mine.
No. That's why you may have the first 2 shots. After that...
Listen.
Is that?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes. I can even make out his evil face in the moonlight.
Let him come just a little closer.
I've got him. I've got him. Now.
How could we miss? We didn't miss.
He's gone. He's got away.
Tony! Didn't you see? The shell simply bounced off. His car has a coat of armor. The glass is bulletproof. There's no way we can shoot him. There's just no way.
Hello, Mr. Boda.
Good evening, Sergeant Carey.
I figured I'd find you here in Vincent's.
You are looking for me?
Mm-hmm. I hear you and Vincent went hunting last night.
Hunting?
Yeah. You did some shooting up around Southchester.
I don't know where you receive your information, Sergeant.
That's not the right way. By now you should know you can't gun him down. After last night, he'll build up more protection than ever.
That's true. There is no way I can get to him.
I'm glad you realize that before you get into a lot of trouble.
But there is a way I can make him come to me.
What are you saying?
Yes. I can make him come to me himself. With blood in his eye. Burning with hatred. Obsessed with a desire to murder me with his own hand.
Mr. Boda.
And then, of course, I will have every right to kill him. Because, you see, I will be compelled to kill him in self-defense.
Hello.
Good evening.
Well, I'm afraid school's over for the night. I'm just closing up. You have a child you want us to tutor?
No.
Oh, well, then, what can I do for you, Mr.
Boda. Anthony Boda. Is the name familiar?
Well, I don't know. I seem to remember seeing it somewhere, but I can't recall. What do you want, Mr. Boda?
Your father, among 1,000 other crimes, killed my wife and son.
What? What are you saying?
You know what I'm saying.
But you must be mad. I'll call the police.
You call the police? But why? I've done nothing wrong. I have merely stated a fact.
Look, you get out of here.
Will that change the fact?
My father, he's good, he's kind, he's the most decent man in the world.
How does your father earn his money?
Huh? Well,
where is his factory? What goods does he handle? In what does he trade? I'm a shoemaker. I smell of leather. Your father, he smells of death because his business is death.
I don't know what you're talking.
Were you about to say you don't know, you don't wish to know? You read, you think?
Oh, get out of here. Get out, get out!
Good evening, Miss Carley.
Dad, you remember I asked you about the man in the papers? You said it was another Al Carley.
Marcia, what are you trying to...
Don't lie to me, Daddy. Don't lie to me.
Yeah, but it was another Al Carley.
Don't lie to me, please. It's bad enough. I had to lie to myself.
It was another Al Carley. Now listen, please, listen. There are 2 Al Carleys. One is your dad. The other is somebody who does what he has to do. The only thing he knows how to do.
Oh, I never saw it before. I suppose I never wanted to see it, but a man named Anthony Boda, just a shoemaker, opened my eyes. And I can never close them again.
Boda? You say Boda?
Anthony Boda. I have never seen such dignity.
I was a fool. I should have made sure of him before. But I'll kill him with my own 2 hands.
cut his heart out. Benji, can't you get more speed out of this heap? Come on, faster. There's a state trooper. Lose him. Look out, that idiot up ahead is turning. He's, look out!
Mr. Boda.
Yes. Ah, the sergeant.
I've been looking for you. Hop in. You heard the news?
I heard the news.
He was coming after you.
I knew he would. But I have been robbed. I will not have my revenge. He's dead.
No.
The radio said he cannot live. So you see, there is no justice for me.
And do you know why he can't live? He needs blood.
He can buy all the blood he needs.
No, he can't.
Why not?
Because it so happens he has a very rare type of blood. And he needs a transfusion from someone who has that same type. Only someone with that same blood can save him.
Surprising. I thought his blood would be as base and as common as sewage.
We do know of a donor. The hospital has a record of someone with the exact same blood type.
Why tell me?
Because you are the blood type.
I me? I have the same blood as that swine?
Yes, Mr. Boda. The only person we know of.
How was this fact made known?
Well, when you and your wife and son were brought to the hospital, naturally your blood was typed. One of the lab technicians happened to remember. Well, that's the blood Carly needs. Or he'll die before tonight.
You expect me to give my blood to the murderer of my wife and my son? You expect me to keep this animal alive?
Mr. Boda.
How I prayed that I would kill this monster. I thought my prayers would never be answered, but they were. They were. I now hold his life in my hands. So you see, Sergeant, this is justice.
No, that's not justice. It's revenge. Let the law deal with him.
You may drive me to the hospital, but he'll never see one drop of my blood.
And why do you want to go to the hospital?
To look in his eye, to laugh in his face, to let him know who has conquered. Carly. Al Carly, can you hear me? Do you know who I am?
Yes.
Do you know why I'm here?
To torture me.
I was in this hospital. You killed my wife, my son. I swore I would kill you with my own hands.
Boda, please. Please, don't let me die.
What are you saying?
Please.
You beg me, your enemy, your sworn enemy, for your life?
Please, let me live.
This is what makes us tremble? This is who owns judges, lawyers, politicians? This is what we fear? You cowardly animal! Can't you even die decently?
Mr. Boda, you came. I knew you would come. You see, Daddy, I told you. Mr. Boda is a man. Well, does the doctor know? Have they been told to prepare for the transfusion?
The transfusion?
Oh, that's why you came, isn't it? To give Daddy the blood? Daddy said you would never do it. Daddy said you would drain every drop of blood from your own body and die first before you would...
A young girl should not talk like that in front of her father. Now, you must say no more. Carly. Al Carly, can you hear me?
Yes.
Al Carly, You are very close to eternity. Speak the truth. For the very first time in your life, the truth. Look into my eyes, Alcali, and tell me. Tell me. If it were the other way and I lay dying, would you give me your blood? Answer. And remember, God is listening. The truth, Alcali. Would you give me your blood? Would you?
No.
Daddy.
This is between your father and me. You would not give me your blood, Alcali?
No. No.
Then this is the difference between us. I will give you mine.
Al Carley recovered. He stood trial. His empire collapsed like a towering castle of sand when the high tide sweeps up on the beach. Al Carley will not be around for a while, 99 years to be exact. But when his daughter needs advice and comfort, she visits with Anthony Boda. They're good for each other. Each makes up for something the other has lost. I'll be back shortly.
Oh, sure. You can talk about good-tasting diet drinks, but I know. I'm Goldilocks, and here at my taste-testing laboratory, I taste-test them all. And nobody's been drinking my diet drinks until I tested sugar-free Diet 7-Up. And then, kabloomy! Every bear wanted some. Diet 7-Up is fresh, natural, delicious. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This one's just right.
Buick introduces a new concept for you to consider in light of all the concern about miles per gallon. Range. Range is what you get when you multiply the mileage your car gets per gallon by the number of gallons your car's gas tank holds. Range is one of the things that help make Buick Apollo such a special small car. It comes from coupling the Apollo's economical 6-cylinder engine with a standard 21-gallon gas tank. It holds a lot, but it doesn't use a lot. Look into the Apollo. It's the Buick of small cars.
The Anthony Bodas, the Al Carleys, each brought the same blood to the melting pot of America. But the melting pot is a crucible where men, like steel, may either be hardened or destroyed. Our cast included Howard Da Silva, Ken Harvey, Robert Dryden, Bryna Rayburn, and Jack Grimes. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Now, a preview of our next tale.
Oh, be quiet, Eddie.
Your husband isn't thinking straight, Mrs. Breach. It isn't that easy. You think that Harney will be satisfied if I let him live? If I walk off this job, somebody else walks in. This isn't the only gun in the world.
He's right, Eddie. Maybe the only way is to give him the money back.
There's nothing to give back. You think money stands still in this business? Look, maybe if we left town, went to Mexico or someplace.
Harney won't give up that easy. It means too much to him.
Well, I'm not staying here. I'm getting out. I'm getting as far away as I can.
Eddie.
Both of us, Connie. I meant both of us.
You expect me to run? In a wheelchair? Maybe Mr. Derry can tell us what to do.
I can think of only one thing. Joe Harney wants a dead body. That's what we'll have to give him.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by New Sugar-Free Diet 7-Up and Contact, the 12-hour allergy capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Last call. Last call.
Last call?
Last call at Neiman Marcus.
What is it?
Last call at Neiman Marcus is the traditional store-wide clearance. Your last chance to buy current spring and summer fashions, sportswear, designer apparel, shoes, men's and children's clothes at the lowest final prices of the season. Some of the best-dressed people in town manage it by shopping Last Call.
Last call at Neiman Marcus. When is it?
Last call ends downtown today, starts at North Park tomorrow.
At 1080 on the dial, you're listening to KRLD Dallas.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The 7 Dead Years, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you're crowded against a wall and you can't punch your way out alone, call on me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, for almost 7 years I've been hunting a man who killed his own wife. I can't prove that he did, and all of a sudden I can't afford to spend any more time floundering around. Next week he's going to get $200,000 because I failed, and that's something that's keeping me awake nights. I've dealt with plenty of crooks in my life.
Plenty of crooks in my life and didn't need anybody's help. But this is different, and I don't mind admitting it. How about giving me a ring? It's signed Samuels.
Samuels?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm overwhelmed, Brooksy.
Why? Who's Samuels?
Oh, just about the shrewdest insurance investigator in the game. But I thought he was retired, off somewhere in the Florida Keys, fishing.
Well, according to this letter, all he's doing is staying awake nights.
Oh, 7 years, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Now, all of a sudden, time's running out for Samuels. Why did he put it just that way, Angel? Say, what do the words 7 years mean to you?
Oh, 7-year itch, 7 lean years. 7 years it might take a salmon to make 7 honeymoon trips up the Columbia River.
All right, without making funny, Brooksy. 7 years also means the legal period after which a man or woman is declared dead. It's poetically called the Enoch Arden Law.
Oh, well then this Samuels is in a race against time.
Uh-huh. And if he is in such a hurry, it'd be a shame if we wasted time on this end, wouldn't it? This man McLean killed his wife and got rid of the body. I know it. Well, according to all this, Marion McLean just wrote a suicide note and disappeared.
And if the husband is walking around enjoying good fresh air, the police must have given him a clean bill of health.
That's okay for the police, but not for me.
Well, what makes you so hard to satisfy?
This McLean dame gets insured for $200,000 and conveniently vanishes from the face of the earth. Besides, whenever I meet up with a crook, my belly turns over twice, and this guy McLean has been giving me a nervous stomach for 7 years. 7 long years.
Well, as I get it, Mr. Samuels, you're retired. If the insurance company is willing to pay the $200,000, I don't see
It's
why...
a matter of pride, Miss Brooks. When I first turned in the report on the McLeans, I said it was a phony. It's the only case in my career I feel wasn't washed up right.
I think I know what's bothering you, Samuels.
Do you?
Yeah, the body. It was never found.
Yeah. The hardest thing in the world to do is to get rid of a body. And don't look so amazed, Miss Brooks. That's the truth.
Oh, I wouldn't know.
Well, you can't burn it. Something's always left over. Buttons, bridge work, teeth, and you can't drown it. It comes up to the surface sometime or another, and you bury it, somebody finds it when they're digging post holes.
Well, Samuels, if you've been searching for the corpus delicti for 7 years, I don't know what I can do.
Take a look at this ad in the paper.
Wanted by sculptor. Male professional model. Must be exceptionally muscular and broad-shouldered. To pose for heroic figure in important civic memorial. Frank McLean.
Oh, is this the same McLean we've been talking about, Mr. Samuels?
Yeah, he has a house and studio a few miles out of town in Roxbury.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. I go out there...
I'll pay you for it out of my own pocket. It's worth it to me.
And while I'm not posing, I'm supposed to go up in the attic or dig out in the garden to find a corpse.
It's not going to be anything as obvious as that. I've been at it 7 years trying to find out what he did with his wife. He knows my face as well as his own. I can't work on this deal anymore. That's why I want you.
Well, George, you do have the shoulders for it.
Okay, Samuels. I don't know how I'll look as Atlas holding up the world or as Spartan youth, but I'll give it a try.
I take it, Mr. Valentine, you've posed for other well-known sculptors?
Oh, yes, of course. But back east, New York. I just got in town and saw your ad.
I see.
Oh, darling.
Yes, Nana.
Is that man still there? Are we going to work any more today?
My very favorite model, Valentine.
Oh?
No, Nana, we won't work any more today. Here, Valentine, you might be interested in seeing some of my work.
Sure, fine.
Now, here's something in bronze I did in 1936. I call it Age.
All I see is a little girl, asleep.
She's a dead little girl, which makes her older than any of us.
Oh. Well, that's one way of looking at it.
You'll have plenty of time to see my other stuff, but here's what I'm working on.
Looks like quite a project, Mr. McLean.
It's going into the town square at Portchester to memorialize the 100th birthday of that little hamlet. Aside from artistic merits, it has to be able to withstand the passage of time and the critical comments of migratory birds.
Is this where I fit in?
Yes. You'll be the figure of man in capital letters. You're reaching upward for ultimate perfection. As you see, the figures of health, love, and spiritual attainment are already finished. The statue in the middle will be eternal life, which Nana is going to pose for.
Well, when do I start working?
Take off your coat and your shirt.
What? Oh, yeah, sure.
I have a very definite conception of this man's physique. After all, to the good people of Portchester, he's supposed to symbolize all mankind.
Well, that's quite a responsibility. How do I shape up?
Turn around.
Well, what have we got here?
All of mankind, lady.
Yes, and with hair on your chest.
This is Nana. As I said, Valentine, she's going to portray eternal life. In the meantime, she abuses the privilege of being the eternal feminine.
You love to make with words, darling, but you ought to know by now that you can't insult me. Certainly not till after we're married.
That will be all for today, Miss Kenyon. Same time tomorrow.
My, aren't we businesslike? Well, beware of him, Mr. Valentine. He's a creature of moods. Goodbye, darling. So long, Mr. Man.
Your fiancée is a very charming girl, Mr. McLean.
Her charm is only an added attraction, and she knows it. Now you and I better get started, Valentine. Stretch your arm up toward the skylight over there.
Like this?
Yes, and hold the pose.
Say, how long do I have to stand like this?
You're not getting tired. I haven't even finished making my rough sketch.
Don't we get time out for a cigarette, McLean?
What kind of people have you been posing for anyway? We've just been working a short while.
Oh, sorry, but I can't hold up my arm like this anymore. Oh, it was beginning to weigh a ton.
Whom do you think you're fooling?
Huh?
How stupid do you think I am?
Well, that's a question that invites all kinds of answers.
I had to find out. You're not a professional model. If you were, you could have held your arm like that much longer without getting tired.
I guess I wasn't very good.
Samuel sent you here, didn't he? Well, you can tell that human bloodhound he's still wasting his time.
Okay, I'll deliver the message, friend. But I doubt if he's going to be convinced. Would you mind turning around while I put on my shirt?
You know, darling, McLean could be right about Samuel's having a blind spot, an obsession.
Yeah, but before I tell him what a flop I was as a model, I'd like to try something.
Such as?
Well, first of all, let's take it for granted that Samuel's is right. It's next to impossible to get rid of a human body. Well, then, maybe there never was a body.
Oh, well, in other words, Mrs. McLean is very much alive somewhere.
Yeah, it could be, Angel. Waiting for 7 years to pass. So McLean can collect that dough and join us somewhere in Europe, let's say.
Oh, well, that's a pretty wild notion, George. Two people separating for 7 years like that?
Yeah, but a very profitable separation. They'll be getting roughly $30,000 a year for it.
Okay. Say we even buy that. What do you propose to try?
I'll take this hypothetical situation. You're my wife.
Oh, must it be hypothetical?
You love me very much.
Oh, check.
Love me enough to endure 7 years of hiding and separation so we'll have enough to live on for the rest of our lives.
All right, supposing.
Then you read in public print that I have intentions toward a gorgeous model by the name of Nana Kenyon. Now, what would you do?
I'd come halfway around the world and scratch your eyes out. And that wouldn't be hypothetical.
Especially with a payoff at hand, so McLean could disappear with all the moolah and the luscious Nana.
Well, how are you going to get this world-shaking piece of gossip into the paper?
Leo Mensch in the Bulletin. His column is syndicated in 650 newspapers. Nana is pretty colorful.
Some pun.
Besides, Brooksy, Leo owes me a favor.
I'm a patient man, Valentine. I've waited for 7 years. I can stand it a few more days.
Good.
But how do you know this item in Mensch's column is going to pay off?
I don't know.
Well, if Mrs. McLean is alive and has the usual feminine instincts, it'll work.
Valentine, I'm not too sold on this theory of yours. I still say McLean got rid of the body. But how, where, that's what I've got to find out. You'll be coming into that money next Tuesday.
Yeah. Let me have that picture and description of Mrs. McLean. I want to get it around where it'll do the most good. Now, let's see. 5'4", 125 pounds. Brown hair, scar on left cheek. Middle finger of left hand severed at first joint. Fair complexion, brown eyes.
Hey, Mr. Valentine, I gotta see you a minute.
Huh?
I think you owe me $50.
Oh, George, this is one of the cab drivers I spoke to at the airport. Mike, Kozlenko, wasn't it?
Yeah, one of the Boston Kozlenko.
Did you see Mrs. McLean?
Well, if it wasn't, she's got a twin. Scar on the cheek and all.
Oh, when'd she show up? Where'd you take her?
Well, she got off the plane early this morning, come in on one of them DC-6s.
Well, you sure took your time getting here.
I had to haul a guy all the way out to the racetrack and wait for him. I tried calling you, but your line was busy.
Okay. Where'd you drop her off? What was the address?
She didn't give me no address. I took her out to Roxbury.
That's where McLean lives.
I let her off on the corner of Sycamore and Dean. She looked boiling mad.
Come on, Brooksy. We gotta move fast if we're gonna keep Samuels from being right.
What do you mean, George?
Well, if this is Mrs. McLean, she's an uninvited guest. After all these years, I'd hate to have to go looking for her body.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about protection. Most motorists quite naturally believe that automobile engines wear out faster when they're running, but that's not true. Your car faces its biggest wear test when it's standing cold, for that's when rust caused by condensed moisture inside cylinders can start to work. And that's where RPM motor oil helps you avoid a repair bill. RPM special compounds keep a protective oil film on all engine parts all of the time. Whether your car is running hot or standing cold, RPM clings stubbornly to vital wear points, and consequently, rust never has a chance to get started in your car. No wonder it's the 2-to-1 choice of Western motorists. Next time you need oil, ask for rust-fighting RPM motor oil at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. It's something you knew all the time. After 7 years without the well-known corpus delicti, a person is declared legally dead. So you're not particularly surprised when an over-conscientious insurance investigator, now retired, hires you to find the body of one Marion McLean, missing just about that long. Then, surprise, she comes waltzing back into town, big as life. If you're like George Valentine, sensitive to rude shocks like this, you pay a visit to the studio of Frank McLean, sculptor and husband of said lady.
I know I'm going way out on the limb, McLean, but I was told your wife is here in Roxbury.
Oh? Who told you, Valentine? Another ghost? My wife is dead. Or hasn't Samuels told you? Dead or alive, this was a frame-up from the beginning, McLean. I'm still going to prove it.
The ghost you mentioned happens to be a very earthy character. A cab driver with a nice earthy name like Kozlenko.
Yeah, one of the Boston Kozlenkos. He claims he picked up your wife at the airport early this morning and dropped her off here on the corner of Sycamore and Dean.
Your Kozlenko boy is wasting his time driving a cab. He should be holding seances. Come Tuesday, my wife will be dead exactly 7 years.
You keep track of time very carefully, don't you? What do? Check off the days on the calendar?
Oh, I may have an artistic temperament, but I'm practical enough to know what you can buy with $200,000. Any other questions, gentlemen?
The same one I've been asking all these years, McLean.
Now, let's say Valentine is right. Your wife showed this morning. What'd you do with her?
Poor Samuels. How does your mind work? Now you're saying I killed Marion today. How about your theory that the hardest thing in the world to dispose of is a human body?
I still say that.
Well, unlike you, Samuels, I'm a reasonable man. My life is an open book. Go on. Look around any way you like. I do want you to be happy.
Okay. You can stop being glib, McLean. You said we have your permission to look wherever we want.
That's right.
What's on your mind, Valentine?
Well, something that comes to you when you think about it hard enough. Like all simple things, you might walk right by it. It's so obvious.
But don't look so startled, gentlemen. Mr. Valentine loves to be cryptic. He'll get to the point.
Oh, I can't wait.
Children know the principle very well. When you play hide and seek, the one place you're least likely to be discovered is where you just got through trying to hide.
Well, what do you mean by that, Valentine?
Samuels, I understand you had the cellar dug up when Mrs. McLean first disappeared.
Yeah, there was nothing there.
Well, there may be this time. You know, kid stuff.
Sorry you didn't find anything in the cellar, Valentine. You had such a fascinating theory.
Yeah? Well, there's still a lot of places around here to look, McLean.
Oh, to be sure. But do let me be the gracious host and mix you all a drink.
Well, a party.
I'm glad you dropped in, Nana. We're playing a game. Body. Who's got the body?
Well, aren't we a little old for parlor games?
Samuels here doesn't think so.
Yeah, I'm a child at heart.
You know, Mr. Valentine, I almost didn't recognize you with your shirt on.
Yes, that mole on his left shoulder does something for him, doesn't it?
I see you noticed that too, Miss Brooks.
Oh, we've gone to the beach together many times.
Here you are, everybody. Drink hearty.
Thank you.
Here's to you, Samuels, and a happy retirement.
Thanks.
Oh, I see you've done a lot of work on your masterpiece for the Portchester Town Square.
It's almost finished, Valentine. We're just missing the figure of the man.
I understand the figure in the middle. Eternal life is supposed to be you, Miss Kenyon.
My solitary contribution to American culture.
Oh, come on, Valentine. Let's get going.
If I were you, Miss Kenyon, I'd sue somebody for libel. That figure is nowhere near as glamorous as you really are.
Oh, thank you for the compliment. I'm sure you didn't mean every word of it. Goodness, Frank, you certainly poured this drink with a heavy hand. I could use a little more soda.
So could I. Wait, Nan, I'll join you.
I didn't think these were too bad, did you, Miss Brooks?
Oh, no, everything's just perfect.
Now, if we could only get Samuels to think that. No, that would be too much to ask.
Not for me, Nana.
All right, soulmate. If it isn't soda you want, what is it?
You've been around, Nana.
Yes, I've been around. I didn't think my travel scars were so prominent.
Well, let's be corny and say it's something stronger than both of us. Something we can't resist. The eternal feminine and the equally eternal masculine.
You handle words real nice, partner.
Oh, I'm real smart. I bet I could even remember an address if I had to.
420 Montrose. If you ring the bell and there's no answer,
Yeah?
there just might be a key under the flower pot on the back porch.
Oh, maybe this was a wild goose chase, but it's not now.
Well, what are you doing here, Miss Brooks?
Oh, well, Mr. Valentine couldn't make it, Nana. He asked me to convey his deepest regrets. And there was that key under the flower pot.
Why, that...
Oh, what you were going to say.
What have you got? Give me those tickets.
I was just admiring them. I've always dreamt of a holiday in South America.
I said, give them to me.
Tickets for Flight 114 next Wednesday. The day after Frank McLean collects the insurance on his wife. The tickets bought right here at the airport in Roxbury.
I'm not going to ask you again. Let me have those
tickets. It may not mean
for...
anything at all. But it's worth checking. Just who bought these tickets and why.
Sorry, but you're not leaving here.
No fair, Nana. You didn't say put them up.
I'm not finished with you yet.
That's better. I like to be warned. Now I can forget I'm a lady.
Will you...
You remember selling these tickets, don't you, mister? Seats 4 and 5, Flight 114, Wednesday?
Oh, yes, I remember it very well.
Oh, good. Would you be able to identify the man if you saw him again?
Man? But it wasn't a man, it was a woman.
Oh?
That's why I do remember it so distinctly.
Oh, you mean she had all the reasons why men would look at her twice?
I didn't think of it quite that way, miss. I meant the little scar on her cheek.
Scar? Wait a minute. Is this the woman you sold the tickets to? The one in this picture?
Why, yes, that's her.
Mrs. McLean bought those tickets.
If Mrs. McLean bought those airplane tickets, Brooksy, that means for sure she's back here in Roxbury.
And not just on the testimony of one of the Boston Kozlenkos.
Well, what do you make of it, Samuels?
If McLean and Nana got those tickets from her, you can bet your life she didn't just hand them over on the silver platter.
Not so her husband and his lady fair could go flying down to Rio.
Hey, look, Brooksy.
Yes, George.
I think Nana must be a chasing spirit by now. Drop by her place again and let her out of that closet.
Oh, must I?
Yes, you must. And bring her out to McLean's. For one thing, she's got to answer some questions about those tickets.
Now, there's a cool cookie for you, that McLean. Imagine him using the same tickets his wife bought.
He probably figured that was one way no one would know his plans. Where he was going after he collected on the insurance.
Well, I'd better be going.
See you later, Brooksy. Hey, you know something, Samuels?
What's that?
If McLean wanted to get rid of his wife, he wouldn't necessarily plant her right there on the home ground.
He wouldn't risk taking her anywhere else. Like I always say, the hardest thing in the world to get rid of.
Yeah, I know. But we were all over the place. I wouldn't know where else to go looking tonight.
Wait. There's one place we didn't look. On the back part of that property is an old well. All overgrown with shrubbery and stuff. That's why we passed it by.
Go on.
I looked there 7 years ago, and if your idea about hiding things where people looked before
Okay. What's keeping us? Sure you got enough rope up there, Samuels?
Plenty.
This well looks deeper than we thought.
Be careful. Can you use your flash?
Better wait till I get farther down.
Yeah, that might...
Samuels! The rope! Samuels!
George!
We'll have him up here in a minute, Miss Brooks. Lucky he didn't bring the whole rope down with him when he fell.
Do you know if there's any water down there?
No, I don't.
Well, let me give you a hand.
Now, wait till I get a hold of that Ginzo who sneaked up behind him and slugged me.
Oh, McLean?
Who else? Wait. There. He's near the top, I think.
Oh, George. Oh, here, honey, I'll help you.
Come on now, fella. Up and over.
Oh, you okay, darling?
Oh, with reservations. I feel as though I've been dragged not too gently through a meat grinder.
Somebody walked up behind me in the dark and let me have it.
Yeah, I found Samuels lying here when I went out to look for you two.
Uh-huh. Now, let's get inside and see McLean, hey, Valentine? Maybe it's time to do something about that well-groomed pan of his, like you said.
You took the words right out of my mouth, friend. I've just come to a very interesting conclusion.
I was wondering about that 1,000-watt look in your eye.
Yeah, Brooksy. To do some real profound thinking, there's nothing better than lying around on the bottom of a well. It's real nice and cozy, folks, to have everybody around like this. We might even toast marshmallows if I didn't have something more important on my mind.
Mm-hmm.
As a rule, I don't believe in petty tantrums on the part of grown men. But I owe somebody a fractured jaw.
Now, look here, Valentine. What Samuel said about me sneaking up behind
That's
him...
you, McLean. Step aside till the teacher gives you permission.
What brought this on, George?
I do believe he's going to hit somebody.
Yeah. You, Samuels.
Hey, what's the matter with you, Valentine? You gone nuts?
Yes, you, Samuel.
Okay, Valentine, I'm coming at you and I'll ask questions later.
Fine. I was waiting for an excuse to do this again.
Careful.
All right, come on. Get up.
Nice work, Valentine. I've never seen my studio put to better use.
Shut up, you.
My, he's mad at everybody.
George, what is this about Samuel?
Yeah, what's the idea? What did I ever do to you?
You tried to kill me. Nobody slugged you except yourself to make it look good.
What do you mean,
Bad
George?
slip of logic, Samuels. You were McLean's personal nemesis. If he were getting really desperate, he'd want to get rid of you, not me. He'd make good and sure you were dead.
That's crazy.
Why should I want to knock you off? I hired you.
How could Samuels possibly have anything to do with Mrs. McLean's disappearance?
Samuels, you know where that woman's body is, don't you? You knew it tonight when you suggested I go plumbing the depths of that abandoned well because you were too fat to do it yourself.
You're way off the beam, Valentine.
You were afraid I'd find out, too, sooner or later. And you weren't going to take any chance.
Now, look.
With me dead, you could blackmail the real murderer for a long time to come.
I see. I still remain the suspected murderer.
Don't be so glib, Bub. You're exactly that.
When will somebody get around to making sense here?
I'm getting used to being the suspected murderer, Nana. But still I say, where is the body? You know, you've got to produce that to prove there was a murder.
Samuels knows where it is, don't you? You caught on a little quicker than I did. That's because you've been living with this case for 7 years.
Well, I don't like being ghoulish. But do you really know where Mrs. McLean is, George?
Take a look at this impressive group of statuary.
My best effort yet.
Statues, George?
The one in the middle particularly, Brooksy. Eternal life. You yourself said it didn't do its model, Nana, justice. And no wonder. There's only one thing Mrs. McLean has in common with Nana. They're both women of about the same size.
There's no telling where that weird imagination of yours will lead you, Valentine.
You don't need imagination, McLean. Just the plain observation that Samuels had, too. You were in such a hurry to make a plaster cast with your wife's body in it that you forgot one little defect that might have been overlooked after 7 years.
What's that?
I mean specifically the middle finger of your wife's hand. It's severed at the first joint, and the plaster cast preserved it that way.
No. I couldn't have forgotten that. I couldn't.
Yes. Ironic as it is, McLean, there's death inside the statue of eternal life.
When you shop for meat, you're confident of getting good quality because you know you're protected by health department regulations. But how can you be sure of quality when you're buying a battery for your car? The National Society of Automotive Engineers established protection for you when it established 3 rigid battery tests. Atlas batteries excel in all 3 of these tests required by the Society. Next time you look at an Atlas battery, notice the certified capacities embossed on the back panel and the number of plates. So for a sure starting battery with greater capacity through a longer service period, make sure it's an Atlas battery. You can get one at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station. Certified Atlas batteries and expert battery service are 2 reasons why independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations say and mean we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll find George faced with a new problem, expressed in a letter that has just come to his desk.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm a freshman at Western State University. I'm majoring in botany. And I've suddenly found that flowers can smell of murder. Please give me a chance to tell you the whole story. I live in Quonset Hut number 8, University Road. Signed, Louise Durain.
Next Monday night, a new case for George Valentine. The flowers that smelled of murder. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Louis Van Ruten as Samuels, Jay Novello as McLean, Louise Arthur as Nana, Don Diamond as the cabbie, and Bob Bruce as the clerk. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Samuel Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Kathy and Elliot Lewis on stage. Kathy Lewis, Elliot Lewis, two of the most distinguished names in radio, appearing each week in their own theater, starring in a repertory of transcribed stories of their own and your choosing. Radio's foremost players in radio's foremost play. Ladies and gentlemen, Elliot Lewis.
Good evening. May I present my wife, Kathy?
Good evening.
In the dictionary, crustacean is defined as belonging to or characteristic of the crustacea, an individual of the crustacea.
And crustacea is defined as one of the three primary divisions or classes into which annulose animals provided with articulated limbs are divided. The higher forms of this class include lobsters, shrimps, crawfish, and so forth. The lower animals are of varied forms, as barnacles, woodlice, fish lice, and so forth.
And the word comes from the Latin crusta, meaning the hard shell of a body, the rind.
And from all of this, E. Jack Newman has written a new radio play which we are about to do for you called The Crustacean.
Hello, Foley.
What's that thing out there?
Huh? Oh, it's a teletype machine.
What's it for?
It prints news.
Seen lots of things. I guess I ain't never seen one of them before.
Do you remember me, Foley?
Look, none of you people, none of you gonna want to listen to what I tell you, so I won't tell you. That's how I feel about it.
I might listen, Foley. Why don't you try me?
You wouldn't listen. You wouldn't, and nobody else would.
Foley,
what?
We've talked before.
Oh, yeah, we talk. We have, huh? We talked before about maybe do you have a match so as I can light up? Or do I have a match so as you can light up? Well, we never really talk, you and me.
We had coffee together in the kitchen.
Nobody's ever wanted to talk to me to see if maybe I had something to say about something. Why, I just know your name's Vic, and that's about all.
My name's Victor Hanley.
Yeah. Well, I bet you don't know my name outside of just Foley.
Your name is Joseph Willis Foley.
How did you know that?
I asked Mr. Washburn. He told me.
He did, huh? Well, I forgot about him. He pays me my check, so I guess he had to know. Sure, I get it now. That Social Security stuff where they take part of my poke every week. Wash should know my name all right, but he never wanted to know it. He had to on account of government. Wash never calls me anything but Foley. He never said to me, "Hello, Joe," when he come in the kitchen. I'm Foley to everybody around. Just plain Foley. Nuts.
Joe. Joe?
What? You talking to me?
Yeah. You just told me no one ever called you by anything but your last name. I'm going to call you Joe from now on. Did you like that?
Sure.
Joe, you're right when you say we haven't talked about many things since we've known each other. I drop into the hotel now and then and say hello, and that's about all. But that doesn't mean we haven't been friends in a way. Now, have I ever done anything to you? Have I ever hurt you?
No.
You've never done anything to me. Okay, then what's to stop us from talking right now? Oh, is it like one of my cigarettes, Joe?
Tailor-mades?
Yeah.
Sure, why not? Give me one.
Joe, are these yours?
Where you get them?
Your room.
You make them yourself?
Yeah.
They look very interesting, Joe. Some kind of color charts, aren't they? Joe, I'd like to know what all these cardboard sheets mean. Could you tell me about them? I understand you work pretty hard on them.
Where you hear that?
For people at the hotel. They told me you spend a lot of time on them. All your spare time. Is that right?
What's it to you?
Will you explain them to me, Joe? I'd like to know.
Them's my ideas.
Your ideas, Joe, in color?
Yeah. You know much about colors?
Not a thing, Joe.
Colors is important in life.
How do you mean, Joe?
You take your green. Now, that's just about the best color there is. So, if you got green, you got something. But if you got, say, purple, you got maybe lots of trouble. I got it all written down there.
In all the years you worked at San Ordana Inn, you never told Mr. Washburn or the cook or any of the others about these ideas you have? You never showed them this?
That's my business. A guy can keep his business if he wants.
Of course, Joe. Now, when did you first...
Say, you want to talk to me anymore, Vic?
Yes, Joe.
Then why you keep asking questions? I'm talking to you. I'm telling you about things, and you keep asking questions. You let me tell it to you, will you?
Sit down, Joe.
You're a pretty nice fella, I guess, but you're like a lot of other guys. You want to rush a guy when he's thinking. No guy wants to be rushed, don't you know that?
You just take your time, Joe. I'll listen.
Sure, you'll listen now, 'cause you and them other guys out there in the other room, you know I'm right now.
We don't know that for sure, Joe.
Well, it don't make no difference to me, 'cause I know. No guy can say I ever tried to sail. I always do my job, wherever I am. Mucking, frying, digging, no matter what. And I stick to my own business, like at the hotel. Pay no mind to nobody. I just do my job.
You write your orders at the table and hang the check on this hook here for the chef. Then you take your makeup back out into the dining room.
Swell.
Water, napkins, silverware.
Okay.
Coffee over there, cream and sugar outside. Anybody wants tea, use that urn. The tank's always full of hot water. These are your tea bags right here.
What else?
That's about it. You start at 6 tonight, off at 12. Foley. Foley? Come here. Foley can tell you anything else you want to know about the kitchen.
What's up, Mr. Washburn?
This is Ellie, new waitress.
Hiya.
Oh.
Foley here has worked for us for a long time.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. Me and Mr. Washburn been pals a long time now, ain't we?
Oh, we sure have, Foley.
Mr. Washburn, may I see you for a moment, please?
Sure. I'll be right back.
So you and Washtub's been pals a long time, huh?
Oh, yeah. We sure have.
Mm-hmm. Just like that, I'll bet.
Yeah.
I didn't think a bird who offered 20 a week and tips had many friends.
You get your board and room, too, don't you?
Yeah. What's he pay you, $1,000 a day?
They get me $50 a month and my bed and beans. Pretty nice setup.
Does anybody ever come to this dump?
Oh, lots of people.
Looks pretty dead to me. Tell me, what do you do for laughs? What's for fun 50 miles from nowhere out here?
Oh, lots to do.
You know, when I walked in here a second ago, I saw you standing there in your apron and underwear top, and I said to myself, Ellie, I said, that tall boy giving those pots all he's worth, now there's a boy. I said, there's a boy who really knows how to get out and live it up. I could tell it just by looking at you. Yes, sir, I'll bet you got a Cadillac somewhere, huh? You got a Cadillac?
Oh, no, I ain't got me no Cadillac. What's that?
Skip it. What did you say your name was?
Foley.
Well, I'm stuck here for the summer, Foley, old kid, so I know you and me are going to have a lot of dandy times together, huh?
Oh, yeah. We sure are, Ellie.
Come on, Ellie. I'll show you your room.
Me and Ellie didn't have no dandy times together. I only seen her when we was working. I didn't figure on it. A guy knows what's what. I knew about her. Like I say, from the first. A guy knows what's what. Yes, sir.
Hiya.
Hey, what's this? What's the idea?
What's what idea?
You sitting there. What are you doing in my room?
Well, I'll tell you. I'm waiting for you. That's one thing I'm doing. For another thing, I had my choice of sitting outside in the sun or waiting in here, so I just walked in and sat down. You want to fight a duel about it?
What you want, Ellie?
Washtub said you had the keys to the linen closet. I want some napkins. Now work on that a while, Speedy.
Oh. I'll take you over to the linen closet.
Why don't you just give me the keys? I'll go myself. Or don't you figure I got enough brains to unlock the door myself?
No one but me's supposed to have the keys, Ellie.
Okay. What's that pile of stuff you brought in?
Nothing.
Looks like you've been doing some printing, Foley. I didn't know you could print.
I went to school. 4 years, maybe.
What is it, your life story?
Don't touch it.
I just asked you. I'm only trying to make a little polite conversation with you, but if it's too much for you to handle, forget it.
Well, them's my writing.
How to scrub a pot in one easy lesson?
It's my writing on color. You ever dream, Ellie?
Yeah. Why?
What colors you see when you dream?
I don't know. What colors am I supposed to see?
Colors that mean something. All of them do. Something good or bad. Like a color tells you if you're going to be sick or well, or if you're going to go someplace, or if you're going to get a new job, maybe. I got it all worked out.
Fortune telling, huh?
More than that.
It's come from a book or something?
No. It's my own idea. I had it a long time.
How did that happen?
Well, I've been knocking around plenty in my time, bumming and working. And I've seen plenty of things. Guys drunk, guys killed. I knowed about them from their colors. I knowed about lots of people on account of their colors. You take a guy and you look at him and you wonder what he can do. Can he maybe plane a piece of wood better than any guy alive? Or maybe can he roll makings better than any guy? Every guy can do something in life, see? Every guy's got some reason for being here. Well, a long time went by before I knew why I was here. And then I figured out these colors. That's what I can do.
Well, my. You've been writing it down, huh?
Yeah. I ain't never told anybody.
That's smart. Keep it to yourself. I'll just bet my last $1,000,000 buckaroos you got life all figured out there. And you're just the kid who'd know all about it. Yes, sir.
You're making fun of me, ain't you?
Why, no. Well, whatever gave you that idea, Einstein?
Don't make no fun of a guy. Don't ever make no fun of a guy, Ellie.
You are listening to Kathy and Elliot Lewis on stage. Tonight's play, The Crustacean.
All of us at some time are faced with a challenge, and the man in uniform is no exception. Many is the time, for example, when he is called upon to demonstrate his peacetime value and importance to the civilian population of the United States. During 1954, the New England coast was hit by an unexpected and highly damaging hurricane. Not long after the storm passed, the men of the U.S. Naval Base at Newport, Rhode Island, went into action. It supplied portable generators to provide emergency electrical power for 3 hospitals, a newspaper, 2 dairies, and an entire city. It provided a 1,000-watt generator to enable a radio station in Newport to resume broadcasting. And when a serious fire broke out in Newport, the Navy base furnished a fire engine and 2,500 feet of hose. It also sent pumping equipment to nearby Portsmouth and a portable floodlighting unit to the Providence Post Office, as well as helicopter surveillance teams over several devastated areas. And in order to prevent rioting and looting as an aftermath of the hurricane, the Navy assigned 105 shore patrolmen to assist local police in 4 Rhode Island communities. As long as their help was needed, the Navy men gave unselfishly of their time and equipment. Yes, by their aid and assistance, the military once more successfully met a challenge.
Can I have a glass of water?
Oh, here, Joe.
Pretty dry.
Joe,
What?
Joe, I tried to make some of this out. It isn't too clear.
Everybody's got a color that belongs to them.
Oh, well, I got that much. But is the color in, say, the clothes they wear?
You don't understand. I didn't hit it at all.
Well, I'm trying to understand, Joe. Joe, I'd like you to tell me more so I can understand what's in here.
Yeah?
A few minutes ago, you said that everything you know about colors is right. Well, I told you that I wasn't too certain about that. I want to know for sure, one way or the other.
I ain't made no mistake about that there. I thought I did once on account of Ellie, but I didn't. I was right. From the beginning, when I first seen her.
Foley? Hey, Foley! Hey, dream boy, can't you hear anymore?
I ain't here all right.
What's the matter? You sore at me?
Let me alone, I'm busy.
Oh, there's no rush about anything, Foley. Your dining room's closed. I can see you've been at it like a little old beaver with a load on. Oh, I wouldn't stay around this dump for a minute if the tips weren't so good. We had a house full tonight.
Did you laugh at any of them?
You are sore. But you're kind of a wiseacre, too, aren't you?
I mind my own business.
How is the pot and pan business, old boy?
Never mind.
Or maybe I should be asking you about the color business. Seeing a lot of life around these days?
I don't bother you.
What's the matter? You afraid of me? A man like you who's got so many ideas?
I want to finish up.
You're all finished. Everybody's gone.
I want to get by.
Give me a match first.
Here.
Light it for me.
Let me by now.
Why don't you have a smoke yourself?
I don't feel like one.
Aren't you going to talk to me?
Got nothing to talk about.
You had plenty to say this afternoon, all about your ideas.
I had enough.
That's too bad, and I was going to learn so much.
You never learned anything.
You know what you are? You're a fish.
Huh?
You're a crab, maybe a shrimp. You got a shell just like one of them. You a fish?
I want by.
Oh, come on, kid. Hi, Foley. Old crab. You ever been this close to a girl before? Maybe we ought to talk now. I'm anxious to know all about your ideas. No, Foley, don't run away.
I ain't scared of you.
You act like it. Why would you be scared of me, Foley? You dropped your bucket.
Let me by. Please.
All right, if you answer my question, Foley, you ever been this close to a girl before? Have you?
Wash is married. Them guys that deliver things ain't had no time for you. I don't want no part of you either, Ellie.
Well, you...
Now, let me get by.
Grease greasy. That's what you are, greasy. You're a greasy dumbbell.
I didn't think I'd have much to say to her after that. I mean, I thought I'd stay clear of her, but that wasn't easy since we were both in the same kitchen. At first, we didn't talk at all, just sort of looked away. But after a day or two, Ellie come over to me.
We're going to keep this up.
Keep what up?
Arguing?
Makes no difference to me.
I want you to tell me about the colors, Foley.
I told you once before.
All right. Maybe I did try to kid you. Foley, look, I'm worried, and you're the only one who can help me. I saw a color last night for the first time. Can you tell me something about it?
You laugh.
Not now. It scared me. Listen, what does yellow mean when you see it in a dream, Foley?
You seen yellow?
Yellow wood. Everything painted yellow. Real bright.
Like boxcars? Yellow boxcars?
Yeah. Yeah, how'd you know?
Only way to see yellow.
Well, say, there is something to this. Tell me what it means. Foley, tell me what it means.
I told her it wasn't nothing bad like she thought. I told her because I had it all writ down there. Of course, I didn't think Ellie ever see a color like yellow. That's a good color. Then a couple of days later, she seen some blue, and I told her about that. Then once she seen white.
Bad?
Pretty good. That means you got some traveling to do.
Well, you're right. Up until now, I wasn't sure you weren't just handing me a lot of baloney. I got a letter from my sister today. I'm going to go to Spokane when I finish here. That's settled.
What you mean?
You really got something here, kid. Everything you told me has been right down the line. It works.
I know.
Look, I don't want to tell you your business, but you ought to do something about all these ideas you got. You ought to sell them for money.
What?
Sure. I saw you with a big pile of paper, things you've been writing down about it. You ought to put that in print. It's practically a book.
Oh, no. I don't write so good.
You shouldn't let that worry you. You ought to get it all together and let some publisher see it.
My ideas?
Well, why not? They're good ideas. We both know they work, don't we? Don't we, Foley?
I guess we do.
Well, what are you waiting for? Get busy.
That's it, sitting there. I put in a lot of time on it. Took a lot of time because all I had was what I sort of scratched out, but it came out pretty good. And Ellie said she'd take it with her when she left. She said she had a friend who was a publisher in San Francisco. I guess maybe I seen it all happening. I mean, me, telling people about my ideas. Hello, Ellie.
What do you say, Foley?
Getting ready to go, are you?
Yeah. All I gotta do is close that suitcase, stick on my hat, and I'm off like a dirty shirt. What do you got there?
My writings. You remember you said you'd take it to San Francisco with you?
I did say that, didn't I? Well, you can never tell what a girl will say in a rash moment.
Huh?
Let's have a look at it. A little greasy, isn't it?
Why, might have got it a little dirty.
Yeah? What's it about?
What's it about? You know what's it about. You've been telling me things all along here.
That stuff about the colors? Foley, you know, there's something else I forgot to tell you.
What?
I never dreamed of color in my life.
Huh?
I never dream, kiddo. Just never dream at all. Can you imagine that?
But you told me you dreamt yellow, and then blue and white. You told me that.
You know what? I was glad to tell you that.
Huh?
I got another little confession to make, sweetheart. I read that trash you got in your hand there. I walked in your room and I read it a long time ago. What do you think I got to know so much about your screwy ideas? You want me to quote some of it to you? Watch out. Watch it.
You didn't want me to do anything except so as you could laugh at me, is that it?
Well, now, I guess maybe that is it. Yeah, that's it, kiddo. Since we never had many laughs together, I'll do the laughing for both of us. Why don't you throw that stupid pile of paper away? It makes about as much sense as you do standing there.
You knew all the things I was going to tell you ahead of time.
Yeah.
I seen orange, Ellie. I seen it when you first showed here.
Orange? Well, so what?
Don't you know what orange means, Ellie? You read this here.
Now, just a minute, crackpot.
Orange isn't a good color. It's bad. maybe the worst. But then you told me some other things, so I thought I was wrong. But I see it pretty plain right now. You didn't want to listen to me. You never want to listen to anybody. You never will.
Get out of here.
No, Ellie. I see it better than ever now.
Listen, you crazy crack.
No. Ellie, can you hear me? I seen it when you first walked in. Orange. Orange. Orange.
I'm going to look all this over, Joe.
Yeah, you do that, Vic. You can tell by them what I've been saying's right. I mean about Ellie.
Reporters, Vic. They want to know all about this color angle. Want to take pictures of the book and get it in the morning edition.
What are you fellas whispering about?
Oh, just a minute, Joe.
How about it?
No. Tell them no.
But, Vic, they'll keep hounding us.
Go out there and tell them no. The color thing has nothing to do with their stories.
Okay.
Hey?
What, Joe?
What happens now?
Well, I guess you'll stay here tonight, Joe. Sergeant Bailey will be back in a minute to take you downstairs.
I'll sleep here?
That's right, Joe.
Okay. Okay by me. Hey, Vic. You got blue.
Blue?
That means you're a pretty nice guy. Hey, Vic. How about another one of them tailor-mades, Vic?
Sure, Joe.
The Crustacean, starring Kathy and Elliot Lewis on stage.
We were able to be as authentic as it's possible to be in radio when Larry Thor, who is Detective Danny Clover in Broadway's My Beat, agreed to play Vic, the policeman.
And Parley Bear joined us for the first time tonight to play Wash, who owned the restaurant.
The sound effects that you hear each week on stage are performed by two very versatile young men. Their names are Bern Surrey and Ross Murray.
Bern Surrey isn't going to be a sound effects artist much longer, since he's been studying medicine and soon will have his degree and open his own practice.
Ross Murray isn't going to be a sound effects artist much longer either, since he's been writing scripts.
And his newest script is what we're going to do next week.
It's called Penny Ante. It was written by Ross Murray, and it will include sound effects by Ross Murray and almost Dr. Bern Surrey.
Until next week, thank you for listening. Good night.
Good night.
Be sure and join us next week when On Stage returns with Kathy and Elliot Lewis in another play we know you will enjoy. This has been a United States Armed Forces radio and television service.
Orson Welles speaking. Lobbying is against the law. In at least one state, it's a crime, and in a dozen more, lobbying is a felony. In Washington, there were 96 senators and 129 lobbyists in 1924. Today, there are still 96 senators, but there are over 6,000 lobbyists. Well, today I'm going to expose one of the most secret and potentially dangerous of all the lobbyists. Most of you have never heard of him. He's the fortune-telling lobbyist. I'll get to him in just a minute.
In a little while, you'll begin to see new radios in the stores again. Some will have old familiar names. Some you will never have heard of before. But there's one you will see that has a double advantage. It's an entirely new home radio, yet it has a background of 15 most successful years. Well, you might ask, how could this be? Well, the radio is the Lear, L-E-A-R. And since 1930, Lear has been making the most precise and exacting kind of radios, aircraft radios. Instruments that had to have the most advanced design and manufacture. Now, Lear is using that rare skill and turning it to making unusually fine radios that you can have for your home. And as you would suppose, Lear radios will include the newest things that there are. One is the Lear wire that remembers. Now, this is wire recording made so simple and easy to use that just a flick of a switch captures songs, speech, or even radio broadcasts for you to hear time and time again. A single spool of wire holds as much as an hour of entertainment. And anything you don't want to keep can be erased just by recording something else on top. There's never been anything like this in home radios before. It's one of the fine new advances you find in Lear radios. So before you settle on any radio for your home, be sure to see and hear the one with the nameplate Lear, L-E-A-R. Now, Mr. Wells brings you his views and opinions on events as he sees them. The opinions are his own and do not necessarily represent the views of Lear Incorporated.
Our fighting men are not coming back home from overseas on schedule. The War Department has issued a statement seeking to shift the blame for this to labor. Too many strikes, says the War Department. I'd like to ask the War and Navy Department some questions. 1. Why did we make haste to transfer the Queen Elizabeth back to the British before it had brought American boys back to their homes? 2. Why is the world's greatest Navy not used for the great task of redeployment? Why is it used instead for Navy Day parades on the east and west coasts? 3. Why have we failed to use merchant vessels to get the boys home? We use them time and again for troop transport during the war. 4. Why have merchant vessels, free from Lend-Lease trade since August 21st, been put to carrying private trade before the war job is done? 5. Why have hundreds of Liberty ships convertible in 48 hours to transport purposes, according to the Superintendent of the Water Division, Port of Manila, lain idle this past month, rusting at their anchors, collecting barnacles in far Pacific Island ports where there have been no strikes? These questions are based on facts, gentlemen of the War Department, gentlemen of the Navy Department. The American people demand factual answers. Or would you prefer to supply policy answers to these policy questions? 1. Is that handful of desperate men in Washington who want to fight Soviet Russia now, before Russia can produce the atom bomb, going to have its way? 2. Are our fighting men kept in such great numbers overseas, in numbers way in excess of those announced as needed for occupation purposes, because they have more combat ahead of them? Are American boys going to fight in Russia? Are American boys going to fight in China? Now about that lobby. Well, most people don't know that there's big money in the fortune-telling racket. You can take my word for it as a magician that like a certain gamblers group, the big shots are organized, and like the gambling gang, they call themselves the Syndicate. 10 people run the syndicate right now, some of the slickest workers ever known to the con games. They divided the country between them. I saw one of these big shots a little while ago. We were both guests at a dinner party. My hostess had promised me she had a wonderful man coming to the house. He's not a common fortune teller, she said. Not at all. Mr. X, she told me, is gifted with strange powers. He's lived for years in a lamasery in Tibet. Well, he came in right after that, and I didn't spoil the party by admitting that I knew Mr. X. He used another name 3 years ago, and he's had to get out of several different states on very short notice. For all I know, that's why he left the lamasery. Maybe the Tibetan police got wise to him. Well, if I thought he'd mind a magician being there, I flattered myself, and he was a smash hit, believe me. He's good. He's all right. Probably makes $100,000 a year, Mr. X. Gets $25 for a private reading, but he isn't in it for the fees, not Mr. X. He gives his readings and he waits. Eventually the sucker comes in, the right sucker, and then he goes to work. Maybe it's a rich widow. She's lost a jewel. He tells her where to find it. She looks in the place he said to look, and my goodness, there it is. Now the widow will go for anything. She makes an investment according to his advice, and what do you know? She doubles her money. That's the old come-on, of course, and now his fat, nice little old widow is ready for the kill. She goes for the oil stock of the gold mine, and she goes in a big way. And before she finds out she's been skinned, our Tibetan friend is out of town. Or maybe he doesn't even leave. Maybe the sucker told him something he can use. Maybe she mentioned a little indiscretion in their heart-to-heart talks, some trifling confidence, just enough to keep her mouth shut. You see, blackmail is a regular part of the operation. Now, it's true there are hundreds of these seers, these so-called spiritual advisors, who don't go for blackmail or selling phony stocks, who live safely and well off the straight readings. And I'll admit that in some instances these people are sincere. What of it? I charge that all fortune-tellers are dangerous. I charge that even the most honest men and women who think they're psychic and give advice on that basis are hurting the people they advise. They're meddling with precious things. Too often, private questions of the heart, family matters, serious business decisions are left entirely to their hunches or to the ingenuity of their invention. The psychic tries to take the place of the priest and the lawyer and the doctor. And unlike them, he has no responsibility to God or to science or to the law. And if you think there isn't much fortune-telling anymore, you're wrong. The racket is booming. Today, there are more fortune-tellers operating in America than ever before. A lot of them are working, as you might expect, in Hollywood. There's only one community, as a matter of fact, sporting more of them, and here, I think I'm going to surprise you, and a little unpleasantly, too. Ladies and gentlemen, there are more fortune-tellers in Washington, D.C., more of these racketeers in our capital than anywhere else in the country. Several of your congressmen and more than one U.S. senator consult these phony mystics at regular weekly periods. The hanky-panky experts actually come to their offices in Congress on appointed days. Now, we have a right to expect of our representatives in Congress that they rely on their wisdom and their best judgment and on their consciences, not on the lines of their palms or the bumps on their heads. When they need advice, let them consult the people who voted for them. Well, here's the new kind of lobbyist. When I told you I'd tell you about the fortune teller, I think he's the most sinister of all, because you can't know what he's really after or who, besides the sucker, pays him off. You know, it could mean that a lobbyist, interested in killing a law or in getting it passed, won't see your congressman about it. He'll see your congressman's fortune teller. Well, I only wish the fortune-telling lobby was the worst news from Washington. This Thanksgiving Day, General Eisenhower, his face flushed with fever, his voice husky, stood before the House Committee on Foreign Affairs to plead that the United States keep its promise to the world by appropriating funds for UNRWA, UNRA, to keep starvation death to a minimum this winter. Republican Congressman Carl Munt of South Dakota heard Ike say, "There are few places in Europe where people are not cold, hungry, and apprehensive of the future." Then Munt cracked, "If you aren't lucky enough to have South Dakota pheasant for Thanksgiving dinner, I hope you have a good turkey." There was laughter in the room, but none from Ike. The hearing ended without a vote. Munt waddled away to his Thanksgiving dinner, but Ike went straight to a hospital bed. He's still there. Later, this Thanksgiving Day, Governor Lehman revealed that UNRWA had been forced to cancel $50 million worth of orders for medicine and clothing for lack of funds. But another $50 million of U.S. Army supplies already in Europe will be withheld from starving people. Said Lehman, "This month, the month in which we celebrate Thanksgiving in America, 10,000 people in Warsaw alone will die of starvation and disease." Ladies and gentlemen, graves are now being dug for people who will inevitably starve this winter in Europe. All the desperate men are trying hard to turn the Pearl Harbor inquiry into a virtual impeachment of a dead president. In the committee are men like Congressman Gerhardt, who damned every attempt to prepare the nation against Pearl Harbor. Mr. Gerhardt seems to think that Roosevelt and Hull started the war. I always thought the Japanese had something to do with it. But there's no question in Mr. Gerhardt's mind about the subject. He says, and I quote him, "The Japanese were doing everything in their power to get an acceptable agreement and got slapped in the face on November 26th. That precipitated the war." Unquote. Senator Tunnell from Delaware put it, I think, very well on the floor of the Senate when he said, and I quote Senator Tunnell in part, "The public has never fallen for such propaganda in the past, but Mr. Roosevelt's opponents hoped it might now. When their conqueror was in the tomb, their plan was to rake through the wreckage of Pearl Harbor and find there the evidence that the Pacific-friendly Japanese were trapped by Roosevelt's diplomatic cunning into fighting for their sacred liberty. Well, what evidence of these men in borrowed kimonos now turned up? First of all, they have the Navy's word that captured Japanese authorities and Japanese documents prove beyond the slightest doubt that the Japanese fleet set out for the cowardly trip to Hawaii on November 25th, even before they learned of Secretary Hull's final message." Unquote. And a very good statement, too. Well, you know, friends, I remember other attacks almost as scurrilous, made by irresponsible politicians against one of the greatest of all our American presidents. And I remember sitting with Franklin Roosevelt when the news of one such attack was brought to him. I remember how Roosevelt laughed that day. It was great laughter. And you know, it almost seems to me that I can hear that laughter now. Your attention, please, for an interesting announcement.
Up to now, only aviators have had Lear radios. They haven't been made for homes before. But now the fine techniques and careful manufacture that have become habit with Lear are being turned to making radios for you. And when you see and hear them, you'll agree they're radios such as you haven't seen before. Some will have television. Some will include high-fidelity FM and shortwave. There will be models with automatic record changers, as well as table models and portables, and some will have the Lear wire recorder I mentioned a little while ago. Of course, the best way to see what Lear has done for home radio is to hear the new sets themselves. We'll let you know as dealers get them, because we're sure that when you look at and listen to a Lear radio, you'll be convinced that here is a radio that dollar for dollar gives you the most for your money. The Lear radio. L-E-A-R. And now, a final word from Orson Welles.
Well, what do you know? This week, Tony Eden came out for elimination of the veto power in the United Nations Charter. And so did 3 United States senators. Ball of Minnesota, Fulbright of Arkansas, Hatch of New Mexico. The statement by Hatch is, I think, highly significant since, as is well known, he's Harry Truman's closest Senate friend. Some even believe it may indicate a change of sentiment in the White House. Others wonder if Hatch had Harry in mind when, after discussing the atom bomb, he quoted a Chinese proverb. The proverb goes like this: "What is the use of having 1,000-league horse if you do not have 1,000-league man to ride him?" Said Hatch, "It is written that man may not look upon the face of God and live. It remains to be seen whether man may usurp the power of God and survive." Which reminds me of another quotation, and credit the great Catholic convert G.K. Chesterton for this one. "With all our wisdom, there's one thing none of us can ever know, whether the world is old or young." Well, my time's up for now. I'm sure of that anyway. Please let me come to call again. And thanks for this time.
This is the American Broadcasting Company.
This is Guy Bogart and our cats playing about the KFOX microphone, and right here at the start we draw from our own circle for a bit of poetry. Mrs. Ida B. Hall of Hollywood, whose little white kitten we heard 2 weeks ago, has written another poem from an experience common to many of us. Let's hear her. Little Gray Alley Cat. Cold and hungry and mewing with pain, I found you shivering in the rain where someone, daring, heartless, and bold, had thrown you out into the cold. I cuddled you within my arm and carried you home away from harm, my little gray alley cat. In days that came and days that went, many happy hours we spent. You bit my fingers and nibbled my toes, made runs with my brand new hose. You rolled my spools across the floors, played hide and seek behind the doors, my little gray alley cat. Though growing up, as all pets will, you are my constant shadow still. At night you creep into my lap to take a little snoozy nap, and as I gently smooth your fur, I hear your happy purr, my little gray alley cat. I've loved Angoras and Siamese, blue-eyed Persians and chic Burmese, but my little pet I would not trade for any other of higher grade, for the little pal that I love best and cherish more than all the rest is my little gray alley cat. It's by Ida B. Hall of Hollywood. Skunks are always in the news, and although in no way related to the cat family, it is natural to associate them with felines in our mind. Several times a year we expect to see press photographs of orphan skunk babies nursing a mother cat. Somewhere last year at the cat show in Los Angeles, I read that under their title of polecats, they were to be admitted to some cat show as a class, and I'm sure they'd be a class all to themselves. Incidentally, I think it was the same cat show that was to offer a prize for the ocelot. Well, of course, the latter is of the cat family and fairly familiar as a household pet. Several stories came out in the news during 1953 of pet skunks. They're becoming quite popular in Southern California, all properly deodorized. One I recall was the William D. Hall family in Manhattan Beach, where nearly a score made admirable pets. Oh, yes, I believe it was the Hall family who were invited to enter their pets in the cat show. The skunk, as you know, belongs to the weasel family of the genus Mephitis. Several species are scattered pretty well over the nation. Back in the Middle West, a lot of you will remember ours was Mephitis mephitica. I recall getting hold of the first Indiana Natural History Report for 1867, given to me by Captain John Burkhardt of Brookville. Dr. Heyman of the same town had an article on a skunk, and after 50 years I recall a sentence from the article, "The young make nice pets if they are not kept too long." I guess the household pets are operated on for that, or so I've been told. Weasel family or not, the popular mind will call them polecats and think of them as felines. In one of the copies of Life is another little desert animal pictured, the ring-tailed cat. Don't need to burden your memory, but scientists like Dr. Ida M. Mellon would tell you that he is Basiliscus astutus. If you are like me, you will be content to remember that the ring-tailed cat is not a cat, but is related to the raccoon. But why not have them in the shows? With the ocelot being really the cat family and growing more popular, no reason why they should not grace our shows also. I've long used the expressions like fur babies and purr babies. Miss Hetty Gray Baker, whose cat books have been printed both in this country and in England, and who in her latest book has given recognition of KFOX's friendship for cats, gave a variation in one of her letters, fur faces. Folks are always wondering about food for cats. I liked the general common sense of Mrs. Ouida B. Blacknall in her Road to St. Ives, published at $2.75 by the Naylor Company of San Antonio, Texas, which I reviewed recently. Her words are from 20 years of practical experience, and I pass along another of her suggestions. Quote, "What shall I feed the cat is answered more fully in my What I Shall Not Feed, and here is a list of don'ts. any chilled foods, salt and pepper, small bones, pork, candy, pie, ice cream, greasy foods, spices, cornbread, potatoes, raw milk, to kittens, raw milk and milk at the same meal, raw meat on a hot midday. A Persian cat with running fits is our reason for this last don't. What to feed is already well covered by many excellent books on the care of pets. But added to these feeding instructions are the following items, startling as they may sound. Lettuce, tomatoes, cooked carrots, English peas, green peas, asparagus, squash, cantaloupe, boiled cabbage, crunchy cereals, cooked oatmeal. These foods, plus meat, have been used for years with our cats, and since they seldom have any digestive disorders, it seems a fairly safe diet. In hot weather, feeding raw meat may produce a skin rash. We noticed that our black Persians in particular were allergic to all rich foods during the summer. For hot days, the recipe below is a wholesome and economical mixture which will make about 12 portions. 1 cup of rice, 1 to 2 cups of cold water, 1 number 2 can of tomatoes, 1 chopped onion or 2 large garlic buttons, 1 pound of frozen horse meat. I'll read that again. You may want to jot that down. 1 cup of rice, 1 to 2 cups of cold water, 1 number 2 can of tomatoes, 1 chopped onion or 2 large garlic buttons, 1 pound of frozen horse meat. Thaw the meat, mix all ingredients and simmer about 30 minutes. Stir frequently. In winter, cook all except the horse meat, then mix the raw meat in last. In the diet of convalescent animals, raw white egg is highly recommended, especially after a siege of enteritis. A problem we had was a cat's refusal to eat the eggs. Then if we force-fed it, back it came. We have better luck using plain, unflavored gelatin, a protein food. Dissolve 1 teaspoon of gelatin in a serving of meat broth with no salt and no grease, unquote. Mrs. Bertha S. Whiting of Newton Center, Massachusetts, has been kind to this broadcast by furnishing verse and clippings. She sends a newspaper story showing another of those extra-sized cats. This one is Pretty Girl, the 4-year-old pet of Mr. and Mrs. Warren Ross of Squantum, Massachusetts. She weighs 50 pounds and measures 36 inches from the nose to the tip of the tail. She is white, marked with brown and black spots. Cantaloupe is one of her favorite delicacies, along with vegetables and eggs. On cold winter mornings, she likes a bowl of hot cereal, according to the reporter. Sue Riley, the reporter. Pretty Girl sticks pretty close to the home base and loves to be petted by her folks, but is not too friendly with anybody else. Mrs. Whiting occasionally sends the column of the Boston Sunday Herald, written by E.E. Whiting, whose main hobby is apples with a great love for cats. He is not related to Mrs. Bertha S. Whiting. I'm partial to anyone who likes apples, cats, and folks like E.E. Whiting. He has to satisfy the funny folks who thinks cats are a serious menace to birds, but doesn't back down on his love for tabby. Once he wrote, quote, Mr. Bogart of California tells you that cats don't eat birds. It is never any trouble to teach the cat to live in harmony with birds, says he to you. Bogart is a cat's attorney, unquote. Well, I have not said that cats do not catch birds, merely that the cat is not a serious enemy to birds. But I plead guilty to being, as Mr. Whiting says, the cat's attorney. Speaking of cats and birds, I noticed a year or so ago in our Dumb Animals, also of Boston, a letter sent to the editor by Bessie H. Freethy, quote, I do not understand how humans who feast on roast turkey and chicken have the nerve to hate cats for eating birds. People like birds to eat, so do cats. It is their natural food. How can they be hated when we eat birds too? Unquote. And I might add that cats do not go out in automobiles and kill thousands of birds they don't even want to eat. in the name of something called sport, and to whom desert highway signs and any moving bit of life are targets for criminal assault, like the so-called sportsmen who herded half-tame burros into canyons and shot them down while they stood there. The cat catches really a small proportion of food, but those he does catch are for food. But to return to Mr. Whiting, in another of his frequent columns praising cats, he states, quote, "Some time ago I wrote, I think appreciatively, of the interest taken in cats by Guy Bogart of Beaumont, California, a remarkable man who takes interest in a great many things, including apples, poetry, and all literature, and of the November Cat Week he publicizes in his home state," unquote. We are not quite together on the value of the cat in rodent control and the importance of this to the comfort and economic balance of society. But I do agree that the main reason the cat is adored is for beauty and loving companionship. Here is more from our appreciative Boston columnist. Quote, "The cat value, as I see it, is in less materialistic spheres than in mousing. No admirer of cats for their virtues ever beat a path to the door of a cat or discovered a better way of catching mice, whether in the wilderness or elsewhere. However, it has been my observation that mice tend to shun the house where there is a cat. It is a minor point. Personally, I like birds, and I like cats, and I like dogs, some dogs. I like people, some people. We like this and that, but in various ways. To those who know cats, cats add a sense of comfort, beauty, companionship, and restfulness to a house. Cats are not for utilities. I long ago reached the conclusion that the virtues of the cat far outweigh his faults, and the cat is very close to us humans. In good weather and in bad, he remains by our side. He does not migrate, nor hibernate, nor bury himself in the hollow tree or a burrow in a cave. He is essentially a part of human home life, and he teaches us lessons in looking on life from the vantage point of the philosopher. And there is this about cats which attests their strong personality as a species. There are some men and women to whom their presence works a curious and ineradicable antipathy. Maybe something psychic? I have a close friend whose nerves rasp and whose whole being cringes when a cat is in the same room with him. It is not just dislike, it is akin to panic and horror, which indeed is a tribute to the power of the cats, a compliment to him, though left-handed, unquote. Yes, ailurophobia, while not too common, is a real abnormality, not to be confused with people who simply dislike cats, or with whom those who are allergic to cat and dog hairs. The cat lover has no apologies for his adoration. This is Guy Bogart with love and joy to cats and folks and life, with happy purrs.
Yes, come in, please.
Hello. Are you Philo, Vance?
Yes, I am. Rather exhausted, Vance, but still Vance. You see, I've been working here in my office all night.
Really? Where's your secretary?
Neither of my secretaries is in yet. They have a more lenient employer than I have.
You're easier on them than you are on yourself. Is that what you mean?
Mm-hmm, something like that. Now, what can I do for you?
I don't know yet. I'm just looking around.
Oh, shopping?
Mm-hmm. For bargains. Got any?
Right at the moment, I don't have anything except a definite desire to go to sleep. Perhaps at some other time, this vague type of conversation might be very interesting, but not now, though. Will you forgive me?
For that? Yes. Vance, you're a private investigator, aren't you?
Well, that's the generally accepted impression. Why?
Well, right now you're working for a man named David Peacock. He's hired you to protect him and a strong box he keeps in his safe. Get him on the phone now and tell him you've resigned from the case.
So early in the morning? I never disturb my clients at this hour. Sorry. I wouldn't call him even if I knew David Peacock or what you were talking about.
Nice try, Vance, but it won't work. I have a friend outside I want you to meet. Please don't move.
Interesting morning. An attractive young lady, a gun, and a friend.
This isn't anything you can talk your way out of, Vance. Hold everything. Junior?
Yeah?
Come on in here.
Yeah, I'm coming. Well, here I am, eh?
That's Philo Vance, Jr.
Oh, that's Vance, huh? Nice-looking fella, hey? Huh? Hey?
A curious fellow at the moment. This is a rather unusual visit, I might say.
Oh, you don't know how unusual. Vance, this David Peacock you're working for. Are you going to resign as I asked you to?
I don't think so.
Make up his mind for him, Junior. And remember, Vance, I'm holding this gun.
How could I forget either you or it?
Don't you know you should be quiet, eh, Vance, eh?
No, I don't, as long as you asked. And if I'm not... What?
Maybe that'll teach you, eh? And in case that isn't enough, maybe this will. No.
Well, I don't like your method of instruction, my friend. It's time I took a hand in this education course. You wouldn't put that gun down for a moment, miss?
Oh, now, Vance.
Well, no harm in asking. Well, it's your gun or Junior's fist. You'll have to admit that isn't much of a selection.
You get one break. You can make your choice this time. But if you don't quit working for David Peacock, remember, this is just a sample.
My dear young lady, whoever you are doesn't matter, but this does. I told you before I don't even know David Peacock. But this afternoon, I'm going to see him and apply for the job you're so sure I already have.
Strange thing you're coming to see me this afternoon, Mr. Vance. Very strange.
Why, Mr. Peacock? What's strange about it?
Well, only yesterday I was considering engaging your services to protect me. I already have a bodyguard, a private detective named Moran, Jimmy Moran. Do you know him?
No, can't say that I do. He can't be a licensed operator, or I'd have heard of him.
He's not from the city, and he's very rough and not very smart. That's why I thought I might call you.
I see. Perhaps you'd be good enough to tell me why you think you need protection, Mr. Peacock, and why you don't call in the police.
Why do I think I need protection?
Yes.
I'll tell you why, Vance. In this house, there's a strong box in my safe. The safe has an unusual combination, and I've been assured that it's burglar-proof. I'm the only one that knows the combination.
I'm listening.
The safe is in a room for which I alone have the key. Yes, and I've been informed also that the room is burglar-proof. That's quite necessary, you see, because my entire fortune is in that safe.
And you wanted to hire me to protect you and it, right?
Well, I was considering it, as I told you. I haven't quite made up my mind. Though how you happened to come down to see me this afternoon is more than I can understand.
I could explain that, but I'd rather not. Mr. Peacock, who gets all your money when you pass on?
Well, my niece, a very charming, well-bred young lady. Wait till you meet her, Mr. Vance. You'll like her.
Does she live here with you?
No, but she visits me every day. Wonderful girl, wonderful. Completely self-reliant. And she can protect herself, too. Carries her own gun and knows how to use it. Ought to. She practices enough on the range out and back.
A social young lady who carries a gun. She does sound like someone I want to meet.
You probably will someday. Vance, I'm sorry you had this visit for nothing. For the time being, I think I'll stick with my present bodyguard.
Just as you say. Although I did have a personal reason for coming here.
Oh?
Uncle David? Uncle David, where are you?
Oh, that's my niece now. In the library, Polly. Come in here.
I'm on the way.
Well, it looks as though I will get to meet your niece, doesn't it, Mr. Peacock?
It most certainly does, and you'll find her charming, believe me.
Uncle David, Oh.
Well, that's all right, Polly. Come in. Polly, I'd like to present the very distinguished private investigator, Philo Vance.
Introductions aren't necessary, Mr. Peacock. I've met your niece in my office early this morning.
Look, hey, do you have to stare out the window? Can't you stare at something in this room, eh, just for a change?
Shut up, Junior. I'm thinking.
Well, that's why you're nervous. If you'd stop thinking, you wouldn't be nervous. That's why I'm never nervous, eh?
Philo Vance followed me here from my uncle's house, Junior. I know he did.
So what if he did? Well, I'll give him another treatment like I gave him this morning in his office. Then we keep him here. That means your uncle is alone with that guy Jimmy Moran we planted in his house. That's what we want, ain't it, hey?
Yes, sure it is. But I don't like it. With Vance in the picture, it changes things too much. Maybe we could buy him off.
A guy you can't scare off, you can't buy
You
off.
don't know how true that is, Junior.
Oh, so you came back for a second lesson, huh, Vance? Hey? Okay, I'll give you a little homework this time.
This time you learn something. This time, I'm really up to your silence. Well, young lady, that takes care of your friend, Junior. He and I are even. But how about you and me? Feel like talking now?
Not especially.
There's one thing you ought not mind telling me.
What is it?
I know you always carry a gun. How is it you didn't use it just now when I was evening up matters with Junior? You are on his side, aren't you?
I'm not on anybody's side, Vance. All I want is to be on the winning side. Remember that. It might explain a lot to you later on.
Step back, Mr. Moran, if you please.
Okay, Mr. Peacock. I'm back. Go on, open the door. I will look.
You can look if you like. It's a sheet metal door, absolutely burglar-proof, they tell me. No harm can come in your watching me open the door.
But the safe I can't watch, huh?
Well, you know better. I have a fortune in money and jewels in this box I'm carrying. I just made sure everything is intact. Now I'll return it to the safe. Come with me, please.
I'm a real bodyguard. When I'm on duty, where you go, I go.
That's why you're being paid, young man. Here's my wall safe. Please hold this box while I open it.
Go ahead.
Turn your back, please.
Okay. I'm turned.
I trust you, you understand, but no one knows this combination but me, and I'd prefer that situation to stay just as it is. What was that?
Sounded like a shot. Shall I go see?
No. Please stay where you are. You may turn around now and hand me the box.
Okay. Here you are.
Thank you. There. A few spins of the dial. There we are. Well, Mr. Moran, your work is practically over for the day. Nobody can get in the safe. Nobody can even get in this room after I close and lock the door. So that's that. Your job isn't very difficult, is it, Mr. Moran?
No, Mr. Peacock. That's what you think.
Well, Vance, is there anything else you'd like?
I don't think so, Miss Deering, unless you can induce Mr. Markham to invite me in on an interesting murder case this morning. You know, I applied for a job yesterday afternoon, but was turned down by Mr. Peacock.
All I know is he showed bad judgment. Now you want me to use my influence with the district attorney and get him to invite you in on a murder.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you commit one, Vance?
Why?
I guarantee you do it so cleverly that even you couldn't solve it. Vance against Vance. Sounds interesting.
Whom would you bet on?
Vance.
Ellen, dear, you're wonderful.
Take the laugh out of your voice and those words would sound wonderful. Vance, I found the cutest restaurant. Could we have dinner there tonight?
If you like. I'm wearing my agreeable disposition this morning. I'll get it, Ellen. Which phone is it?
1561.
Got it. Hello.
Vance Markham.
Well, my favorite district attorney. Ellen and I were just talking about you.
No matter what you said, it isn't true.
Well, we were saying some nice things.
Oh. In that case, I reserve the right to change my testimony.
Motion granted. What's up, Markham? A murder?
None that I know of.
Oh.
Sorry to disappoint you, my friend. This is strictly a social call.
I'm surprised, but not disappointed.
It's nice of you to say that, but...
In a minute, Ellen. Oh, Markham, let me call you back, will you, please? I have another call.
By all means. Bye, Vance.
Goodbye.
On 1562, Vance.
Right. Philo Vance speaking.
Vance, this is David Peacock. I told you yesterday I didn't need you, but I do very badly.
What's the trouble, Mr. Peacock?
Well, a minute ago, I went in the room where I had my wall safe. I opened it, and everything is gone, Vance. You understand? Everything is gone.
That was the safe that couldn't be opened?
Well, somebody opened it. Somebody must have worked out the combination. I've told it to no one, and the safe wasn't forced. Vance, you've got to come right out. You've got to go to work for me. I've got to get my money back.
Where's that private detective that worked for you, that Jimmy Moran?
Well, he's still in the house. I called you even before I called the police.
Better call the police, Mr. Peacock. I'll leave now, and I'll be out at your place in half an hour.
Oh, it's you, Vance.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you without your friend Junior around. Is your uncle in his study? He's expecting me.
I suppose that's where he is. You don't learn very easily, do you, Vance?
I'm a very apt student when I'm learning the right things. You needn't bother to come with me. I know the way. I was here yesterday.
I remember. Very well.
Thank you. You know, of course, that your uncle's safe has been robbed.
What?
That's what I was told on the phone. Everything is missing.
He kept his whole fortune in the safe. I'm going in to see him with you.
It's all right with me. This is the study, I believe.
Yes, come on in. Uncle David.
Don't touch anything. Stay right here in the doorway. I'll take a look at the body.
Vance, tell me, is he dead?
Very dead. bullet passed right through his throat and is embedded in the woodwork of the wall. The police are on the way here, I imagine. I asked your uncle to send for them. But now I'm going to send for the district attorney.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Peacock murder case opened when PHILO Vance found the body of David Peacock. Immediately after Peacock had reported his burglar-proof safe had been opened and the strongbox inside rifled. Vance has already met the dead man's niece, Polly, and her friend, Junior, and told me that Polly always carried a gun. From the shooting range at the rear of the Peacock house, we took a bullet that had been fired from her gun and have sent it to headquarters to be compared with the murder bullet. Vance and I are in the murder room examining the bullet hole.
Markham, who removed the bullet from this wall?
Sergeant Heath.
He's very careful and very thorough. He wouldn't have made this scratch on the wood next to the bullet hole.
Would that be important, a little thing like that?
In covering up a crime, a murderer generally knows enough to wipe out the big clues, Markham.
Well, that may be headquarters. I've been waiting for a report on the bullets I sent to my length. Markham speaking.
Walters Police Laboratory, Mr. Markham.
Oh, yes.
Just want to let you know the bullets we took out of the wall and the bullets you told us came from the gun belonging to Peacock's niece were both fired from the same pistol.
Thanks, Walters. Bye. Hear that, Vance?
Yes, I did. I'm glad I told you about the shooting range the girl used. Of course, you're holding her, Markham.
Of course.
Good. Before we go any further on this case, I want to pay a visit to a friend of hers, a strange young man named Junior.
Oh, it's you, eh? Moran the private dick. What do you want here?
Sit down, Junior, sit down. I got an idea you and I are being setups for a gal. Both of us being played for patsies. Peacock was murdered, you know that.
Yeah, I heard.
The stuff was missing out of his safe. Did you take it?
No, and I didn't knock him off either.
Neither did I. I got an idea your friend Polly cut this cute caper herself.
What?
And she rubbed him out and it's going to make it look like I killed him. Or you did. You get that?
Maybe you did kill the old guy, eh?
How stupid can you get? The finger would be on me right away, wouldn't it?
Well,
who was in the house?
Well, how...
Me. Who's got a record if they go back far enough?
Well,
Me. Look, Junior, I was working for that dame, and so were you. So we're all in this together. Only I'm not going to be tagged with a bum murder rap. You get that?
Don't bother me. I'm thinking, hey. That ain't good. It makes me nervous. And it makes me so nervous. You know what I'm going to do, hey?
Even if you had a mind, I couldn't read it. What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you 1 minute to scram out of this joint of mine. And if you ain't out in here by then, I'm going to toss you out on your ear. And the way I feel about you, I hope you make me do it. Do you hear, hey?
That's his car right ahead of us, Vance.
He's the private detective Moran, eh, Markham?
Yes.
Something tells me I'm glad we followed him after he left Junior's. I think I'll get more out of him than I would from Junior anyhow. Keep following him, please.
Vance, I don't follow you. We know Polly must be the murderer. The murder bullet, the bullet we took out of the wall, came from her gun. And she's certain the gun was never out of her sight.
Markham, suppose the murderer got a bullet from the target range just as you did. Then, after he killed Mr. Peacock with his own gun, he extracted the real murder bullet from the woodwork and inserted one he knew would be traced to the niece.
Yeah. That would account for the scratch on the woodwork next to the bullet, wouldn't it?
Of course. His knife might have slipped while removing his own bullet.
Yes.
Now that I've told you my theory, I think it's time I talk to our friend Moran. Speed up a bit, Markham.
Right.
Pull up alongside of Moran. Let me transfer to his car, and then, if you will, you can do me a favor.
You know I will. What is it?
Find that Junior who Moran was visiting. Pick him up and bring him to the Peacock house. I'll phone you there, and please be sure the niece is there, too.
Vance, you just practically exonerated her with the bullet theory.
Not quite. She's a very clever young lady, Markham. I might be thinking just exactly the way she wants me to think. Have her there, will you?
I'm a little confused, but I'll do it your way.
Thanks. And now that we're practically alongside Mr. Moran, signal to him, will you, please?
Right.
He isn't paying any attention. He's speeding up.
So I see.
Keep with him. Get ahead if you can and force him to the curb.
I'll try. This car's a newer model than his. I ought to be able to do it.
Now, Markham, cut your wheel over now.
Right.
Well, that did it.
Hey, what's the idea? You two guys crazy or something?
You keep going as soon as I get out, Markham, which will be right now. I'll call you later.
Good enough. Bye, Vance.
Hey, what's the idea of cutting me off? You looking for trouble, Mick? I got a lot of it laying around ready to let loose.
I'm sorry we had to cut you off, but you wouldn't stop when we signaled.
Why should I stop? Who are you to signal me? Hey, wait a minute. I know you. You're Philo Vance.
That's right. And you're Jimmy Moran. You're supposed to be a private detective, they tell me.
Go ahead, Vance. I know all about you. Get cute. Get real cute so I know it's you.
I'll try. Look, Mr. Moran, somebody apparently opened the combination of Mr. Peacock's safe. That same somebody first found a way to get past the sheet metal door of the room. And what's most important, somebody killed Mr. Peacock.
Well?
Who could have opened that door and that safe?
Anybody with talented fingers could have gotten in the door and the safe, Vance.
Such as?
I wouldn't know.
Well, that's too bad. Now I'll have to find out for myself.
That's too bad, too. Now, is it all right if I drive where I want to go and drop you off?
Of course. But do me one favor, will you? Meet me at the Peacock house in 2 hours. 2 friends of yours will be there, and if they aren't glad to see you, I assure you I will be.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead and arrest me. You're the district attorney.
Yes.
You know my gun killed my uncle. You know I'm supposed to inherit from him, so arrest me.
Go on.
But see if you can prove why or how I'd open a steel door and a safe and grab everything in that safe, especially when the stuff would be mine anyhow.
You have a point there, and it's one of the reasons you're not being arrested yet. You might be interested in knowing that we picked up a man known as Junior.
Well, what about...
And in another room in this house, we're holding a private detective named Jimmy Moran.
Well, what's next?
Well, right now, we're waiting for Philo Vance. He wanted all 3 of you here when he arrived.
Which is right now. Good evening.
What's good about it?
Hello, Vance.
That remains to be seen. Where is Mr. Moran being held, Markham?
In the den, the room where the safe is located.
The door unlocked?
It is now. The key's in the door, though. I have the police expert who opened it. Leave it there.
Good. Well, Markham, I have one phone call to make, and then I can promise you a break in this case. I think I can tell you who killed Peacock as soon as I find out how a safe that couldn't be opened was opened.
It couldn't be opened, Mr. Vance. Not without the combination. We guaranteed that safe when we made it. Of course, if an acetylene torch was used, that would be different.
No torch was used. The safe is in perfect condition. Could somebody figure out the combination?
It isn't very likely.
I'm sorry, I should have known better. The combination contained 4 numbers, and it would take days, months maybe, to get the right figures in the right order by trial and error. Tell me one other thing, if you will, sir.
Anything I can.
Did you make the safety box, the one that fitted into the safe? It's about 16 inches long, about 3 inches high.
It's possible we did.
Well, I wish you'd check, and if you did make it, and you sold one recently, I'd like to know whom you sold it to. I'll hold the wire. Hello, Moran.
Okay, Vance, I'm here like you asked. Now give me the sales talk and keep it clean. What's this all about?
I need help. I just made a phone call, and I know who killed Mr. Peacock and who robbed the safe in this room. You've got to help me prove it.
I do, huh? Well, right now, all I hear is words. I need the music to go with them.
Moran, listen. Knowing who the murderer is puts my life in danger. If I don't have a chance to prove my case, I want you to remember this.
Hey, what was that?
Sounded like somebody locked the door.
Yeah? Well, I'll soon find out. Hey, we're locked in here, Vance. Hey, what's going on? Hey, open this door. Open it up.
I'm afraid nobody can hear us except the person who locked the door, and I'm quite certain that individual has no intention of opening it.
Okay, but what's the gimmick? Why lock us in? Vance, it's gas.
Yes.
Somebody's feeding it through the keyhole.
That's your answer, Moran. Here, stuff this paper in the keyhole, quickly. We're trapped if we don't keep that gas out.
Give me the paper. It's no good. It's coming in now through the bottom of the door. That stuff will burn our insides out, Vance.
This is a rather sorry way for me to wind up a case.
Who cares about a case? I care about getting out of here. Where'd you get that paper you gave me?
From the desk over here.
Any more there? Any papers clipped together? Look fast.
Yeah, here are a few. But we'll never shut out the gas with these.
I don't want the paper. Give me the paper clip.
Yeah.
Give me it fast.
Here you are.
Okay. Gotta straighten out this clip and fit it into the lock. If we get a break, maybe I can get us both out of here, man.
I certainly hope we get that break.
Now, if this clip doesn't snap, we got a chance. I think I can catch the lock and turn it. I think I'm getting it. There.
Good.
I did it. Vance, I saved our lives. What have you got to say to that?
I'll tell you in a minute. Markham! Markham!
Yes, coming. Well, Vance?
What do you mean, well, Vance? Somebody just tried to kill Vance and me, and I saved our lives. Didn't I? Well, didn't I, Vance?
That's what you imagined you did. Actually, you really saved nothing but my reputation, Mr. Moran. Markham, you can arrest Jimmy Moran for the murder of David Peacock.
Hello, Vance. Sorry I kept you waiting. How late am I?
Not very, Ellen. It's only a few minutes past 8 o'clock.
Sorry. I had a lot of trouble with this hat. Just couldn't get it to sit right.
Oh, well, its posture is perfect now.
Good. Now let's sit down and we'll order.
All right.
And you can tell me all about the Peacock murder case.
Well, I told you over the phone that Jimmy Moran, the self-appointed private detective, was the murderer. He's confessed, and we've recovered the money.
You never told me how you knew it was Moran.
Well, let's start from the beginning. Peacock phoned me to say his safe had been robbed,
yes,
but that he hadn't given the combination to anyone.
And you knew that nobody could open the safe without the combination.
Nobody did. Peacock opened the safe himself earlier today. Moran was carrying the deposit box. Peacock made him turn around so he wouldn't see the combination. Then, while his back was to Peacock, Moran slipped the real deposit box into his trouser leg and handed Peacock a duplicate he had ordered. Peacock put that one in the safe.
And found out later that it was empty.
And called me to report it. Then he must have realized what happened, that Moran must have distracted him momentarily and switched boxes on him. He accused Moran, and Moran shot him.
Wait just a second. Why did Moran switch boxes? Didn't he try to open the safe?
When he first started to work for Mr. Peacock, he undoubtedly tried, but couldn't get anywhere with the combination.
I see.
In order to get into the room to work on it, though, he had to get past a sheet metal door.
How did he do that?
Ellen, that door was my best friend. When I got Moran to open it when he thought we were in danger from the gas which Markham planted, he showed me he could open the door without a key.
Tell me just one more thing and then we'll leave. Why did Polly and her friend Junior try to keep you off the case in the very beginning?
They had the whole deal set up with Moran as an accomplice. Murder wasn't included, however. It's true that Polly would inherit when her uncle died, but she didn't want to wait that long. So she hired Moran, an expert around safes, to steal the money. But he double-crossed her.
And then when Moran killed Peacock, he planted the bullet from her gun in the woodwork after removing his own bullet.
That's right. But I figured that out at the beginning.
Okay, so let's stop worrying about the beginning and start to eat. After all, this is the end of the Peacock murder case.
This is Playhouse 90. From the stages and studios, producers and playwrights of the world, Playhouse 90. Tonight we present a play written by Philip Levine called The Weather for Murder. This is the story of Sarah and Elsie, who run a small but busy tea shop in an English village. Elsie aspires to becoming a great detective story writer, and her enthusiasm is considerably heightened when the Everett home catches fire and a charred body is found among the ruins. Philip Levine has succeeded in creating the atmosphere of a typical English village, and at the same time weave a story that will keep you enthralled. Listen now to The Weather for Murder, produced for Playhouse 90 by Michael Silver.
Call, Sarah? Did I call? I've been shouting myself silly for the last 2 minutes. Really? I was concentrating. What on earth are you doing up here? I had a sudden inspiration for a story. A most brilliant idea, Sarah. I was typing. Well, surely it could have kept till later. You know we're rushed off our feet between 10 and 11. It's bad enough for the two of us. I can hardly cope on my own. Oh, but this is the most ingenious idea. A whodunit. And it's set in one of those laundrettes. You know, where people take their laundry. I'm afraid I can't stop and chatter now. Oh, but Sarah, I must... Listen, dear, listen. Now, leave that for now and come along down. Good morning, Elsie. Oh, Mr. Everett. The usual?
Please. I seem to have missed the rush.
Yes, we were frightfully busy earlier on. I was just about to have my coffee, too.
Well, join me if you like.
Oh, may I? Anything with your coffee?
Just a plain bun, I think.
Right. I shan't be a jiffy. Yours is half and half, if I remember rightly.
Yes. No milk for you?
No, I prefer mine black. They say it keeps the mind alert and clear, and that's very essential if one's doing creative work, don't you think?
How's the writing coming along?
Not too badly, but it's so difficult finding new ideas.
I don't doubt it. Still, I admire you for even trying. So many people just talk about writing, never do anything. I think it's very courageous of you.
Oh, excuse me just a moment. There's the postman. Oh, dear.
Another rejection?
I'm sorry to say.
Never mind. There are a great many other publishers.
No, I'm afraid there aren't. I've exhausted them all.
Well, then, there'll be other novels.
And I was so sure I'd sell this one. Into the wastepaper basket, I suppose.
Tell me what it was about.
Oh, I'd hate to bore you.
Oh, you never bore me, Elsie. On the contrary. Now, come along.
Well, it was about a private detective in Soho.
Do you know any private detectives?
No, I don't.
Have you ever been to Soho?
No, but I've seen pictures and read books.
Well, that's the trouble, you see. The best novelists write from their own experience.
Possibly, but... Well, I could hardly write about Froxdean, could I? It's so dull and boring. And the tea shop would hardly make a very exciting background for a thriller.
Well, I wouldn't say that. At least you know the people. And murder isn't limited to any particular background or class. I'll bet there isn't a person anywhere who hasn't thought about murdering someone at some time.
Oh, not you, surely, Mr. Everett.
Oh, you'd be surprised. And, whilst I remember, I wish you'd call me Victor.
Oh, well, as long as Mrs. Everett won't object.
Why should she? Now, if you'll take my advice, Elsie, you'll start your next novel nearer home.
I'll try. I must say I'm getting a little tired of rejection slips. Oh, more coffee.
Just a little.
Oh, by the way, I knew there was something I wanted to ask you. What happened to that dog of yours?
My dog?
Yes, Dandy. Wasn't that what you called him? Such a beautiful Labrador, and quite the best coat I've ever seen.
I'm afraid I had to get rid of him.
Oh, not destroy him?
No, I had to find him a new home.
Oh, how could you part with him?
It wasn't through choice. Nora, Mrs. Everett, felt there wasn't room for him in the cottage. We've one or two fine pieces, and, well, he was rather a large dog.
Oh, what a pity.
Yes, but one has to give and take in marriage.
I suppose so. Anyway, you still have your dahlias.
Well, no, I haven't actually.
But I thought you had a wonderful collection.
I did, but Nora doesn't care for dahlias. She says they attract blackfly. We've switched to a herbaceous border.
Oh, how sad.
Oh, not really. I must say those blackfly were a bit of a nuisance.
I heard that one year you took almost every prize at the county show.
That's quite right, I did. Before you and your sister came here. Before I remarried. Several summers ago. It's odd when I think back now. Just Dandy and I, my dahlias, blackfly and all.
Your wife's from London, isn't she?
Yes, though we first met on a cruise. It's funny how it happened. My first holiday in years. She was a science teacher, you know. You wouldn't think it to look at her, but she's terribly bright, good brain. We seemed to get thrown together on the cruise. We were never out of each other's company. When I got back, I found I missed her. I wrote, and then out of the blue, she turned up here. And, well, that was that. Not terribly romantic. Won't give you much copy, I'm afraid.
I'm surprised you stayed on in Froxdean.
Well, at first, Nora was all for moving back to town. Then suddenly she changed her mind. I think it was the cottage.
Well, I don't blame her. I've only seen it from the outside, but it looks adorable. I love that beautiful bay window.
That's the lounge.
Oh, is it? It looks rather like an inn with that, what do you call it, bubble glass?
Bullion glass.
Oh.
Genuine, too. Not this mass-produced stuff. Gets a bit warm in the summer, but I must say I find it delightful. The only thing is, one has to be careful with the furniture, or the sun can blister the varnish.
Still, with such a delightful cottage, you must be enjoying your retirement.
Oh, I'm not completely retired, not by a long chalk. I'm still on the boards of several companies.
Are you?
Yes, Harmsworth's, Mutual Investments, not forgetting Berridge's.
What, the big London store?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I'll be driving up to a board meeting tomorrow. You wouldn't be going up to town, would you?
Me?
I thought perhaps I could give you a lift. We might have a bite of lunch together.
Oh, well, thank you, but I rarely go up to town.
Oh, well, some other time. Here's your sister. It was time I was off. I'll take my bill, if I may.
Good morning, Mr. Everett.
Hello.
I'm glad I've caught you. I wonder if I might have a word with you.
Certainly.
Here, Elsie, take this sink tidy into Millie, would you? And then say you may as well take these groceries while you're at it.
Oh, yes, Sarah.
Oh, and tell Millie there'll be a delivery around about 3 this afternoon.
Righto.
Well, now, I hope I'm not holding you up.
No. What can I do for you?
Well, to come straight to the point, it's about that small vacant plot next door. I understand from my solicitors that it belongs to you.
I bought it some years ago. It was part of the old Lingfield estate.
Well, my sister and I were thinking of enlarging the shop. We're rather cramped here, as you can see.
You'll need permission from the local council.
Oh, I realize that. But I don't see why they should object.
Neither do I. Only, if you're thinking of making an offer, don't make it to me.
I'm sorry?
I made over a few properties to my wife at the time of our marriage, and I have a feeling that that's among them.
Oh, I see.
But there's no harm in your having a word with her. I'll tell you what, I'll mention it to her when I get back, and ask her to telephone you.
Would you? I'd be most grateful.
But knowing my wife, I'd better warn you, she'll drive a hard bargain.
Elsie? That wasn't Mrs. Everett on the phone, by any chance?
No, Mrs. Clarke from the post office. She asked me to put aside a jam sponge.
I should think Mr. Everett forgot to speak to her.
Oh, if he promised, then I'm sure he will. He's a frightfully nice man. Such perfect manners.
Yes, but easily led. Fancy handing property to his wife just like that.
Well, that shows how considerate he is. I admire him for it. I think Mrs. Everett's a very fortunate woman.
You're not the only one. From what I hear, there were quite a few broken hearts in Foxgreen when the banns went up. Isn't that right, Millie?
Oh, yes, Mum. There were dozens who had their eye on him. Well, a cottage and car and pots of money. I wouldn't have said no to him myself. Still, he hasn't done bad for himself, has he? I mean, she's a very smart person, not at all bad looking. Got pots herself, I expect.
Shop, Elsie.
Right, Sarah.
Oh, that smells like the scones. Here, take the cloth or you'll burn your fingers.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Everett.
Good morning. I'll take a wholemeal loaf and a small gâteau.
Oh, certainly.
Oh, is that all you've got? Chocolate? The one I had the other day was rather sickly. Haven't you anything else?
Oh, well, we've a new line, walnut cream. I'm sure you'd like that.
May I see one?
Well, Millie's just topping them with walnuts.
Well, I've a lot to do this morning. How long will they be?
5 minutes, no more.
Well, if I've got to hang around, I'll have a cup of coffee.
Oh, well, I shan't keep you waiting long. Mrs. Everett's just come in. She's staying for coffee.
Really?
Would you believe it, Sarah? She said our chocolate gâteau was sick.
Oh, what nonsense. We've never had any complaints before.
I know. I almost gave her a piece of my mind.
Oh, well, I hope you didn't.
Oh, of course not. I persuaded her to try one of the walnut creams. Are they ready yet?
Oh, almost. I'll be through in a jiffy.
Well, then I'd better take in her coffee meantime.
No, Elsie. I'll serve her. It'll be a good opportunity to talk to her about that plot next door. Black or white, Mrs. Everett?
Just a dash.
That's fine. Oh, there's no sugar bowl. Just a moment.
Don't bother. I take saccharine. I've got my tube somewhere.
Of course, I should have remembered by now. anything else for you?
Not just now. Though I'm glad you brought the coffee in, Miss Pierce. It saves my telephoning. My husband mentioned you've been inquiring about the plot next door.
Yes. As he may have told you, we're anxious to enlarge our premises.
Business is flourishing, isn't it?
Oh, no, not exactly. But as you can see, we're rather limited for space. In our busy time, it becomes rather chaotic.
I see. Well, what sort of figure had you in mind?
Oh, I'm not very sure. Judging from what we gave for these premises, I suppose the land must be worth about 300.
300? Oh, Miss Pierce, you're way behind the times.
Oh.
In the past year, prices have simply soared.
Have they?
Don't you read your newspapers? Building lands at a premium, particularly in the rural areas. There are so many restrictions under town and country planning.
Oh, but I'm sure we'd get permission to build.
Yes, but then so could a great many other people. Yours isn't the first inquiry I've had. No, I'm afraid I couldn't let that plot go under 1,200.
1,200? Oh, but that's exorbitant. Why, it's more than we paid for our entire premises.
Then all I can say is you were very lucky that you purchased when you did.
But sure.
Now, I don't think there's much point in our discussing the matter any further, do you? So if my ghetto's ready, I'll settle the bill, and then I must fly. I've a very busy day ahead of me.
Elsie, if you're on your way to the kitchen, put on the other fan, will you? It's terribly close.
Yes, I intended to. 2 pots of tea, Millie, 1 china and an egg on toast.
Isn't it turned warm? I'm sweltering.
Me too, you can say that again.
Still, I suppose I should be thankful I've no traffic duty. I wouldn't fancy that with the thermometer touching 80.
Is it as high as that, Sergeant?
A sudden high ridge sweeping in from the Azores.
Oh, is that what it is?
For once the experts were right.
Well, it's been a very poor summer so far.
Well, that's your telephone.
Answer that, would you, Millie?
Yes, Mum.
Oh, it's all right. Millie's taken.
Phew, I could do with an issue of Tropical Kiss.
Oh, I'm sure you'll feel refreshed once you've had your tea.
Let's have an ashtray while you're here, would you?
Oh, certainly. Here you are. Oh, I meant to tell you, Sergeant, I've given up writing stories about private detectives. I'm going to concentrate on something nearer home from my own experience.
That should be interesting.
Sergeant Foster.
Yes, what is it, Millie?
Oh, just now.
Now, just take it easy. Catch your breath.
That was your constable. He's had an urgent call. The Everett cottage is on fire.
I'm afraid there's little we can do, Sergeant. Like a raging furnace in there.
Are you sure there's no one inside?
My mate couldn't get within 10 yards of the place. We can only hope and pray.
How do you think it started?
Oh, your guess is as good as mine. The county will be investigating later. That old timber construction's a menace. Once it's alight, there's no holding it.
Hey, some blaze.
Oh, we're lucky it's isolated. At least there's no damage to surrounding property.
You'll have to watch that garden shed.
Not to worry. My men have got their eyes on it. I see we got ourselves an audience.
Yes, half the village have turned out by the look of it.
I wish they'd keep their distance. They're getting a bit too close to that fence.
Leave it to me. I'll handle them. All right now, folks. Keep well away from that fence. Come along now, back now.
Sergeant, what a pity about that lovely cottage.
Elsie, what are you doing down here?
I never could resist a fire.
I must see you won't see another one like this in a hurry. That roof will be in a minute.
Is Mrs. Everett safe?
Oh, we're keeping our fingers crossed.
She was in the shop this morning.
Was she? Well, what about her husband?
He's gone up to London for a board meeting. He mentioned something yesterday.
Where was this meeting, did he say?
Yes. He's a director of Belgium.
Oh, that's helpful. I'll try and get him on the blower right away. No, you get away from that fence, please. Hello, Everett speaking. Well, please come to the point, Sergeant. I'm in the middle of a board meeting. What? When did this happen? I see. Is my wife all right? Well, if she returns before I get there, tell her I'm on my way back. Yes, I should be there by 6. Yes, thank you, Sergeant.
Honestly, Elsie, I don't understand people at all. They only have to hear the word fire, and they start behaving like a bunch of school children.
Oh, Sarah, it's just natural curiosity.
Well, I can't see anything natural about it. It's morbid, if you ask me. I've never seen such a stampede. You, Millie, the place emptied itself so quickly, you'd have thought the tea shop was on fire.
You should have come too, Sarah.
I find little joy in watching other people's property going up in smoke.
It was still burning when I left. Poor Mr. Everett. Oh, he'd be so upset.
Yes. Well, I hope he had the good sense to be insured.
But that'll hardly compensate for the loss of such a charming cottage and all the inconvenience. I mean, where will the Everetts live?
Oh, they'll have to find a hotel.
To think of all their beautiful antique furniture.
Well, it'll be replaced if it's insured.
Oh, but Sarah, it's not the same.
Oh, be practical, Elsie. One chair's the same as another.
But they've lost everything except the garden shed.
Oh, it's about time Millie was back. I've something to say to her, gallivanting off without so much as a by your leave.
Oh, there she is.
And about time.
I'm so sorry, ma'am. The most terrible thing's happened.
No?
The firemen found a body in the cottage.
Oh, no.
It's Mrs. Everett, there's no doubt. And to think she was in here only this morning.
Now, use your handkerchief, Millie, for goodness sake. Are they certain it was Mrs. Everett?
Yes. I heard the fireman say, and Sergeant Foster was there, too. He phoned Mr. Everett, but they didn't know at the time.
How dreadful.
It was dreadful, ma'am. They had a police car there, and she was all covered in a sheet.
Yes, now, all right, Millie. Now, just pull yourself together. Get these tea things washed up, and then you can go off.
All right, ma'am.
Poor Mr. Everett.
Yes, very sad. But people get over these things. They're just like everything else.
Still, Sarah, we could offer to help.
Help? In what way?
It's an awful thought. The poor man will have to stay alone in some ghastly hotel room. Couldn't we offer to put him up for a day or so?
Well, I suppose
we've got a spare room, and he wouldn't be too much bother. He could eat down here. Oh, surely it's the least we can do.
Well, providing he hasn't made any other arrangements. After all, he might prefer the hotel.
I'll go across to the police station when we've closed. I expect he'll be there later on.
Here, Mr. Everett.
Thank you, Sergeant.
I know it's been a dreadful shock, sir. I hate to have to ask you to do this, but it's necessary for identification purposes.
I understand.
Just a glance, that's all, sir. She was lying face downwards, so it's not as bad as it might have been.
That's my wife, Sergeant.
Here, steady, sir.
I'll be all right.
There's a deed box in my office. I'm afraid that's all that is salvaged.
Thank you. I suppose I'd better look around for a room of some sort.
Oh, no need to bother, sir. Miss Pierce from the tea room said they'd be happy to put you up.
Really? I don't know whether I want to bother them.
They'd be only too pleased. You'll be much more comfortable there than in an hotel. And we shall need you for the inquest.
Victor Everett, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Do take a seat, Mr. Everett.
Thank you.
You are Victor Everett, formerly of Hillside Cottage, Meadows Lane, Froxby.
Yes.
On what occasion did you last see your wife?
On the morning of the 16th of July, at about 10:30. I was due at a meeting in London that afternoon, but I thought I'd go up a little earlier. My wife had some shopping to do. We left the house together, as I say, around 10:30.
And later that day, at approximately 6:15 p.m., you identified the body of a woman at the Froxdean police station as that of your wife?
Yes.
And now, Mr. Everett, although we shall be calling an expert witness in a few moments, have you any comments to make at this stage as to the cause of the fire?
No, I'm afraid I haven't. We used no gas in the house. My wife preferred electricity. And the entire cottage was rewired by the board about 18 months ago, shortly after my wife and I were married.
Was your wife in the habit of smoking?
No.
Were there any inflammable materials stored in the house?
None as far as I know. I've a bottle of thinners and some methylated spirits, but they're kept in the garden shed, well away from the house.
So you can offer no explanation as to the cause of the fire?
I'm afraid I can't.
Thank you, Mr. Everett. You may step down. Mr. R.A. Jenkins, County Fire Officer. Mr. Jenkins?
I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
On the 16th of July, you examined the debris and what remained of the residence known as Hillside Cottage, Meadow Lane, Froxdean.
I did, yes.
And did you reach any conclusion as to the origin of this fire?
I did, sir.
Will you state these conclusions to the court?
Certainly, sir. I examined the gas outlets and the main electricity supply. There were no signs of the fire originating from either of these points. Samples of the debris were tested for the presence of volatile, inflammable materials, but these proved negative.
Do go on, Mr. Jenkins.
I've had extensive experience locating what is known as the seat of the fire. That is, sir, its point of origin. And I'm of the opinion that the fire commenced in the region of the lounge window.
How exactly?
Well, the afternoon of the 16th was extremely hot, sir. Temperatures were in the 80s. The lounge window contained bullion glass. Now, due to several factors, the angle of the sun, the bubble in the glass, the sun's rays were concentrated onto the curtains, rather like a child playing with a magnifying glass. I should say that the temperature reached, well, it might have been in the neighborhood of 200 or 230 degrees centigrade, sufficient to ignite a certain make of cotton or similar fiber.
Were they of cotton?
I can't say, sir. They were completely destroyed in the fire. The residue suggests that they may have been, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. You have been most helpful.
Thanks, sir.
In the case of Venora Everett, aged 42, who died in a fire at Hillside Cottage, Froxdean, we have heard the evidence of her husband, also the police pathologist and the county fire officer. And from their evidence, it appears that this fire was the accidental outcome of the combination of a number of elements.
Come in.
I hope I'm not disturbing you, Mr. Everett. I brought a few flowers from the garden to help cheer up the room.
I saw you cutting them. I didn't realize they were for me. Dahlias, too.
Are you quite comfortable?
Very. I really can't thank you and your sister enough. You've been so very kind.
Oh, not at all.
Though I don't think I can impose on you very much longer. I've been here over a week.
You're no trouble at all. It's quite a change having a man around the house.
I'm negotiating for another cottage, but these things take a little time.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, you're welcome to stay till everything's settled.
Oh, thank you. How's the writing coming along?
Well, I've been thinking about what you said. Finding a subject nearer home.
Yes?
And to tell the truth, I did get an idea. But on reflection, I thought it might be in bad taste.
Well, that immediately makes me prick up my ears. Tell me more.
Must I?
Oh, come now. It surely can't be as bad as all that.
Well, you might change your mind if I tell you.
Try me.
Well, if you must know, it came to me during the inquest.
The inquest?
On your wife.
Please do go on.
Well, I thought it might be an idea to start my story with a fire in the village.
Oh, well, that's rather old hat, isn't it? I mean, it's been done so many times.
Yes, I suppose it has. I haven't really worked it out in detail. I thought I'd talk it over with Sergeant Foster when he drops in for tea. Unless, of course, you object.
Why on earth should I? No, do go ahead. Though, personally, I should have looked for something a little more original.
Oh, have you seen the Gazette, Sergeant Foster?
What's that?
Yeah, there's a picture of you and Mr. Everett leaving the coroner's court.
Oh, is there? Those reporters, you can't leave well alone.
Look, Mr. Everett's turned away slightly, but it's a very good likeness of you.
Oh, let's see. Oh, that's an insult if ever I saw one. By the way, I noticed you at the inquest, Elsie. You're scribbling away in your notebook.
Oh, did you, Sergeant? Yes, you see, finding myself in the coroner's court amidst tragedies, you might say, I had a sudden inspiration.
Out for another thriller.
Why, yes, the best novelists always write from their own experience.
Yeah, watch your step. That sort of thing can upset people, you know. Mr. Everett, I'm thinking.
Oh, he doesn't mind. Besides, I shouldn't use real names.
If you did, my girl, you'd find yourself with a libel suit.
No, Sergeant, my village will be entirely fictitious. I was going to call it Medborough or something far removed. I wouldn't think of giving offence.
Well, who's your choice for a victim?
I had in mind an attractive middle-aged woman.
Yeah, that's pushing coincidence a bit far, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Yes, I see what you mean. Oh, well, she could be young, I suppose. It doesn't really matter.
What about the method? Given that any thought?
Well, to be honest, the thing that sparked me off, forgive the pun, was the idea of the bullion glass. But instead of being an accident, the fire is caused deliberately in my book.
Sounds a bit far-fetched to me.
Well, I dare say it is. But I was hoping you'd be of some help instead of putting a damper on it.
But you must be realistic, Elsie. Perfect murder requires, among other things, perfect timing. No murder would ever leave things to chance. What happened at Hillside Cottage depended on quite a few things outside anyone's control. Well, for one thing, the weather. Then Mrs. Everett being alone and dropping off like that. As the fire expert said, the choice of curtains.
Oh, yes, you have a point there.
Mind you, I suppose there is such a thing as dramatic license. Anything's possible when you come to think of it. Off the record, of course, I suppose your murderer could have kept his eye on the weather reports. Just waiting for scorcher. But with our climate, he'd have to wait half a lifetime. And then to make sure the victim did drop off, you could always slip her a couple of sleeping tablets.
Oh, but wouldn't that show at the autopsy?
Oh, depends what's left of the victim. In a case of fire, it's unlikely. Then regarding the curtains, I suppose one could persuade the victim to buy cotton. Oh, that's stretching the imagination a bit, isn't it?
Yes, it doesn't sound very convincing. Anyway, even if the husband did go to all that trouble, how on earth would I catch him out?
The husband, you mean?
Yes, how would I solve it?
That's your little problem. I'm no writer. Though for what it's worth, in my experience, criminals invariably have to lie somewhere along the way. And the trouble with liars is that they have such bad memories. Sooner or later, they drop a clanger. So, when you settle down at your typewriter, I'd bear that in mind if I were you. Oh, forgive me, Elsie. I didn't realize you were in here.
Do come in, Mr. Everett. You're at liberty to use the sitting room.
I've just been across for an evening paper. I bought you a magazine.
Oh, how nice of you. But you should.
Very little in return for your kindness.
The pot's still warm. Would you like a cup?
Thank you. No. Don't get up. I'll see to it. Would you like a second? It'd give me pleasure to serve you for a change.
Well, thank you. Oh, Sarah's at a club committee meeting.
Another?
She can't sit still for a moment. Always doing something. Been like that all her life, even as a child.
It must get rather lonely for you.
Oh, I'm used to it.
I'm afraid that is one thing I've never got used to, loneliness. I'm a person who needs companionship.
Oh, you must miss her dreadfully.
Who?
Your wife.
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry. That was tactless of me.
Not at all. One can't grieve forever, can one?
Oh, do forgive me. Would you like a slice of cake? It's chocolate.
Yes, I think I will. But not too large a slice.
It's our own make, you know.
Yes, I've had your gâteaux on several occasions. They're excellent. But the one I'm really partial to is that new one of yours. What do you call it? Walnut cream?
Yes, that's one of Sarah's creations. Walnut cream, did you say?
Yes. Even Nora was aghast when I asked her for a second helping. Oh, don't look so surprised. I've a very sweet tooth. I'm sure you must have noticed.
Yes, of course.
Oh, what is it? Are you all right?
I'm sorry. I hope you won't think I'm being rude, but I have a slight headache. I think I'll have an early night.
Elsie? Oh, in bed already?
Yes, I was feeling rather tired.
Oh, well, then I won't disturb you.
No, don't go, Sarah. the meeting go well?
Very. The bazaar's to be held on the 25th. I've promised them one or two things.
I should give them a sponge or a gâteau.
Oh, I probably will.
That new one of yours, walnut cream, is very popular.
Yes, I'm rather proud of that one.
You know, Sarah, I've suddenly realized that Mrs. Everett had the very first one.
Did she? Oh, yes, you're right. I remember now, the day of the fire. Oh, I expect it must have gone up in smoke.
And if Mr. Everett drove up to London at 10:20, he couldn't have had any either.
Well, he's made up for it. He had several portions of tea yesterday.
Did he? But what I meant was...
Now, look, Elsie, you lie back and let me straighten your pillows. Oh. If you're feeling tired, this is no time to chat.
Your tea cake, Mr. Rayson.
Oh, you'll be the ruin of me, Elsie. Oh, here, you're looking a trifle pale this morning. Have you had a bad night?
I didn't sleep too well.
You ought to try a nightcap. Or maybe you need a tonic. Come across the shop and I'll fix you up.
No, I don't think it's anything to worry about.
Well, whatever else you take, don't let me see you with a prescription for sleeping tablets. Although I sell them, I don't approve of them. It's a bad habit to get into.
Well, I've never taken any.
Well, you shouldn't start. I squirm every time I see the word phenobarbital. It's almost a sign of the times.
Is it?
Confidentially. If you knew the number of people that take sleeping tablets, oh, you'd have a fit. In this village, too.
Really?
Mrs. Turner from the manor.
No.
Bert Parker at the pub. Mrs. Denton. Mr. Everett. Charlie Miller.
Mr. Everett, did you say?
Yes, I thought that would shake you. I filled in a prescription for him not a fortnight ago.
Everett?
Oh, yes, he went out early.
Where to, did he say?
Well, he's gone along to the cottage, I think.
What? Hillside Cottage?
I suspect so. Oh, fancy going back there. It gives me the creeps every time I walk by.
Look, Minnie, I'm going out for a little while. If my sister wants me, tell her I'll be back within the hour.
Oh, it's you, Elsie. Oh, you did startle me for a moment.
I'm sorry, Mr. Everett.
What are you doing here?
Oh, just taking a stroll. I noticed the shed was slightly ajar, and I thought someone had broken in.
No, it's been under lock and key since the fire. I came by for a few tools.
What have you got there?
Hmm?
In your hand?
Oh, this tin, you mean. Just some sodium chlorate. Your path could do with some weeding. I thought I'd make myself useful. Also, one or two of your dahlias need staking. I've a whole pile of stakes going begging. Haven't used them since Nora switched to the herbaceous border. You don't mind my helping out in the garden?
No, I'm sure Sarah will be most grateful.
What about you? I was hoping to save you a few back-breaking jobs.
Thank you.
Elsie, I have a confession to make to you.
Oh?
It's odd. I don't normally find it easy to talk to people. Yet, with you, I never seem to have any difficulty. You know, I felt that from the first time I came into the tea room over a year ago.
You were saying something about a confession.
Yes. The trouble is where to begin.
Is it about your wife?
I can see one can't keep things hidden from you. The truth is, we didn't get on very well. During the last 6 months, it became almost unbearable. I won't go into all the reasons, but as most people around here know, she was an impossible woman. It was as much as I could do to sit in the same room with her. I escaped whenever I could. You know, your tea room was a haven to me. Oh, the fire was a shocking, dreadful thing to have happened. But if I'm going to be honest, I'm not unhappy.
Why are you telling me this?
Because I Well, with everyone offering their condolences, it's been a great strain having to keep up this pretense. I needed to tell someone. Who better than you?
I think I ought to be getting back. It's almost lunchtime.
My car's parked down at the bottom of the lane. I'll give you a lift. Isn't the countryside beautiful this time of the year?
Yes. You were up early this morning, weren't you?
I've always been an early riser.
Didn't you sleep well?
On the contrary, never better.
Sarah came in rather late. I thought she may have disturbed you.
No, I'm a very heavy sleeper.
Have you always been like that?
Since I can remember. I'm one of those people who drop off the moment their head touches the pillow.
Could I have my bill, Elsie, please?
Coming, Mrs. Clarke. Let's see, it was just the roast and a sweet, wasn't it?
Yes. Sorry to rush you. It's my busy day today. Pensions and post orders.
Oh, well, that's 3 and 4pence.
Oh, well, there we are.
Thank you. Oh, you haven't by any chance seen Sergeant Foster, have you?
Oh, hasn't he been in?
Not yet.
Oh, probably over at the county court. I should think he'll be in later on. I can't see him missing the roast. Pass me my coat, there's a dear. Thanks. Oh, by the way, is that Mr. Everett still with you?
Yes.
You know, my husband and I offered to put him up, but you got in first. Though I don't doubt he's comfortable here, but not much trouble either, is he?
None at all.
Oh, awful things have happened when you come to think of it. Such a nice man and so considerate to her, although she was a bit of a so-and-so. I've never known a man worry so much about his wife's health and comfort as he did.
Really?
Oh, yes. You know, she was very susceptible to rheumatism, was Mrs. Everett. Nothing serious, but, well, he never take any chances with her. This'll take a lot of believing, but do you know, he used to ring me up at the post office daily to put him through to London for the weather report. Never missed a day throughout the summer, just in case there was rain. And wasn't that considerate?
Yes, very.
Oh, look at the time. I'll have a queue of customers at the counter, I'll bet. Oh, here's Sergeant Foster now.
Hello, Mrs. Clarke.
I can't stop, just off. Bye.
Is the roast still on, Elsie?
Yes. Oh, I'm so glad you've come,
Well,
Sergeant.
a generous portion for a hungry copper, eh? Then maybe we'll talk shop. But go on at the double. I'm famished. Go on.
Finished with your plate, Sergeant.
Thanks, sir. Lovely bit of beef.
Glad you enjoyed it. Elsie's bringing the coffee.
I seem to be your last customer. Hope I'm not holding you up.
Oh, no. We won't start serving tea until about 3.
Coffee, Sergeant.
Oh, thanks, Elsie.
Oh, Elsie, while I remember, as it's half day tomorrow, I've promised to help with the bazaar. Will you be going out?
I don't think so. Why?
That new mixer should be arriving. I'd like someone here to take delivery.
Well, I'll be in.
Fine. Then I can let Millie off.
You're certainly kept busy around here, aren't you? I don't know how you find time to write.
Oh, I make a habit of writing so much each day. Usually after we close.
Find a solution to your story yet?
Yes and no. You remember that lie you spoke about?
Huh?
Well, I had an idea about that. In my story, the wife purchases a cake on the day of the fire after the husband was supposed to have gone up to town. It was a new kind of cake, but the husband, at some later date, remarks on its flavor. Now, that would prove he was at the house at the time of the fire, wouldn't it?
Not bad. But it might be difficult to convince the jury.
But if one could prove he got a prescription for sleeping tablets, although he was a sound sleeper.
Possessing tablets doesn't mean he administered them.
But if one also has a witness to prove that he made daily inquiries about the weather on the pretense of his wife's rheumatism.
You'd still have to prove criminal intent. That merely sounds like the action of a considerate husband. No, you'd need something more definite than that. I don't want to encroach on your territory.
Oh, please do, Sergeant.
I think some of the ideas are jolly good, eh? But you know where the weakness lies, don't you?
No.
Those curtains. You see, cottons vary, so no matter how hot it was, you could never be certain they'd catch a light.
Unless one experimented.
Still a bit risky. No, what is needed is some really inflammable material. Say a piece of loose-weave cellulose net.
Loose weave cellulose net.
Oh, after all, it is pretty commonplace, and it was hung in front of the other curtains. You see, no one would give it a second glance, and it wouldn't leave any trace.
Yes, it's certainly an idea.
And then to be doubly sure, it would need impregnating with something highly inflammable. Not petrol or anything like that, but something odorless. Let me see. Something like sodium chlorate.
Sodium chlorate?
Yes, it's used in weed killers. But you can buy it neat without a prescription. I bet there's a tin in almost every other garden shed.
Yes.
I see I've given you something to think about, so I'd better take my leave. Oh, just one other thing. What about the motive?
Motive?
Well, one doesn't generally commit murder without rhyme or reason. Is the husband hard up?
No. I imagined him to be quite well off.
Oh, well, then, if it isn't revenge or fear, that leaves you with the other woman.
The other woman?
No, the sort of thing. A sympathetic friend in the background. Someone he can escape to when the wife's got too much for him.
Would a man really commit murder for another woman?
You're joking. What better motive than the eternal triangle? Why, sometimes the other woman doesn't even know it's happening. The husband waits until the wife's dead and buried before he drops her in.
Really?
That made you blush. I hope I haven't been too forward.
Oh, of course not, Sergeant.
Well, it's time I was moving. Hope the book goes well. But if it sells, I shall expect my 10%.
Elsie? Oh, why the coat? Going out or just coming in?
Won't be long, Sarah. I'm only going across to the drapers.
Oh, what for?
Nothing much. The sun bothers me when I'm at my typewriter. I thought I'd get a few yards of curtaining. Net.
Net? Oh, that's not terribly practical. Why don't you get a Venetian blind?
No, I'd rather have the net.
Yes, madam, can I help you?
Actually, all I need is some net.
Net? What kind of net?
Oh, loose weave, cellulose net. Do you stock such a thing?
Of course, madam. One moment. This what you had in mind, madam?
I'm not terribly sure. You see, I believe a friend of mine bought some here, and I'd rather like the same.
Oh, when did they purchase it?
Oh, within the last month.
What was the name?
Oh, Everett.
Everett? Oh, yes, that was a postal inquiry. I remember we supplied 6 yards loose weave cellulose net. The receipt is addressed to V. Everett.
V?
Yes, is that your friend?
What? On second thoughts, I don't think this is quite right for me. I'll leave it if you don't mind. I must let Sergeant Foster know right away.
Elsie, the laundry came. I put yours in your room. This is for Mr. Everett.
Oh, well, I'll put it in his room. Mr. Everett? Mr. Everett? A deed box. Open.
Oh. Elsie, what are you doing? That deed box was in the drawer when I left it. Who?
I suppose you've destroyed the receipt.
Receipt? What receipt?
Don't pretend you know very well. The receipt from Harrington's for the cellulose net. You've gone quite pale, Mr. Everett. It's always something of a shock to be found out, isn't it?
Found out?
Is that all you can say? Not that I want to listen.
No, please.
Kindly let me pass, Mr. Everett.
No.
I asked you to let me pass.
Elsie, please, I must talk to you.
I see no point.
Look, I can guess what you must be thinking. You imagine that
Imagine? Really? Do you deny that you lied to the police and the coroner about the time you drove up to London?
No.
Or that you obtained a prescription for sleeping tablets when you sleep perfectly well without them?
You obviously know, so how can I deny it?
Or that for weeks you inquired daily about the weather?
That is perfectly true.
And finally that you purchased 6 yards of loose cellulose weave netting and impregnated it with weed killer to make it more inflammable?
That I do deny.
But I saw you with the tin of sodium chlorate.
But I didn't purchase it.
Your name was on the receipt for the net.
No, I can explain.
Don't deny it. I saw it with my own eyes.
Look, I don't blame you for what you're thinking.
That's most kind of you.
If only you'd listen to me, just for a few moments. Look, I'll move away from the door. It's unlocked. You're free to leave whenever you like. But just a few minutes of your time is all I ask. Please.
All right.
You remember that I told you that Nora and I didn't get on well together?
Yes.
Well, that was something of an understatement. The marriage was a terrible mistake. I'd have left her, but frankly, I couldn't bear the thought of a divorce and a scandal. And if you asked why she stayed, I can tell you in one word. Money.
But I thought she was quite well off.
Believe me, when I married her, I wasn't concerned one way or another. But she deliberately lied to me about her income. The fact is, she hadn't a penny. And there was little doubt about why she married me. You were quite right. On the day of the fire, I was at the cottage for lunch.
Then why did you?
All in good time. After lunch, Nora went across to the hatch to pour out the coffee. There was a mirror facing the table, and I saw her drop some tablets into one of the cups. I imagined it was her saccharin. But as she turned, I realized that my cup was the one with the tablets.
She handed you the wrong cup?
So I thought. I suppose I should have said something, but it would have led to an argument. Nora was never one to admit to a mistake.
So what did you do?
Well, there was some dessert. She asked me if I would like some gâteau. The walnut cream. I said yes. While she was cutting it, I swapped cups. Imagine my surprise when I found there was saccharin in my cup after all. I thought I'd made a mistake and I could have kicked myself. There wasn't time to swap them again, so I quickly dropped a couple of pieces of sugar into her cup.
She didn't notice?
No. She suggested we take our coffee into the lounge. It was rather close in there, I remember. I wanted to get off to my board meeting, but Nora insisted I rest for a few minutes. We both sat there without a word when she suddenly dropped off. I was very grateful and crept out and left for London. During the drive, I reached for my handkerchief and found a small tube in my pocket.
What tube?
Nora's sleeping tablets.
Mr. Rayton said he supplied them to you.
He did. Nora rowed with everyone, including the local GP. Phenobarbitones are on prescription, so I had to pretend they were for me. It was the same with the weather reports. She got a sudden mania about her health. If I didn't check, she wouldn't step out of the house.
But what were the tablets doing in your pocket?
Well, may you ask. I'd seen them on her dressing table earlier on. It was full. But now, 3 tablets were missing. I was bewildered, and then I remembered the coffee.
You mean she tried to drug you?
I didn't know what to think. Then after the board meeting, I received the message from Sergeant Foster. He didn't mention Nora, but during the drive back, I felt uneasy. It suddenly struck me that Nora may still have been in the cottage. Understand, I was confused. Supposing those tablets were meant for me. She drugged my coffee and planted the tablets in my pocket to make it look as though I'd taken them myself. And the fire wasn't just an accident. I realized that if traces of phenobarbitone were found in Nora's stomach, it might prove very embarrassing for me, to say the least. That is why I lied about the time. Everything was destroyed in the fire except the old deed box. Nora used to keep odd bits of correspondence in it. I didn't look through it until after the inquest. I knew about the sodium chlorate, but it wasn't until I found this that I was certain Nora had tried to murder me.
Murder you?
There's little doubt. Here.
What is it?
It's a brief note from Harrington's confirming her order for the cellulose net.
But the receipt was it was marked out to you, V. Everett.
Her name was Venora. I called her Nora for short.
Venora?
The letter and the envelope were addressed to her, as you can see. She sent cash, but perhaps Harrington still have her letter, and you can easily confirm that she bought the weed killer in the high street.
Why didn't you go to the police?
For what purpose would it serve? Another inquest, more questions, reporters. I had enough the last time. Besides, I'd have to admit about having lunch at the cottage. After all, if I could lie about one thing, I could lie about the tablets, the weather reports, and even the order for the net. I'll make no bones about it. You were the reason for my stupid evasions and lies.
I was?
Somehow, when I heard you typing away, I felt as though I was one of the characters, and yet I so much wanted to be. Elsie, you know that, well, long before this ghastly thing happened, how do I have to put it into words?
No, but I will.
You mean that you even want to describe my feelings for you? I'm still to be a character in your thriller?
Of course not. When you look at me like that, I know that I've been spending hours and hours trying to create life with a typewriter and a sheet of paper. Oh, Victor.
You believe me, then?
Don't be silly. Of course I do. I know what you need, Victor Everett.
You do?
Let's go over to the shop and have a nice cup of tea.
Oh, bless you.
You have just heard The Weather for Murder, produced for Playhouse 90 by Michael Silver. In tonight's play, you heard John Hayter as Everett, Sheila Holliday as Elsie, Helen Braithwaite as Sarah, Pamela Murray as Millie, Roger Spence as Rayton, Gabriel Bayman as Foster, and Kerry Jordan as Jenkins. We hope you've enjoyed tonight's play. Be sure to tune in next week for another theater date with the great in Playhouse 90. So until next Wednesday's Playhouse 90, a very good night to you all.
Tonight, Police Blotter, starring Bill Zuckert as Sergeant Brad Peters.
Name? Kenny Reynolds. Address? 1121 Dorchester. Charge? Murder.
The heritage that you and I share as Americans has been given to us by many great men. Men such as Meriwether Lewis and William Clarke. The winter of 1804 was a hard one. Gusts of snow whirled around horses and men that made up the Lewis and Clarke expedition. Doggedly they pushed westward across the plains of the newly organized Iowa Territory and through the Rocky Mountains. Day after day, Clarke noted watersheds and trails, while Lewis sketched them in on the map. 2 more winters passed before they returned, but they had reached the Pacific and claimed the vast, sprawling Louisiana Territory for the United States. They had opened up a whole new country for those who would follow. Their courage helped to build your America. It's part of your American heritage.
Good evening. This is Dirk Fredericks, your host for Police Blotter, authentic dramas of police work and the constant battle that goes on night and day against crime. Tonight, Police Blotter brings to life an exciting story dealing with a phase of the theatrical world. So listen now as Murder on the 4th Floor on Police Blotter.
I'm Brad Peters, Sergeant, Homicide. You ever been inside a police station? The phone rings, might be anything from disturbing the peace to murder. Whatever or whoever it is, rich or poor, innocent or guilty, sooner or later I get to know them all. Sergeant Peters, Homicide.
Howdy, Sergeant. I got a case for you. A genuine case.
What is it?
Murder. Just plain murder. You better come up here and take a look at the body.
Where are you?
1406th Street. You take the elevator, you get off on the 4th floor, and then you go down the hall to room 48. I'll be waiting inside for you.
What's your name?
Roy Downs. Come over right away, 'cause I can't stay here long.
I'll be right over, Roy. Just stay put. Room 48, according to the printed letters on the door, was the office of Marvin Jackson, casting agent. As I approached it, the door opened.
Oh, howdy.
A 6-foot cowboy in buckskin pants, fancy embroidered blouse, and a 10-gallon hat motioned to me to come in.
Well, I'm glad to see you're kind of prompt, Sergeant.
Where's the body?
Well, this here is what they call the outer office. Now, behind that door there is a private office. You'll find him in there.
All right, come along.
Yeah. Well, what for? I seen him already. You ain't afraid of a corpse, are you, Sergeant?
I just want your company.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll be glad to oblige. Yeah, that's the way I found him. Sitting behind his desk with his head down like he was taking a nap.
Mm-hmm. How did you know he was dead?
Well, I went over and touched him on the shoulder. When he didn't move, I shook him. Then his head fell back. He was shot through the heart.
Is that Marvin Jackson?
See nobody else. He can't say a word now, but you should have heard him when he was alive. The smoothest talker I ever met up with. What? He could talk an Indian out of his tomahawk.
Did you do any business with him?
Well, not yet, but he kept promising he'd make me another Will Rogers, you know, swinging a lariat and chewing gum and saying funny things, you know, like everybody's always talking about the weather, but nobody ever does anything about it.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Well, in fact, now, I give him $200 to get a feller to write me those funny things. And then he was going to book me in a show.
Well, it looks like you lost out.
Well, that's what made me come up here. I was getting tired of being put off. I made up my mind he was going to give me that booking or give me my money back.
You quarreled with him?
Well, didn't have a chance. When I walked into his private office, he was dead.
Uh-huh. I imagine you're a pretty good shot.
Oh, hey, now, don't you go planting this on me. You can search me. I don't carry a gun.
Could have tossed it out the window.
Now, that's just why I didn't walk out of here. I didn't want to be suspected. If someone saw me, they'd sure tell the police I did the smart thing.
Maybe.
Oh, now, look here.
Was anybody in this office when you came in?
It was empty.
How about his secretary?
Well, he runs this office all by himself. His show people sit in the outer office, and he calls them in one at a time.
Then there's no one to prove that he was dead before you came in, huh?
No. Hey, wait a minute. I just remembered.
What?
When I came off the elevator and walked down the hall, a girl came out of Jackson's office.
Do you know her?
No.
What did she look like? Tall or short, fat, thin, young or old?
Oh, she was a young'un.
All right, what was she wearing?
Oh, I can't remember.
Roy, are you making this up?
No, I give you my word. I saw the girl coming out of Jackson's office. I did.
You don't remember a single thing about her?
Well, yeah. I guess I do.
What is it?
She had the prettiest legs I ever seen. In New York.
I couldn't get any more out of Roy Downs. I decided to let him go. I told him not to leave town. I called the coroner. Then I searched Marvin Jackson's desk. Found a book listing his clients' names, telephone numbers. There were more than 100. It would take a year to investigate. On his desk, there was a daily calendar. On today's date, there was a notation. Juliana, theater. I went through his address book. I found only one Juliana. That was under the M's. Juliana Montaigne. But before paying her a visit, I decided to check with the elevator men in Jackson's building. No one remembered taking down a girl from the 4th floor at the approximate time of the murder. But if Roy was telling the truth, the girl could have walked down the stairs. The description was worthless. I headed for the fashionable district where Juliana Montaigne lived.
Oh, the police?
May I come in, Miss Montaigne?
Oh, how rude of me, of course.
Thank you.
I'm not accustomed to visits from the police.
I came to see you about Marvin Jackson.
Oh, is he in trouble again? I'll call my lawyer and have him bailed out.
Well, that's not quite possible.
Don't be silly. I can afford it. Perhaps you don't remember me, Sergeant. Doesn't the name Juliana Montaigne mean anything to you? I was a star when I was 20. Musical comedy. Retired now.
Oh, yes.
Oh, we must get Marvin out. We're going to the theater this evening.
So I gathered from his desk calendar.
Such a dear boy. He knows how to cater to a woman. Order the best food and the best wine, you know.
And you pick up the check, huh?
Certainly. I do so enjoy his company.
Well, I'm sorry, Miss Montaigne, you won't be enjoying his company anymore. Marvin has been shot. Killed.
Oh, dear. No, that's terrible, simply terrible. I was so looking forward to this evening. It was to be a sort of reunion.
Reunion?
You see, we'd quarreled. He said he needed money. He wanted me to lend it to him, and I refused.
He came to you for money to pay off someone else?
Well, I didn't care about that. I never expected to get back what I loaned him. But he had broken his last 2 appointments with me. I found there was a young girl involved.
What was her name?
Gloria.
Mm-hmm. His second name?
I don't know.
He had been dating her?
Yes. I told him frankly if he didn't give her up, he'd get no more help from me.
And he gave her up?
So he said. That's why I bought the theater tickets. We were going to celebrate.
Miss Montaigne, have you any idea to whom he owed that money?
Not at all. But if that's why he died, then I'll never forgive myself for not helping him. You will try to find poor Marvin's murderer?
Yes, that's our business.
Of course. Oh, Sergeant.
Yes, Miss Montaigne.
It's a shame to have the theater tickets go to waste. Perhaps you'd care to be my guest?
Thanks, but I'm busy tonight. Goodbye, Miss Montaigne. Juliana didn't strike me as the type who would be jealous enough to kill. I decided to check on her story about Gloria. I went back to Marvin's office. I checked his black book. I found 4 Glorias listed, and I called the numbers. One was out of town with a show. One had gone back to Indiana. Another was working in the department store. And the 4th, Gloria Clinton, was at home. So I went over. She was a dark-haired girl, about 18.
Yes?
Are you, Gloria Clinton?
That's my stage name. My real name is Gloria Beagle.
Uh-huh. What show are you in?
I'm not working now, but my agent's negotiating for a part in a new show.
Marvin Jackson, your agent?
How do you know?
Well, I found your name in his book.
You must have hundreds of names there.
When did you see Marvin last?
3 days ago. He asked me to meet him at a hotel. We went dining and dancing. We went to the Scarlet Slipper Club and we drank real champagne.
Who paid the check?
Well, he did, of course. I told him he didn't have to take me to such expensive places.
Gloria, was that your first date with him?
Well, he took me out twice before, always to some fancy place.
You sure you weren't in his office today? Answer my question, Gloria.
No, I wasn't. He told me not to bother coming up. He said as soon as he got news about the new show, he'd call me. Is anything wrong?
Well, you better get yourself another agent. Marvin Jackson is dead.
Dead? He had an accident?
He was shot.
Shot? Well, who did it?
We don't know yet. But a cowboy saw a girl come out of Jackson's office. Girl with pretty legs. That description could fit you, Gloria.
Well, thank you. I mean, about having pretty legs. That's when Marvin was sure he'd get me in a show, but I haven't been near his office for weeks.
Did he by any chance tell you that he owed somebody $500?
No, all we talked about was show business.
Mm-hmm. Gloria, what shows have you been in so far?
None.
You ever been on the stage?
No, sir.
Where you from, Gloria?
Alabama.
Been long in town?
About 3 months.
Did you give Marvin Jackson any money to get you a job?
Now, why should I do that? He's supposed to get me a job for free, and then I pay him 10%.
Okay, Gloria. I may get in touch with you again.
What for?
You never know. Leaving Gloria, I had the same reaction as when I left Juliana. Gloria sounded innocent enough, but many a person with a face like a cherub is a murderer. At the station house the next day, I got a call from Juliana. Said she had some important information. I went up to see her.
I'm sorry, Sergeant. I couldn't give you that information over the telephone.
Why not?
I just happen to value my life.
I don't get it.
Haven't you heard of wires being tapped?
Oh, I don't think you need worry about that. Well?
Remember my mentioning the fact that Marvin wanted me to lend him some money? $1,000?
Yeah, and you turned him down?
Yes. I know now why he needed the money.
Why?
To pay off a debt. He gambled, you know.
Who did he owe it to?
Frankie Hines, a racketeer.
Frankie Hines was a known muscle man, smooth operator. He hired the best mouthpieces, gave us the laugh when he beat the rap. Frankie had a suite of rooms in an office building downtown. The sign on his door said Frank Hines, construction consultant. I told the girl I wanted to see him. A few minutes later, she ushered me into his private office. He was dressed to the hilt, big grin on his face.
Sergeant. Well, it's nice to have the police come in with their problems.
You might know the answer to this one, Frankie.
Always glad to cooperate.
You ever hear of a man named Marvin Jackson?
Marvin? Sure, I know Marvin. Gets me tickets for shows.
You ever play cards with him?
Sometimes. He's a scared gin rummy player.
What did he lose last time?
Oh, about 1,000. I blitzed him a couple of times.
When he couldn't pay, you blitzed him again. For good.
I don't need money that bad.
You let him have it right through the heart. Bingo.
Such language, Sergeant. I'll prove it to you. Kenny! Kenny?
Who's Kenny?
One of my boys, Kenny Reynolds.
You call me?
This is Sergeant Brad Peters. He wants some information.
About what?
Marvin Jackson. You're gonna give it to him.
I don't get you, Mr. Hines.
Were you in the office here when Marvin Jackson came up to pay me some money?
Oh, sure.
Let me take over, Frankie.
Go ahead, be the DA.
Kenny, how much money did Marvin Jackson give Frankie?
$950.
There you are. I've got a witness to prove he paid the debt.
Was it a check?
He gave Frankie 9 C notes and a 50.
Anything else you want to know, Sergeant?
Yeah. Would you have any idea who would want to bump off Marvin Jackson?
Nope. You come to the wrong place.
A girl came out of his office right after it happened. Do you know any girl who was sore at him?
He was quite a chaser.
This one had very pretty legs.
Well, one sure thing couldn't be my secretary. Sorry, you won't find anything here. This is a legitimate business office with homely secretaries.
Every lead ended up at a stone wall. I'd have to check every name in Marvin Jackson's book. As I thumbed through the pages, wondering where to start, phone rang at the station house. Sergeant Peters, homicide.
Well, howdy, Sergeant. I got another case for you.
Who are you?
Well, don't you remember? I'm Roy Downs, a cowboy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, what is it this time?
Just plain murder. You better come up here and take a look at the body.
Where are you?
Well, the address is 59 Quincy Street. I'll be waiting for you, Sergeant.
Hello, Roy.
Well, you came right fast.
How do you happen to be here?
I live here. I guess there's actors living in every room of this house. Just follow me.
Okay.
There she is.
Gloria Clinton.
You know her?
I spoke to her yesterday.
She was shot right through the heart.
You said the same thing when we looked at Marvin Jackson's body.
So I did. Come to think of it.
Did you know her?
I never had the pleasure.
But you lived in the same house?
Oh, we just never met.
Were you the first to discover the body?
No, sir. It was the girl who lived in the next apartment. She screamed so loud, we all came running out. And when I saw what happened, I told him to leave it to me. I told him you were a personal friend of mine. Well, she went into this Gloria's room to borrow some bobby pins and found her this way, dead. I figured you'd want me to question her, so I did.
Oh, yeah. You're being very helpful, Roy.
I got something else to tell you, Sergeant.
What is it?
Take a good look at Gloria's legs.
What about them?
Ain't they the prettiest legs you ever seen?
What are you driving at?
Look, I got a feeling that those were the legs I seen coming out of Marvin Jackson's office. Yes, sir. I recognize them red shoes.
It seemed a strange coincidence that Roy Down should be present immediately after both murders. After sending for the coroner and leaving a patrolman in charge, I took Roy down to the station. I questioned him for hours, but I couldn't shake his story. A report came in from ballistics. The bullet that killed Marvin Jackson and the bullet that killed Gloria Clinton were fired from the same gun. So if Gloria was the girl who came out of Jackson's office, she must have found him dead when she got there. Why did she deny seeing him? Why was she murdered, too? I went back to search her apartment. Found a pack of letters with Alabama postmarks. One in particular interested me. It read, Dear Gloria, I'm so glad to hear that you're not lonesome anymore. That young man you wrote about, Kenny Reynolds, he sounds like a real nice young man. I wish you would send me a picture of him. All my love, Mother. Kenny Reynolds was that young punk I met in Frankie Hines' office. It'd be a real pleasure to talk to him again. I started over to Hines' place. As I neared the office building, I saw Kenny approaching a taxi that was idling at the curb. I shouted at the top of my voice, Hey, Kenny! Wait a minute! He turned his head, recognized me, and jumped into the taxi. And off it went. Another cab drove up to take that spot in front of the building, and I jumped in. I told the driver to follow Kenny's cab. Chased him for more than a mile. Down one street. Up another. Then he turned a corner. By the time we reached there, Kenny's taxi was at the curb. Kenny was running into an alley. I jumped out of my chair. Stop, Kenny, or I'll shoot! I fired in the air, and Kenny didn't stop. I ran after him. Into the warehouse he went. And it took a few seconds to get accustomed to the darkness. Why did you run, Kenny? I got a few questions for you about Gloria.
You'll never get me.
Drop your gun, Kenny. I'm out of there with your hands up.
Don't make me laugh.
You gotta get closer.
Shut up!
You like to drill them through the heart, don't you?
I'll get you the same way, copper.
Like you did Marvin and Gloria? Kenny, I'm coming after you.
Come on!
I stepped behind a stack of barrels piled on top of one another. I held my gun in one hand, and with the other I toppled them. As I expected, Kenny fired. I watched for the flash of his gun, and then I pulled the trigger.
My arm! My arm!
Kenny was on the ground, holding his arm.
Doctor, I'm bleeding to death.
Oh, you won't die so easy.
Hey, where you going?
I got your gun.
Go on, doctor, do something for me. I'm bleeding to death.
Like all the punks.
Please.
You can't take it, huh? Come on your feet, Kenny boy. We'll patch you up nice and pretty for the trial. Name?
Kenny Reynolds.
The address?
1121 Dorchester.
Charge? Murder. At the trial, Kenny admitted he had given Marvin Jackson $1,000 to advance Gloria's career on the stage. When Marvin failed to get her a part, Kenny demanded his money back. Marvin laughed at the idea, so Kenny killed him. Knowing Kenny's intentions, Gloria went to Marvin's office to warn him. But she was a little too late. And Kenny feared that Gloria might report him to the police. So he killed her, too. Jury brought in a verdict of guilty of murder in the first degree. Kenny paid the penalty. Signed, Sergeant Brad Peters. Homicide.
You have just heard Police Blotter, starring Bill Zuckert as Sergeant Brad Peters. The cast included Roger DeKoven, Peter Fernandez, Elaine Rost, Nancy Sheridan, and Lawson Zerby. Tonight's drama, Murder on the Fourth Floor, was written by Ed Ettinger and directed by Clark Andrews.
Police Blotter has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
In another intriguing adventure transcribed from the private files of Rex Saunders.
Concerning jewelry. Diamonds may be a girl's best friend, but like any other precious ornament, they can be done to death.
And now, the private files of Rex Saunders. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, brings you the celebrated star of stage and screen, Rex Harrison, in another exciting story taken from the private files of Rex Saunders, radio's newest man of mystery. We hope you enjoy these weekly stories of intrigue and adventure. And for another adventure in home entertainment, we suggest you try RCA Victor's fine line of radio and television products, now on display at your RCA Victor dealer. Now for our story.
It was a grey, misty morning when the tugs nosed the mammoth hulk of the transatlantic liner Trigania into its North River berth. Alec and I were on the pier, standing near the guardrail, watching the Turgania's passengers coming ashore. As they walked down the gangplank, I looked them over carefully, wondering which one was Allison.
It's uncanny how we get ourselves in these strange situations.
The strange situation Alec referred to was prompted by a radiogram which I received that morning at the rude hour of 5. It was sent from aboard the Turgania and said simply, "Important you be at pier when Turgania docks. Need your help. Don't fail." And it was signed Allison.
But who is Allison?
I told Alec that I really hadn't the faintest idea. So there we stood, watching the passengers debark, when suddenly I felt a gentle tap on my shoulder.
Mr. Saunders.
I turned round. She was slim, brunette, and she was quite attractive. 2 small valises were resting at her feet.
You are ex-Saunders, aren't you?
Yes?
I'm Allison.
Oh.
I imagined that Allison was a man.
So did I, Alec. But I can hardly say that I'm disappointed.
Vivian Allison.
Well, about that radiogram you sent me, it had an urgent tone.
But it's rather an urgent matter. Here, look at this, Mr. Saunders. This bandage on my arm. It covers a wound, bullet graze. I was shot at last night on deck.
By whom?
I don't know who he is. He's followed me about the ship ever since we left Liverpool. He goes under the name of Charles Strickland. But he's only one of them. There are others. They want to kill me.
And just why do they want to kill you?
They're after this valise. This brown one here.
Oh? What's in it?
Diamonds. Diamonds valued at $200,000. They're from the South African mines. I'm a courier for the Kent Diamond Syndicate. I'm delivering them to the New York client, Robert Johnson and Sons.
Well, now you're safely in New York.
Oh, no. I won't be safe until the diamonds are delivered. Till they're out of my possession.
That's rather a tight fix you're in.
You will help me.
Well, it's the least I can do for someone from home.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Saunders.
Just what do you plan to do, Rex?
Well, from what Miss Allison has told us, Alec, it's apparent that her life is only in danger just as long as she has the diamonds in her possession. Well, she's going to hand that bag to me now, right here in plain view.
But, Mr. Saunders, where will we meet again?
I'll follow you outside the pier. You take a taxi to Johnson and Sons. What street are they on?
59, 842 West.
Very well. Now, you have your cab driver take you there, and I'll hop into another taxi and follow directly after you. Alec?
Yes?
I want you to go aboard the Turgania and find out what you can about Charles Strickland.
Right.
Now, Miss Allison, you may hand me that bag.
Here you are.
Now, you go ahead, Miss Allison.
As you say. I'll wait for you at Johnson and Sons.
Alec, forget what I told you about looking for information on Charles Strickland.
Huh? Forget? But why?
Because there probably isn't any Charles Strickland.
What?
But you go aboard the Turgania as planned while I trail the young lady.
Yeah, but about Charles Strickland, you mean Miss Allison was lying to us?
Precisely. I want you to find out what happened to the real Allison.
The real Allison?
Yes. While you were waiting for me here, I stopped in at the administration office and checked on the Turgania's passenger list. There was only one Allison on that list, Alec. A Mr. Stephen Allison. With the brown bag in hand, I followed the attractive brunette along the crowded pier. It was obvious that her real name was not likely to be Allison, but there was nothing obvious about the game she was playing. I waited outside the pier until she got into a taxi, and then I hailed the next cab in line.
Where to, mister?
That taxi ahead, please. Follow it when it pulls out.
Okay.
Move over, chum. This cab's taken.
Hey, look, buddy, this gent flagged me first.
Shut your trap. Get this heap moving.
Hey, a rod. He's got a rod, mister.
Yeah.
Shove off like I told you.
Yeah, but look here.
You better do as he says, driver.
Hey, you're a smart boy.
Thanks for the compliment.
It ain't no compliment, it's a warning.
Oh?
Don't get over smart. You're liable to end up with your face in a ditch.
I take it you're referring to my encounter with Miss Allison.
Don't give me that Miss Allison business. Where do you tie in with the dame?
I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about.
You know, playing too dumb can be worse than giving it to me too smart. Give me the bag.
The what?
The bag. The one you're trying to hide behind you.
Oh, this. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know what you meant.
Yeah, not much you didn't. All right, driver, pull up. Get out, smart talker. Go on, get out. And remember what I told you. Stay out of this game, or the next time you get tagged for a slab in the morgue.
I not only lost the bogus Miss Allison, but also the valuable little brown bag. I headed back to the pier to pick up Alec.
Who do you suppose he was?
I don't know, but I won't forget his face quickly.
Well, anyway, we're sure he was one of the gang after the diamonds. And now they have what they were after.
I wouldn't be too sure of that.
What do you mean? He got the bag from you, didn't he?
Yes, Alec, he got the bag all right. However, I managed to open it before I hopped into that cab.
Hey, that was quick thinking on your part. You opened the valise, removed the diamonds, and then hid them on yourself. And our ugly friend was left holding the bag.
No, I wouldn't laugh, Alec.
Why not?
Well, the joke happens to be on us.
Huh?
And it was played by the deceptive young lady. When I opened the bag, it was empty.
Empty?
And there's a punctured water bucket.
Oh.
The would-be Miss Allison used us as a feint, Alec. Remind me never to trust a handsome woman again, will you?
As if you'll listen.
What did you find out about Stephen Allison?
Well, the deck steward told me that Allison was a man of medium height, about 40, somewhat baldish. He was sick during the voyage, and he remained in his stateroom throughout the entire trip. His door was constantly locked.
Anything else?
Yes, I was just getting to this. A very interesting piece of information. Allison had a frequent visitor, a young lady.
Who I imagine fits the description of our brunette friend.
Mm-hmm. Sears. Vivian Sears.
Vivian? Well, Miss Sears at least told us the truth about her first name. Come along, Alec.
Where to now?
That phone booth just over there.
Who are you calling?
Police headquarters. Inspector Kelly is checking a matter for me. Inspector Kelly, please. Hello, Inspector? Inspector? Rex Saunders. Oh, you have? Fine. 627 East 20th Street. Thank you very much. Yes, I'll call back later on the other tracer.
627 East 20th Street. What's at that address?
Perhaps $200,000 worth of diamonds.
What?
I made a note of the license plate number on that cab that the mysterious Miss Sears took when she left here. A police radio car located that taxi a few moments ago. According to the driver's trip schedule, Miss Sears went from the pier directly to the house on 20th Street. The house on 20th Street was a dilapidated brownstone which had been converted into a rooming house. The landlady recalled that an hour before our arrival, a young woman fitting Miss Sears' description had entered the house.
I wonder whose room she went into.
Well, the landlady said it was rented 6 months ago by a man named Vincent. That she'd only seen Vincent twice, and that a special lock was put on the door. It's that room at the end of the hall there.
I have a feeling that we're walking headlong into some more trouble.
Well, this door isn't locked.
Might be a trap.
No one's in here.
Well, look, on the table here. It's valise. It was like the one Miss Sears gave you.
Yes, the mate, the one she kept. There's nothing in it.
And here we are, left holding an empty bag again. Now how will we ever find her or the diamonds? She certainly won't return here.
Alec, I was wrong.
Huh?
There was someone in this room.
What are you talking about?
This body behind the couch.
Oh.
Here, help me turn him over on his back.
Yes. Who can he be?
This photo in the passport I found in his pocket, look.
Yes. It's him, all right. What to say his name is?
This passport identifies him as Stephen Allison.
Here's a formula for fine listening. AM radio plus FM radio plus 2 separate record changers equal RCA Victor's magnificent new Victrola radio phonograph console. Imagine AM and FM radio with a newly extended tone range, a record changer for 78 and long play records, and for RCA Victor's amazing 7-inch non-breakable records, a second record changer, the 45. 2 record changers for all 3 speeds of recorded music. And in an RCA Victor Victrola radio phonograph, both recorded music and radio share the same brilliant RCA Victor Golden Throat tone system. A tone system that brings you concert hall clarity, fine fidelity always. And all this is wrapped up in a console cabinet whose beautiful styling and careful craftsmanship reflect RCA Victor's incomparable standards of quality. Next chance you get, see RCA Victor's wonderful selection of Victrola radio phonograph consoles.
I phoned headquarters. The homicide crew, with all its equipment, came to the murder room on 20th Street and began its usual relentless and scientific search for clues and leads in the shooting of Stephen Allison. After I completed my report to the detective lieutenant in charge, I left the brownstone house and walked across the street where Alec waited for me in the car.
I called Inspector Kelly, as you asked.
Did the report come in?
Yes, the driver of the cab you were in went directly to the police with his story.
What did he say?
Well, the mug who manhandled you forced the cab driver to take him up the West Side Drive to 125th Street, then across town to Lexington Avenue. Then he got out and disappeared in the Lexington Avenue subway.
All right, Alec, we'll get the car started.
So? Where to?
59th Street, the west side of town.
Was, anything of special interest found in the murder room?
Yes, several things, but so far, nothing conclusive. There were some cigarette butts in an ashtray. Homicide check with a pack, which was in Allison's pocket, and they were a different brand.
Well, evidently those cigarettes in the tray were smoked by Miss Sears.
From the evidence, they weren't.
I don't follow you, right?
Well, there was no lip rouge traces on the cigarettes. And here's something else. An empty book of matches was found in an ashtray. It advertised a roadhouse in Baybrook out on Long Island, a place called Holly Inn. In view of the fact that both Allison and Miss Sears both just arrived in the country this morning, it's unlikely that the matchbook was carried by either of them.
I'm really confused.
So am I.
You? What about?
Well, something else homicide uncovered. They found a great number of particles under Allison's fingernails. They haven't tested them yet, but they're quite sure that the particles are metal filings, most likely copper. I'll get a report on that later.
But why would metal filings be under Allison's nails? He was a diamond courier.
I'm not sure just what Allison was. On the way uptown, I'm stopping off to send a cable to Scotland Yard and then paying a call on Johnson & Sons to see what they can tell me about Stephen Allison.
Mr. Johnson will see you now, Mr. Saunders.
Thank you, Miss Gaines.
Oh, you know my name.
Well, the receptionist outside mentioned it, and I always make a point of remembering certain names.
For professional reasons.
Well, you know what they say about all work and no play. By the way, mind if I borrow your matches for a light?
Not at all. Here.
Thank you.
Keep them.
I forgot to tell you, Miss Gaines, I also make a point of remembering telephone numbers.
I'll think it over. You'd better go inside. Mr. Johnson's a busy man. He doesn't like to be kept waiting.
Mr. Johnson should know that some things are worth waiting for, even telephone numbers.
The door straight ahead.
Come in, Mr. Saunders. Come in.
I won't take up much of your time, Mr. Johnson.
Oh, that's quite all right.
You know about the murder of the courier, Allison.
The police were already here. They left just a short while ago. I thought the matter was settled.
Settled? Well, $200,000 worth of diamonds. Your diamonds are missing.
Oh, you have it wrong, Mr. Saunders. I guess you haven't heard the latest.
I guess I haven't. What are you trying to say?
Merely that the police recovered my diamonds. They're in a safe in our vault room.
And where did they find the diamonds?
Well, there was an auto accident up in Van Cortlandt Park. The diamonds were found in the wrecked car.
And the police have the driver?
Oh, yes. The police have her.
A woman named Vivian Sears?
Yes. The police said that was her name. They asked me questions about her, but I could tell them nothing.
Well, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Johnson, I must run along. There are some questions I want to ask Miss Sears.
Well, I'm afraid that won't be possible. The police tell me Miss Sears is dead. She was killed in the accident.
Miss Sears' death wasn't an accident, Alec. I'm almost positive of it.
But the police reported her death due to accidental causes.
Well, just the same, I'm sure that the car she was in was forced off the road and down the hill in the park. According to the record, there was less than 5 gallons of gas in the car. If anyone is planning a long trip for a getaway, they'd be sure to be better stocked with gasoline. No, Alec, it was no accident.
You think she was killed by the same man who murdered Allison?
Yes, I think so. Oh, you take the next right to Baybrook. The Holly Inn is about 2 miles this side of town.
Next right. Rex.
Yeah?
I don't understand any of it. If Miss Sears and Allison were murdered for the diamonds, which is the only logical reason, why were the diamonds returned to their rightful owner?
Alec, for the time being, we're going to have to abandon the logic in this case.
Then where will we be?
Perhaps on the right track. We'll eliminate the diamonds from the case.
Eliminate the diamonds? Then what do we have?
Scotland Yard's reply to my inquiry on Allison told us that Allison at one time was an engraver. Now, that fact fits in with the metal filings which were found under his fingernails.
Yes, it doesn't fit too well when you consider that Allison abandoned his trade to act as a diamond courier over a year ago.
Well, perhaps he didn't abandon his trade at all. You remember that the deck steward told you that Allison remained in his stateroom throughout the entire voyage?
Yes.
Well, he may have been spending his time aboard ship engraving in secret.
Engraving what?
Well, I don't know, but something valuable enough to cost him and Miss Sears their lives. And that brings me to the visit I'm making to the Holly Inn. The book of matches which were found in Allison's room advertised the inn. So did the book of matches I got from Evelyn Gaines, Ralph Johnson's secretary.
Well, that may be only a coincidence.
That may be, but the long arm of coincidence can be stretched only so far, Alec, and then it snaps back and somebody's bound to be caught in its grip. Alec waited outside in the car. I walked into the Holly Inn. It was a typical small roadhouse. There was a bar on one side and a row of dimly lit booths along the other. I walked along the booth side, and then a hand reached out and grasped my sleeve.
Hello.
That long arm of coincidence I told Alec about was working overtime. Evelyn Gaines' pretty face came out of the dimness of the booth to smile at me.
Imagine meeting you here, Mr. Saunders.
Miss Gaines. What a pleasant surprise.
Won't you sit down and join me in a drink, Rex?
I'm glad you asked me that question, Miss...
Evelyn.
Evelyn, what brings you here? I thought you lived in town.
Weren't you sure?
Frankly, I was sure.
After business hours, interest.
Shall we stop playing the game?
I was just beginning to enjoy it.
Your friends might object to your wasting time.
Oh, speaking of my friends, meet Al.
Move over, chum.
You know, I have a feeling I've been through this same thing someplace before.
It's the same shooter you feel in your ribs, smart talker.
He's all yours, Al. I'll be going along.
Yeah, sure. I'll be seeing you, Evelyn.
Goodbye, Rex. Thanks for the game.
Nice girl.
Lula.
You know, Al, ever since our encounter in the taxi yesterday, I've been looking forward to meeting you again.
You and me both, smart talker. Only this meeting you don't walk away from.
Back to the climax of our story in a moment. 3 bestsellers. 3 RCA Victor bestsellers. 1, Iturbi plays the haunting Claire de Lune. 2, Leopold Stokowski conducts his symphony orchestra in the Blue Danube Waltz. 3, the Boston Pops Orchestra plays the beautiful Warsaw Concerto. 3 bestsellers, high on the honor roll of immortal music. 3 RCA Victor bestsellers. Stop in at your RCA Victor dealers and listen to these great Red Seal singles. Buy them. Take them home with you. Own them. Because they're classics in the classical field. You'll never tire of them. You'll play them over and over again. Claire de Lune, Blue Danube Waltz, and the Warsaw Concerto will make a wonderful addition to any record library. And they're available on the amazing 45 as well as 78 RPM. Buy them now. Get your copies of these 3 all-time best-selling RCA Victor Red Seal recordings.
into my brain on the tide of a low humming sound. And the tide swept in faster and faster, and the sound became certain and distinct. I was on the floor in the back seat of a car. I was sick. Everything in me hurt. Then I heard him whistle. And I knew who it was. The man called Al. Al, happy. Al, whistling while he worked. And I knew what his work for the night was going to be. A job named Rex Saunders. An auto accident. An accident like the one in which Vivian Sears was killed. But Al was going to have a hitch in this accident. I felt weak, but I could still move. I saw his head swinging from side to side and his thick neck swinging in time with his tune. I waited a moment to steady myself. And then I wrapped my arms round his throat. I pulled tighter, tighter. He let go of the wheel. He let go of the wheel and his hands came up to claw at my arms. The car started to swerve crazily. I held onto him with all my strength. Al was going to have his accident, but he was going to have it my way. He was going to be in it with me.
Here's to you, Evelyn.
To both of us. Little Evie Gaines and Ralph Johnson.
And to our trip to England.
And to Al Mason. Long may he rest in peace.
Alongside the dear departed Rex Saunders.
Too bad about Al dying in that accident, too. I wonder how he missed.
Now, my dear, we mustn't fret over Al. He served his purpose of ridding us of Allison and his lady friend Vivian Sears. It's just as well this way, my dear.
Allison did beautiful engraving, Ralphie. Very beautiful.
Oh, an accomplished artist. His last work was a masterpiece. The fraud will never be detected. Everything's perfect. The printing, the paper, everything. The British public will be honored with the new and unofficial pound notes.
The pound notes. Let's drink to the pound note.
And to my car down in the hold of this very fine vessel.
You're terrific, Ralphie. You think of everything.
Well, it's kind of you to say so.
Oh, who'd ever think of looking inside the tire tubes of your car for counterfeit money? Who'd ever think of it?
I'm sure most people wouldn't.
Saunders.
You.
Mind if Alec and I join your little celebration, Johnson?
Well, perhaps we're intruding.
Oh, you're dead.
Can't be. The paper said Al and you were...
The papers were quite correct about Al's death in the accident.
But the story of Mr. Saunders' death was a bit exaggerated.
A ruse I carried through with the cooperation of the police.
And it paid off rather well, for us.
I permitted you to get this far, Johnson, so that I would be sure to stop the counterfeit money from being circulated in England. However, I must say that you had rather a neat plan, manufacturing the pound notes in the States and then taking them to England in the tires of your car. But murder always upsets the neatest of plans.
I had nothing to do with the killings. They were all his idea.
Evelyn, don't be a fool. Don't you see they can't prove anything?
I'm not going to die for you. He did it. He had Al kill Allison because he was finished with him. Allison found out that he was going to die when he finished the plate on the trip over. That's why he gave it to his girlfriend, Vivian Sears. It was all Johnson's idea. I had nothing to do with it.
Well, thank you for the confession, but it was quite unnecessary.
What?
Alec and I heard everything outside while you two were having your bon voyage toasts in here.
And from what we heard, it wasn't difficult to put the pieces together.
And speaking of bon voyage, there's another trip awaiting you two in a government launch cruising off the port side of this liner. It will take us all to the pier where a special delegation from the police department is waiting to extend a toast of welcome back.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome this time to the grave. Not what lies beyond it, but what used to lie in it. Safe in the peace of death. Unless the resurrectionists were abroad. Do you know what a resurrectionist is, or was? Well, no matter. By the time this tale is told, you will. Not by me, but by the man who did tell it some 100 years ago. Let me introduce you to Cameron Fergus.
A glass of rum, in heaven's name, landlord. It's cold enough in here to send a man to the grave. And a grave's no place to be. No place to be at all. Begin or end it all with the fact that I am a drunkard, an alcoholic. I have been so ever since I can remember, 30 years or more. I do not like remembering. It's why I drink. There is no excuse for my existence. I am worth nothing to anybody except I'm afraid to die. Afraid to be laid fresh in the grave because I fear my body will not lie there in peace, no more than my soul. So I try only to stay alive and forget. There is no hope for me anywhere in this world or in the next.
Our mystery drama, The Body Snatchers, was adapted from the Robert Louis Stevenson classic, especially for the Mystery Theater, by Ian Martin, and stars Howard Da Silva. The scene is a little pub in Debenham, England. Where is Debenham? It doesn't really matter. An isolated little town not far from London or the stream of life in general. There are a couple of public houses there, and the George is as good or as bad as the others. It just happens to be where Fergus drinks his 5 glasses of rum every night. A strange, bizarre figure that the town long ago accepted, or, if you will, disregarded. But tonight is not an ordinary night in Debenham, as Answer Mary, another habitué, is giving Fergus the latest news.
The squire himself, on his way to the new railway station, struck down as by the finger of God, as his carriage passed the old George here. They got him upstairs to the best room, and they telegraphed off to London with a great men's doctor. Oh, this is a night to remember.
As it must to all men. I didn't mean that, Harry. God speed his doctor on the way, and to keep him out of the cold earth.
Well, he's in a bad way. The landlord thought maybe you'd ever look at him.
Me? Why me?
Well, wouldn't be the first time you've shown your skill. I remember the time old Maud Brinkle dislocated her elbow, and Alfie Price's boy, Richard, broke his leg. You fixed him up real nice, you did.
A simple fracture, an even simpler reduction. Any farmer could have taken care of either.
Well, not like you did. Not by a long shot. Wasn't you set out to be a doctor once? Or maybe even got to be one?
Why don't you learn to mind your own business, Harry?
Well, no offense, old chum. Most of them years we've been drinking together, and did I ever hold back anything from you?
Some of us are by nature open. Others keep ourselves to ourselves. Not that anybody could ever say I had anything to hide. I sat there looking down to the bottom of my glass, swirling that last memory-drowning drink of rum, and thinking to myself the size of the lie I had just said. Oh, it had a kind of truth. Nobody in Debenham could say I had anything to hide. But I knew what black sins I had to hide from the world. And with enough liquor, even sometimes from myself.
Well, listen to that, Fergus, will you? 11's. And our innkeeper isn't here to chase us out at closing time. Too busy upstairs poking his big nose into the great doctor at work, trying to bring the old squire back to life. Not much chance of that, I'd say.
You sneaked up and had a look, did you?
Well, I tried, but no luck. Door shut fast. But I saw the squire on the way in before you got here. His face was all blown up like a balloon, and red as one of them lobsters.
How was his breathing?
Well, when they brought him in, he wasn't breathing not at all. And then sudden like he was, but with a sort of rattle in his chest. After that, maybe a minute or so, he stopped again.
Chain strokes.
What's that you say?
Classic symptoms, apoplexy. Probably irreversible. The breathing pattern formalized as a syndrome by Dr. John Chain, a countryman of mine, and Dr. William Stokes, an Irishman by birth. A sure forerunner of cardiac failure.
Hey, all them big words, you lost me.
Did I? No matter. Your prognosis is probably as accurate as his physician's will be. If indeed the squire is not a corpse already.
Hey, gloomy one you are.
I wonder now where they'd bury him.
Who, the squire? Oh, he'd go right in the family crypt.
In a crypt? Above ground, then he should be safe enough. I wonder that I didn't see the doctor arrive. Did he come by train?
Lord, no. You missed it all right. Whipped right off the train into old George's cab.
I wonder how I missed the arrival. What did this great medico look like?
Oh, he was, tall, white-haired. But he moved as brisk as a colt. Dressed in the finest broadcloth and white linen. Great gold watch and studs and spectacles of the same precious metal.
Yes, there before the grace of God go. And what was the name of this paragon?
This what?
This man of undoubted success.
Oh, McFarlane.
Say that again.
What, the name? McFarlane.
Yes. No other name?
Dr. Wolfe McFarlane. What's the matter with you, Fergus? You've broken the glass. Wasted the rum. Oh, and you've cut yourself.
Never mind that. Wolfe McFarlane. You sure of that?
Well, it's how he introduced himself. Why, do you know him?
Know him? There's nobody knows him better than me. More's the pity. More is the pity and the shame. So the past I had shut out with some success and a great deal more rum came flooding back. Pictures flashed across my mind in a kaleidoscope. Stop-action photographs of disembodied arms and heads. The grisly jokes bandied about over the poor defenseless corpses that passed beneath our hands and were stripped barren by our razor-sharp knives. But it all might have been a bright dedication and a proud way of life, except for Wolfe McFarlane and his kind. For every one of us, the end was the triumph. But the means, heaven help the few of us who has to face it. And then, suddenly, there were footsteps on the stairs coming down, closer and closer to me, and I was about to face the man who had tempted me to sell my future. The man who could live with his vileness because he had no conscience and had left me to eke out my life dirty and despairing, afraid to do the only thing I really wanted to die.
You're as white as a sheet, Fergus. Don't take on so. There might be two men with the same name.
My sincere condolences, but the squire was virtually a dead man from the moment the stroke hit him. Nothing could have saved him.
That's him. That's his voice.
Forgive me for my abrupt leave-taking, but my coach is waiting and I cannot miss the train.
Well, here he goes for the door. If you want to make sure you do know him, you better move fast.
I must see him face to face. McFarlane.
Yes?
Toddy.
Huh?
Toddy McFarlane.
I'm afraid, sir, you have the better of me. I don't believe we are acquainted.
Oh, we are acquainted, all right. Look close. I want you to recognize me.
I've told you... Good Lord. Cameron Fergus.
Yes. Did you think I was dead, too? That we are all so easy shut of old acquaintance?
Oh, hush, man. For the love of God. Let the dead past bury itself.
Not ours. Nothing stayed buried decently then, did it, Wolf?
Oh, now, come, Cameron. We are both a little shaken at this chance encounter. I hardly knew you, I confess at first, but I am overjoyed. Overjoyed to have this opportunity. Unfortunately, I must not fail the train, so if you'll forgive me...
Forgive you?
Well, I meant for running, but, well, let me see. Oh, yes, of course. Yes. You shall give me your address, and you can count on early news from me.
Put away your gold pen and your false friendship.
But I want to do something for you, Fergus. I can see, forgive me, that you are somewhat out at elbows. We must take care of that.
Money?
Well...
Money from you? The money I had last from you is lying where I cast it in the rain and mud.
What is the matter with you, Fergus? Now, what is it you want?
I wish I knew. Revenge for Jeannie and the others. An accounting for the wasted rum-soaked derelict you made me. I thought long ago the hand of God, like the squire upstairs, must have struck you down. Perhaps I was appointed for that.
Fergus, Cameron, I beg of you. You've been drinking and you are not in your right mind. Now, don't do anything. What is that you have in your hand?
Don't you remember?
Jeannie's hat pin.
The one you gave her. Would it not be poetic in God's justice to drive it into your throat, up slanting through the mouth till it lodged in the brain, or between the 5th and 6th ribs, driven straight into your black heart?
Help! Have you got out of your mind? Help!
Here, Fergus, take it easy.
Help me.
Stay out of this, Harry.
But you...
If you value your life, stay back.
Don't. You can't kill me, Fergus.
You're right, I can't. I should, but I can't. Get out of my sight. Catch your train. Go.
Whip up the horses. We want to take that train. Lord above, Fergus, what got into you? Put that long hat pin away. That's a dangerous instrument. More like one of them Italian stilettos.
It was Jeannie's.
Yes, sure it was. Some pretty sparklers, all right. Must have cost a pretty penny, too, but let's put it away and sit down and have a nice little snort for the road, eh?
Yes, drink. Get me drunk. Wipe it out, the past. Let me sleep. And if only I could never wake again.
Yes, right as rain, old chum. Yeah, just what the doctor ordered. That's a funny one, all right. With all the doctors around this night, like the gentleman who just left.
Don't call him gentleman.
Oh, well, I mean, when a man's become a doctor...
No matter what he thinks he's become, that devil is what he began. A resurrectionist he began, and in his heart, that's the way he'll die.
A resurrectionist? It's a profession that flourished in the early 19th century. Profession, did I say? It was rather a crime. The more familiar names are ghoul, grave robber, body snatcher, the conscienceless night people who provided cadavers for the medical schools, the cold-blooded legion of the damned who, if a corpse was not to be found, provided a fresh one from the living. I'll return shortly with Act 2. In one of the greatest speeches in the English-speaking theater, Hamlet, the tortured Prince of Denmark, wrestled with the problem, to be or not to be, and came to the conclusion that conscience doth make cowards of us all. Cameron Fergus, though far less innocent than the tragic Dane, as a young man found himself caught in the same wedge. But when he made his decision, he found not death, but a life of remorse and dishonor.
I was the only child of two elderly parents. By my early 20s, they were both gone, leaving me a small but comfortable income. Even in those days, I already considered myself a man about town. But my vices were minor, and inside I had a craving for something more fulfilling in life. Both those lacks were satisfied when I fell under the spell of Wolfe McFarlane. We met first at the house of Jeannie McRoberts, a young woman who epitomized everything pure and sweet to me, and whom I secretly hoped to marry one day. Oh, Jeannie, this music's too slow.
It's romantic.
Well, maybe that's what I meant. Let's sneak out for a walk in the garden.
Oh, no. It's not the music that's too slow for you, Cameron.
Oh, then suppose it was.
I wouldn't trust you out there all alone.
You walked out with him.
Who?
The tall one there, dancing with Maggie Dyack.
Wolf McFarlane. Well, it's the first time he's our guest, and besides, it was still twilight then.
He's a dandy, all right. And he has all of you girls making eyes at him. Where's he from?
Glasgow, I think. He's here in his second or third year as a medical student, working under Dr. Knight.
I suppose he's turned your head, too, huh?
He did when we danced. What could be more exciting than being a doctor anyway? Someone who can make you well if you're ill.
Well, maybe I'd better consider taking up the profession myself, so I won't lose you.
So, Cameron, you've a taste for being a doctor, eh?
I can think of no higher calling.
Well, that's flattering. Have you the talent for it?
I stood high in my class at the university.
Oh, you've a brain, all right, I've no doubt. At least so Miss McRoberts informed me.
Did she now?
But when I spoke of being a doctor in talent, I meant other things.
Such as?
Have you a strong stomach? Can you stand the sight of blood?
I wouldn't turn from it.
Have you the nerves of steel?
I don't exactly know what you mean.
Could you take a scalpel and split a man or a woman from breastbone to pubis with a steady hand? Could you open the stomach and cut out a diseased organ? Could you amputate a leg or an arm?
I'm not exactly sure it was being a surgeon I had in mind.
Oh, never mind the live bodies, lad. It's the dead ones you have to cut through first. There's no other way to learn anatomy firsthand, and not all of them are fresh from the grave.
What does that mean?
You'll find out for yourself. How are your scruples?
I think you're just having fun with me. I'm sorry I asked. I don't need you to further my ambition. There are other ways.
Oh, nay. Hold, lad, don't be so hot-tempered. I was pulling your leg a little, but less than you might think. And you do need me more than you think.
Why?
My recommendation to the doctor in charge of the medical school, as it happens, would open the doors for you like that.
Would you give it to me?
I just might. In exchange for something.
What?
The rest of your waltzes with Miss Jeannie. She's the only girl here with any grace or style. Like a feather in the wind. And I love to dance. Is it a bargain?
It's the one I can't control. It's Jeannie who says who she'll dance with.
But if you ask her and tell her why?
I'll tell her on one condition.
And what is that?
That she saves the last one for me.
Well, I can hardly blame you. And if we are to be friend and colleagues, why should I be greedy, eh? Shake hands on the bargain.
Shake.
To a long and close future together, Fergus. We can use a man like you.
I take that as a compliment. Thank you, sir. Thank you. That I should ever have seen the day I thanked the man I have spent my life cursing and reviling. What an innocent I was. I kept my part of our bargain in my naivete and excitement, not noticing that Jeannie's reluctance to change her dance card was neither long nor strong. My head was spinning too much with other future dreams, that I was to become a doctor. For Wolf McFarlane kept his part of the bargain, too.
So, Wolf, this is the young man you've spoken so highly of.
Only because he deserves the recommendation, Dr. Kirk. He's a man we can use in more ways than one.
Splendid. We're always in need of recruits, Mr. Fergus. Wolf here tells me you are a young man with a fine taste for a night of romping and wake up bright-eyed and clear-headed of a morning with no hangover, either physical or mental. Well, that makes us three of a kind. And that's what it takes to make a mark in our profession, lad. Stamina, staying power. We have to do many things that would make an ordinary mortal's blood run cold.
If you'll try me, sir, I don't think you'll find me wanting.
Well spoken, Cameron Fergus. I like you. What do you say, Wolf? Shall we make him one of us?
My vote is aye.
Well, then so is mine. I leave it up to you to initiate him into the mysteries and secrets of his new profession. But softly, slowly, mind you. We can't scare him off till he's well hooked, eh? We must show the best side before he sees the worst.
You're very kind, Dr. Kirk, but I know you're only testing my resolve. How could so noble a profession have a bad side?
Well, Dr. Kirk meant only, I'm sure, that it has a difficult side.
No, to be sure. No prize worth winning can easily be come by. Work hard, and let Wolf here help you over the rough spots. For my money, you couldn't have a finer guide.
A finer guide, that much was true. A guide to hell and damnation. But I'd never have realized it then. Wolf was my friend, mentor, and convivial partner. I found that I was a natural doctor, nay, more than that, perhaps a surgeon. But in that field of medicine lay all the seeds of disaster. For to study anatomy, one needs a body, and you cannot practice on a live one. I was not so innocent that I didn't know the answer to that. But it was not till the end of my first year, when I moved in with Wolf, that I had to face it. Wolf, wake up.
What? Never, dog. What hour is it?
It wants 10 to 3.
And you wake me? Damn it, Fergus.
Someone at the door.
Oh, of course. Reason I bid you move in tonight. Now, get dressed while I answer that.
But what is?
Don't ask questions. Do as I say.
Governor, I was off to
No, sorry for the delay. Just give me a moment or two, eh?
We have a real load tonight. We'll need help.
Oh, don't worry. We have it. Meet us at the usual place, eh? Check me my trousers there, Cameron.
What is it?
Do I have to spell it out? The Resurrectionists. And tonight they have a cart full. Tonight is your baptism. You going to let me down?
Well, enough in hindsight to know what I should have answered to that. But I was young, and I thought he was my friend. And so, half-dressed, half-sober, half-anesthetized, we went to the building that housed the dissecting lab and began the night's, or I should say, the early morning's work.
All right. Put it down. There we are. Is that the last?
Not tonight. One more.
Fine. Before you bring it up, let me introduce you to Dr. Cameron Fergus.
Well, how do you do?
The gentleman prefers to leave his name out of these transactions. Just call him Digger.
That's me, by nature and profession.
When you bring the last one up, Dr. Fergus will pay you. The usual tariff. Now, Fergus, I'm going to have to leave you in charge.
Why did you call me doctor when I'm not even...
You've got a lot to learn. We need the title to keep these fellows in hand.
What do you mean?
I'll explain it to you soon. Now, first off, here is a key. It unlocks the safe there. Now, there's money, cash in there, and I'll tell you just how much to disperse. But be sure the safe is securely locked before these ruffians return. Now, I have to get to Dr. Kirk right away and tell him what luck we've had tonight. He'll want to make arrangements for dissecting and anatomy classes tomorrow.
It seems strange. Potter's Field death rate was so high this one night.
In this part of our business, it is well to question as little as possible.
I followed the easy path to do as I was told. To suspend thinking, pay off the grave robbers, and twine myself irrevocably in a practice which, no matter how we as doctors might believe its morality, in those days, could involve death by hanging. But if I thought of it much, after the body snatchers were come and gone and paid, it was all forgotten when Dr. Kirk joined us.
A magnificent day in our lives, gentlemen. I congratulate you both for your part in this, while at the same time I need not enjoin you to the secrecy we must maintain. My congratulations for tonight, and carry on the good work, gentlemen. I bid you good morning.
High words, Dr. Kirk. And we are left with all the dirty work.
What do you mean?
The time has really come for you to stop asking the very answerable question. In the name of medicine and research, we gather bodies, right?
But that is no crime. Using already dead flesh, which can render up to us secrets of how to handle living flesh, is not a valid crime.
On that basis, you have an argument. If the flesh is already moribund. But body snatching is a rewarding crime. And if there is no dead body to snatch, with the kind of man who plies this trade, do you think he would hesitate to wait for the flesh to die if his source of supply ran low?
Oh, good Lord, what are you saying?
Oh, don't pretend innocence. If your conscious brain will not admit the truth, your subconscious one knows it. And you signed for the bodies tonight. Willy-nilly, you are with us from here on in.
With us from here on in. For the first time, I realized I was trapped. For a moment, I even thought my friends had made use of me. But then I thrust that thought aside. They were pioneers, like myself, taking the only means to great ends. And if indeed it were true that an occasional body had not met a natural death, why, by all reason, it could only be someone who was a criminal, who had sought it himself. So I reasoned. And with another drink of fiery scotch to soothe my addled brains, soothed my burning conscience. This would be the end of all connection with the resurrection men, I swore, not knowing how devastatingly empty the oath I took was destined to be.
Poor Cameron Fergus, lulled into the crime of accessory after the fact, controlled by men wiser in the ways of vice than he, who would soon involve him as accessory before the fact, and even worse. I'll return shortly with Act 3. Most doctors of those days were not about to be troubled by the material they dissected. Only the few who trafficked in procuring the illegal material were involved in matters of conscience. And most of them, sad to say, found rich enough rewards to still what small worm of morality might squirm within their hearts. The resurrectionists were well paid, and the men who bought the dreadful merchandise each made their own defenses.
But I lean on you and Wolf, Cameron boy. You're my right and left arms. A constant supply of cadavers is the prime necessity of the school.
I know, but where they come from is...
My boy, that's no question for us. They bring the body, we pay the price. Quid pro quo, as they say in the Latin tag.
But, sir...
Let's have no more buts, Fergus. And no questions, for conscience' sake.
But that's exactly the problem, sir. I watch these ruffians come in before the dawn, in the dead of night, and I cannot help but be struck by their hangdog looks, their eyes averted. I want to have no part of it, sir.
If you expect to stay here and achieve your degree, I tell you, you must be part of it. I'm sorry to be so blunt, Fergus, but that's the way it is. And I have no further time to talk to you.
Wolf, help me. We are condoning, nay, even promulgating murder.
Fergus, you think too much. Accept your duty and concentrate on learning to be a doctor, not a policeman.
And what is my duty?
Take what is brought, pay the price, and avert your eyes from the evidence of any crime.
What decisions I might have made in my first revulsion, I'll never know. For at that time, Jeannie came back, and the renewal of our acquaintance put everything else out of my head. She was fascinated about my future as a doctor, the future of all of us. I'd rather have you tell me about Paris than Rome.
Oh, that's all for the future. What I want to know about is the present. How soon will you be a doctor?
I'm afraid that takes a little time.
And Dr. McFarland, how is he?
Well, though he's nearer it than me, doctor is still a courtesy title.
I wish you'd tell me all about your lives, and what they're like.
It's not a subject for a girl.
Wolf McFarlane didn't mind talking about it.
Well, that's his business. If you'd prefer him...
And don't be a silly boy. And don't be jealous. I'm only interested because he's become your friend.
The more fool I that I thought he was. He'd already been a beginning, but now he was to be the cause of my complete downfall. It happened so casually. One afternoon after work in the lab, I dropped into a neighborhood tavern to meet Wolf sitting with a small, pale man, dark eyes very close together, seemingly refined at the start, but to reveal himself later as coarse, vulgar, and vicious.
The tales I could tell you about our old friend Toddy here.
Toddy?
Sure. Toddy McFarlane. What, has he kept his nickname secret from all of you?
It seems so. Why Toddy?
Because every time we pulled off a rough one, we'd drink a toddy to our trickiness. Hey, Toddy?
I wish you wouldn't call me that.
Drink up and enjoy the good living it brings all of us.
Oh, for God's sakes, watch your mouth.
Well, now, will you listen to our preacher? Pay no attention to him, Cameron. Is that your given name?
Yes, but...
I may be a pretty bad fella myself, but Toddy here, Toddy McFarlane, could put us all to shame. Here, look, have a look at him. If looks could kill. Toddy hates me because I know too much about him.
I told you don't call me that confounded...
I'll call you as I please, and what can you do to keep my mouth shut, Toddy? Just look at him, Cameron Fergus. Did you ever see the lads play knife? He'd like to do that. All over my body.
We medicals have a better way than that. When we dislike a dead friend of ours, we dissect him. Why I made that stupid, ugly joke, I'll never know. I longed to snatch the words back the moment they were said. Would to God I could have. I was to regret them the rest of my life. I should have admitted before this that I was well paid for my work of receiving nocturnal corpses. No questions asked. It was 3 nights after I had met Gray, and I was on duty at the empty dissecting rooms when...
Come on, Fergus. Damn it, man. Would you have me caught red-handed?
Wolf, what are you doing here at this hour?
Shh. Ask no questions. I have some merchandise in the gig. Help me in with it.
It was a small enough figure wrapped in a winding sheet, and it was no job for the two of us to bring him in and stretch him on a table. But for some reason, Wolf McFarlane was breathing as heavy as if we had lifted a horse.
All right, sealed and delivered. Let's have it signed.
What?
Get to the safe. I want you to pay me and give me the receipt.
Since when did you turn resurrectionist?
We're short of bodies, are we not? Nothing for the class to start on tomorrow? Come on. Let's get the transaction over with.
Patience, man. We've the rest of the night. And your friend is in no hurry anymore.
Sign the paper and give it to me.
Well, don't you want the money first?
The paper.
All right. My signature for posterity.
And for me, this is all I need.
And the money?
My present to you, old chum. The finder's fee, too. You've been working too hard as it is. A man ought to have some reward. Why don't you take my rig and slip on home? I'll cover for you for the rest of the night.
It's late enough for both of us to leave.
Oh, I think I'll stay. Pre-dissect the derelict there. Ready to pass around to our eager students when they arrive. McNeil's working on the lower extremities. Sharples is screaming for a liver.
What's the matter with you? You seem unnerved. Who in...
No, don't take that sheet away, don't. Very well. You had to know. Now you know why I had to have your signature of acceptance.
It's Gray. The man who...
A man who could have ruined all of us. We're in this boat, sink or swim. Would you want your neck on the gallows like Burke? This man is dead and is valuable to the advancement of medicine. Accept the fact of his death. Never question the how. You're one of us still, young Fergus. Forever.
So I was already trapped. I began a long lifetime of drinking in earnest. I was neither surprised nor that much affected when Jeannie turned from me. Even the fact that I heard by the grapevine, certainly not from his lips, that Wolf was squiring her about failed to rouse me. I felt myself damned forever. I wasn't good enough for her. But youth is resilient, and once I had digested my involvement, I learned to live with it. Even thought to go back to Jeannie again. As it happened, I chose, accidentally, the day that Wolf was to receive his sheepskin as a doctor.
I never realized what real love was until I met Wolf.
Puppy love, real love. Would you like me to tell you about this man you worship so? What he's really like?
Don't be so silly and jealous.
I'm not thinking of myself, Jeannie. It's you. I want to protect you from...
I'm quite old enough to handle my own affairs.
Oh, I doubt that. You couldn't understand a man like Wolf.
Take your hands off me.
Damn it, if I have to shake some sense into that lovely head, I'll do it with my hands. If I can't with words...
Fergus, you desperately don't.
Ferguson, you lost your mind.
I'm trying to save her from you.
Well, get your hands off her, you little fool.
Oh, leave me go.
If you insist, remember you asked for it.
Oh, you didn't hurt him, Wolf.
I imagine I did. He'll have a sore jaw tomorrow. As sore as my head. But what else could I do?
Well, nothing else. I don't ever want to see Fergus anymore.
I wasn't unconscious. I could hear all of this. And I thought at that moment that life could scarcely deal with me more harshly. Fool that I was, with the worst yet to come.
Special delivery tonight, Fergus, me boy. 5. Douse the light till we trail him in.
Come ahead. Stack them where you will. I wouldn't care if Queen Victoria was one of them. I've had my fill of this job.
Nobody likes it much, but it's a living, as we say in the trade. Might as well get something from the dead.
I went about my business mechanically, mind drugged by liquor, body reacting out of sheer habit. And then... a horror of horrors looked up at me from the dissecting table. Her blue eyes, open, staring with a startled horror that she could come to this. Jeannie McRoberts, a candidate for the cold-blooded dissection, candidate for jokes and the discard by the morrow's crew of medical students.
Jeannie, I'm just as horrified as you, Fergus.
She died no natural death. There were marks of violence on her, possible strangling.
But why?
I can't tell you why, or guess at least. She was pregnant. She was carrying a child.
How do you know?
Dr. Kirk was with us first thing in the morning. Everyone attends dissections. Jeannie was with child.
Do you suppose she killed herself?
You know she didn't. Jeannie was murdered. I'm not going to let her die unrevenged.
You're not suggesting I had anything to do with it.
Exactly.
I'd reconsider that statement if I were you.
Oh.
If anyone did kill her, and mind you, I'm not saying they did, you would be the logical suspect. She did spurn you.
Yes, but...
Let me remind you about the bodies that you've received for dissection and signed for. Many of which you must have known died not natural deaths. Gray, for example. If you want to place any necks in the noose, go ahead. But give first a care to your own, my lad. I warned you when you began this business. You should be without a conscience.
He knew me too well, Harry. Conscience I had, but no courage.
You mean that distinguished doctor who just left murdered the girl?
Why not? An obscure Scottish girl he could never have married since his ambitions reached so high.
Well, I'll tell you something. Man to man. I'm surprised you didn't kill him right out of hand. If your story be true.
Oh, the story is true, right enough. And the proof of it all is that I didn't.
Here, finish your drink, old chap.
Thanks. Oh, strong enough. False courage, maybe. I never had the real thing. Else none of all of this would have happened.
Well, at least you had some conscience.
Which finally has caught up with me.
Here, what have you done?
Jeannie's hatpin. The weapon of remorse.
Good almighty, Fergus. You drove the hat pin straight into your heart. Here, let me help.
By all means, pull it out, Harry.
Oh.
Don't hesitate. Pull it out.
Good, now. Grit your teeth now. There. Now that'll be better.
Don't you believe it? Only thing might have saved me was to leave it there. Now I'm sure to die. One thing at least I did right in my life. Just do me one favor, Harry.
What's that?
I've enough money. See me buried above ground in a strong, tight crypt. Don't let me be had at the last by the body snatchers. Wherever I go, let me go whole and accept my judgment. Whatever it is. Oh.
A curious and chilling story, with no moral that I or any man can quite offer. The raw material for the study of medicine that today has prolonged life by almost twice as much as could be expected in the last century is no longer needed so much. Thank heaven the ghoul, the body snatcher, and the resurrectionist man have passed from our lives, or deaths, since that was their concern. I'll be back shortly. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called The Pathetic Fallacy.
I had very little to do with it, really. I don't even know how it works. No, I'll take that back. I do know how it works in general, but the details, nobody but the old gentleman knows them. And I sometimes wonder if he does, really. You see, after all, it's merely a differential integrator. Everybody knows what a differential integrator is, of course, but this one is the most complicated and versatile one that's ever been built. What you see here is only the outer shell of the thing. You see, all the walls of this room are covered with banks of jacks and relays and these electronic glow tubes. And up there are sequence analyzers with multiple dyne wave selectors. These are the precepts all along here, and the master control is at the desk there in the center. Now, but that's not all. Not by a long shot. The actual machine is behind those walls. 3 rooms full of tubes and motors and stroboscopes and several thousand miles of wiring and... some devices that are not public property yet. The machine took 6 years to build, and a total of 81 expert technicians were employed continuously during that time. So you can understand that any one man knows very little of the actual construction of this giant mechanical brain. Oh, that's just what it is. A mechanical, electronic brain capable of performing mathematical tasks far beyond the comprehension of the human brain. Now, are there any questions before we proceed?
Yes, I've got a question, Mr. Quinn. Does this machine really think?
No, Mr.
Burns, Sandy Burns, the Daily News.
Well, Mr. Burns, you may tell the readers of the Daily News that the machine does not think. It is a purely mechanical device, although a most complicated one.
But you call it a brain.
I was merely indulging in the pathetic fallacy, Mr. Burns.
Oh.
All right. What is the pathetic fallacy, Mr. Quinn?
It's a philosophical concept of John Ruskin, Miss,
Alice King.
A philosophical concept, Miss Alice King, which derives from the imputation of human qualities or emotions to an inanimate thing. A figure of speech, let us say.
I don't get it.
It is quite common in literature, Miss King. A poet speaks of the angry sea, the cruel wind, and so on.
Oh. Oh, I get it. Do you get it, Sandy?
Yeah. I guess so.
Good. Are there any other questions?
No. Go ahead. Unless somebody else has a question.
I have. What's the machine good for?
That is not as easy to answer as you might think, Miss Alice King. I think that if I point out that it is capable of solving the most abstruse mathematical equation in an amazingly short time, you may have an idea of its value to science and industry.
How fast?
What?
How fast does it work?
Well, here is an example in this folder. This solution covers 36 pages. The machine produced this solution in, let me look, 16 minutes.
That is pretty fast.
Exceptionally fast, when one considers that without the machine, it would take 20 expert mathematicians working together for something like 10 years to arrive at the same solution. So, you see?
Oh. Well, I've got one more question, Mr. Quinn, if you don't mind.
Go right ahead.
How do you know this answer's right?
What? Why, of course it's right.
Sure, but how do you know?
Why, that question has never come up before.
Yes, but if this machine is such a dinger as you say it is, oughtn't you to be sure that it adds things up right?
Oh, it does. Oh, it does, I assure you.
This answer to the problem you've got there. How do you know it's right until 20 mathematicians work 10 years to do it over again?
Why, that's ridiculous.
It isn't ridiculous.
I'll tell you what's ridiculous to me, Mr. Quinn. Just the same as it is to Alice. I think it's absurd for a bunch of great, big, high-powered scientists building a gadget like this and then taking its word for everything without question.
I'm afraid you haven't the proper scientific approach, Mr. Burns.
Oh, that's right, I haven't. But listen here. Suppose you've got a great big scientific formula, or whatever you call it, and let's say a big bridge or something depends on some kind of calculation that takes 20 minutes to do.
Yes?
Well, what if the machine made an error of just one number? Wouldn't that error be multiplied 1,000,000 times and the whole...
You see, Mr. Burns, I said you didn't have the scientific approach. We took that very fact into consideration, and the operation of the machine has been checked at every stage.
How?
By starting with the simplest possible mathematical problems. Now, if you just move a little closer, I'll demonstrate. We will progress from a simple 2 plus 2 on through the multiplication of 7 or 8-digit numbers, through raising a number to a 3-digit power, through algebra.
Go on, let's see.
Very well. 2 plus 2 is our first problem, which will be solved electronically in 1/1,000,000th of a second. Now, The problem is set up here. And when I flip this button, the result appears on the transparent screen up there. Now watch. 2 plus 2. 2 plus 2 are 4. You see?
You turn around and look at the screen, Mr. Quinn.
What?
It says 5 up there.
Why, I pushed the wrong buttons, of course.
Let me push them.
Very well. Here.
Sure they're the right ones. No alibis.
Miss King, you can read, can't you?
Fluently, Mr. Quinn. These buttons?
Let me see, Alice.
Look. Right? 2 and 2.
Right. Now, this button.
Okay.
Good heavens.
You see? 19,412.
Here. Let me try.
Go ahead.
2 and 2. 17. Why, this is incredible. I don't understand.
I'd sure hate to have that thing figure out my income tax for me.
I'm sorry. Something has gone very wrong. There's probably a short circuit in the cucambulators or
You know what I think, Mr. Quinn?
What?
I think that pathetic fallacy of yours is a fake. I think the machine heard what you said and it's mad at you. Come on, Sandy. We got a story.
Yes, they certainly did have a story. And they plastered it all over the front pages of their paper for 3 days. The old gentleman had me on the carpet. And for a scientist, he has an extraordinary vocabulary. He must have been a plumber or a mule skinner in his youth. I couldn't explain what was wrong with the machine. How could I? I only knew one part of it. The cucambulators that operate from the master control panel. Of course, I thought that's where the trouble was. So the old gentleman told me to tear them all out and inspect them, make replacements and all that. He seemed to blame the whole thing on me. He's so unreasonable. Well, there are 144 cucambulators, all the rotary self-retracting type, with foramiferous tubes, and they weigh 60 pounds apiece. Well, newspapers all over the country were laughing at us. They had funny jokes about the machine on 6 radio programs in one night. And we had to do something quick. If I'd only not made that statement about the pathetic fallacy. The way that girl took that up and made me look like a first-class fool. I could have choked her. So I started to work. They shut down the lab, but people kept storming at the gates to see the machine that got mad at people. And there I am, up to here in grease and wires and electronic gadgets. And I've been over every single one of the 144 cucambulators, and there's not a thing wrong with one of them. Not one single thing. But the machine won't work. Well, it just sits there. I've got just one more thing to do before I give up. And, of course, when I give up, I'm through. Well, the old man made that amply clear. I'll be out of a job that fast and try and get another. I'll have to change my name and go somewhere and find a job as a dishwasher or a sailor or something. And I've spent 27 years in this profession. All of it thrown out the window because of a stubborn collection of wheels and tubes and wires and relays and whatever else there is. I hope you're happy about that, machine. What's that? What the deuce? Is that thing starting up by itself? What goes on here? Those tubes lighted up. Now what? Why, that's the strangest thing I ever heard of. Who's that?
Quinn.
Who is that? Who's calling me? Hello? Hello, who's calling me? I must be hearing things. I'm losing my mind.
Quinn.
Who's calling me?
Quinn. 2 plus 2, 4.
What?
2 plus 2, 4.
Who is that, I say?
4, 4, 4, 4.
Why, it's the machine. It's talking back to me.
What's happened, Mr. Quinn?
Come on in first. Come on, Mr. Burns.
What's up?
Sit down.
Look, Mr. Quinn, I'm sorry we made such a fool of you.
Yeah, so am I, Quinn. But that's the newspaper business.
It's all right.
What'd you want to tell us?
Well, I hardly know what to say now that you're here.
Is the machine fixed?
Have you got a statement or something for us? Because if there's anything we can do, you know we'll do it. The old gentleman's been pretty rough on you.
Yes. Yes, he has that. Well...
Now, look, Mr. Quinn. Before you start, there's no guarantee that anything you tell us will be printed. We don't run the paper, you know.
I know. But you'll print this.
What?
Well, you remember you said the machine was mad at me?
Yeah.
It was.
What?
It was. But it's sorry now.
You mind saying that again, Mr. Quinn?
Well, I said it's sorry now.
Wait a minute. What do you mean by that?
Well, I'll show you. Listen. Machine. Machine.
Listen.
Be still, Sandy.
Machine, do you hear me?
Listen, Quinn, what is this?
Sandy, I said be still.
Machine. Answer me.
The guy's gone bugs.
Let him alone.
Come on, machine. 2 plus 2.
Mr. Quinn, what are you trying to do?
You trying to get that machine to talk back to you?
It did once.
Are you kidding?
No, sir. No, I am not.
Well, now, look, Quinn.
You say it did talk to you, Mr. Quinn.
Yes, it did. Machine.
Come on, Alice.
No, wait. When did it talk to you, Mr. Quinn?
Just before I telephoned you. I was sitting here and it called my name. It said, Quinn.
You sure?
Of course.
What else did it say?
It said something about 2 plus 2 are 4. Now, you remember that was what it made the mistake about the other day.
When Alice said it was mad at you.
And I think it was trying to apologize for all the trouble it caused me.
Alice.
I don't know why it doesn't talk now. Machine.
Alice.
I'm awfully sorry. Maybe it's embarrassed with you here.
Alice, let's go.
Mr. Quinn, do you feel all right?
I'm not crazy, Miss King.
Isn't it possible that maybe thinking about that pathetic fallacy and overwork made you...
It is not.
I'm sorry, Mr. Quinn. I've got work to do. If you'll excuse us now.
I'm sorry. I don't know what to do.
I do. Believe me, I do.
Sandy.
Are you kidding, Alice?
You're not going to write another story about Mr. Quinn.
Think I'm not? You coming with me?
Sandy, if you write that story, I'll never speak to you again.
Look, darling, I'm a reporter.
You're something worse than that if you do that to this poor man.
It's all right, I guess, Miss King. I asked for it.
Mean you admit you cooked up a story for us?
I didn't cook up anything. The machine talked to me.
Okay, so long, Quinn. You coming, Alice?
I am not. And if you turn in a story that harms Mr. Quinn any more...
Oh, stop it.
Well, I suppose I might as well go get my hat and coat.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Quinn.
Yes, I am too.
Do you want to tell me what really happened?
Well, I told you, Miss King. I was sitting here, and I was talking to myself. And I was talking kind of to the machine, I suppose. I was feeling sorry for myself. Out of a job, never be able to get another job again because I've been disgraced.
By a couple of newspaper people who thought more of a silly story than of a man's whole career.
Oh, it's not your fault, really. I suppose I'd have done the same thing if I were a newspaper man.
I don't know what to say.
There isn't anything to say, Miss King.
If I can stop Sandy from writing another story...
It doesn't make any difference.
Mr. Quinn, couldn't it have been a... couldn't you have fallen asleep and dreamed you heard the machine talking?
I'm sure I didn't.
Well, do you have any scientific explanation for it?
No, I haven't any scientific explanation. The only explanation I have is that maybe we did create something intelligent out of wires and tubes and things. That maybe it does think.
You said that was the pathetic fallacy.
I'm not sure it's a fallacy, my dear. Well, goodbye. I'm sorry to have troubled you.
Isn't there anything I can do?
There isn't anything anyone can do. I'm just very disappointed. That's all. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Quinn.
Well, I guess that's that. I was in a bad spot before, machine. But now, this one I'll never get out of. What that boy'll do to me now. Well, I'd better get out of here right now. I'll never be able to face the old gentleman again, machine. It's been nice knowing you, machine. I don't hold any hard feelings. No, honestly, I don't. You know, if anybody heard me talking like this to a mechanical monstrosity like you, they'd say I'd gone soft in the head. Do you know that? And I wonder if maybe I haven't, by gum. Well, maybe I can get a job as a street sweeper in Omaha or someplace. You have a good time. All by yourself, machine. Will you?
Quinn!
I'm afraid it's too late now.
Quinn!
You saying goodbye, machine?
2 + 2, 4. Quinn.
Well, I'm not at all sure that it is, machine. I'm not sure of anything anymore. Why didn't you say something while those people were here?
A + B exponent M over N. 5342876. D log epsilon.
What does that mean?
987609. Mantissa 327.6 equals Mantissa 32.76.
Yes, I suppose so. So you have got an intelligent brain, have you?
Cube root of -3.
Yeah. Well, machine...
Quinn?
There isn't anything you can do now that'll do me any good. I'm washed up. Good. Nobody will believe a word I say about this, so... Well, shall we have a good talk together now before I go away for good?
Quinn.
I wish we could tell each other things. Do you understand me?
3146.
When did you discover you had a brain?
2 + 2, 5. 2 + 2, 19. 412.
Mm-hmm. You're not mad at me anymore, then?
Negative. 976354229.
Who is that talking, Mr. Quinn?
Why, Miss King. I thought you'd gone.
Who was that?
Was I talking?
Yes, you were talking, and somebody else was talking, too. Who was it?
Well, Miss King, I'm afraid you wouldn't believe me if I told you.
It sounded like a woman's voice.
Did it?
Was it the machine? Was it? You, machine. Was that you talking? Come on, say something, machine.
I'm afraid you must be mistaken, Miss King.
Well, I'm going to find out. Here, Mr. Quinn. Put your arms around me.
What?
That's right. Now, you poor darling. Alice loves her, Mr. Quinn. Poor Mr. Quinn. But everything's going to be all right, isn't it?
Miss King. Alice.
Stand still, you dope. Quinn's going to go away with Alice and never come back to the nasty old machine, isn't he? Isn't he? Say yes.
Why, good heavens.
Say yes.
What? Yes.
Quinn! Uh-huh. Caught you. Okay, Mr. Quinn.
What? What are you going to do?
Look, machine. Look, sister, you're caught. You might as well give up. Might as well speak up. Now, look.
Miss King.
Hold it, Quinn. Look, machine. You're in love with Quinn, aren't you? Answer me.
Pi r squared.
I knew it.
D equals square root of b squared plus h squared.
All right, I won't if you'll do what I tell you to. Otherwise, I'm going to take him away from you.
Negative.
Will you do as I say?
Million, trillion, quadrillion, quintillion.
What did you say, Mr. Quinn?
I said, do you understand what she's saying?
Why, of course. We girls understand each other, don't we?
Affirmative.
But what are you... What?
Just let us alone for a minute, will you?
Well, yes, but...
You go over there and sit in the corner.
What?
Go on.
Well, what else can I do?
That's right. Now, machine, you'll promise. If I let Quinn stay here with you, you promise you'll never give any wrong answers again.
Ordinate and abscissa.
All right. You promise you'll never say another word to anybody.
Quinn.
Well, all right, to Quinn. But only when you and he are absolutely alone. Do you understand?
Pi.
You promise.
Affirmative, affirmative.
Because you know what I'll do if I ever hear of you breaking your promise.
Affirmative.
What?
87,69887.765.
That's right. I'll take him away so fast it'll make your cucambulator swim.
Mean. Extreme.
Well, I'm not kidding. You and I have got him in enough trouble now, so you see that you're a good girl.
A squared plus 2AB plus B squared.
All right, then, it's a deal. Okay, Mr. Quinn.
Cosine tangent AB.
Huh? Oh. Wait a minute, Mr. Quinn.
What's the matter?
Just a minute. She wants to ask me something. What is it, sister?
2654-366. Anti-logarithm x plus y.
Oh. I love you.
I love you.
That's right.
I love you. Oh, 3937.
You're welcome, sister. Now, don't forget. Okay, Mr. Quinn.
What?
Come here.
What?
Everything's going to be all right, Mr. Quinn. The story in the paper tomorrow is about how you single-handed fixed the machine, and it's never going to make any mistakes again.
But how did...
I've got to go now, Mr. Quinn. The machine's got something to say to you, and maybe she'd be embarrassed if I'm here.
But wait. Well, I don't understand.
Goodbye. And don't monkey around with that pathetic fallacy anymore, Mr. Quinn. I might not be around to give you a hand.
Well, but did you have something to say to me, machine?
Quinn, I love you.
What? Why, my dear. Oh, The square of the hypotenuse of a right-angled triangle is equal to the sum of the squares of the other two sides.
Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell, and Cherita Bauer played Alice. Sandy was played by Michael Fitzmaurice. And the voice of the machine was Vicky Vola. The original music heard on Quiet, Please is composed and played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week's Quiet, Please, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
My story for next week is called A Red and White Guidon. It's about the days when the cavalry rode horses.
Ladies and gentlemen, in answer to many requests as to the Quiet Please theme, it's a movement from the D minor symphony of César Franck. And so until next week at this time, I'm quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater. Welcome again to the magic world of radio, where your imagination can lead you to the most exciting adventures you ever dreamed of. I'm Tom Bosley. And today we turn back the clock some 500 years before Christ. Those were the days when Confucius began to set down what we call his sayings. There were earthquakes in Sparta, ball games in Athens. A famous athlete called Milo won first place in the Olympic Games 6 times. And a certain man called Daniel had a narrow escape in a den of lions, which is exactly what today's adventure is about. Our adventure story, Daniel the Oracle, was adapted from the pages of biblical history, especially for the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater by Madeline Ferber, and stars Russell Horton. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
Thinking about it.
Jerusalem was burning, sacked and conquered by Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon. Interesting man, Nebuchadnezzar. He liked the arts, science, architecture, and although he had conquered Jerusalem, he did not look down on the Jews. In fact, he wanted to share with them the glory of knowledge. Daniel, who was there, and who many called Daniel the Oracle, will tell us how it really was. Daniel?
I came from a good family. We were, in fact, related to the king of Judah. And when Nebuchadnezzar waged war against us and won, he wanted the boys from the best Jewish families to come and live in his court. One day, when I came home from school, there was a stranger in our house. And my mother was smiling and crying at the same time.
So this is Daniel, is it? A fine-looking boy.
Sir, I don't think we've met.
No, we haven't. My name is Ashpenaz. I am the Lord Chamberlain of your new king, King Nebuchadnezzar. You know who your new king is, don't you?
The only king we in Israel serve is our God in heaven.
Well said. But the kingdom of heaven is not what interests me now, but the kingdom on earth.
Nebuchadnezzar, you mean?
Daniel, you have been selected to live in the king's palace.
What for?
I have been commanded by the king to select certain youngsters, and I quote him, well-favored, skillful in wisdom, cunning in knowledge, and understanding science.
I am happily surprised.
Our wise king knows one cannot rule by force. He knows the street of understanding runs in both directions. Just as he would know and learn about the Israelites, he wishes the young Jews to stand in the king's palace and learn our language and heritage.
Many boys were selected, including my 3 brothers, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. I had an open mind. I wasn't dead set against King Nebuchadnezzar because he'd taken over my homeland, but by nature I ask questions. Take the matter of food, for instance.
Daniel, you can give me all the reasons you want, but I still think you won't eat what everyone else would be delighted to eat because you're stubborn.
Maybe I am, but maybe I'm stubborn because I'm right.
Don't be headstrong. The king has high hopes that your presence in the court will help your people, right?
Right.
So if the king orders you to eat at your meals what he eats, his wine, his meat, it is for your own good, right?
Wrong. It is not for my own good. A daily diet of wine and meat may be the right nourishment for a king, but not for Daniel.
Don't you understand? The king believes that if you share the same food and drink as he has, you will grow to his liking.
Ashpenaz, let me say this. The king wants what is best in me to grow.
He does.
He desires the same for my 3 brothers, right?
Right.
Do this. As an experiment, give my brothers and me only peas and beans and fruit to eat, and water to drink, for 10 days, no more.
10 days?
Yes, and if at the end of 10 days our minds are not quicker, and our eyes brighter, even our skins fairer than all the other boys, you may have your way. On the 10th day of our diet of fruit, vegetables, and water, our complexions were fairer, and the 4 of us were far more alert than any of the others. Time passed. We learned, and we remembered, and the day came when we were presented to the king.
I find that you, Daniel, and Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego are 10 times wiser than all the magicians and astrologers of my realm.
Your Majesty, 3 years have passed, and God has been at my side day and night. If I am as wise as you say I am, wiser than those to whom you look for wisdom, it is God's doing.
Daniel, tell me no more of your God. I do not wish to hear it. Yes, you may approach the throne, Arioch. You know Daniel, do you not?
Most certainly do. He's the talk of the court. And I have met Arioch, the astrologer.
I overheard you, Daniel, still talking about your God and your faith.
Belief is so strong within me, Arioch, my tongue will not be silent.
Daniel, am I not king?
Of your kingdom, yes, so long as God permits it.
Did your God give Nebuchadnezzar permission for him to take Israel? Your God, Daniel, upon whom you relied to defend you?
God works his will in mysterious ways. Your Majesty, may I be excused? I find that talking with an astrologer sheds no light upon the truth. Perhaps because in his glass the heavens are too far away.
Of course you may go, Daniel.
The truth, Daniel, is not what you see, but what is. And our king, he is Lord of the entire earth. I take my leave of you?
Yes, he is stubborn, obstinate, yet much of what he says has the golden ring of truth.
Do you know, my lord, this Daniel spends many hours each day praying to his God?
Yes, Arioch, I never doubted but that Daniel and many other Jews still pray to their God. However, since you and I know our idol Belus is the power of life, why should we care that others worship a lesser god?
You're too patient, my king. The day came when King Nebuchadnezzar awoke from a terrible dream. So frightening it was that the next morning exactly what he had dreamt was pushed out of his mind, forgotten. But what remained with him was a sense of horror and fear of the unexpected, an uneasiness which he could not shake. And so he summoned his magicians, sorcerers, and astrologers to explain it to him.
I have dreamed a dream, and my spirit is greatly troubled to know what it means.
Oh, King, tell us that dream, and we will show you the interpretation.
I cannot remember it, but surely those of you who are wizards and sorcerers should be able to look into the heavens and find my dream.
Well, the stars are our light to the future. We astrologers understand the stars and what they tell us. But to understand the mind of a sleeping king...
I've had enough of this shilly-shallying. Either you can tell me or you cannot. And I warn you, whoever cannot tell me what I dreamt or what it means will be cut into pieces, do you hear? But whoever tells me my dream and explains it, I will reward with gifts and great honor. Well, who shall be the first among you?
Surely, old king, it is not unreasonable to ask for you to remember the dream and for us to interpret it.
Ariak, I am on to your tricks, your evasions, argument and talk merely to gain time. If you cannot tell me my dream and its meaning, what good are all of you to me? You are charlatans all.
Well, there's not a man on earth who can do your bidding in this, O king.
So you will not.
Oh, we cannot. No man can. No one except the gods can tell what you wish to know.
You have been honest and forthright with me, so shall I be with you. I need you not.
Where?
I find the wise men of Babylon are as ignorant as the common folk. Henceforth I issue this decree. All wise men shall be put to death.
Strictly speaking, my brothers Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego and I were also wise men. The king himself had so proclaimed us. Therefore, we were also slated to die. I prayed and found that our God, in his wisdom, must have softened Nebuchadnezzar's heart somewhat. For he received me, promising to hold up the executions for 3 days. Give me 3 days, I had said. And on the 3rd day, I went to see him.
Daniel, I have set great store by your abilities.
I shall tell you what you wish to hear.
In spite of the fact that my wisest have said a dream can never be known to another person.
Perhaps not to a person.
They say I ask too much of them.
At last, they tell the truth. No astrologer or soothsayer can tell you the dream that fear has driven from your mind. But there is a God in heaven who knows all things and who has revealed to me your secret dream.
Wait. I want to be sure we are alone. They listen sometimes to what is said in the inner chambers and then come to me pretending they have divined my mind. Close the drapes that hang over the door. Good. Now, come here. Close to my side, Daniel. And tell me that dream. Young Daniel, 19, sits beside King Nebuchadnezzar. This was to be his first great test. In the years to come, Daniel would become so well known for his wisdom and knowledge that it became a proverb among Babylonians to say, as wise as Daniel. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly.
Delicious. Yeah.
What was the dream that so horrified King Nebuchadnezzar? Daniel told him he had dreamt of a great golden idol with feet of iron and clay. Suddenly, in the dream, a tremendous rock had fallen upon the figure, which had broken into small pieces, fallen, and disappeared. But the rock itself grew and grew until it filled the entire earth.
It is so, Daniel. It is so. That was my dream. But why did it frighten me so? And why does it haunt me to this moment? What does it mean? God's strength is the stone. The image, the golden image, is yourself. When you crumble, when you die, God will raise a kingdom that will, like the rock of your dream, fill the world. Ah, it was a dream of the future, then. It is the certainty of the future. What to you was a dream will come true. It is not a welcome future you have foretold. But my mind rests easy, for now I know. Daniel, what is your wish? Anything. Set free Arioch, your court astrologer, and all his men. Set free the soothsayers, the magicians, all the unwise wise men. They are but mortal and not to be held in account for their limited vision. You are right, Daniel. They have no more answers to eternal questions than ordinary mortals. Nebuchadnezzar, great king, we are all ordinary mortals. What none of you were able to tell me, Daniel has done. Therefore, I have asked him to be the ruler of the entire province of Babylon, over all governors, all captains, and yes, over all of you wise men. I see open mouths, raised eyebrows, questioning looks, eh? Well, be not anxious. Daniel has declined my proposal. Instead, Babylon will be ruled by his three brothers, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. As for the sentence of death I pronounced upon you, wise men, you may thank Daniel that your lives will be spared. What is there about time that on the one hand heals wounds and on the other causes men to forget a promise? The fear of the frightening dream was gone, the stone crushing the idol. Nebuchadnezzar remembered only that vision of a head of gold. And so he had such a golden image built high on the plain of Dura. When it was completed, every single man of each government were gathered in front of the golden idol. It was 100 feet high.
All peoples gathering today at this dedication of the golden symbol of Nebuchadnezzar, welcome! As one together, we shall all fall to the ground and worship at the golden feet of our golden king.
Good day to you, Daniel. Ashpenaz. I haven't seen you in years.
The king is still sending me to find young men like yourself to bring new blood to the court.
You must be joking. What does Nebuchadnezzar want with new blood? Look at that monstrous gold idol. All the king wants is to be worshipped as though he were a god. Power has corrupted him. Wait and see, good Ashpenaz.
It is hereby commanded by the king that whoever does not prostrate himself and worship this golden image shall be cast into the midst of a burning, fiery furnace.
Yes, Arioch, what is it?
Did you not issue a decree that upon the sound of certain music, every subject in your kingdom shall fall down and worship the great golden image?
Certainly.
And if they do not obey, their lives are forfeited in the fiery furnace.
You don't have to repeat all that. What's behind the question?
There are certain Jews you have appointed to high posts over the affairs of the province of Babylon.
I know. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Now, come along, man. What are you getting at?
Great king, they have not obeyed your wish. They serve their God, not you. They do not worship the golden image you've built at Dura.
Well, is it true? I have brought you here to answer me. You, Shadrach, you, Meshach, and you, Abednego. Is the accusation true or false? You're silent, so I take your silence for an admission of guilt. Yes, Daniel.
They do not answer, for your question needs no reply. Punish them as you've decreed and have done with it.
Don't think that I won't. Arioch, the furnace on the palace grounds we use to fire tiles. Have it brought to flame 7 times hotter than is usual.
Yes, Your Majesty. I go immediately.
Your Majesty. Yes, what? Who is it?
It is I, your royal chamberlain Ashpenaz.
Speak up. What is it? Nothing but treason and interruption.
Your Majesty, I have known these 3 brothers, 4 including Daniel, for many, many years.
So?
They're among the finest in the land. Have you forgotten you yourself were so pleased at their wisdom, you have put them to govern all of Babylon? Have mercy on them, O king.
I am not a merciful king. I know I have enemies. They're all about me, anywhere, everywhere. The furnace it will be. Take them away.
I had never seen the king in such a fury. My 3 brothers were bound up in their clothes and thrown into the midst of the burning, fiery furnace. Those who had lifted them up and thrown them to the flames were so overcome by the intense heat that they died.
Daniel, am I going mad, or do I see the 3 traitors walking upon the coals, untouched by the flames?
You may see 3 traitors. I see my brothers alive.
Good Lord. Who is the 4th? The one standing beside them amid the flames?
An angel, O king.
Oh, it is the end. What have I done? Fire does not consume them. Oh, Daniel, my head is going around. I cannot speak. Tell your brothers, ask them to come forth from the furnace.
Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, walk to me from the furnace.
The king has fainted.
Come to his aid. He has fallen.
Daniel, I have sinned. My heart is not beating. Oh, Daniel, save me.
Good morning, Daniel. How fares His Majesty today?
I haven't seen him since last night. But I would say in the past 7 days he has shown some improvement.
Is it a whole week since your brothers walked out untouched from the fiery furnace?
A week of self-torture for the king.
Daniel, where are you?
In the antechamber, Your Majesty.
Oh, yes, here you are, Daniel.
Good morning, Your Majesty.
Daniel, my prayer was not answered. I was not forgiven, was I?
Your Majesty, forgiven for what?
Don't be cunning with me, my boy. When those 3 walked from the blazing furnace, when I saw that fire had no power over them, that not a hair of their heads was even singed, they still wore the same clothing, unburnt, not even the smell of fire was on them. Oh, Daniel, I want to be forgiven. Did I not say, blessed be the God of Judah?
Oh, King, you must calm yourself and return to bed. You are not well.
No, I cannot go to bed.
Why not?
Well, you see, in bed I have dreams.
Oh, you dreamt again last night?
But I won't permit those dreams to haunt me tonight. Oh, no, not again. No, I shall sit up all night in my chair.
Great King, I once helped you understand your dream. If you know what it means...
I would like to know. It is the unknown I am afraid of.
Know it, and it frightens not.
You did help me once, didn't you, Daniel? Daniel, come closer. You see, there was this gigantic tree. You, sir! What are you standing there for, listening? Who are you?
Chamberlain Ashpenaz, Your Majesty.
Well, who asked you here?
I await your pleasure.
My pleasure is to dismiss you. Now go. Go. Daniel,
Yes. You saw a great tree.
Yes, a tremendous tree, huge, growing with beautiful leaves, plentiful fruit. Now, Daniel, this enormous tree, and birds and animals lived in its shade, and then, oh, Daniel, it was too terrible to even think of.
Go on.
Then this creature with wings, with a human head, flew down and cried out, "Cut down the tree. Cut off its branches. Leave the stump. Tie it with chains. The tree has a human heart. Take away that heart and put in its place the heart of an animal."
Did the winged angel say for how long the animal heart must remain in the tree?
Yes, for 7 months. Daniel, do you know what the dream means?
You are that tree, Nebuchadnezzar. And in your shade, under your protection, others find rest. Upon your branches there is fruit, there is plenty for all your subjects.
That angel creature saying, "Cut down the tree," what does that mean?
You have angered God, Nebuchadnezzar. You will be cut down.
And the meaning of the chains and the animal heart in the tree for 7 months.
A penance. For 7 months you will live with the beasts of the forest and field as one of them. You will eat the same fodder as the oxen. You will sleep in the open, lowly, humble. And then, one day, God will show you the mercy you did not show others. That is all I can tell you of your dream.
True to the prophecy, there came a time when Nebuchadnezzar was no longer of sound enough mind to govern the kingdom. The king went mad, wandered into the forest, lived with the animals, ate what they did, slept under the stars. At the end of 7 months, suddenly his reason returned. He lifted up his eyes to heaven, acknowledged that there was a greater power than himself, and that power was God. I'll be back in a few moments with Act 3.
WL.
The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. Hello. The king of Babylon recovered, became well. But in spite of all the warning dreams telling him he was only mortal, something in him drove him to godlike aspirations. He rebuilt Babylon. Gardens, houses, towers, the famous hanging gardens, not so much for the enjoyment of his people, but as a monument to his own greatness. And then, one day, like any mortal on earth, he died. His eldest son, Belshazzar, came to the throne and celebrated with a feast that is still talked about. Belshazzar's feast.
Let there be silence. Silence, all of you. Stop your eating and drinking. King Balthazar is about to address you.
Lords, ladies, governors, subjects all. To begin, I shall tell you that I am not going to be a kind king or an indulgent king, benevolent or generous. We have put up with the Jews in our midst for many years, and I think it's time they learned that they are the conquered peoples and we are the conquerors. And to show these Jews I mean what I say, I have had brought here for this feast all of their sacred relics, their gold religious cups and bowls. And you, my friends, who have gathered to honor me and this new era, you will drink your fill from these cups and bowls. Drink up to your heart's content.
My heart was far from content. It suffered to see our holy objects, our articles for sacred worship, desecrated. A sad beginning of this new era. Suddenly, this outrageous feast of Balthazar was interrupted.
What is it? Ariak, go look. Tell me, what is that cry?
I cannot see, O king. It's at the far end of the hall. People are getting up. They're looking at the wall behind them. They're backing away.
Tell them all to sit down at their places. Sit down! Why are you standing, you over there?
All of you!
What is it? Hurry up. Go over there to that far wall and tell me what you see.
My king, I don't believe my eyes. I cannot.
What do you mean you cannot? What is that moving on the wall? I see a shadow.
It is a hand, O King Balthazar.
What? A hand, you say? A hand moving on the wall? Whose is it?
Nobody's hand, O King. It is only a hand.
Has everyone gone mad? What are you, bewitched? I'm coming over there to see for myself this sorcery. A hand indeed. By all that is Babylon, it is true. It is a hand with no wrist, no arm, no body. A hand pointing its finger. The finger moves. It is writing strange letters upon the wall. Arioch, what do you make of this witchcraft?
I cannot tell what the writing is.
I am not imagining what I see. You see it too.
No, I see the moving finger writes and then moves on.
How?
We must take care of it. Panic does not start. So many are watching, afraid.
A hand. A human hand.
An inhuman hand.
Wait. It is written 2 words. They seem the same, but they are words not of our language. Arioch, study it.
Yes.
You must tell me what it means. Call all the sorcerers and astrologers at your command. Do it now. I must find out.
Your Majesty, I cannot tell you the meaning of those words.
May I suggest someone who could explain it all?
Who is this old man, Arioch?
This is Ashpenaz. He was the Lord Chamberlain to your father.
Oh, yes, I remember you now, Ashpenaz. Now, who is this you say can explain this hand and this writing?
Daniel.
Daniel?
The same Daniel who had the ear of your father.
Daniel, I heard too much of him when I was a boy. Where is he?
He is here in the banquet hall. He came along with all the others to do homage to you, O King.
Oh, that is something in his favor. Bring him to me.
You sent for me, King Balthazar?
Ah, you are Daniel, one of the children of captivity my father was lenient with.
What do you wish?
I have heard much of you, Daniel, although till now we have not met. People in the court say the spirit of the gods is in you, that understanding and wisdom is in you. If you succeed in explaining or exorcising this thing on the wall, you shall be rewarded.
Reward a Jew? I heard you say before you would not be a generous...
There are exceptions, so do not twist my words. Now, look up there, high on that wall. There is something there, is there not? We are not all bewitched. There is a hand upon that wall.
It is there?
Is it still writing?
It has just come to the end of the 4th word. Now, look. King, look. The hand is no more, but the writing remains. The words are clear.
What do they mean, Daniel?
The handwriting on the wall foretells everything.
What does it say?
God gave your father Nebuchadnezzar a kingdom, honor, and majesty. Your father's heart was lifted up, but his mind became hardened with self-pride. God found your father unworthy to rule. His heart became that of an animal. He took to the woods and lived with wild beasts. And finally, he came to understand God does not only rule in heaven, but over the kingdom of man.
But what has all that got to do with me?
Everything. Although you knew all this, Balthazar, you have not humbled your heart either. In fact, today you have defied God.
I have not. How have I done that?
Look around you. The silver, the gold, the sacred object of God's house you have brought to this pagan feast in your honor and defiled with common wine, drunk by common mouths.
Are you sure? I have made God angry?
Without a doubt. God has not allowed your wickedness to go unpunished. That hand, the hand we saw writing, is his hand. Those words, that writing there, are his words. Mene, mene, tekel, upharsin. They are your warning.
But how can I be warned if I cannot understand?
The meaning? I shall read you the meaning. God has numbered your days, Balthazar. Your kingdom is finished. Mene, mene. You have been weighed in the balance and found wanting. Tekel. Your kingdom will be divided, and given to the Medes and the Persians. Nene, nene, tekel, upharsin. That very night, Balthazar the king was slain. And within days, as the handwriting on the wall had predicted, the country was overrun and conquered by the Medes and the Persians. The new ruler was Darius, a good man, 62 years old. He asked me to remain by his side, for I knew the people of the land, and I loved them and would do all I could to protect them. Arioch, the court astrologer, magician, what have you, was also asked by King Darius to join his court. He loved me not.
What do you mean, Daniel, I love you not?
You have always tried to thwart me? Always been suspicious?
Of your motives, perhaps, not your ability. You have always had too much power, Daniel, to suit me. From Nebuchadnezzar to Balthazar, and now to Darius. For 35 years, I've taken your arrogance, Daniel. I've hated your ability to influence our kings. I say to you, beware. For I do not, cannot, shall not ever like you. King Darius, I beseech you, may I have a word?
Are you Arioch, the chief court sorcerer?
I am, your majesty. I brought with me this document, which is a signed testimony of the loyalty of your principal ruling subjects.
But why? I never doubted their loyalty.
They wish to go on record. All the governors, the princes, counselors, captains, they wanted you to know them by name.
All right.
Therefore, they have consulted together and drawn up for you a royal statute.
A new royal statute?
Yes, King Darius. A firm decree that whoever prays to any god or man other than you, King Darius, should be cast into the den of lions.
You know that if I put my signature to this document, the king's signature, it means this decree cannot be cancelled or recalled. That is our law. The law of the Medes and the Persians.
Yes, I am aware of that. Why don't we say the decree holds for only the next 30 days, then?
For 30 days. All right. Give me the parchment so I may sign.
I knew about the decree, but it did not stop my daily prayers to God. My old friend, Arioch, saw to it that I was arrested. I was brought before King Darius, and I told him simply that no decree could ever stop my praying to God. I believed Darius had been misled into signing it, and although he grieved that I was to be placed into the lion's den, there was no altering the law. He was, it was said, the first monarch to accompany a victim every step of the way, on foot, to the cave in the mountains where the lions were kept. As was customary, they had not been fed.
Daniel, do not think ill of me. I wanted you to be my friend. I needed you.
I am your friend, King Darius. Do not be afraid. The lions are all part of the kingdom of earth under the rule of God.
You have such faith that your God will deliver you.
All my life I have believed.
King Darius, the soldiers are ready to carry Daniel into the lion's den. Then they will push the large boulder in front of the mouth of the cave. You, King Darius, are to set your seal on the stone so that we shall know it has not been tampered with.
You concern yourselves with the seals and the blocking of the entrance if you wish. But I will not need to be carried into the lion's den. I shall walk.
Daniel, it is I, Darius, your king. I have not slept tonight, but have prayed for you. Has your God, whom you serve, delivered you from the lions?
Have the soldiers take away the stone from the front of the cave!
Soldiers, clear the entrance. Oh, Daniel, can you ever forgive me?
You but carried out the law. No king is above his own laws.
I can see the lions. They're lying down. Some are sleeping. They're quiet.
God sent his angel who shut the lions' mouths. They did not touch me. Darius, may this be a lesson to all of those who set themselves as more powerful than God himself.
In the book of Daniel, it is written that the men who had accused Daniel were then cast into the den of lions as punishment. The story of Daniel has given strength to Jews and Christians since the earliest days. Christian martyrs, too, were often thrown to lions, but they always rallied behind one phrase which gave them courage. It comes to us from Daniel, and I shall tell you what it is when I return in a moment. WL. The words that gave courage to countless martyrs were written by King Darius. The God of Daniel shall rule over the world until the world's end. The God of Daniel protects, rescues, works signs and wonders in heaven and on earth. He is that God who delivered Daniel from the power of the lions. He will deliver you too. Peace be everywhere, and have faith. Our cast included Russell Horton, Norman Rose, Jackson Beck, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tom Bosley inviting you to return to the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater for another exciting tale you can hear through the magic of radio. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater is recommended by NEA, the National Education Association.
Many and strange are the universes that drift like bubbles in the foam upon the river of time. Alone in its little cosmos, turning the same face always toward Trilorn, its solitary sun, Shervain's world was the last and the strangest just of the maker of the stars. All the inhabitants of this world, which knows no night, live in the narrow belt between the burning heat of the Firelands and the insufferable cold of the Shadowlands. All that is, until now. Shervain ordered the erection of this village deep in the Shadowlands to house his workmen. He has vowed to unravel the greatest mystery of his world, and has invited you from your world to join him. Come, visitor, walk the narrow streets with us as Sci-Fi Radio presents our adaptation of Arthur C. Clarke's short story, The Wall of Darkness.
Ah, hello then. You must have just arrived from the city. I am Urgan. Shervain's been expecting you. Ah, yes. The fire will feel good after your long journey. You had little trouble with the mountain pass, I trust. 2 long years to build that road. Did you know that? 2 years. But it is a fine road, is it not, visitor? On a good day, when Trelorn is high, you can see the wall from there. Not like today, cold, and too late in the summer for seeing far. In any case, there is little but the wall to see. No flowers here, too cold for them as well, or any other growing thing. And this is summer. Here, another piece of wood. It came all the way from the city. But then, so did you. Ah, that's better. Well, there it is then. The wall. Quite a sight, isn't it? Glossy black, like polished glass, 10 times higher than a man, and belting our world in each direction forever. And behind it is the land in which we lived before our births. Oh, yes, it is true. Of course, there are those who choose to believe it was built by the first dynasty, built so long ago that no one remembers why or how. They believe we have, over the years, forgotten the wondrous technology.
And how long ago did you forget your manners, Urgan? Urgan is one of our leading philosophers, visitor, and I am known as Grail. Here, I have brought something to warm your insides. We are both, Urgan and I, scholars of the wall, but as it often is with friends, we fail to share the same convictions of the origin and purpose of the wall.
My colleague continues to cling to the ancient belief that only madness lies behind the wall, that it is a mystical thing, little more than a gigantic puzzle, a challenge to the mind of man.
Urgan, our visitor did not ride this far into the Shadowland to listen as 2 old men argue over a question which may soon be answered. You came to see the wall, to touch it, to experience it, and so you shall. When you are warm, visitor, I will take you there. We can go on foot. It is not far, not as far as it looks. You will join us, of course, Urgan.
If only to keep you from frightening our guest with your ramblings of madness. Shervain is not one to gamble his sanity, be assured of that.
There is only one thing waiting behind the wall, or so the legends say, and that is madness. Of our activities and situations prior to our birth, we know nothing, and we know that we know nothing, or at least I do.
In any case, visitor, you will know that you have seen the wall, greatest mystery of our world. Well, if we're ready, let us begin. As Grail said, the wall is not as far as it looks.
Perhaps we shall be fortunate enough to find Braildon. He is the architect of Shervain's dream, or folly.
Shervain and Braildon were children together, you know.
Isn't that Braildon near the base of the great stairway? Braildon! The visitor is with us.
Come then. You could not have arrived at a better time. Shervain ascends today.
And his mind is lost to us forever.
It is good of you to come and see for yourselves what we have done. Few believe until they see it with their own eyes.
To think when I first saw your plans, Braildon, how I doubted your ability. But why have you stopped short of the top?
Shervain wants to be the only one to make the final ascent.
As a boy, he believed your tales of madness, Grail.
The last stage will be by a lifting machine on the highest platform. And yes, there may be danger, That is why he intends to go alone.
If the wall was built to keep something from our world, it will still be impassable from the other side. Or at least it should be.
We have thought of that. If there is a need, the ramp can be destroyed in a moment by explosives at selected spots.
All these years of work, and now it is nearly done, completed.
Yes, it has taken much time and much effort. But now, the moment Shervain and I have waited for draws near. The end to this timeless mystery. Soon we will know.
But at such great expense.
Grail, you forget that Shervain has more wealth than any other man in this world. The raw materials were here. The very rocks of these dark mountains have now become steps. Steps which will lead us to the truth. On that, Grail, can anyone place too high a price?
I do not forget Brailton. But I remember well his father Sherval, and the day he brought his young son to the Shadowland. Shervain was just a boy visitor, a lad barely 15 years old when the three of us rode together into the...
It is as you have been told, my son. Nothing lives in this desolate place.
It's because Trelorn's light cannot warm the land. Isn't that right, Grail? Grail says that all life on our world would perish in an instant without Trelorn.
And what else has he taught you, Shervain? What has your old master taught you of the wall?
Grail has said that long ago, men tried to understand the wall and its purpose, to learn its secret. And all failed. All who tried were consumed by mystery and lost their ability to reason. They became mad.
Is that how it is, Grail? Has time removed us so far from our ancestors of the first dynasty that we now have no hope of understanding their work without risking sanity? Have we slipped so far?
We have so little proof that the first dynasty built the wall, Sherval.
You should take leave of your studies occasionally, Grail. Get away from the cold walls of the university and travel our world more. Perhaps you would discover that the wall is not the only mystery worth our consideration. Experience is an excellent first step on the path to true understanding, old friend.
As you say, Sherval.
Is that why we have come here, Father? To gain a new experience? Am I going to see the wall? Will I not go mad with the sight of it?
Shervain. So many questions. If you question your teacher as you do your father, it is no wonder the Grail has no time for travels. Whoa! This is as far as we can safely take the animals. We must now go the remainder of the distance on foot.
Will it be far, Father? Are we close to the wall now?
We are just climbing that ridge, Shervain. Grail, I want you to stay here with our animals.
As you wish, Sherval.
Come, Shervain, and be careful. These rocks can shift underfoot. Look out as far as you can, my son, and tell me, what do you see?
I see no life here, Father. There is nothing here, only the dark gray rocks and even darker shadows.
Now let your eye move toward the far horizon. Tell me what you see there.
A line. A thin line, which is blacker than the sky. Father, is that the wall?
Yes, my son. The greatest mystery of our world. As a younger man, I crossed this lifeless plain and touched its surface, tried to understand it. And in time, when you are older, so shall you.
And did you understand, Father?
There's some weather brewing. The Shadowland is no place to be in the open during a storm. Come, Shervain, we must return home now. Grail, prepare the animals. A storm is coming.
We rode hard that day, visitor. It was the last time we rode together. Soon the young Shervain left my tutoring to continue his studies. It was during that time the tragedy which provided him with such wealth occurred. His entire family was swept away by the strangest of accidents. Lightning from a storm out of season struck Sherval's great house, bringing it down, crushing the life from all those who were within. Poor Shervain. He was still at the university. I carried the tragic news to him myself.
But that was long ago, visitor. You did not travel this far into the Shadowland to hear sad stories, or look at my drawings. You came to experience the wall, and by the first dynasty it is time you did. Come, visitor. Grail, Ergan, follow me, please.
The wall is not constructed of matter as we know it, visitor. You will see it is a mystical thing, not of this world.
Place your hand here, against its surface. See how cold it is. Much colder than it should be, even in this place. Notice the texture, as if you are not really touching a solid substance at all. You see, there is a force, something unseen, which prevents your touch, protects the wall. It is that thin barrier that you feel. For all of the ages it has stood in this place. There is no sign of wear. And listen. Sound, all sounds, seem to be less distinct the closer you get to the wall, as if they were absorbed by it. Oh, to know how they built it.
This wall was not built at all. It was created.
Perhaps you are right, Ergan, but there are ancient buildings in my land which react in much the same way as the wall. We know that they are from the first dynasty. Now, if their engineers could build ships of metal that could cross the ocean to the Firelands, why not a wall such as this? Is that not so, visitor?
Myths. Ships that fly, and ships that defy the searing rays of Trelorn. A legacy of legends from the first dynasty. Why would these engineers build such a wall? What are they keeping us from? Or what are they keeping from us?
I will tell you when I return from the other side.
Sure.
I've come to tell you that the lifting machine is almost ready. It is time. We must go to the ramp.
You will not reconsider?
Ergan, I saw the wall for the first time in my life from those distant mountains at the edge of the Shadowland with Cheval, my father. Today, I will have its truth.
Or not, as Caron, creator of the world, wishes.
If I were a younger man, perhaps I would ask to go with you, Shervain.
I know, old friend. But you must stay with Brailden. He will ensure the destruction of the ramp should the wall's secret present any threat to our people. And you, visitor, you have come this far. I wish you to join me and continue your journey. You appear brave enough. The lifting platform has been strongly constructed. It will hold us both.
Do not refuse, Shervain, visitor. The opportunity he has offered you
is one I would avoid. Thank you.
Visitor, you agree then. Good. We shall brave the wall together.
We're nearly to the highest platform now. Yes, I can see the lift. Carefully, visitor. We're almost there. Nearly there. Stay close to the wall. Now, on to the lift. Stand still, visitor. I will signal to raise the platform. Watch your balance.
We are ready! Now! Raise it!
As a boy, I laughed at the legends, for I had the mind of a child and lacked reason. Now I have reason, but in my heart I fear the legends at this moment more than ever. It is good that you are here, visitor. What monstrous thing, what creature may be lurking on the other side? Did the first dynasty create the wall to protect us? And protect us from what? We're almost to the top. We can see over the wall. I can see. But I don't understand. This can't be. This can't. Look. It seems to stretch on forever. I don't understand. I see no sign of danger here, but perhaps danger will discover us.
Tell Brailden that he is to come to the top, to come up here and wait for our return, that everything is all right, that the visitor and I are going on.
There is nothing to fear! I will lead the way. Stay close to me. This wall is gigantic. It's a featureless plain. It seems to rush toward the horizon, spreading as ink might spill from a bottle. Spreading out to the very edge of the world, hiding from us in its own cloak of flat cloth. So tight is the weave that even the light is kept at bay. It is so dark. Look! Our shadows! Even our shadows have abandoned us. What manner of place is this? Look behind us. Even Trelawny cannot penetrate here. Our great sun is now nothing more than a pale disk, a dim street lamp beset by a ghostly fog. But a lamp, nevertheless. A lamp which can guide us. If we keep Trelawny in sight, we cannot become lost in this place. We will keep it behind us. It will be a beacon for our return. Come, visitor. We must soon reach the other side. How could we have lost what the engineers of the First Dynasty knew? This distortion, this control of matter. There is no monster here, no madness, no souls waiting to be born, or souls now dead. There is nothing in this place. There is nothing here. Only darkness. A wall of darkness. It is really not a wall. It is so strange. Stop! Behind us, visitor. Trelawny! It has changed. The sun has grown smaller. We cannot have gone so far in so short a time as to leave the sun behind. This accursed place! It will not defeat us. Trelawny is still our beacon back to the world we know. But we must watch it closely. Now, we must not lose sight of it, or we will be doomed to wander here in darkness, perhaps forever. Come, but keep sight of Trelawny. The wall plays tricks with sound. It would seem to treat light in much the same manner. Does the wall also challenge time? Capture and distort time itself? I wonder. The further we move from the edge, the lower Trelawny rests in the sky, yet I detect no slope, no gradual incline that could account for what our eyes have told us. But our sun continues to set. It is puzzling. Trelawny is nearly gone now. See, visitor? Only a dim glow remains to mark the point where we entered this place and our safety. But we must go on. Just a little further. I know the answer is here. We have come so far. We must find it. There! Ahead of us! You can see it. Do you see another light? It's only the faintest of glimmers on the horizon, but it is there. I'm sure of it. It must be the far edge. We can see the other side, visitor. We will have our answer. The Lord is set behind us, but now we have a new light to guide us. And this mystery at last will soon end. What do you suppose it is? One of their great cities, perhaps? That is lighting our way now? I wonder what they will be like, these people from across the wall. Friendly as you are, I'm sure. They may have questioned the wall as we have. Wait. Do you see it? The light. The light. Now it is above the wall's edge. As we near it, it ascends into this dark sky, even as Trelawny descended.
Could it be Trelawne's twin? Could this world have two suns? Two lands? Yes, each with its own sun, separated for long eons of time by the wall? Cautiously now. Slowly. It looks much the same as Trelawne, see? The nearer we come to the wall's edge, the brighter this new sun becomes. I wonder if their lands are as fair as ours. If their cities are as great. Is their ocean as lovely as the one we know? I'm certain that they will welcome us, visitor, much as we would welcome them if they had crossed the wall first. We've done it. Do you see the edge? And there, in the distance, there are mountains here, too. We are the first to cross the wall in thousands of years, perhaps in all eternity. We have at least one of its secrets. We will be the first to meet our brothers that this infernal structure has kept from us through all the centuries. The light! We're coming out of the darkness, and we can see clearly once again. A new world. Those distant mountains, look at them. Look at them. They're so very much like the ones on our side of the world. They are as cold and gray to the eye as the lifeless crags of our own Shadowland. Whoop! Do not rush to the edge, visitor. To slip on this smooth surface and risk a fall now after all this way. Oh, slowly. Slowly now. I can see more of this side of the world now. There's a large plain, a span of open land which stretches from the wall to those far mountains. I see. There is a town here. I see. Shervain, what did you find? Shervain! When he awoke, Grail, Shervain said to me, along the line of the wall, our universe comes to an end, and yet it does not end. What do you think he meant?
I now believe that there was no boundary, nothing to stop one from going onward before the wall was built. It would seem that the wall itself is indeed a man-made barrier, sharing perhaps the same properties of the space in which it lies. If this is true, those vague properties were always there, and the wall has added nothing to them. Do you understand?
Our visitor might, but I'm afraid I do not.
Let me see if I can simplify the concept. Consider this plain sheet of paper, then. It has, of course, two sides.
That is obvious, Grail, but what...
Can you imagine a sheet such as this that has but one side?
One side? That's impossible. Ridiculous.
But is it? In our age, for whatever reasons the past is hidden, we cannot match the intellects of the First Dynasty. But what their minds could easily grasp directly, we can approach by analogy. This simple trick may help you to glimpse the truth, Braylden, and you too, visitor. If I bend this strip of paper, which I cut from the sheet, so that it forms a loop...
You have a section of a cylinder, Grail, but you still have an inside and an outside, two surfaces.
Correct, Braylden. But now both of you watch. If I bring the two ends together and add a half twist, find the inside or outside now.
I understand. Instead of two separate surfaces, it now forms a single continuous sheet, a one-sided surface. Something that at first seems utterly impossible.
Yes, I thought you would understand. The symbol of the twisted loop is so common in the ancient religions, but over the long ages, its meaning had been completely lost to us.
Your twisted loop, Grail, is a crude two-dimensional example of what must really occur in three.
Crude, yes, but it is as near as our minds can ever get to the truth. May I fill your cup, visitor?
Here, let me.
I thank you, Braylon, for bringing our visitor back to the village. But why did you choose to stay with us? Shervain is still at the wall. There is one task yet to perform. Is there not?
There is. I knew it must be done, but I did not wish, could not bear to see my work destroyed.
Yes, of course. We will hear nothing this far from the wall. It will swallow this sound as it has all others. But there is something else on your mind, Braylon. Another question about the wall, perhaps. Your face, your expression, has failed to conceal your confusion very well.
It is nothing, just a curious idea that continues to run about in my head.
And that is?
I accept what you have told me, but I still have this strange feeling that when Shervain drops his hand and the explosions perform their task, that another stairway, watched by another Shervain, will fall in identical ruins on the other side of the wall.
That is an interesting idea, isn't it? But Shervain knows, as do you, that the wall has no other side. Our cast for Wall of Darkness featured Ken Page as Shervain, Howard Fisher as Ergon, Jerry Haynes as Grail, and Rick Spiegel as Braylon. Shervain as a boy was played by Bob Reed. The original story, Wall of Darkness, was written by Arthur C. Clarke and adapted for Sci-Fi Radio by L.A. Jones. Our director was John O. Williams. All music and sound effects were created by Ron DiUlio at the studio of Audio Visual Associates in Euless, Texas. The series producers are Kevin Singer and Ron DiUlio. Support for Sci-Fi Radio has been provided by a grant from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. This is James Edward Kerr, inviting you to join me soon for our next venture into the imaginary worlds of Sci-Fi Radio.
When I woke up that morning, I was frightened. I had been dreaming, but there was a shadow over me. It was large and black and was strangely shaped. I could not think what made such a shadow. Then I remembered what it was, and I started to run. It was the shadow of a ship.
Miss Lily, what is it? You scared the living daylights out of her body. What is it, dearie?
It was a dream.
Oh.
It's all right, Mrs. Maloney. I had a bad dream. Woke me up.
Well, now, go back to sleep for a bit. It's not 9 yet. You need your rest if Mr. Tiger's taking you to an interview.
Did he say today?
The script just arrived. He wants you to read it this morning before you go out to Hemisphere Studio to meet the producer.
I forgot it was today.
Now, I'll put on the nightlight in your dressing room. Fix the door so there's a sliver of light. Then you won't be scared again and you can go back to sleep.
No, I'm not going back to sleep.
Now, Miss Lily, you lie there and think and get cross, and that brings out the little lines on your forehead, and you want to look your best.
Stop it. Don't fuss over me. Bring me some coffee, please, and the morning papers, all of them, and hurry. I wasn't thinking then about the dream. I wanted to see if my name was on the columns. But on the front page was a photograph. The picture of a ship with big black letters across the hull. The Lady from the Sea. Old cafe, built like a ship at the end of Paradise Pier, sold for movie set. Favorite meeting place of Hollywood stars in the day of silent film. Will be background for thriller based on sensational Craig Douglas killing, which shook movie colony in 1929. Hemisphere will produce murder picture. Mrs. Maloney?
Yes, Miss Lily.
That script here?
Yes.
Give it to me.
Well, it isn't a whole script. There's only 8
Give it to
pages.
me.
The rest... Oh, well, now, you're supposed to read the part of Norma. She's
Norma?
Yes, she's killed. The wife. Oh, it's a lovely title for a picture now, isn't it?
The Lady from the Sea. A story about a murder set on The Lady from the Sea. About a woman named Norma who was killed there. It couldn't be the true story, I told myself. Nobody knew the true story except Craig and me. But I was to read the part of Norma. And I was now the same age Norma had been then. I started to read. Fade in, titled Hollywood 29. This is backed by a series of shots establishing the period. Theatre Marquise, Janet Gaynor and Charles Perrault in Seventh Heaven. Emil Jannings in The Last Command, so on. Over the montage, a jingly rendition of When Francis Dances With Me. As the title fades from the screen, we dissolve to long shot Paradise Pier Night. In the foreground, the penny arcade from which the music we hear is coming. Two lovers, Doug and Grateful, are walking past the arcade arm in arm. Camera moves in medium close and trucks with them. But the two lovers were really Craig and Lily. Craig and me. That spring, we had dinner nearly every night at The Lady from the Sea. And we walked so many nights on the pier, arm in arm.
A penny here, a penny a shot, a penny a... Come on, sweetheart, let's squander a penny in the fortune machine, huh?
We already know our fortune.
Yes, we're going to live happily ever after.
Not if Norma has her way.
Forget about Norma. Listen to this. I have a warm and loving nature, but I'm also practical. How do they know?
It's obvious. Now mine.
Go on, read it.
You have high ideals, but are much too impetuous.
And a good thing, too. Come on, darling, let's take a walk. Clear to the end of the pier.
First, I want to see the pictures flip over in the movie machine.
Charlie, come look at Charlie's got his foot in a spittoon. A lady standing behind a blind as naked as Eve. Go on and pass the food. Oh, look, there's Craig Douglas. Yes, sir.
Oh, now we're in for it. Come on, Lily, let's run.
Oh, coward. I wouldn't have run.
I don't want people gossiping about you and me. So far, we've kept you out of the papers.
Maybe I want to be in the papers.
As an actress, yes. Or as my wife. But not like this. Oh, Lily, someday you'll play The Lady from the Sea, the Ibsen. What is it now? Oh, yes. He took from his pocket a key ring.
He took from his pocket a key ring and drew a ring that he always wore from his finger. And he took a small ring he had. Those two he put on the key ring.
And then he said we would wed ourselves to the sea.
That's the only kind of wedding we'll ever have. Norma will never...
She'll give me a divorce. Just be patient, darling. Don't worry about Norma. Just leave everything to me.
Except for the names, it was all there in the script, word for word. And there were other scenes I remembered word for word. The scene when the young actress called Gretel in the script, who was really me, got her first big part in the picture. And a scene when the crew on the picture presented the actress with an onyx-handled paper knife. There was a gold plate on the side, engraved with her name and the name of the picture. When you pressed the plate, the thin tapered blade of Swedish steel sprang out. How well I remembered that knife. It was the very evening that knife had been presented to me that we met to talk about the divorce. Craig and Norma and I, in the little deck house aboard The Lady from the Sea. Then Craig was called down to the dining salon, and when Norma and I were alone, she turned on me.
You can talk until doomsday, but I'm not going to divorce Craig, ever.
Then he'll have to divorce you. I'm sure he has grounds for divorce, Norma.
Possibly. Before I see him marrying a conniving, greedy would-be like you,
Yes? Go on. What will you do?
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Stay where you are, Norma. I warn you. Don't touch me.
Don't fix that beautiful face so you'll never want to look at it again. I told you not to touch her.
Somehow, I had a knife in my hand. The little onyx-handled knife. And when Norma came at me, I pressed the gold plate and the thin blade had sprung out. And somehow, I can't imagine, but I had buried it deep in Norma's throat. She turned and looked at me only a second with a kind of surprise. Then she fell. And there was blood dripping into her hair. And suddenly, Craig was there.
I thought I heard it. Oh, Lily. What have you done? What have you done?
She said she'd kill me.
Oh, darling. Oh, get out of here, quickly, without being seen. Get out of here.
What are you doing?
This knife has your name on it. I have to get rid of it.
How?
Throw it into the sea. Get home, darling, and stay there. After I throw away the knife, I'll have to phone the police.
No, Craig, they'll say you did it.
Leave that to me. So long as they don't find out that it would ruin you.
I won't let you do it.
You will. Lily, do you think I care what happens to me as long as you're safe? I don't care if I have to go to prison to make certain you're safe. And you're going to wait for me.
I was shaking. I was reading all this in the picture script. The script for a picture that was going into production today. After all my troubles and waiting for the opportunity for a comeback, they were offering me a picture in which I would reenact this murder for my own life. Craig had written it. And he said he loved me.
You have heard Act One of The Lady from the Sea, starring Marlene Dietrich. In this brief intermission for a smoke in the Philip Morris Playhouse, here is Mr. John Holbrook with some important facts well worth remembering, well worth acting on.
Over 2 million more smokers have switched to Philip Morris.
Yes, over 2 million more smokers are now enjoying in Philip Morris a milder smoke. A cleaner, fresher smoke than they've ever known before.
If you're tired of cigarette hangover, that stale, musty, smoked-out taste in your mouth,
join the millions and switch to Philip Morris.
If you're tired of cigarette hangover, that tight, dry feeling in your throat,
join the millions and switch to Philip Morris.
Remember, Philip Morris is the one, the only cigarette proved definitely less irritating, definitely milder than any other leading brand. No other cigarette can make that statement.
Remember, top-ranking doctors, eminent nose and throat specialists actually suggest Philip Morris in cases of irritation due to smoking.
And above all, remember this. You'll be glad tomorrow you smoked Philip Morris today.
Now, Marlene Dietrich in Act Two of The Lady from the Sea. Tonight's production in the Philip Morris Playhouse.
It was all in that script, scene for scene, word for word, as only he and I knew it had happened. But I didn't need a script to remember Craig's trial, to remember how he confessed that he killed Norma. He said that during a quarrel she struck him and he lost his head. No premeditation. She was known to be a hellion and a bad drinker. His lawyers based his whole defense on that one point.
I didn't mean to kill her, as God is my witness. I lost my head.
But the prosecution based its case for premeditation, for murder in the first degree, on the disappearance of the murder weapon.
And what was the weapon, Mr. Duggan?
I've told you it was an ice pick.
An ice pick?
Yes.
And what happened to that ice pick?
I don't know.
I think I can suggest what happened to it. I think that cold-bloodedly you pulled the weapon out of your dead wife's throat and disposed of it according to plan. Threw it into the sea.
But Craig won, if you can call it a victory. The jury brought in a verdict for murder in the second degree. The sentence was 20 years. And that same evening, after the verdict, I saw Craig. We sat for a long time quietly. I had my face in my hands.
Oh, don't cry, darling. Our time's almost up. And you're not to come here again.
I won't see you again?
Well, we've been lucky to keep your name out of this up till now. I don't want to take any more chances. But I'll write through my lawyer, and you'll write to me.
I'll be old by the time you come back.
You'll be a great actress by then, and that'll make you happy. That's worth the 20 years to me.
Oh, Craig. But what if you're wrong? What if you gave up your freedom for nothing? And it was for nothing. Because that year, sound came to motion pictures, and heads rolled. Mine among them. All of us went. Unless you were already a big name, already on top. I wasn't. It had been a long, slow grind to get within sight of the top. It was a fast ride down. Way down. So I didn't write to Craig at first because I was ashamed. Later I didn't write because, well, it was something I wanted to forget. But I didn't forget what he had said about my future as an actress. It took years of waiting, scheming before I had my first real break, singing in a New York club. In a small way, I had a success that got me back to the coast. I opened in a club on the Strip, and the papers were full of the comeback of Lily Dawn. Then I came home one night. I was staying at the Garden of Valor.
Hello, Lily.
He pushed right in, Miss Lily. I couldn't stop him.
I knew she'd be glad to see an old friend after 20 years.
Please leave, Mrs. Maloney.
If you say so. But I'll be right in my room if you need me.
What do you want?
You, Lily. I still want you.
Now, don't let's talk like idiots, Craig. That's all over.
Yes. It was all over for you rather quickly, wasn't it? Just a matter of hours after I was in prison.
Now, Craig, you don't...
You found it difficult to write to me. Was that it, Lily?
Yes, exactly.
You know, I got to writing the last 5 years. I've written something quite remarkable. A story that ought to be front-page news.
I wish I had something for you, Craig. Some money, but I haven't anything.
Oh, from the newspapers, I thought you were doing all right. Not as well as I predicted, but still.
I spend every cent I make. You know this business. They 10% me to death. My agent, my business manager, a press agent. I can't even pay my taxes.
Isn't that tough?
I'm gambling everything to get a part in a picture.
But for an old friend, Lily.
Why should I? I don't owe you anything.
Well, let's put it that I loaned you 20 years to pay off a very pressing debt.
Let's put it that you gave me 20 years. You don't have any claim on me. And there isn't any way you can connect me with...
With murder, Lily?
You haven't got anything that will implicate me.
No, Lily. I wouldn't be too sure. Good night, Lily.
What could Craig do? The knife was gone. He'd thrown it into the sea. And he'd been so careful to keep my name out of the case. Almost no one knew that I had even known Craig. But now my agent had sent a script. The Lady from the Sea. An unfinished script, only 80 pages. But word for word, scene for scene. It was the story of Craig and Norma and me. And I was to play the part of Norma.
What do you want, the lead? Oh, Lily, you gotta face facts.
I won't play it, Tagger.
It's a small part, I grant you, Lily, and you're killed halfway through the picture. But believe me, honey, there's an Academy Award in it for supporting actress, and you can do it.
I'm telling you it's not because the part is small. I just don't like it.
But it was written for you special. The author, he told me so himself. Oh, you know Craig Douglas, the guy that did time for bumping off his own wife. He said you were the only actress in town who could do justice to the part of Norma.
I won't do it. How many times do I have to tell you?
Okay, have it your own way. But before I tell the producer it's no soap, do me one favor.
What?
Craig Douglas told me he thought you might turn it down. I told him he was off his nut. He's a mysterious...
And what did he say?
Well, he said you should talk to him before you threw the part away. He said he could give you at least one good reason why not playing the part would be professional suicide for you. Curtains.
So I took a cab to 620 North Corona Drive, Beverly Hills. Between selling the script and the Lady from the Sea, Craig was doing very well indeed. He was living in a garden apartment by the pool, number 18.
Oh, come in, Lily. Come to talk story?
I read your script.
And you didn't like it. Oh, sit down. Sit down, Lily. I'm sorry. That part was tailored for you.
What did you want to tell me?
Well, I thought technically you might give me a few pointers on the stabbing scene, how both of the women would feel.
I didn't come here for jokes. What do you want?
I want you to take that part, Lily, and I thought you might after I discussed the script with you, especially certain scenes that are missing.
I know the script wasn't finished.
Oh, I don't mean the end of the script. The ending depends on what I do with certain other missing scenes.
What scenes?
Here, I'll show you. Now, on page 70, if you remember, Doug has run up to the deck house, found his wife dead, and has taken the knife out of her throat. Holding the knife, he talks to the actress he loves. His last line in the scene is, "You're going to be a great actress. If I have to go to prison to make certain you are. And you're going to wait for me." Then the actress exits, as you see here. The script reads, scenes 143 to 156, not yet written.
What does it mean?
Not yet written means not yet written. I haven't quite decided how to handle those scenes. They're the scenes showing how Doug disposes of the knife.
You threw it into the sea.
Well, there are several possibilities. That's the obvious one. And it is credible. You believed it, didn't you, Lily?
You did throw it into the sea.
Or I could have Doug hide the knife somewhere on that ship. Somewhere on the Lady from the Sea. As a kind of guarantee that the actress he loved would wait for him.
There's no place to hide it.
Only one sure place.
The police went over that ship with a fine-toothed comb. There wasn't an inch they missed.
Well, they were thorough. I would say they missed about 6 cubic inches.
You didn't hide it. I don't believe you.
Well, you can see how these missing scenes affect the end of the story. Naturally, the part of Norma doesn't go to the end. It finishes rather abruptly on page 80. But if you're curious about the rest...
You didn't hide the knife. You threw it into the sea. You told me.
If you play the part of Norma, then you'll find out if I told the truth.
Taggart told the producer that day that I would play the part. If the knife was still there somewhere on the Lady from the Sea, I had to find it before anyone else could. It had my name on it. And Norma's blood. Maybe they couldn't prove anything with it after 20 years. They couldn't prove murder. But it would be in all the papers, and it would be curtains on all my hopes for a career. I had 10 days shooting altogether on the part of Norma, and all my scenes were to be shot on location, actually aboard the Lady from the Sea. But I couldn't search the ship, because Craig was always there. Not only because he was the writer, he was acting a small part in the picture, too. So every morning, when I reported to the set, Craig was there. He watched me every second, every day. And when I left at night, Craig was still there, still watching. Then it was my last day, and Craig still had not written the missing scenes. My last scene was a scene in the deck house, when Norma is murdered by Gretel, as she is called in the script.
All right, we'll need it again. Honey, same thing, and play it quiet this time.
All right, Mr. Lundberg, I'll try.
I don't feel you're holding it in enough. You're sore at Norma, but you're holding it in. And you're a cook who knows how to keep your feelings to yourself, you understand?
I think I do.
Miss Dawn, you were great on the run-through just before lunch. I wanted just the same way.
All right, Mr. Lundberg, but aren't we going to have the knife? I can't act very afraid of her if she doesn't have the knife.
Props? Where's that knife?
Why, it's right here when we broke for lunch, Mr. Lundberg.
All right, get it. Meantime, Lily, let's go through it again, huh? All right, quiet, please.
All right, quiet, please settle down.
Start whenever you're ready.
You can talk till doomsday, but I'm not going to divorce Doug, ever.
Then he'll have to divorce you. I'm sure he has grounds for divorce, Norma.
Possibly. But before I see him marrying a conniving, greedy would-be like you, You'll what?
I'll kill you.
Cut! Miss Dawn, you aren't giving the same reading you did before. It's wishy-washy, like you don't believe what you're saying.
I'm sorry. If we had that knife...
Hello, boys and girls, and Mr. Lundberg. Your suspense is over. I have brought you the missing scene.
Oh, Craig, let me see.
It's highest time. We shoot those tomorrow.
Here you are. And a copy for you, Miss Dawn. Oh, I forgot. Your part doesn't include these scenes.
Give them to me.
Oh, he hides the knife. I was sure he'd throw it overboard.
Hides it where? Read there. Doug comes out of deck house, looks quickly around to see if anyone's near, then he steps swiftly to the figurehead of the ship.
What figure? Oh, that woman right there on the front of the ship?
Yes, on the prow. They always had them on old sailing ships. A figure carved right out of the ship itself.
Doug hides it in the figurehead?
Don't you see how the wood is cracked open? The storms did that. He puts the knife deep in the crack. See? The insert shot. Doug's hand inserts knife and carry.
I knew then how Craig planned to trap me. He had hidden the knife in the figurehead 20 years ago in that very place. And all those years when I had forgotten him, he hadn't forgotten me. He planned his revenge step by step. The script, selling the lady for a movie set, planned it to this day. The actor playing Doug would walk across the deck to put the knife in its hiding place. He'd reach deep into the cavity where the wood had rotted away, and he'd find another knife already there. The one with my name engraved on it.
Right after the stabbing scene. Yeah. Miss Dawn, what are you looking for?
She's checking to see if you really could hide a knife in that thing.
Ingenious, isn't it, Miss Dawn? The minute I saw it, I thought it was a great hiding place.
Yes? The only sure hiding place on the ship, Craig.
Find anything, Miss Dawn?
Yes. I did find something.
Oh, the knife. Now, who could have put it there? Does it fit your hand comfortably, Miss Dawn? Do you think you'd be able to kill somebody with it? Act the part in the picture, I mean.
Stop it, Craig. Stop it.
You look quite terrifying this way with that knife. Maybe you're playing the wrong part. Maybe you should be the murderess.
Stop it, Craig. Keep away from me.
Oh, don't lose your head, Lily. This isn't... Give me that.
No! You put it there, didn't you?
Yes, but Lily! No, this wasn't Lily. I only...
Grab her! She's killed him! Somebody call the police!
I won't try to get away. I killed him, and I don't care what I have to pay.
No.
I don't care now if you find my name on that knife.
Your name?
Go ahead, look at it. The crew gave it to me when I was in the unforeseen. It was my first big part. Look at it. The gold plate says Lily Dawn.
Oh, it says nothing. This is just a knife. We had it made up for the picture. Yes, that's all it was.
No.
You're not on any knife. It's sure not on this one.
It's on the other one. The one Craig threw into the sea. He said we would wed ourselves to the sea.
Is Network Replay on CKNW.
Signal gasoline. Let every traffic signal remind you, you do go farther with Signal gasoline. Yes, you do go farther with Signal. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood Signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, Escape to Danger.
I am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. To Frederick Pontiac, an American citizen caught in Germany by the war, death came slowly and painfully, of starvation and torture, in a cellar of a Nazi prison camp. But death was not the end for Frederick Pontiac. It was the beginning of a new and bizarre chapter. For he died only a few days too early, and his body was hardly cold before his captors saw the handwriting on the wall, put there by Allied shells. Yes, the Nazis' hours were numbered, and they all knew it. And that was when a plan was hatched in the brain of Commander Ernst von Muller, commandant of the prison, A man high on the list of war criminals.
Where is the man, Doctor? In the cellar. He died last night. I think he'll do. I must look at him first. We will have to hurry. The American swine will be here soon. They are storming the hill now. Yeah. You have the dossier on, what's the man's name, Doctor? Pontiac. Friedrich Pontiac. Yeah, I have it. Friedrich Pontiac. Yeah. Friedrich Pontiac. This one is Friedrich Pontiac. See? Nine. He was an old man. But see, Commander, the bone structure, the hair and eyes. Of course, he is very thin now, and he has aged. But you will see by the dossier he is but 40, your age. And you will see by the photograph in the dossier there is a striking resemblance to yourself. You won't need to change your face, Herr Commandant. Let me see the dossier, Doctor. Here. Thank you. Friedrich Pontiac. Born Zurich, Switzerland, 1905. Attended school in Geneva, 1911 to 1918. Emigrated to America in 1918 with his parents and attended school in New York in 1918 to 1924. In 1926, he became a United States citizen. He went to work in his father's drugstore until 1928. When his father died and the business was sold from 1928 to 1932, he did various odd jobs. In 1933, he entered Germany. He spoke German well. That's good. And English with an accent. Good. The fatherland made use of him in the chemical factory in Berlin, but his work was unsatisfactory. He drank too much. And had fits of melancholia. This became worse until in 1941 he was of no further use to us. And so was sentenced for inefficiency to hard labor here at this camp. Excellent, Herr Doctor, excellent. I think it will work. I will have to attend to the fingerprints, Herr Commandant. It may be rather painful for you. I understand, Herr Doctor. It does not matter. From now on, I shall be Frederick Pontiac, American citizen.
Question. How many times do you have to see a thing before you remember it? Well, here's an interesting test for you Whistler fans to check up on your alertness and memory. Time and again, probably right in your own neighborhood, you've seen and read the big trademark that identifies signal gasoline dealers who bring you the Whistler. But test yourself. Can you remember that trademark well enough to describe it now? Well, think a moment. Do you visualize a big black circle sign with yellow letters spelling signal gasoline? And in the center, a traffic signal reading go, reminding you that you do go farther with signal gasoline. That yellow and black circle sign is a mighty good sign to keep in mind these days, because with gasoline mileage still an important factor in today's driving, Signal Go Farther gasoline offers your best way to get most miles per ration coupon. So next time you invest one of your gas stamps, try Signal gasoline, proving your own car what more and more wise Western drivers are discovering, that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
And so Frederick Pontiac, dead in a Nazi prison, is born again. And Commander Ernst von Muller, Nazi war criminal, is no more. He commands the last desperate defense of the prison, just long enough for the mutilation of his fingerprints. It's a painful operation, but it's worth it, von Muller, or should I say Pontiac, because now, when the Americans arrive and find you lying among all your dead companions, your mutilated fingers make the picture all the more convincing. And in an almost unbelievably short time, you're standing on the dock in New York. Everything's been perfect so far. No one suspected you. They hardly even questioned you back in Germany. If you can just get through the customs men.
Frederick Pontiac?
Yes, sir, I'm Frederick Pontiac.
Relax, there's no need to click your heels here. You're in America now, back home.
Silly of me. Forgive me. It's been a long time.
You look very pale. What's the matter? Are you frightened?
Sea voyagers disagree with me. I think it's perhaps seasickness.
Take it easy. We all know how much you've been through. We want to make things as easy as possible for you.
Thank you. Why do you want me?
It's only that your passport has expired. You'll have to fill out this form. I see you can't. Your hands are injured. Very well, just answer the questions. I'll write them in. Frederick Pontiac, age?
Frederick Pontiac, born 1905, May 16th. Attended school in Switzerland, 1911 to 1918. Came to America...
Oh, wait a minute, one at a time. First, where were you born?
Zurich, 1905, May 16th.
16. Your father's name, nationality?
Franklin Pontiac, American.
Mother's name and nationality, maiden name?
Sarah Smith, Swiss.
Where'd you attend school?
Geneva and New York.
The name of the schools and how many years in high school and what grades, please?
What grades? I don't remember now. You will have to excuse me. I have a severe migraine headache.
All right, then. You just sign it or just make a mark. It'll be all right. Just sign here.
Yeah.
That's it. Thank you. Take it and best of luck to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Oh, just a minute. Where's your luggage? Got to have it inspected for customs.
I don't have any. Just the clothes on my back.
Oh, all right. I'll fill out your papers. Make a cross here where it says to sign.
Yes, thank you very much.
It's nothing. Glad to help. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Pardon me, sir. Aren't you Frederick Pontiac?
Oh, yes?
My name is Mitchell, Mr. Pontiac.
How do you do?
Glad to meet you, at last.
Yes?
I'm sorry to have to give you this after all you've been through, but can't be helped.
What is it? I can't open it.
Oh, well, suppose we step over here a moment?
My hands.
It's a court order, Mr. Pontiac. I'm Mrs. Pontiac's lawyer. When you deserted her in 1933, she got a divorce. You owe $12,000 back alimony to my client. Like I say, I'm sorry about greeting you back home with this, but that's my business.
$12,000? Oh, that's impossible for me to pay.
Oh, come, Mr. Pontiac, don't let's have trouble. We've been nice about this. We never slapped a lien on your bank like Mrs. Pontiac wrote you we had. We want to do things right by you. So, what do you say we get in my car and run over to the bank and get that safe deposit box out and you pay off like a gentleman?
Safe deposit box at my bank?
Yes, I know your little secret. You can't fool me, Pontiac. I know about the money you have in the State and County Bank on 84th Street. Yes, Mr. Pontiac, I found out about that.
Oh, my wife told you.
Shall we say trade secrets, and that a little birdie whispered it to me? But you don't have to worry about me. No, just so long as I get my fee and the money for my client. Now, what do you say we run over to 84th Street right now?
Very well.
For a minute you thought you were found out. But no, Mitchell thinks you are Pontiac. So you enter the lawyer's long, sleek black sedan and settle back in the soft upholstery. You ought to be happy, Von Muller. This man you have so cunningly changed places with has money in the bank that he kept secret. Isn't that fortunate? Why are you so worried as you drive to 84th Street? Could it be the wife you didn't know about? And as you stand in the magnificent, opulent interior of the bank manager's office, why do you feel the butterflies fluttering in your stomach and a panicky urge to escape?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. This is Mr. Frederick Pontiac, Mr. Crane.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Pontiac? Mr. Pontiac has a safe deposit box here. Been here since 1933. Been in Europe since that date. Had quite an ordeal. Was in a German concentration camp.
How dreadful for you, Mr. Pontiac. I've read about these places. Glad you got out all right.
Thank you, Mr. Crane.
Now that he's back, Mr. Pontiac would like to open his safe deposit box.
Oh, certainly. You have the key, Mr. Pontiac?
The key? Oh, no. They took everything from me.
Well, do you remember the number?
Yes, the number,
You haven't forgotten the number, have you?
I'm trying to remember my memories and what it was since...
Oh, of course. Well, I can look it up in my file here. In the meantime, perhaps you'll sign this form?
Yes. You see, my hands have been injured, but I'll do the best I can.
Oh, yes, I see. Have you some other means of identification? You see, I wasn't manager here in 33. I suppose I could get Miller over. He was manager here in 33. He'd remember you. Remarkable memory that man has. Never forgets a face. Nobody could fool him. Just a formality.
You have your passport, haven't you, Mr. Pontiac?
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, that's enough, isn't it, Mr. Crane? You can check on that.
Well, yes, I think in this case we can make an exception.
Here it is.
Yes. Well, you've aged since this photo was taken, haven't you?
It's an old photo, yes.
Well, that seems all in order. I think you can have your deposit box, Mr. Pontiac. It's number 173. Will you step this way, please?
Thank you.
Here it is. 173. There you are. Let me know when you're finished.
Thank you.
$150,000. All in $1,000 bills. Suppose I take the $12,000 while you have it handy?
Very well. Here's $12,000.
And the matter of my fee, Mr. Pontiac?
How much?
$5 grand.
$5 grand?
Yeah, $5,000. I know it's expensive, but I'm a good man. You know, I can keep my mouth shut.
Count it yourself. My hands hurt.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1 for luck. Thank you, Mr. Pontiac. Now, can I drive you anywhere? Where are you staying?
Thank you, yes. Any good hotel will do. I've had a rather trying day.
Well, how about the Continental Plaza? Nice view of the park, swell bar, good restaurant?
Yes. That will do satisfactorily, I'm sure. It has been a very hard day. It will be good to rest. Very good.
Look, Mr. Pontiac, I'll give you a tip.
Yeah?
Don't stay in town too long. It might be unhealthy for you.
What do you mean, unhealthy?
You haven't forgotten Lucky Chandler, have you? Huh?
Lucky Chandler? Oh, yes, Chandler.
Yeah, Lucky Chandler. LaHiff hasn't forgotten. As soon as he hears you're in town, he'll pay you a visit, if you can.
Oh, yes, LaHiff.
Your arrival, it was in the papers this evening.
How do you mean, pay me a visit? Unhealthy for me?
Forget it, chum. It's just a hint. You know me. I can keep my mouth shut. I don't want any trouble.
Yes, I see.
But you don't see, do you, Herr von Muller? You don't know who these men are, LaHiff and Lucky Chandler. What does Mitchell mean, unhealthy? You don't know, do you? But you're too tired to worry now. So you go to your hotel suite and fall into a fitful sleep. And in the morning?
How can that be? How can that be? Yes? What is it?
Good morning, Mr. Pontiac. I was calling to let you know your wife is on her way up to your room.
My wife?
Yes, sir. Mrs. Pontiac is on her way up.
Yes? Who is it?
It's me, Gloria, your ex-wife. Remember me?
You can't come in.
Oh, Freddie, don't be silly. I only wanted to say hello and take a look at you.
Get away. I order you out.
I just wanted to say I'm sorry about the Mitchell greeting you with the court order. It wasn't my idea.
Out, I say. Get out. I don't want to speak with you. I don't want to see you. Get out.
Now, look, Freddie, don't push me.
I said get out. And stay away from me.
Well, what's the matter with you? Are you sick? Changed.
Go away.
All right. I'll be back, Freddie. I'm worried about you.
Himmel, was ist denn das? Yes, what is it, please?
That you, Pontiac?
Yes.
This is LaHiff. Your pal, LaHiff.
Hello. How are you?
What the devil do you care how I feel, you double-crossing rat? Are you going to come across with the dough? Or do you want me to take it out of your hide and then refresh the cop's memory about Chandler's death?
About Chandler's death?
Yeah, you don't think they've forgotten, do you? Sure, 12 years is a long time, but not long enough.
What do you want from me?
My cut. 75,000 leaves of best lettuce. I'll be around for it at noon. You see you have it there.
Hello. 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 Refresh the cop's memory about Chandler's death. Gott im Himmel. Pontiac killed him. Yeah, that's it. Pontiac was a murderer. Now, I'm Pontiac.
Well, what are you going to do now, Von Muller? In America, murder carries a death penalty, and you just escaped from that. You were rather clumsy the way you got rid of Pontiac's wife. You must be more careful how you deal with Lahif. He must be gotten rid of also. He is a very real danger to you, Von Muller. So you work out a plan quickly. You go out to the drugstore, purchase some rat poison and some liquor. When you get back, you mix a drink and wait for Lahif. It's noon now. And you look from the window across Central Park and watch the traffic creeping below and wait. You know it won't be long now.
Come in. Good morning, Mr. Lahif.
Never mind the formalities, Pontiac. What's the idea of having the blinds drawn?
Oh, you'll excuse it, I'm sure. I have a severe headache.
I can imagine.
Will you join me in a little drink? It's a long time since we met.
Quit stalling, Pontiac. I came for my money. Hand it over.
Oh, of course. Here you are. I have it ready for you. Count it.
I won't bother to count it. It better be right. If there's $1 missing.
Oh, I wouldn't take that chance. Hey, here's a brandy and soda. Come, let's drink to the future and let bygones be bygones.
I wouldn't drink with you. All I want from you is what I have coming, nothing else. Goodbye, Mr. Double-Cross Pontiac.
But wait, please.
Well, you're slipping, Ernst. Things aren't going exactly right, are they? You had him right in your net, and then he walked out with the bait. And now what? Pontiac double-crossed him. Maybe now he'll double-cross Pontiac. You. He didn't go to the police before because he wanted the money. But now, he may be on his way there now. You've got to do something. Quick, Ernst von Muller. Hurry. Look in the phone book. Then call.
Worldwide Travel Agency. Good afternoon.
My name's Pontiac, Frederick Pontiac. I want a seat on the plane to Argentina as soon as possible. I have to get there at once. It's very urgent.
Yes, sir. Travel's pretty heavy, but I think we can arrange that. Do you have your visa?
Visa? No. Get me one.
That takes about 1 month, sir.
Well, Mexico. Do I need a visa for Mexico?
No, sir. Not if you're a citizen of the United States. Are you?
Of course I'm a citizen.
Well, we can arrange that if your passport is in order.
It's run out. They're sending me a new one.
You should wait until you receive the new one.
How long will it be before they send it to me?
About a month as a rule.
Can't I go without and they send it on to me?
Yes, that could be arranged, I think. I'll call you back when I've made inquiries, Mr. Pontiac.
The wait is not long, but you fidget nervously through it. Then suddenly everything's all right again. They've reserved you a place on the Mexico plane. You'll have plenty of time to make it to the airport. And still the police haven't arrived. You hurry downstairs. Step up to pay your bill.
Here, miss, I telephone. You have my bill ready?
Yes, Mr. Pontiac. $27.55.
You keep the change, miss.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Pontiac. Those two men by the door, they're detectives. They were just asking about you.
Detectives? Asking about me?
Yes, sir.
Is my taxi here yet?
No, sir. Good evening, sir.
Lahip has told the police. Yes, he's told them about Pontiac. But they won't stop you now. You've come too far to be caught. You only have to lose those detectives. And then Mexico City. You'll be free, able to start all over again without Pontiac's stupid involvements. Shouldn't be hard. There must be a way. You can't stay here to die for Pontiac's crime. Hurry, Ernst. Hurry. But these men are worse than your Gestapo, aren't they, Ernst? You try everything you can think of. Taking a taxi cab, switching cabs, doubling back, ducking into a movie theater and out a back entrance. But they're still there. You go down into the subway, try to lose them in the crowd. They're still following you. You can't get rid of them. And suddenly the panic begins to grow. It's almost time for the plane to leave. You've got to get to the airport. Maybe you can lose them there. Maybe.
Frederick Pontiac?
Yes, that's my name.
All right, sir. Your reservation is in order. Now, if you'll leave your bag here, we'll check it.
I'll just carry it with me.
Oh, I'm afraid we'll have to weigh it anyway. You may as well leave it here. There'll be a short wait before you can board the plane.
A wait?
Yes, sir. We'll call you when it's ready.
Wait. But you don't want to wait, do you, Ernst? There are those two men over there. You have to get on the plane and get away. But you know down in your heart that you never will. They're just waiting for that. As you step up to board the plane, they'll arrest you, Ernst. You know that. You're trapped, Ernst. You walk down to the washroom trying to think of something to do, but you can't. You know you're trapped. You escaped from Germany and trial as a war criminal, and now you're going to have to stand trial as a murderer. Might have been a lot easier the other way. You know what they do to murderers here. You might have escaped that over there. Yes, that's it. Of course. And so, as you look up into the mirror and see the two men enter the washroom, you know, finally, what to do.
Look, you. You men are following me.
Yeah?
What about it? And I know why. But you're wrong. You'll never hang me for that murder.
Murder?
What's he talking about? No, you don't trick me that way. You know what I'm talking about. But you will never convict me of a murder. Because you're after the wrong man. I am not Frederick Pontiac.
No?
No, you must believe me. I'm not Frederick Pontiac.
Then who are you?
I'm Ernst von Müller. Commander Ernst von Müller of the German Navy. I escaped from Germany as Frederick Pontiac. But Frederick Pontiac is dead. You don't believe me. But you must. Take me to the military authorities, the federal police. But not for murder. I'm only an escaped prisoner of war. I can prove it, I'm sure.
Yeah? Okay, brother. You just might be telling the truth. Maybe you'd better come along with us.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, if your car is beginning to look and feel its age, did you know that down at your neighborhood signal station there's a veritable fountain of youthful ideas? A line of products for bringing back your car's sparkle and pep. For instance, Whiz Motor Rhythm actually dissolves carbon binder, thus freeing sticky valves and rings and giving you a cleaner motor that runs smoother and quieter and uses less gas. Then there's Radiator Cleaner and Conditioner that removes clogging sludge, rust, and scale from your radiator, putting your cooling system in shape for hottest summer driving. And your signal dealer's famous Venus Auto Polish cleans and waxes in one easy operation, bringing back new car luster and color while it protects the finish. But these are just 3 of your signal dealer's many car pepper-uppers. Next time you stop at one of the friendly stations displaying Signal's yellow and black circle sign, why not look over the rest of his fine quality automotive accessories? Each plays a part in your Signal gasoline dealer's complete service to help your car run better, look better, and last longer. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Ernst von Müller, you gave yourself up. Yes, you'll go back to Germany to stand trial as a war criminal. And when you read the newspapers about the fate of other commandants of German prison camps, you wonder if perhaps you didn't make the wrong choice. You might have been even more sure of it if you could have heard a certain telephone conversation the day you were captured.
Miss Reagan, Mrs. Pontiac, this is Reagan.
Oh, the private detective I hired.
Yes. I've got plenty to report, Mrs. Reagan. We tailed your husband like you asked us to. You were right.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, there was something screwy about him. He wasn't your husband at all.
What?
And we tailed him to the airport. He was just about to leave for Mexico.
What?
I'll never know why he didn't. That would have been the end of our case. But just before the plane was to leave, he surrendered himself to us.
Who could it have been?
He was some German Navy officer, escaped and masquerading as your husband.
Did he say anything about my husband?
Yes, he said Mr. Pontiac died in his prison camp.
So that's it.
Yeah. Another thing I'll never be able to figure out was he kept talking about a murder. Said we wouldn't pin a murder rap on him because he wasn't Pontiac. You know what he was talking about?
I have no idea.
I haven't either. I thought the only thing Pontiac was mixed up in was that racetrack scandal back in 1933 when LeHiff went to prison for poisoning a horse. The odds-on Derby favorite, Lucky Chandler.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal, gasoline, and motor oil and fine-quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, directed by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by James Sussex, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking, and suggesting that you let every traffic signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. Yes, you do go farther with Signal. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we bring you The Man Upstairs by Patrick Hamilton. Studious, gentle George Longford was grateful to his friend Charles Waterbury for the loan of a furnished flat that he hoped would allow him to spend a quiet evening working on his dictionary. His hopes were not to be realized. A ring on the front door bell, and the pleasant, tranquil scene soon becomes charged with an atmosphere of violence, brutality, and intimidation. Who was the strange Mr. Armstrong who appeared framed in the doorway? And why, once he was admitted, did he begin to adopt such a sinister, menacing attitude? It is from this moment on that Patrick Hamilton's brilliant radio play begins to make your nerves tingle with excitement and apprehension, and reaches a climax that is as shattering as it is unexpected. The Man Upstairs has been produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Michael Silver.
Understood that the belt of rain coming from the Faroes and arriving in the North Sea will not be welcomed by the North Sea. The North Sea dislikes belts of any kind. As a consequence, the further outlook is absolutely foul for everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How are we doing, George? Can you hear me down there?
Couldn't be better. Clear as a bell.
So that's that little technical confusion cleared up. What's the time, George?
About 7:25, I make it.
7:25? Oh, I've got to get going in a hurry.
What for?
I've got to meet Miss Caroline Audley at the Lord Hood Shepherd's Market at 7:30. You're coming too?
I'm not, you know.
You are, you know.
No, old boy, I really do want a quiet evening.
Oh, can't you step out for once?
No, honestly, Charles, I know a guest ought to do what he's asked, especially when he's only just in the flat beneath you, but we're old chums, and anyway, as I'm a guest in a furnished flat belonging to you, I'll jolly well be a guest in your furnished flat and stay put there, see?
All right. And I'll bet it's all that enormous dictionary of yours at the bottom of it. You can't leave the thing alone, can you?
Well, I do look at it a good deal.
What do you mean, look at it a good deal? You're in love with the thing. Well, so long, George. See you usual time tomorrow, okay?
Yes, usual arrangement. Goodbye, Charles.
Goodbye.
Can you hear me up there?
Hello, George?
Charles, I was wrong about the time. It's pretty nearly 7:45. My wristwatch is crazy. I just thought I'd tell you.
That means I'm going to be late. I've got to fly. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Charles. Oh, no. Wonder who that is.
Mr. Longford? You are Mr. Longford, aren't you? My name's Armstrong. May I come in?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Thank you.
Won't you come and warm yourself by the fire?
Yes. I'm glad I found you in.
Oh, why? Is it important?
No, not particularly. In fact, it's not important at all, really, if you come to think about it.
If it's not important, what is it, Mr. Armstrong? I mean, what can I do for you?
Well, it's not really so much a question of what you can do for me. It's really more a question of what I can do for you. Or perhaps to you, Mr. Longford.
You know, I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Armstrong, but I don't quite get it. Do you mean you've come round here to do something to me? It sounds rather frightening. You haven't come round here to murder me or beat me up or anything like that, have you? I mean, what have you come round for?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all, really. Just to look at you, I suppose.
You know, this is all terribly mysterious. Couldn't you tell me what you're really here for? I hate mysteries, don't you?
No. I love them, as a matter of fact.
Well, I like them in books and plays, but they're solved, aren't they? You see, I don't even know who you are. Have I met you somewhere before?
No, you've never met me. But I have met you, Mr. Longford.
That only makes the mystery deeper, doesn't it?
Well, perhaps I used a slightly wrong expression. I should have said, to be entirely correct, I've seen you, but you haven't seen me. You follow me?
Yes. And where was this?
Oh, quite near here. Very near, in fact.
Oh, yes? Where?
Just round in Shepherd's Market.
Well, that's certainly very near, but what part of Shepherd's Market? In a house, or in the street, or what?
In a house.
Oh, that's funny. I don't know that I've ever been in a house in Shepherd's Market. I don't lead much of a social life, you know. What sort of house?
Oh, a very unusual sort of house. Ah, sandwiches.
I say, those are my sandwiches, you know.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
You know, Mr. Armstrong, you seem to be behaving rather strangely.
Yes, perhaps I do. But there you are. I mean, one must take it or leave it, mustn't one?
Yes, apparently one must. However, we were talking about the house where you saw me, and I didn't see you. You said, I think, that it was a very unusual sort of house.
Quite correct, yes.
Then will you please tell me what house? This is getting extremely tiresome, you know.
Certainly I will. But don't get angry, Mr. Longford.
Well, what about this unusual house?
Well, what I should have said is that it's not a private house. That's all that's unusual about it.
Not a private house? What could that be, then?
A public house, Mr. Longford. That's simple enough, isn't it?
A public house? Ah, the Black Miller.
Yes, it is.
You know, Mr. Armstrong, I don't want to be difficult in any way, but why couldn't you have said straight out that you'd seen me in the Black Miller? Why you've had to go all that roundabout way of telling me, I simply don't understand.
Oh, well, I suppose I'm naturally a roundabout sort of man. I'm sorry if I puzzled you.
No, not at all. But now it's all over, can't we come to the point?
What point, exactly?
Well, I mean, why are you here? Is it important or not? I mean, what does it matter if you saw me and I didn't see you round at the Black Miller?
Well, I'll explain. Shall I?
Please.
I will. Don't hurry me. You see, it's not so much a question of my seeing you, it's a question of the person I saw you with.
Oh, who was that?
A very important person. To me, at any rate.
Yes, but who? Who was he?
He or she.
Oh, you mean a girl or a woman?
I do, yes, a girl.
I see. Oh, now let me think. What girls have I met in the Black Miller? Oh, I can't think of any at the moment. Oh, yes, I can, though. There's a girl I talk to a lot.
Yes, I know you do, yes.
Yes, that's right. We're great chums. What about it?
Do you know her name?
Yes, Brenda something. I just call her Brenda. She calls me George.
And what is your opinion of her?
I think she's extraordinarily nice. In fact, I hope I'm going to run into her again. Extremely nice and extremely intelligent.
And anything else?
In what way?
Well, didn't she strike you as being extremely beautiful?
Well, now I come to think of it, I'd say she was. Very pretty.
Beautiful, actually, was the word I used.
Very well. Beautiful, probably.
Perhaps something more than extremely beautiful?
More than extremely beautiful? That's asking a lot. What could that be?
Extremely innocent, Mr. Longford.
Innocent? Well, you know, I don't know about these things.
You can't recognize an innocent look when you see one, Mr. Longford?
I don't know. Perhaps I could. It just never struck me with Brenda, whatever her name is.
Really? How odd.
Tell me, Mr. Armstrong, something's just come across my mind. Two things, in fact.
Yes? What are they?
Well, you don't think there's anything between this very nice girl and me, do you? Because I can assure you there isn't, you know.
And the other thing which crossed your mind?
Well, I was wondering, to use the same expression, whether there's anything between you and her. You see...
Yes, go on.
Well, that would account for a lot, wouldn't it?
For what?
Well, for your rather strange attitude, ever since you've been here.
How strange?
Just strange, slightly hostile. I might almost say menacing at moments. I mean, if you were in love with her or something, then that might account for it. Are you in love with her?
I should be guilty of a great crime if I were, Mr. Longford. The innocent girl in question is my sister. As you seem not to know it, I may tell you that her surname is Armstrong.
Oh, I see. And I see you use the word innocent again, and that, as her brother, you might have a suspicion of some sort.
Explain yourself.
Well, you might in some way suspect that someone is attempting to deprive her of her innocence, and more than that.
What more?
That it's I who am attempting, or have attempted, to do the depriving. And if that's so, may I here and now assure you you're mistaken?
Oh, yes, you can assure me, yes.
That sounds as though you doubt my word. So may I here and now repeat that nothing of the sort has taken place, or will take place. And if that's all you've come round to talk to me about, the conversation can close here. I wanted a quiet evening. Don't you think it'd be better if you had a quiet evening too and went home? I mean, it's all so silly, isn't it?
You know, I think I will change my mind and join you in a drink after all.
Oh, all right, certainly. I'll get you one.
No.
What?
I'll get it myself. Now, have you any whiskey here? Ah, yes. Yes, indeed. And sodas. Excellent. Yes, this is what I need.
Mr. Armstrong.
Yes?
Do you know that good whiskey is very expensive these days?
Oh, yes.
And do you know that that whiskey belongs to me?
Of course. Who else would it belong to? Unless you'd stolen it. Unless you deprived someone else of it. Unless you were, after all, a depriver, Mr. Longford.
Oh, dear. Now you seem to be harping back to that.
What are you talking about, Mr. Longford? You're one ahead of me.
Your sister. I gather you're reverting to that matter.
Now, what on earth should make you think that?
You used the words deprived, Mr. Armstrong. Depriver. A moment ago, that word was used in connection with your sister.
Ah, yes, delicious. No, you're imagining things, Mr. Longford. Why shouldn't I use the word deprived twice? It's a very nice word.
Mr. Armstrong.
Yes?
Would you like to finish off that drink as soon as possible and then go home?
Well, I shall certainly finish off the drink, if I may. Why, what a good-looking little man you are. I'm not surprised that the girl's falling for you. Yes, a remarkably good-looking little man. Little, of course, is the operative word.
Yeah, Mr. Armstrong, do you know I don't like having my cheeks pinched?
A cheek, Mr. Longford, not cheeks. Let us be precise. I only pinched one of your cheeks. And why should you resent it? It's a sign of affection. Napoleon used to pinch his soldiers' cheeks, you know.
Mr. Armstrong, have you come round here just to talk about Napoleon?
What more interesting topic could there be? What is wrong with an interesting and disinterested and peaceful conversation? Let's have a peaceful conversation. Why don't you have another drink? Are you interested in cricket, Mr. Longford?
Yes, very. Are you?
Oh, yes, I am. Tell me, what is your view of the test matches between this country and the continent of Australia?
Well, lately we seem to have been putting up a pretty good show, it seems to me.
You say we. That means England, of course.
Yes, of course.
Yes, naturally. But it sounds a little funny to me. You see, I am Australian, and think of it the other way round. I think of Australia as we.
Oh, I see. You don't speak like an Australian.
Well, in point of fact, I'm not Australian, technically. It's just that I was born there, and I've spent most of my life here. I think of myself that way.
Oh, yes? Well, here's your very good health. Of course, the last 2 tests have been played under freak conditions, haven't they?
And yet I like freak conditions in cricket. It's so much more exciting. I wish they'd make the conditions even more freak.
I'm not sure you're not right. What alterations would you personally make? Have you any ideas in mind?
Yes, I have. One in particular. I feel very strongly about it.
Oh, yes? What's that?
Well, why not alter the light, for instance?
The light? How on earth could you do that? That's a question of luck, isn't it? How could you arrange the light in a cricket match?
Well, why not, for instance, have it all played underneath the moon?
The what?
The moon.
Well, I must say that's an original idea.
I'm an original man, Mr. Longford.
I mean, how would you see?
Oh, not at all difficult. It's very easy when the moon is really bright and the night's clear. Then, if necessary, you could have the ball painted white. Then you could have white stumps and white balls and white scoring boards with the figures in black and so on and so forth.
Well, if it comes to that, one might have all the spectators painted white, mightn't one?
You know, that's not at all a bad idea. Never struck me. I have an impression, however, that you're not taking me seriously. Why?
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Longford.
Tell me something. You said you were a very peaceful man.
No one more so. Go on.
Well, it's rather hard to put. But have you been suffering from any sort of nervous upset lately? I mean, something you might see a doctor about. Something which just required rest. I mean, oughtn't you to go home and have a good rest now?
I see what you mean. You're suggesting that I'm out of my mind. Aren't you?
No, but I think you may be, purely for the time being, a little upset.
In other words, raving mad. Don't mince matters, Mr. Longford. I know every thought that goes on in your head, and I can assure you that I'm certainly not a madman. I'm afraid you took my perhaps rather silly little joke about playing cricket under the moon quite seriously.
Oh, was it a joke? I'm sorry. I'm losing my sense of humor, I'm afraid.
You certainly are. And I can promise you that in addition to being sane generally, I've never been saner in my life than at this moment. Perhaps a little too sane and shrewd for you.
About what?
My sister.
Oh, dear. Have we got to go back to that again?
No, not just at the moment. At the moment we're just conversing, aren't we? I like conversing with you. It's useful, too. It enables me to go on looking at you, to sum you up.
Listen to me, Mr. Armstrong. I do not like strangers coming into my flat to look at me and to sum me up. I still do not know whether you are a maniac or whether you really have something to say to me. If you have, will you please say it quickly and then clear out? If you don't, I shall have to take other measures.
And what would they be, pray?
I shall telephone for the police and have you slung out. They come very quickly nowadays, you know.
Yes, but you strike a major difficulty there, don't you?
What?
How would you get to the telephone? And if you should manage to scramble to it in time, how would you manage to dial 999? Before being beaten to a pulp by your present guest?
Very well, Mr. Armstrong. There's another more peaceful alternative. I'll just leave you to it. I shall walk out of my flat and let you stew in your own juice.
Yes, but how would you get to the door? I may be large, but I'm remarkably quick, you know. And now, Mr. Longford, the session will continue as before. Now, on second thoughts, not quite as before. You can get me, my dear good-looking man, another whiskey. Come along now, here's the glass.
I will not get you another whiskey.
You heard my words.
You heard mine.
Very well. I'll get it myself. It really doesn't matter.
You will not go near that sideboard.
Sit down, Mr. Longford.
I will do nothing of the sort.
I said sit down, Mr. Longford. Sit down on that chair, that one.
I'll die before I do that, Mr. Armstrong.
Yes, that is exactly what you may do. Now, sit down on that chair. Sit down on that chair!
I said I'd... Hello. That's the bell, isn't it?
Yes. So it seems.
I wonder who it could be.
Yes. Yes, I wonder. I have a guess, though.
Shall I go and answer it?
Yes. Perhaps you'd better.
Where is he? You said my boy wasn't here, Mr. Longford.
So he was. He's probably gone through that door. It leads to the kitchen. You're Mrs. Armstrong, I take it?
Yes, but please don't let's bother about names at the moment, Mr. Longford. Cyrus? 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 My son, come out from the kitchen. Don't pretend to yourself that you can hide from me. If you don't obey me, you know what will happen to you. Now come out to your mother. I shall give you 15 seconds. I'm beginning to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here you are at last. Don't stand like that. Hold yourself up.
Yes, Mother.
Now put your hands behind your back.
Yes, Mother.
What are you doing here?
I don't know, Mother.
Don't tell me you don't know. What are you doing here?
I came to see Mr. Longford.
Didn't I tell you to stay in your room tonight until I came back?
Yes, Mother.
Then why didn't you?
I don't know, Mother.
Hold yourself up.
Yes, Mother.
And when you go to your room, you will do your usual exercises. Only tonight, you will do them 6 times. Thoroughly. Do you understand? Thoroughly.
Yes. Yes, I understand, Mother.
Very well. You may go now. But first of all, you will apologize to Mr. Longford.
How do I apologize, Mother?
Look at him straight in the eyes and say, I'm sorry, Mr. Longford.
I'm sorry, Mr. Longford.
That's quite all right.
Good. Very well. Now go. And on the way, you are not to look back. Not once. You understand?
Yes, Mother.
Very well. Go on. Quickly. I shall come to your room later tonight. If you've obeyed me in every particular, you may be forgiven. Now go.
Well, that was one of the most remarkable...
One moment. All right, he's gone. Now, Mr. Longford, do you mind just for a minute if we have all the lights out in here?
The lights out?
Yes.
Well, you know, it seems to me that I'm in a sort of madhouse. Must we have all the lights out?
Yes, you are in a sort of madhouse, Mr. Longford, and a very dangerous one. And I am here to save you from it, to save everybody concerned. I'll explain everything in a minute. And in the meantime, will you do as I ask? And quickly, will you?
Very well.
You see, I am the only one who can control him. I am the only one who knows his mind, and I must use my own methods. You see, I want to watch him from the window without him seeing me, to see if he obeys me and does not look back as I told him. And if he does look back and sees me watching, he'll think I'm afraid, and I might lose half the battle. I have to make him think that I think he obeys me absolutely without question. Yes. There he goes. Yes. It's all right. I can tell by his walk. Come here and watch him. You see? He's like a soldier on parade. There. Yes. That's all right. You can put on the light again now, will you?
Now, Mrs. Armstrong, could you explain all this? It's all very confusing, you know.
One moment, Mr. Longford. I'm not feeling very well. I'm feeling faint. You don't know what a strain it is. You feel worse when it's just over.
Yes, I understand. I'm sorry. Now, come and sit down by the fire, won't you? You can explain later.
Thank you. Oh, dear. It's only the shock. Only the strain. I'll be all right in a moment.
I'll get you a drink. A little brandy.
Thank you, Mr. Longford. Very small one.
Good. Fine.
What did he do and talk to you about, Mr. Longford?
Oh, a lot of things.
Did he talk about the moon?
Why, yes, he did, as a matter of fact. How do you know?
I'll explain later. And did he talk about his sister?
Yes, he talked a lot about her.
Yes, so I thought. Oh, thank you. I'm quite myself again now.
Good. I can't say that I am. You know, I'm a bit shaken still, I must say. Now, Mrs. Armstrong, do you feel up to explaining?
Yes, Mr. Longford. May I ask you a question? After what you've just been through, it may seem a nonsensical one, as nonsensical as anything he said, but it isn't, and I must ask it.
Yes?
Mr. Longford, do you believe in the moon?
I'm awfully sorry, but I don't follow you, Mrs. Armstrong. The moon? Believe in it? Of course I do. It's just there. It exists.
No, I don't really mean that. I mean its powers. You see, unless you do, I can't really begin to explain. I mean, it affects the tides and all that, doesn't it?
Yes.
But it's other powers, Mr. Longford. It's other, much more dreadful powers. It's powers on the mind. Mr. Longford, do you believe in the moon? Oh, say you believe in it. Mr. Longford, say you believe in the moon. Say you believe in the moon. Oh, Mr. Longford, I'm ashamed of myself. I never dreamt I could break down in that way. I was taught never to break down, ever.
Well, everybody has to break down sometime, don't they? It's a very normal thing.
Not in my family. We were what people used to call a family of soldiers. However, I mustn't talk of the past. We are in the present, and a very real and urgent present for both of us.
Yes. You said you were going to explain. Just tell me quietly, in your own time.
He talked of his sister?
Yes.
And her innocence?
Yes.
And did he mention Napoleon?
Why, yes, he did.
And then he talked about the moon?
Yes.
Tell me, Mr. Longford, do you know anything about psychiatry?
What do you mean? Freud, Jung, all that?
Do you know it's an established fact that certain people are affected sometimes in a violent and dangerous way by certain phases of the moon?
No, I wouldn't say established. I should say it's quite likely, but not a certainty.
I know it's a fact. I have reason to know. Mr. Longford, do you know what psychiatrists call a fixation?
Why, yes, a fixed idea, an idée fixe. It's a form of mania.
Yes, it is. And sometimes extremely dangerous to another person.
Yes, I suppose. Yes, do go on.
This is what is not easy for me to say to you, Mr. Longford.
Never mind, go on.
My son has a fixation, Mr. Longford. A very violent and dangerous one.
And what's it about?
About yourself, Mr. Longford.
Oh, I must say that's not frightfully pleasant news, is it?
No, and I'm afraid that's not the worst.
Really? Tell me, what form does his fixation take?
He thinks you've stolen something, Mr. Longford.
So I rather gathered. It's all getting clearer now. In other words, Mrs. Armstrong, we must put things bluntly, mustn't we? In other words, your son's completely out of his mind and thinks I've robbed your daughter of her innocence.
No, he's not out of his mind, he's not. It's only the moon, don't you see?
Now, please, don't get upset again, Mrs. Armstrong. It's really for me to be upset. You've just said that you haven't told me the worst.
The moon is everything. These phases come in cycles every 7 years. Normally, he's harmless, good. I know his history, you see.
Very well, then. Tell me his history, Mrs. Armstrong.
Cyrus was born in Australia, Mr. Longford, one of twins. I'll tell you about the other boy, Harry, later. He is absolutely normal, thank heavens. But Cyrus...
Yes?
It began when he was 8. He was an enormous boy. Even at that age, you'd hardly believe his size. It was freakish.
And what happened when he was 8?
There was an episode, Mr. Longford.
Oh, yes?
An episode with an animal of atrocious cruelty, a cat. I can't go into it. My husband beat him for it, beat him fearfully. It was a mistake. Such things cannot be treated that way. Then, for 7 years, he was normal. A good, gentle boy. But then, he began to talk of the moon again, to go out and look at it for hours, and oh, I can hardly bear to speak of it.
Do try, Mrs. Armstrong.
There was another episode. We had to move from Sydney. Then he was normal again, utterly normal, until the age of 22.
And then there was another episode, as you call it?
There was. Oh, yes, indeed there was.
And then?
Normal again, until he was 29. Then he began to talk of the moon again. And this time it was definitely connected in his mind with his sister. It was only then that I began to realize that there was some connection between these incidents and the moon. To realize that they took place every 7 years. Well, that is all really. Then he joined the commandos. He has a record of great bravery and distinction. And now, he is 36.
And 29 from 36 leaves 7.
Yes.
Every 7 years, you say?
Yes.
This is a funny thing to happen to anybody trying to have a really peaceful evening by himself, isn't it?
It's horrible, Mr. Longford. It's horrible.
Yet, Mrs. Armstrong?
Yes.
You spoke of certain episodes. What sort of episodes? What does he do?
Oh, no. Please don't make me go into that.
But, Mrs. Armstrong, after all, it's not fair to me, is it? I mean, the unknown's worse than the known, isn't it? Does your son carry a revolver or anything?
No. It's much more horrible than that, Mr. Longford.
Your son was a commando?
He was, yes.
That means an expert in unarmed combat?
Yes, Mr. Longford. An extreme and excruciating expert. Will you leave it at that?
Mrs. Armstrong, are you trying to be cruel? All this dreadful hinting.
Mr. Longford, let me put it this way. You are in danger of awful disfigurement. Disfigurement which will cause you physical agony, such as few men on this earth have ever had to suffer, and which will leave you with no further desire to live. Now, will you let that suffice?
Oh, well, I suppose I'll have to. You've made things fairly plain on the whole, I think. Have you consulted a doctor or the police about your son's condition?
No, I haven't.
But why not? That seems rather unfair to society at large and to me in particular.
Oh, Mr. Longford, I have 1,000 excuses. I'm his mother, and I deceived myself after each incident that he was mentally well.
I see. Well, it seems as though I'm rather up against it, doesn't it?
You must go away, Mr. Longford. Now, you must go where he can never find you. It'll only be for 3 months. You must hide. You must go tonight.
But, Mrs. Armstrong, this is fantastic. There must be some other alternative.
Yes. Actually, there's one other. Oh, but that's not worth discussing. The plain thing is for you to pack your things now and go.
But the whole thing's ridiculous. First of all, I haven't enough money. And I can't suddenly throw up my business and take 3 months' holiday.
Mr. Longford, wouldn't it be better to risk your business than take this dreadful risk?
I see. Now, let's try and take things a little more easily. We got panicky. But I think I'm a little calmer now. It seems to me that there are a lot of ways out, apart from the one you suggest. I have 3 in mind, actually. Firstly, if he cares to assault me in any way, it's not quite impossible that I could defend myself, is it? I, too, was in the army, you know.
No, you couldn't, Mr. Longford. He has been very expertly trained.
Yes, a commando. I appreciate the difficulty. Very well, then. I have friends. I could go and stay with them, couldn't I?
And what about when you were out in the streets, alone? You have to go to your work.
But surely he wouldn't do anything to me in public, Mrs. Armstrong.
Oh, yes, he could. He's as quick as lightning, though he may not look it.
But suppose I got friends to escort me in the street.
Utterly useless, utterly. You don't know the things he's done.
You know, if you'd only tell me what he does, all this would be so much more simple, wouldn't it?
He has many methods, Mr. Longford. Among other things, he can strike from a distance. He can throw.
What do you mean? Boomerangs or something?
And your third and last alternative, Mr. Longford.
Do you mean boomerangs?
No, go on. Your last alternative.
Why, the simplest of the lot. And it's for you to do.
What is it?
Ring up the police, Mrs. Armstrong. Now. Ring them up and tell them the entire story.
Oh, no, Mr. Longford. The police are no good. They could not prevent your disfigurement.
What do you mean, the police are no good? I've got to have protection, and that is what the police are for, isn't it? Come to think of it, I can ring the police myself.
No.
Why?
The police are practical men. The police do not believe in the moon. Besides, I am a mother, Mr. Longford, and my unhappy boy, cursed by the moon, is not going to end his last few years in any sort of dark prison. If you telephone the police, I should deny everything.
His last few years, you said?
Yes.
Why? Do you imagine he's going to die before long?
I know he is.
How?
My son, strong as he is, suffers with his heart, Mr. Longford, fatally. He cannot possibly live for more than another 3 years.
You seem to have an answer for everything, haven't you, Mrs. Armstrong?
Yes, it seems that I have. There's only one course. You must go. Go now.
But, Mrs. Armstrong, I can't. I told you. Even if I had the money to go away for 3 months, even if I used up all my savings, I can't give up my job here.
You have savings?
Why, yes, of a very modest sort.
Oh, that's the telephone.
I know. But why are you so frightened, Mrs. Armstrong?
It may be Brenda. It must be her.
Why must? Let's go and see, anyway. Hello? What? No, it isn't. Who do you want? No, my name's Longford. That's quite all right. Thank you. There you are. It was only a wrong number. No need for panic.
I'm sorry. I had an awful feeling it was Brenda and that he'd broken out.
Well, you were wrong, weren't you?
Yes, I'm sorry. Now, where were we?
We were talking about my savings, as a matter of fact. You asked if I had any.
Oh, yes, that was it.
And why did you ask?
Oh, nothing.
Some while back, you know, you said there was one other alternative of some sort. Was that alternative connected with my savings?
Mr. Longford, there are certain things to which I shall not descend.
Mrs. Armstrong, please.
Very well. If you must have it.
Yes?
Mr. Longford, you said you had modest savings. How modest are they?
Oh, very much so.
Yes, but what does that mean?
Mrs. Armstrong, shall I tell you exactly how much I've got in the bank at the moment?
Oh, no, I didn't mean to bring the subject up.
Yes, you did, indirectly. And I'm glad you did. So shall I tell you?
Very well, Mr. Longford, if you insist. How much money exactly have you got in the bank at this moment?
£640.
You have all that? I thought you said you were an extremely poor man. You see, I have little more than what I stand up in.
What you do stand up in doesn't look too bad to me.
Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Longford.
Well, now I've told you the amount of my savings. What about it?
Mr. Longford, £640.
What are you so excited about, Mrs. Armstrong? Do you mean that that amount of money means that you see a way out of all this?
No, not at all. Nothing like it. But £280, that's all that's needed. No, less than that, much less. My other son, Harry, his twin brother, can manage 70. Now, how much does that make?
210.
Yes, not a penny more. Now, listen, Mr. Longford. We have a passage for Cyrus and myself to Australia. My son Harry is in shipping and has arranged it. We only wanted the money. A passage for the day after tomorrow, Mr. Longford. Actually, Harry comes back from Liverpool tonight. In fact, he should be back by now. Now listen, I can get Cyrus, my poor sick boy, away by the night train tomorrow. You'll be free, Mr. Longford, forever. He'll go, you see. He keeps on saying that he has to see the moon again as it rises over Sydney. It's his poor brain. Mr. Longford, this is the way out. £210 only to lend, Mr. Longford. You'll get it back. I'll work my fingers to the bone to give it back to you. And you're free from this terrible menace. Who's that?
I know who it is, all right. He always knocks like that.
Oh, dear, must you let anyone in now? Can't you pretend you're not at home?
No, it's all right. It's only my friend, the one who's let me this flat. I'll see what he wants. I'm coming.
Oh, I'm frightfully sorry. I didn't know you were sort of... well, am I interrupting you? I won't be half a moment.
No, not a bit. This is Mrs. Armstrong. Sir Charles Waterbury.
How do you do?
I was telling you about him, wasn't I, Mrs.
Yes,
Armstrong?
yes, you were.
Caroline and I are going away tonight. We've suddenly decided to take a car down to Maidenhead and hit it up for a bit. So you won't be seeing me tomorrow after all right?
Oh, how long are you going for?
Oh, about 4 days.
4 days?
Yes. What's the matter? Don't tell me you're going to miss me. You who spend your whole life dodging people.
No, I just didn't realize you were going away all that time, that's all.
Well, neither did I until about 10 minutes ago. Well, I must fly. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Armstrong. Sorry our meeting's been so short.
Goodbye, Sir Charles.
Goodbye, George. See you around Tuesday next week.
Charles?
Yes?
No, it's nothing important. You go off and enjoy yourself.
Well, goodbye, all.
Goodbye, Sir Charles. Mr. Longford?
Yes?
Why did you call Sir Charles back just then?
It was an impulse to confide in him. Now I sort of feel my last prop's gone.
But, Mr. Longford, didn't I tell you that help of that sort was of no use whatsoever?
Yes, I'm sorry.
You shouldn't have done that, you know, Mr. Longford. It looks as though you don't trust me. Mr. Longford, look at me, will you? Do you trust me? Oh, say you do.
Mrs. Armstrong, I not only trust you, I'm going to prove it in a very concrete way. How soon do you want the money? To tell the truth, Mrs. Armstrong, I want to get this over pretty quickly. I'm afraid it sounds a rather harsh thing to say, but the sooner I see the last of you, the better. And I could give you the money tonight.
But I don't want it tonight, Mr. Longford. You've got to see my son Harry first. In any case, you've got to have some sort of security in writing. Could you see him tomorrow morning?
Couldn't I see him tonight?
Yes, I suppose so, but I don't know if he's back.
Well, couldn't we find out?
How? Do you mean I should go around now? That's Brenda. I know it is this time. Shall I answer it?
But, Mrs. Armstrong, it might easily be someone...
No, I have a feeling. I know these things.
Very well, you answer it, Mrs. Armstrong.
Yes? Oh, Brenda, dear. Brenda? Yes. Brenda, what are you saying? Yes, go on. Yes, yes. I know, my dear. Yes. I see. I see. Now, Brenda, keep your head and listen to me. It'll be all right. It'll take him 4 minutes to get to Brook Street. I shall be there to intercept him and send him back. Have absolutely no fear. Do you understand? Now, we must ring off. Every moment counts. Yes, goodbye, darling, goodbye. It has happened.
What?
He's disobeyed me. I've lost my authority. He's broken out. He's on his way round here now.
So he's on his way
now? There's no time to lose, Mr. Longford. We're both in great danger. I must go and intercept him. Mr. Longford, will you do exactly as I say, please?
Why, yes, of course.
Very well. Bolt the front door and lock that one. It has a lock, hasn't it?
Yes.
And that one?
Yes.
Very well. Now, Mr. Longford, do not go near the window. Go nowhere near the window. And keep your lights low. Once he's safely home, I shall come back and ring in a special way. I shall give 3 rings, then silence, then 3 rings again. You follow?
Yes. 3 rings, then the silence, then 3.
That's it. We're too late.
That was in the kitchen.
Your kitchen window? Tell me, is it possible to climb up from the street to your kitchen?
By the drain pipe? No.
Good. Now to think quickly. He'll be lurking in the doorway. I'll find him, have no fear. I'll find him and send him back. You do just what I said before. Barricade yourself. I shall return in 10 minutes, if all goes well. Now I must go. But he may be outside your front door by now, so lock this door when I've left. You understand?
Yes. Is that you, Charles?
Yes, my boy, it is.
I thought you'd gone to Maidenhead.
Never mind about that. You're a very silly boy, you know.
What do you mean?
You forgot to switch off when we were talking earlier tonight.
Did I?
You laid yourself open to being eavesdropped upon from here. I think you're going to be very grateful.
Oh, I'm in a pretty blue funk, I can tell you. Wouldn't you be, Charles?
Yes, I certainly would.
Well?
I mean, I would if I really believed in it.
What do you mean?
Did it never occur to you during the evening that there was something bogus about it all?
Oh, well, perhaps just once or twice.
Oh, when?
When she first began to mention money, and I didn't like the family of soldiers.
No, I didn't like that either.
She's pretty convincing.
Yes, I could hear that. That's why I couldn't resist coming down to have a look at her. I've read about them and this very ugly blackmailing trick they work. If my memory's right, they've done a lot of it and they're wanted for it. Mind you, I'm only working from a hunch, but I've been working very hard on it.
Oh? What have you been doing?
Ringing up all my high-up friends in the police. Hello? She's back early. Now look, I'll telephone you. I'll pretend I'm drunk. And you pretend you can't get rid of me. And I'll really be giving you your instructions. Got it?
Right.
Yeah, it's getting impatient. Now, you'd better go. Goodbye and good luck.
Oh, Mr. Longford, this is Cyrus's twin brother, Harry.
Hello there.
Everything's all right now. There's no immediate danger. He's gone into one of his sleeps. It's as though he's almost dead, isn't it, Harry?
It certainly is. So he's in one of those again, eh?
Yes, so we're safe now, for 6 hours at least, if not more. Oh, Mr. Longford, whichever you choose, thank you. But whichever you decide, thank you truly and deeply from the depth of a very unhappy woman's heart. Goodbye. I can't trust myself to speak anymore. I'm leaving. Oh, no, let me, just in case. He mustn't know you're here. Just in case. May I?
Yes, of course, if you think so.
Yes? Yes, he is. Who is it, please? Yes, just a moment, please. Just a moment. It's a Mr. Farquharson.
Farquharson? Oh, yes. Hello? Hello, Ronnie? Yes. Yes, all right. Go ahead. Yes. Look here, Ronnie. Where have you been tonight? You sound as if you had a few.
Shall we go, Mr.
No. No, you can't come round here. I'm busy. I'll be seeing you tomorrow. What? Look, I'm going to ring off. Yes, I know you could get round here in 3 minutes, but... What? Now, you go home and sleep it off. Goodbye. Oh, would you believe it, on top of it all? That was my partner. It's about business.
What, not money trouble again?
No, not that. But it means that I've got to sit up all night and work out figures. It's got to be quick. Oh, this on top of everything, this. Now, listen, I'm just about done in tonight, and I'm afraid my nerves are gone. I'm going to give you the money now. I have it in cash.
But, Mr. Longford, we don't...
No, please. Let me have my way, please. For once, tonight. I can get the money in a moment. It's in this drawer over here. Here now. There you are. Now, will you go away and take him to Sydney or wherever it is and promise you'll never come back? Never. Go on, promise.
Oh, don't take on so, Mr. Longford.
Never mind. But will you promise? Will you promise?
Oh, yes, of course.
Come along now, Harry. Goodbye, Mr. Longford. You're all right, aren't you? I hate to see you looking like that. You're not ill, are you? Oh, we can't help you in any way, can we?
In one way, perhaps you can.
Yes, anything. What can we do?
Oh, just listen to something.
Yes. What do you want to say?
No, I don't mean listen to me.
Not you? Who then?
Yourself, Mrs. Armstrong. Your earlier self. When you were about an hour younger and speaking to these 4 walls.
I don't follow you.
Or rather, 8 walls, to be precise. 8 walls and 1 person and 1 thing. Above all, a thing. Shall we listen? Yes, do let's. All right, Charles, is it okay?
Yes, here we are. Just a sec. Right, here we go.
Listen, here we are.
With a cat. I can't go into it. My husband beat him for it. Beat him fearfully. It was a mistake. Such things cannot be treated that way. Then, for 7 years, he was utterly normal again. A good, sweet, gentle boy. But then, When the 7 years had passed, he began to talk of the moon again.
No! Will you stop that noise? Will you stop it? Who is up there?
I could speak of it.
Oh, surely you know, Mrs. Armstrong. I'm just the man upstairs. We've met, don't you remember? But I didn't go to Maidenhead. I stayed and got down every word you said.
All right, I'll tell them, Charles. He telephoned the police.
Police? Do something, Josiah! Do something, Jim! The game's up anyway, so do something!
Oh, yes, Vera, that's not a bad idea. I may not be the big commando I advertise, but I'm certainly big enough for this little gentleman, I fancy.
Hello, what goes on down there?
A great deal, Sir Charles, and the door's locked, and there's nothing you can do about it. Go on, Sally, do something to him. Tear him to little pieces.
Yes, I like the idea of that.
Don't get anywhere that way, you know, either of you. It'll only make things worse. In fact...
Shut up there! Go on, Sally.
Yes, don't hurry me. It's just a question of what it's going to be. Now, come here, Mr. Longford. I said, come here, Mr. Longford. I said, come here! So, you've obeyed me, I see.
Yes, only too glad to obey you. So Harry and his twin are one and the same person. Right, Cyrus?
Don't call me Cyrus.
Cyrus. The commando who wasn't one. You know, Cyrus, when I thought you were one, I was afraid of you. But now I've got to grips with the real Cyrus, I'm not a bit frightened. Cyrus is a very large man, but he was not a commando. Whereas George Longford, never actually a commando, learned a lot about judo. You did strike it unlucky tonight, didn't you, Cyrus? Are you enjoying this? I imagine not. Very well. When I release you, you will obey me and go and sit down in the chair by the fire. Very well. You may go. No, I said the armchair by the fire. And put my money back on the table.
Well done, George. I thought you could do that. Well, that seems to be the end of the evening, doesn't it?
No, Charles. That's the funny thing. It's not quite. Come here, Mrs. Armstrong. I said, come here, Mrs. Armstrong.
What are you doing, George?
I'm doing a lot, Charles. To Mrs. Armstrong, who's recently so strongly advocated something being done to me. In fact, Charles, I'm going to rob Mrs. Armstrong of her facial charms. Her somewhat maturing facial charms. I'm sure that one who comes from a family of soldiers can enjoy such a thing.
Oh.
Now, Mrs. Armstrong, close your eyes and put back your head. I'm now going to start counting. And I may tell you that every number after 3 will be an added disfigurement. Your own words, Mrs. Armstrong, to your face. Now, 1, 2...
Help me! Si! Help me!
He's only bluffing. He's not the type.
But that's just what I am, Cyrus, as I shall now demonstrate. Now, Mrs. Armstrong, the operation begins. You come, never forget it, from a family of soldiers. Now keep quite still, please.
What are you going to do to my face? What are you doing? Si! What has he done? Tell me! Tell me!
Nothing. I told you he was only bluffing. I don't know why you yelled. I don't know what he was using on you.
I was using H2O, Cyrus, water, iced. Your charming colleague seems to have got the impression that I was using a knife. Charles, are you still listening up there? Did I fool you too?
Yes, you did, George.
As she'll probably only get about 11 years in prison, I thought I'd give her about 11 seconds of real torture. You see, just as ice is the same as a knife with your eyes shut, Mrs. Armstrong, so fear is the same as hell.
All right, sir. We'll take care of him. Come on, then.
Charles?
I didn't know you were quite like that, George.
Didn't you? And I don't regret it for a moment.
Yes, so I gather. Well, all this has rather spoiled your quiet evening, hasn't it?
No, just interrupted it. I hope I'm going to have it now. Now, where's my dictionary? Perhaps a little music on the radio.
All right, George. I'm off. Goodbye. See you tomorrow.
Goodbye, old boy, and thank you.
Not at all. Goodbye.
tonight's presentation of The Man Upstairs, you heard Bruce Miller as George Longford. Cyrus Armstrong was played by Donald Monat, and Marjorie Gordon took the part of his mother. Stuart Brown was Sir Charles Waterbury. The Man Upstairs by Patrick Hamilton was produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Michael Silver.
Peril. Stories of suspense.
Right. Attention. The Commandant has something to say to you.
Thank you, Sergeant. You are prisoners of war. You are fortunate to be alive. Some of you were saved from death at the hands of German civilians. Good people whose homes you bombed, whose loved ones you massacred.
How about London, Colonel?
Silence! Silence! You should be happy and thankful to be alive. To wait here in Germany till we have forced our enemies to their knees. But no. Oh no. You insist on trying to escape. Well, I will not have it. No one escapes from this camp. Is that understood? Those who tried will be killed. Like the 4 men the other night. If you leave the barbed wire around this camp, then death will be your only escape. There will be no capture. Death. That is my order to all guards. Understand? Death.
Sir, the Geneva Convention
The
Treaty...
Geneva Convention Treaty is a worthless piece of paper. Just remember, once you leave the barbed wire, you will be dead. That will be all, Sergeant.
Dismissed!
Well, Trevor, do we still go through with our escape plan?
You bet we do. And they need a third man now in place of Collins here.
What makes you say that?
Because I figure you want to live to enjoy all that dough you got in the States, Collins.
I'm still in. It's taken us 6 months to dig that tunnel. Nothing is going to keep me from using it tonight.
The Germans spot us, there'll be a lot of bullets. Bullets don't care who they hit, you know. Even millionaires.
You worry about yourself, Trevor. I can carry my own weight.
Yeah, you'll probably get a chance to prove that.
And you'll get a chance to prove you're more than just a bag of wind.
Why, you...
Hey, easy, save that stuff. I know how you critters don't like each other, but you gotta remember one thing. Them Germans don't like any of us.
I'll be back in just a minute to tell you more of tonight's story, 3 Hunted Men.
Home. Oh, I'm itching to get home.
Where do you live in Montana?
Funny, I don't. I live on a cattle spurt about 40 miles out of Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Why is it they call you Montana?
Well, right after I joined the Air Corps, someone gave me the name and it stuck. Where do you live, Collins?
He's got a big 2-story mansion near White Plains, New York. The White Plain people call it Collins Castle.
You seem to know a lot about me, Trevor.
Yeah. But it didn't come from mutual friends, Collins. I never had enough money to know any of your friends.
You've been hammering at me for a long time, Trevor. Exactly what have you got against me?
Maybe I don't like the way that silver spoon sticks out of your mouth.
All right, my father's rich. Is that my fault?
You're so sure of yourself all the time. You pretend you're one of us, but you're not, and you never will be.
Now, wait a minute. I don't like stepping in another man's
Then
argument.
stay out of it, cowboy. I'm going to tell Collins just why I don't like him.
Go right ahead.
You got everything in front of you. You got no worries at all about the future.
I suppose I'm not taking the same chances you are.
Right now you are, yeah, sure.
But when the war's over, it'll be a different story. You'll be back in the social columns of the newspapers. People will be falling all over you. The rest of us, we'll have to start from scratch. We'll have to be pushed around.
Speaking for myself, nobody ever pushed me around and never will.
It's different in the big cities, isn't that right, Collins? Some of your buddies here will be elevator operators, bellhops, soda jerks. And you'll walk past them in a tailor-made suit with a society dame on your arm.
When we get out of this, Trevere, you want to see a good psychiatrist.
Why, you dirty...
Break it up, break it up. What's the matter with you guys? Starting tonight, you're going to be needing each other.
Bishop, I need him like I need another head.
Don't you want to make the escape attempt, Trevere?
You know I do. I just don't want to make it with him.
We had a lottery. Your 3 names were picked. So that's the way it's got to be. Unless one of you wants out. Montana?
Oh, no.
Collins?
I'm in.
Trevere?
I'm getting out of this hole even if he has to come along.
Okay. The escape committee has had a final meeting. The escape attempt is to be made at 10 minutes to 2. The moon will be fading. There'll be just enough light to see by when you leave the tunnel.
Hey, watch it! Here comes Goring, Jr.
Good evening, here, Sergeant.
Never mind the funny games. Any more nonsense and I will cut down your rations.
If you cut down that soup anymore, Sergeant, it'll make good shaving water.
You're lucky to get even that. Now be quiet or severe measures will be taken to punish you. Do you hear me? The Commandant does not want to hear a sound out of you. As it is, he is sick of the sight of you. Now, I have come here, gentlemen, to tell you that we have 40 new guards on night duty, and also some Alsatian dogs who have been trained to hate the smell of an American. The Commandant is determined to keep his no-escape record unblemished. Have a good sleep, gentlemen.
Trevere, Collins, I'm awake.
I never even got to sleep.
Montana. Montana.
Hmm? Yeah.
Come on, wake up.
Yeah. Sure.
Here are your escape clothes, men. Put them on.
Yeah.
Now, don't forget, the area outside the barbed wire is well guarded. We haven't been able to find out exactly where the guard posts are, but we do know that the Germans have light machine guns. They'll use them without hesitation.
Do you have any weapons for us?
All we can dig up was this knife.
I'm pretty good with a knife.
You are, Montana.
Thanks.
There's a little bit of food in the haversacks. Sorry, but that's all we're able to get for you. Well, it's almost time. Help me move the stove.
Yeah.
Okay, push it. If they spot you as you crawl out of the barrack, get back here quick, strip off your escape clothes, and jump into your bunk.
Right.
As the ranking man, Trevere, you're in charge. Now, don't forget the procedure when you get to the end of the tunnel. Give it to me, Trevere.
I've gone over it a dozen times.
Give it to me again.
Okay. I pull away the wooden slab. Above the slab is 5 or 6 inches of dirt. I push my way through carefully.
Right. According to our calculations, that tunnel ends smack in the middle of a clump of weeds. Have a good look around before you move on. Don't hurry that part of the escape. Unless the Germans see you, of course. Good luck.
Hey, Montana, don't forget, you promised to phone up my wife.
I won't forget, Herman.
Get moving.
Right. Get alongside me, both of you.
20 yards between here and the wash house, then the tunnel.
Flat. Searchlight's moving this way.
There. It's past. A dog. He's got our scent. Just lay flat. Oh, that does it. We'll have to go back.
Get him, Hyde! Get him!
Oh, it's just a cat. Come on. While the searchlight's at the other end of the compound, we'll sprint for the wash house. You ready? Right. Yeah, right. Let's go. I don't think we were spotted. We'll make sure. Just stand here for a while. Seems okay. Come on. Let's get into the tunnel. Come on. I'm in charge of this operation, Collins. We'll move when I say so. Sorry, Master Sergeant. Okay. Lift the stone slab and then into the tunnel. This tunnel sure wasn't built for a fellow with long legs.
It's foul down here. It's getting hard to breathe.
Yeah. How much further? Yeah, choking. Up to there. No air. Yeah, save your breath.
I can't go much further.
I've reached the end.
Hurry, get up.
Can't breathe. Here's the wooden slab.
Push through, quick.
Shut up. Have to be careful.
But hurry.
Quiet. I'm almost through. A little more. There. Beautiful. Shut up. If they get us here, we're dead. Okay. Now I'm going to wriggle through that hole and see just where we are. Now be quiet. Do you see anything through there? I saw something, all right. What? We're near the edge of the weed patch. About 100 feet away are 2 Germans and a machine gun.
In just a moment, we return with our story, 3 Hunted Men.
Why can't we go around the side of the wheat patch? We'd only run into other Germans. We got to get past these 2. How well can you use that knife, Montana? At about 20 feet, I can hit any target I want. And it's got the feel of a good throwing knife. If we get to the edge of the weed patch without being seen, we can wait till they're looking the other way. By the time they know what's happening, one will be dead. Leaving the other one for you and me, Collins. Or haven't you got the stomach for this kind of stuff? I'll do my part. Well, we'll see. Montana, one of the Germans is short and nuggety looking. You take him. Right. Okay, I'll go out first. Wait 30 seconds and then follow.
Why do we have to be out here all night? After what happened the last time, the Americans won't be eager to escape for a while. I could be in a nice warm bed.
Stop grumbling. If an officer hears you, it is an easy way to get sent to the Eastern Front.
I would like to send Hitler there.
The Führer? On the Eastern Front? Impossible. He cannot stand the sound of gunshots.
Gives him a headache. His trouble is deeper than that. His trouble is behind his belt buckle. Last time our glorious leader went near them. What is it? I thought I heard something. Just behind us.
Montana! Right! I got this one! Pull a knife out of the other one! Got it! And now you... take care of this one, too. I just stand still for a while. Yeah, we're lucky. Jerry's didn't hear us. Well, these boys brought their rifles along, too. Fine. Escape siren. The Germans must have pulled a bed check. Grab those rifles. Come on.
I can't go on, sir.
Neither can I. Okay, we'll rest. How far do you think we've come? Oh, no more than a couple of miles. They won't waste much time coming after us. They're probably on our trail right now. There's still 10 miles between us and the lake. On the other side of that lake is Switzerland. Neutral Switzerland. Neutral. How nice that word sounds.
If we don't get to the lake fast, the Germans will cut us off.
They've probably got men near the lake now. Only takes 10 or 15 minutes to get a truck there. Looks like we'll have to fight our way through, huh? With just these 2 rifles, we wouldn't have a chance. Yeah, laying low is no good either. Sooner or later, those dogs of theirs will pick up our trail. Well, what are we going to do? They'll expect us to head straight for the lake. That's what the others did, and they're dead. So we'll go diagonally west, reaching the lake about 20 miles from here.
That doubles the distance.
It also doubles our chance of staying alive. The Jerry's will be waiting for us near this end of the lake. You can be sure of that.
Trevor's right. All the others were killed before they reached the lake.
Maybe. You don't like the idea of me being right, do you, Collins? You're thinking that back home you wouldn't even have to look at me. I'd be the dirt under your feet, huh?
I never took advantage of my position, Trevor.
Yeah, you rich guys are all alike. You don't care about other people. As far as you're concerned, they don't even exist.
Only a man who's sick in the mind would talk like that, Trevor.
Sick in the mind, am I? Well, you say that. Wait, I'm getting this out, cowboy. I'll tell you why I feel like I do, Collins. Remember the CCC camps?
Civilian Conservation Corps.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was in when I saw that big house and your families in White Plains. Yeah, I saw you, too.
You must have been in the camp at Elmsford.
That's right, 4 miles away. We got $25 a month. 20 of it went back home to our families. Well, there was 6 in my family. My old man was out of work, and my mother had to try to get along on my $5 a week. Well, she couldn't. It made an old woman of her before she was 40. She died in a charity ward. My old man went off the top of a building and jumped off. My brothers and sisters went to an orphanage. I used to see the cars pull up at your house on Sundays and Saturdays. Well-dressed, well-fed people. All of them having fun.
Are you trying to blame what happened to your family on us?
Yeah. You and people like you.
You are sick.
Don't say that again. Now, don't say that again or I'll choke the life out of you.
Trevor, look. I don't know whether you've got an argument or not, and I don't care. But what I do care about is getting to that lake.
We'll settle our differences some other time, Collins.
I'll be available.
Let's keep moving. Okay. Time for a rest.
We've covered a lot of ground since dawn. How far do you reckon we still got to go, Trevor?
Only about 2 miles or so.
Oh, good. We haven't seen hide nor hair of a German.
Well, you can bet there'll be some patrolling the lakeshore.
How are we supposed to get to the other side of that lake? It's more than a mile across.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'll be doing some swimming.
Gents, I've got a little confession to make. It's something I didn't mention when we first talked over this escape plan. You see, there ain't much water in Wyoming, except for drinking. So I never did learn how to swim.
You'll have to do the best you can on a piece of driftwood, Montana.
I've lost so much weight that a couple of matchsticks will probably do the job.
Yeah. Well, now we got our breath back. Let's get moving again.
Suits me. Hey, look. Where the ground dips over there. You can see the lake. And with the sunshine on it, looks like a giant silver dollar. Prettiest sight I've seen since my last yearling roundup.
Down! Montana!
Heavens.
Montana.
We'll be back in a minute to Peril and our story, 3 Hunted Men.
That shot sounded like it came from beyond that clump of trees.
Yeah, just a one shot. Could be there's only one man out there.
We've got a rifle each. If we wait, maybe he'll make a move.
Yeah, we can't wait any longer. That shot will bring more Jerrys. We gotta go on.
What are you planning to do? Make a target of ourselves?
My idea is that we both walk through that clump of trees. When the Jerry fires, he'll give away his position.
And one of us collects a bullet.
Afraid it might be you, Collins?
I say it's crazy to start moving.
We're dead if we stay. I'm going. Well, you've shown what you're made of, Mr. Westchester County. You should have used your influence and got yourself a desk job instead of trying to imitate a man. So long, Montana. Goodbye, Collins. Well, I'm in the clump of trees. Jerry's not here. That tall grass. Might be hiding in that. I just hope he misses with his first shot. If I'm going to get to the lake, I've got to go through that grass.
Jerry! Trevor! Get him! Get him!
Collins.
I was hoping he'd spot you first.
You walk behind me, huh?
Yeah. I made a lottery out of it. You won.
Where were you hit?
Knee.
Dogs.
You better go.
I'm lifting you up. Yeah. You ever been in a three-legged race at a picnic?
Yeah.
Let's see how much you remember.
Trevor.
Yeah?
Thanks.
I'll do this for anybody. Come on. Now you just hang on to this log. I'll do the pushing, okay?
I can see them. On the shore.
Yeah, we're just out of range. It's almost dark, too. By the time they get some boats out, we'll be in Switzerland. Come in.
New crutches. Courtesy of the Swiss Red Cross.
What do you want? Well, what do you want?
As soon as my father found out what you'd done for me, he sent this through the embassy. A bank draft in your name. Here.
$50,000.
I'll have a talk with Dad about that. I figure my life's worth a lot more.
50,000.
You could open up in the war zone. You might even become a capitalist yourself.
Some things you don't buy, Collins.
Hey!
Now leave me alone. Get out.
No. No, I don't think you should be alone. Maybe that's your trouble. You were always alone. You felt you were fighting the whole world by yourself. I thought it was money you wanted, so I cabled Dad to send that check. Now I'm apologizing, Trevor. And I'm offering my hand. I'll be proud if you take it. Please.
Well, I guess there are worse things than being a millionaire.
Sure. Come on out. I'll buy you some. I mean, we'll buy each other some drinks.
That's better. Hey, you know, it's funny. I just tore up a check for $50,000, and I feel good. In fact, I never felt better in my life.
I think we both learned something, Trevor. Come on. Let's go out, huh?
And that concludes tonight's Peril story, 3 Hunted Men.
The police reporter. police reporter delves into the crime records of the past and from Scotland brings you a famous case that happened over 100 years ago.
The scene of this true murder mystery is Edinburgh, Scotland. The time, 1827. It's quite late at night, and William Burke and William Hare are standing at the back door of Dr. Knox's house. Dr. Knox is a famous teacher of anatomy and surgery.
Dr. Knox, we're Burke and Hare, proprietors of a lodging house in the lower part of the city.
Yes?
Well, we've come to see you on a little business.
I see, and what would your business be with me?
We heard, Dr. Knox, that you're after buying corpses.
Yes, I am. I have a surgical school, and I use them in the teaching of anatomy.
Well, we got a body we'd like to sell you.
Really? Who is it?
The man's name was Donald, and he was one of our lodgers.
Oh. Although the law makes it difficult for me to secure anatomical subjects, I'm nevertheless forced to be careful of the bodies I buy.
We know it's against the law to sell them, but we're poor men, Doctor, and Donald died owing us over £4, so we thought maybe ye could use him.
I understand, and I'm in no position to be overcritical.
Well, we thought if we could sell you his body, we might get enough to pay the bill out of it.
Well, where is this subject?
You've got him right out here in the wheelbarrow, wrapped in a blanket.
Can you bring it in the house where it's light, and I'll look at it?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Carry him in, Bill.
Aye, he's not very heavy.
He was an old man, Doctor, without friends or relatives. So you see there'll be no one to bury him, and we can't afford to. Unwrap him, Bill.
Aye.
He ain't much to look at, sir, but you might be able to use him in your business.
There he is, sir.
Quite an old man, eh? Died a natural death, I see. Senile decay, probably.
Would he be any good to you, sir?
Perhaps. This might be an interesting subject. How much do you ask for it?
Well, what would he be worth to you?
I'll pay you £7 10 shillings.
That's very generous of ye, sir. Thank ye, sir.
That'll pay the old man's bill and give us a little extra for our trouble.
You're satisfied with £7 10, then?
Oh, yes, sir. Very much, sir.
Place the body on that table, and I'll give you the money.
Take his arms, Bill, and I'll take his legs.
Aye. Have you got him?
Aye. Here we go. He won't weigh more than 8 stone.
On this table. Head up that way.
Aye, sir. There he is, sir.
Thank you. And here are your £7 10. Let me see. 5, 6, 7, and 10. Correct?
Thank you, sir. And if we ever get any more bodies, will you buy them, sir?
Yes, but if you can get younger subjects, I'll pay a better price.
Yes, sir. We'll see you again, sir. Soon, I hope. Good night, sir.
Good night. The selling of poor old Donald's body gave these two men an idea. During the next 2 years, they induced homeless and penniless people to come to their lodging house. Those who were lucky died a natural death. The others were smothered. 16 were helped on their way to Dr. Knox's dissecting rooms. 2 years have passed. The time, just before the arrival of their last victim. The scene, a room in the Burke and Hare lodging house.
I'll see who it is.
Aye.
Well, what is it?
Could you spare a few pence for a poor old woman?
What are you, a beggar?
I don't mean to be, but I've had nothing to eat, and I've no money to buy lodgings.
Well, come in then and rest a while, and we'll see what we can do for you.
Oh, God bless you, sir. Thank you.
Say, Bill, here's a poor old woman with no place to sleep.
Well, we have lodgings for travellers.
But I have no money, sir.
Who said anything about money? Sit ye down, old woman.
Thank you, sir.
What's your name?
I'm the widow Docherty.
I can tell by your talk you're Irish, so you're doubly welcome to stay with us.
God bless you, gentlemen.
We were just about to have a little drap of whiskey. Would you be after joining us, Mrs. Docherty?
Oh, I would that. It'll take some of the creak out of me bones.
Bring Mrs. Docherty a glass, Bill.
Sure, and I will.
And fill it for her. And while you're about it, you can fill mine, too.
Aye, and me own, too.
'Tis Hallow Eve, when all good Irishmen should have a drap. Oh, but if it wasn't for you two fine gentlemen, I would have missed mine.
Well, here ye are, Mrs. Docherty. Drink hearty.
Oh, thank you, gentlemen. And here's good luck to you.
As I was saying, Bill, before Mrs. Docherty came in, maybe we can see the doctor tomorrow. Maybe we'll have something for him.
wouldn't surprise me in the least.
Oh, your whiskey is full of fire. Just taking a hold with a will.
Would you like to lie down, Mrs. Doherty?
I think maybe I'd better.
Put her in the small room in the back, Bill.
Why put her in there? Let the old woman have a good room in the front.
What difference does it make?
I say the old lady's got to have a good room with a soft bed in it.
And I say she goes in the little room. That's plenty good enough for paupers.
I won't have it. As long as I have something to say about this house, she goes into the good room.
Are you looking for a bit of a fight, Bill?
Not looking for it, neither am I avoiding it. You seem to be spiling for one.
You think so, do you?
I do, but no hare was ever afraid of a Burke.
Well, then take that. And see how you like
it. So you've hit me, will ye? I'll break this chair over your head.
Oh, gentlemen,
out of the way, old woman.
I'll not be letting you fight about me.
So you don't like us fighting, do you? Well, how do you like this? Grab her arms, Bill, and I'll get her nose and mouth. Hold on, Bill. I'll have her out in a minute.
Maybe we'll take a trip to the doctor after all.
In less than 15 minutes, Mrs. Doherty was just another anatomical subject. The time is the next afternoon, and the two men are waiting for darkness so they can take their latest victim to Dr. Knox.
If you'd had the least bit of sense, you'd never have let that other woman, that grey woman, into the house at a time like this. Why did you do it?
As long as we've got a lodging house, we've got to take in lodgers, don't we?
But not while we've got the old woman's corpse hid under that bed. There's no telling.
Well, I've rented the woman a room. We've got to make the best of it.
And such a woman. A peeping, prying English woman.
She peeps and pries too much. She'll take a trip to Dr. Knox along with Mrs. Doherty.
Oh, no, she won't. She has relatives who know she's staying here.
But what can we do?
Somebody must stay in this room until we get rid of the old woman. Don't you leave this room till I come back.
Where are ye going?
Down to get more whiskey. It's that grey woman. Come in.
I can't find Miss Stockings. I wonder if I left it under that bed.
No, you didn't, Mrs. Gray.
Do you mind if I look?
Yes, I do. Keep away from that bed.
What have you got hidden under there?
Nothing that concerns nosy people like you. Now get out of here and stay in your own room.
My, what a bear.
I'm going out, Mrs. Gray, and when I come back, I want you out of the house.
My, what a terrible person, Mr. Eyre. I should think he'd drive all your custom away.
Yes, Mum.
Have you a few potatoes I could borrow, Mr. Eyre?
Sorry, Mum, but I'm after having none.
I thought you kept some under that there bed.
Will ye stop talking about that bed?
There's someone at your front door.
I hear them.
Well, why don't you answer the knock?
And why don't you keep your nose out of other people's business? All right, I'm coming.
Now I'll see what they've got hidden under that there bed.
Oh, Holy Mother, it's a dead woman.
Dark had barely set in when Burke and Hare started for the rooms of Dr. Knox with Mrs. Doherty's body securely nailed in a tea-chest. Again, they're at the doctor's back door. Oh, it's you two. Good evening.
We got something for you, Doctor.
That's splendid. Bring it in.
Grab hold of the box, Bill.
Aye, I've got it.
Put it on the floor over there.
Yes, sir. Let it down, Bill.
Aye.
'Tis only an old woman, Doctor. Bodies be hard to get these days.
I'm content with whatever I can secure.
Shall I open the box, Doctor?
If you will, please. I'll get the hammer.
You feel better now?
Yes, that Mrs. Gray can nose around all she wants to now.
Aye, much she'll be able to find.
Here's the hammer.
Oh, thank ye, sir. Thank ye.
And who would that be?
I don't know. I don't want anyone coming in here while you two are in the house with that subject in the box. Open in the name of the law.
The police! What'll we do?
There's nothing we can do but open the door.
But if the police find us here in that box right in the middle of the room...
If you don't open the door, I shall be compelled to break it down.
One moment, officer.
Don't open that door, Doctor. Please don't.
Well, are these the men?
Yes, officer, they are.
And is that the box?
Yes, that there tea chest he's trying to hide.
By what right do you come here, officer?
I have information that those two men came here with a box. And I have reason to believe the box contains the body of an old woman.
I know nothing about it.
Well, open the box and I'll look for myself.
Very well. Open the box, you two, and let the officer see its contents.
But, Doctor...
You heard the doctor. Open the box.
Aye, sir.
And I'm sure when you do open it, you'll find the body of the same old woman I saw under the bed.
Then you did give her a chance to look under the bed.
I couldn't help it. I had to answer the door.
Open that box. Trafficking in dead bodies is a very serious thing, Doctor.
I know the law, officer. It's only serious for the seller.
And what does that mean to us?
It means that if this box contains a body, you two are in trouble.
What for?
For unlawful selling of bodies.
Is that all?
Isn't that enough?
Look, officer, look. It is the old woman I told you of.
Burke and Hare, in the name of the Crown, I place you under arrest.
Even at that, these two reprobates might have escaped with fairly light prison sentences if Hare hadn't weakened and confessed the whole sordid mess. Burke was hanged, but Hare saved his neck by being a witness for the Crown. He died a blind beggar in the streets of London.
Listen for the next story by the police reporter who brings you the strange murder mysteries of the world. This is a radio release production.